Hi guys, it's Shadow. Uploading high-quality audiobooks for you, it's very time-consuming and hard-working process. So please support me so I can keep uploading for you. This is how. You can donate directly through my PayPal or Ko-fi. You will find links in the description. Or you can join our Telegram channel where you will find all paid audiobooks that we provide. Also, you can make requests and you will find proof of payments from our plus 200 paid members. If you can't support me financially, just like and subscribe our videos. Thank you guys, your support means a lot. And as always, enjoy Shadow.
Chapter 1051 Novel Arrangement. With the peace talks going apace, the relations between the Brighter and Vision attaché improved markedly. While their easygoing conversations didn't lead to any cross-border collaborations or business deals, they nonetheless added to the tentatively optimistic mood in Kester Hills. The peace talks are proceeding very productively, Vez. Professor Ventag said as he paid another rare visit to Vez. His expertise as a senior mech designer took up most of his free time due to all the mech-related clauses being negotiated upon. Normally, the treaties between the Bright Republic and the Vija Kingdom are relatively bare bones, but this time is different. With other concerns looming on the horizon, we desperately need to find some common ground and pool our strengths together. That sounded practically alien to Vez. He frowned. Why did the professor bring this topic up with him of all people? What kind of common ground are we talking about, Professor? The terms are still being discussed, so take it with a grain of salt, but I have received permission to fill you in on what we are working. First, let's take a step back. Previously, we talked about the impending transition to the next mech generation. Are you still aiming to hit the ground running in the next generation? Vez nodded. I am. Do you know how expensive that can get? I know that the cheapest new component licenses are worth tens of billions of credits at least. As for the good stuff, you can forget about licensing the good stuff. Ventag shook his head. It is plainly unaffordable for you to acquire the rights to make use of the latest components that the MTA has prepared. In fact, even Noro Consolidated will have some issues if they pay full price for a complete set of component licenses. What does the treaty have to do with the new licenses? I was getting to that. You see, the MTA maintains multiple layers of licensing systems. There is one for individual companies, one for states and government entities, and one for alliances and collectives. What the delegations are working on right now is a way to pool the financial resources of our states together to form the third kind. Vez raised his eyebrows. Are you saying the Bright Republic and the Vija Kingdom are actually agreeing to work together on something? And it's with component licenses of all things? No offense, but how can they possibly tolerate such a cooperative venture? Your view on humanity is very cynical, Vez. Although the Bright Republic and the Vija Kingdom will forever remain adversaries and rivals, that is only in the context of our little pool of water. As the little fish, it's fine if we compete against each other. However, what happens if a shark enters the pool? It would be stupid of us to keep fighting against each other. While an outright military alliance is a bridge too far for us, more modest means of cooperation is not out of the question. I see, Vez said. Pooling the resources of our states together to give our mech designers a leg up makes sense. The alliance that is created when the peace treaty comes into effect is founded for the express purpose of acquiring a collection of expanded licenses from the MTA when the new mech generation commences. These expanded licenses grants the alliance organization the right to sub-license the component designs they acquire to every company and organization that takes part under strict conditions. Sub-licensing is a thing with designs? Of course. Mech and component are very expensive, Vez. Do you think that every mech company pays the full fees up front all the time? The MTA allows for certain accommodations to ease a mech designer's access for licenses, within stringent limits. For example, the expanded licenses vary their fees depending on how many times it can be sub-licensed. The majority of the funding provided to the alliance are provided directly by our two states. They are essentially subsidizing the future development of their mech industries. What a novel arrangement. Vez couldn't help but be astounded by the ambition of setting up such a powerful alliance. This had the fingerprints of Senator Tovar and Prince Colchester all over it. In fact, he strongly suspected it might be the brainchild of Camden Tovar himself. It was the kind of diplomatic solution that a consummate diplomatic like himself would come up with to achieve some limited form of cooperation between the two rivaling states. Vez picked up something very crucial. You mentioned that expanded licenses can only be sub-licenses for a certain amount of times. So it effectively amounts to a quota? That is a good way to look at it. The professor nodded with a pleased smile. Right now, we are contemplating on making the Alliance acquire expanded licenses with the right to sub-license them for a total quota of 500, or 250 per state. In case of the Bright Republic, it is a given that around 100 of these sub-licenses will be extended to the mech companies founded by our seniors. Around 50 more will be sub-licensed to various government, academic and non-profit institutions. That leaves only 100 for the rest. Vez already had an inkling of what Professor Ventag had in mind. Are you saying that the LMC is eligible for the remaining quota? I expect that there will be a lot of competition for the quota. When the Bright Republic's mech industry hears about it, every mech designer will go crazy. However, with Senator Tovar and my support, you can skip this entire hurdle and be directly eligible for a coveted quota. I cannot emphasize the value of this quota. Good use of the new licenses may see your new mech designs be propelled beyond this star sector. Any journeyman not automatically eligible will fight like sharks in a tank for a quota, but you get to enjoy a free pass if all goes well. We intend this to be a reward for all the services you have rendered and a favor for your continued dedication and service to us and the Bright Republic. Do you understand the value you are receiving? I am very clear about the favor. Vez uttered with an astonished breath. I am inordinately grateful to the Senator and you for bestowing me this opportunity. How could he not be shocked by the depth of favor being bestowed upon him? This was practically giving him access to hundreds of billions or even trillion credits worth of new component licenses. Vez always knew that Senator Tovar never skimped on his rewards. This was just the latest example of the benefits he could accrue by remaining in his favor. Of course, there were two sides to a coin. The professor explicitly said that the value of a quota to the sub-licenses issued by the Alliance exceeded his merits so far. Saving Senator Tovar from getting kidnapped and preventing Colonels Elvin and Count Reginald's heads from being absconded gave him a huge amount of kudos, but it seemed as if it didn't completely cover this humongous favor. In other words, Vez became more intricately tied to Senator Tovar and Professor Ventag's camps. Vez only received this quota by virtue of his connections to both of these eminent individuals. As long as he remained on their good side, he would continue to benefit from the sub-licenses. If he somehow pissed them off or cut ties with them, then Vez believed those sub-licenses could easily be taken away from him without any warning. After all, it was the Alliance that managed the sub-licenses, not the MTA itself. This Alliance organization would come under the administration of the governments both the Bright Republic and the Vija Kingdom, which effectively meant that their senior statesmen called all the shots. There is one important point to keep in mind. Do not presume this is a free service. The professor added. Expanded licenses are extremely expensive, and the only reason the two states are even capable of acquiring them is because the MTA allows them to offset the costs with certain favors and allows them to repay their huge debts over a larger span of time instead of all at once. The ultimate goal of the Alliance is to break even. So it is essentially a loan rather than a gift. An enormous loan, yes. If the LMC receives a quota, it essentially gains the right to make use of the new generation's component designs immediately while deferring the associated fees at a later date under generous conditions. This is a valuable service in itself because as long as you take advantage of the reduced competition and increased market demand for new generation designs, you will stand to make an incredible amount of profit. How will the LMC pay back the money owed? Through a flat per unit licensing fee. No upfront costs. Depending on how many sub-licensed component designs you include in your new design, you'll have to pay the Alliance 1 million credits to tens of millions of credits for each new generation mech sold. This is standard business practice. Vez smiled thinly. If everything goes well, the Alliance will be able to do more than break even. They'll be able to run a profit. Vez was familiar with the trade-offs between licensing a design by paying a single lump sum at the start, by paying a small fee for each use of the license, or a combination of both. The latter was most common in the mech industry, but not the most ideal. In situations where a mech designer had complete faith in the success of their design, it was much more advantageous to pay a couple of billion credits for a good license upfront and be rid of any further obligations to pay more fees. When their mech models that made use of those licenses sold for thousands or tens of thousands of copies, the huge upfront licensing costs could quickly be earned back within a year or two. Every mech sold after this period were no longer burdened with repaying the debt. They therefore offered higher product margins, which in turn entailed higher profits for the company. On the other hand, if a mech designer was designing something risky or lacked confidence in their own products, then it was much more advantageous to license a design with a pay-per-use payment scheme. For example, each mech sold meant the mech company paid 250,000 credits or something to the licensor. The lack of upfront costs made life much easier for the smaller and struggling mech companies. They lacked the capital to produce mech at scale and wouldn't be able to afford expensive standard licenses. However, this convenience came at the cost of lower product margins and therefore lower profits. It also made products burdened by ongoing pay-per-use fees rather uncompetitive in the long term. When market conditions worsened, the first products to become uncompetitive and unprofitable would always be designs that made use of pay-per-use licenses. Naturally, a licensor, which in this case would be the Alliance, stood to rake in massive sums of continuous sub-licensing fees with this payment scheme. It took advantage of the enormous financial strength bestowed by two states and turned it into a way to milk the best mech designers of their states of some of their earning power. As a businessman, Vez understood the mercantile intentions of Senator Tovar and Prince Colchester very well. For the Alliance to pay back the enormous investment the states put into it, they needed to hand over the quotas to the most successful and most business-savvy mech designers. It was therefore already a given that the senior mech designers of the two states would all be granted a quota. As for the remainder, leaving aside the governments and universities and such, the journeymen would all be forced to fight over the scraps that remained. In this, an important condition emerged. The professor adopted a serious expression. While the senator and I can give your mech company a backdoor into the Alliance, your eligibility is not assured right now. Whether your mech company is granted a quota is highly dependent on whether you can advance to journeyman by the time the new generation commences. As much as we can bend the rules for you, there is no possible justification that we can use to grant a quota to an apprentice. I'm sorry for that, Vez. Vez understood this message very well. Little kids should play in the sandbox while the adults did all the real work. He never felt more motivated to advance to journeyman right now, and hopefully his upcoming design would give him the impetus to take that much desired step. I will definitely advance to journeyman within a year. You can count on it, Professor. Chapter 1052 Junior Winner The revelation of an alliance to administer sub-licenses of new generation component designs excited Vez to no end. After the professor returned to his own duties, Vez stewed over the implications of this ambitious scheme. Professor Ventag never mentioned the cost incurred by the states, but it must be extremely hefty. Vez murmured to himself. The Alliance is in effect licensing a whole set of component designs 500 times under special conditions. Even if they are able to obtain a bulk bargain from the MTA, the discount won't be disproportionately large or else everyone else would have already made use of sub-licensing schemes. Another issue with regards to expanded licenses was that the MTA clearly didn't hand them over willingly. Ventag already remarked offhandedly that the Bright Republic and the Vija Kingdom acquired them in exchange for various non-monetary favors to partially offset the huge sums involved. Vez guessed that these favors came in the form of increased MTA intervention in the mech industry, the right to set up more military bases in their territories and perhaps a crackdown on behavior that the MTA frowned upon. In the perspective of galactic geopolitics, this essentially meant the Bright Republic and the Vija Kingdom aligned themselves closer to the MTA. Of the four most powerful transgalactic influences, the big two and the first Earth superstates all vied for influence throughout the rest of the galaxy. It was generally a good idea for distant, unimportant states to balance their relations with all four of these powerful entities. In this case, however, the decision of the two states implied that they inched closer to the MTA at the cost of distancing themselves a bit from the other three influences. The CFA won't be pleased their main rival managed to worm their way further into the two states. Vez predicted. None of this concerned Vez. Instead, he would rather much think about the implications to his medium-term business plans. Once the war ended, he always intended to find a way to earn huge sums of money to afford some of the cheaper new generation component licenses. He was always aware of their pricey licensing fees, so he never aimed to acquire a full set. It was much more realistic for him to license a couple of core component designs to form the nucleus of his new designs. This opportunity is even better. Instead of picking and choosing among the cheapest and poorest new generation component designs, he'll be able to gain the rights to make use of the full set without going bankrupt. The terms offered by the alliance sounded generous to him. Even though his mech company, which would be the legal entity which sub-licensed the component designs from the alliance, owed a continuous flow of fees while selling mech based off the sub-licenses, it was a win-win arrangement for everyone involved. He knew that only a handful of entities possessed the muscle to refuse the temptation offered by the alliance. Perhaps the biggest companies led by the most successful seniors can skip the alliance and use their own financial muscle to gain more favorable component licenses. As for every other company, it just makes more sense to forego the massive upfront fees and ease their entry in the new generation by spreading out the costs of sub-licensing the new component designs. Vez did not envision making use of the new generation licenses forever. Usually, a decade into the new generation was enough to allow other component designers and developers to catch up and offer better alternatives at cheaper prices. However, by then, the first entrants into the market for new generation mech already captured large swathes of market share and earned a killing. As long as those first entrants didn't publish too many flops, they would certainly be able to hold on to the advantage they gained at the start of the new generation. The important point is that mech designers have to hit the ground running. Use the new generation component designs to design amazing mech. Use the earnings from selling those fantastic new Mech to license evolved versions of those component designs. Rinse and repeat. Like a snowball rolling down a mountain, the scale of earnings grew larger and larger as long as each design was a solid success. However, just climbing up the snowy mountain took a lot of effort in itself. It was unreasonable for most mech designers to be able to make it all the way up to the top, and even Vez doubted he could go beyond halfway. The alliance was like a shuttle that picked him up from the base of the mountain and flew him all the way up the top without putting in his own effort. Naturally, he needed to pay the alliance back for the shuttle ride in other ways, but it beat climbing the enormous mountain with his own two legs. This solution solves one of the biggest problems facing my company in the next 10 to 20 years. Vez sighed. All he could say that Professor Ventag knew his condition and the condition of his company extremely well to offer this kind of opportunity to him. While it was predicated upon his advancement to journeyman, both Vez and the senior knew very well that this wasn't a difficult hurdle to overcome in this case. A more concerning implication was that Vez needed to continue to cozy up with his current backers in the Bright Republic. With Senator Tovar as the principal backer from the government and Professor Ventag as his backer from the mech industry, Vez would be assured of a quota despite being one of the youngest and least experienced journeyman mech designers eligible for this opportunity. Flashlight might also throw in their support from behind the scenes. They would love it if a mech company under their sphere of influence became a part of the exclusive club of quota owners. On the flip side, Vez also predicted that he would draw the attention of a lot of jealous journeymen. He could not ignore the political implications of making use of a backdoor into this new sub-licensing system. This is a direct shot across the bow to all of the Ansel mech designers. A quota to Vez, who appeared to be connected to Rittersberg, the Tovar family and the DCTI, was one quota less to a promising and talented Ansel mech designer. In fact, considering the recent KNG affair, Katter and Nevis might miss out on a quota despite their robust design skills and abundant experience. It's not really fair, is it? Yet that's life. The main concern that Vez had to keep in mind that all of this political support did not come for free. Nothing ever came for free. Aside from the financial obligations built into the sub-licensing agreements, Vez also needed to continue to maintain relations with his current backers. While Vez was rather leery of being taken advantage of, Especially in light of the depth of Senator Tover's schemes, it wasn't as if he took advantage of the situation as well. Both of them won in this arrangement. It was just that Senator Tovar won enjoyed the last laugh. Perhaps one day, Vez would be able to lean back in his comfy chair befitting his status as an overlord and laugh as he occupied the lion's share of any win-win agreements he brokered. That day was very far away at the moment. It was enough for him to be the junior partner of such an arrangement. As for the whiners, who cared? Vez shouldn't have to pay attention to the criticism that accused him of occupying a quota that a better journeyman mech designer deserved more. He'll make the critics shut up with the quality of my upcoming designs. I can be just as good as those older journeymen with decades of experience under their belt. He grinned. Vez strongly felt that all of the hardships he suffered so far recently had been worth it. You just couldn't buy this sort of leg up. If Vez spent his entire time during the war locked inside some research base performing an important work, then he would have never been eligible for such a magnanimous reward. He was well aware that Senator Tovar and Professor Ventag wanted him to feel grateful and appreciative of this opportunity. The expectation was that Vez would continue to serve on their behalf. For now, that was fine. All of the caveats did not detract from his good mood at all. As the negotiations progressed, the professor came back again to inform him that the structure of the new cooperative venture had been fixed. If all went well and both states ratified the peace treaty, they would collectively start up the BV Alliance for the sole purpose of administering the expanded licenses obtained from the MTA. Vez didn't need to guess what the letters B and V stood for. In fact, he found it surprising that Senator Tovar and Prince Colchester dared to be bold enough to allude to the names of the two states with the word alliance. Was this some kind of hint of what the future had in store? Impossible. He shook his head. It's probably a sick joke of theirs. There's no way our two states will agree to join hands in a military alliance. Portend of the future or not, the BV Alliance seemed to be set in stone according to the senior. That only left the ratification of the treaty in order to ensure the BV Alliance came into being. Vez still felt uncertain whether the two states would actually do that despite the strong animus of support it enjoyed right now from the two delegations. On his end, Vez needed to hurry up and advance to journeyman in order to truly secure a quota. Nepotism only went so far, and the influence of the Tovar family alone was not enough to dictate the entirety of the Bright Republic. When Vez went back to his fourth original mech design, he refined his mech concept into maturity with the occasional help from Professor Ventag. Although the man was awfully busy, even a few minutes' worth of advice was sufficient for him to realize some improvements over his sketches for a supermedium space knight. Vez held off on working on the images that would support the design's X-factor for now. He already had his hands full trying to make the design feasible and effective from a technical standpoint. As he worked on refining his vision for hours at a time, the only image he really needed was Calypso. Thinking about the sacred god and her amazing feats guided his design work towards a certain direction. In its current form, the vision for his upcoming mech entailed a heavy reliance on its polarization ability. It's bigger and more massive than an ordinary medium space knight, but the drop in mobility does not quite make up for its increase in protective power. It will have to make up for that shortfall with clever use of well-placed polarization fields. This added to the burden of piloting the mech. Vez knew it could get very intensive trying to calculate the optimal placement and size of the fields during pitched battles. This was an advanced mech design aimed squarely at advanced pilots and specialized space knight pilots. As a cherry on top of the cake, Vez added another gimmick to his design as well. Inspired by the god crystals embedded throughout the surface of bodies, he planned to reuse the alien crystal technology that he previously used in the design of the Crystal Lord. By embedding various amounts of small crystals throughout the exterior of his Space Knight design, it became even more resilient against energy damage. Extremely skilled mech pilots would be able to take advantage of their positioning to absorb a limited amount of incoming laser fire and fire off a weak light beam in return when they accumulated enough energy. Naturally, their offensive power wouldn't be as exaggerated as the large crystal embedded into the chest of the Crystal Lord, but every little bit helped even if it seemed like a marginally pointless gimmick. This is probably going to be one of the most complex Space Knight designs that is ever published onto the local mech markets in recent times, he surmised. If he wanted to stand out with his design, he would be sure to accomplish that. His fourth original mech design was anything but generic. The only concern that worried him right now was whether there would be enough mech pilots who could make use of the added possibilities of his design. Chapter 1053 for the archives. Complexity in a mech design came with many implications. Often, both mech designers and the market believed that more complex mech possessed a higher potential to perform better than simpler mech. This was generally the case. However, this rule was a lot more muddier in practice because of the difficulty of maximizing the potential of a mech. Many mech pilots, particularly those with below-average genetic aptitudes, often struggle to make full use of standard mech. Some even never improve beyond the basics when piloting a frontline mech which heavily automated many features such as its targeting system and its locomotion system. If basic knight or rifleman mech were already too complex for ordinary mech pilots to fathom, what about advanced mech? Each feature or gimmick added to the functionality of a mech design increased the number of variables that mech pilots needed to take into account. They already needed to pay attention to hundreds of variables, such as their energy reserves, their armor condition, their damage states, the local air pressure, the environmental temperature, the heat levels of different mech components and much, much more. Adding additional features on top might very well overwhelm these mech pilots and cause them to either mentally shut down or force them to pick up the bad habit of outright ignoring some variables. All was not lost, however. While most mech came with a substantial learning curve, mech pilots who persisted in training with the complicated mech would increasingly become more proficient in drawing out their strengths. It just took a lot of time and effort. The more complex the mech, the higher the learning curve. One thing was for sure. The design Vez had in mind came with a rather steep learning curve despite being based off one of the most simplistic mech types. Knight mech and their spaceborne cousins were known as one of the most easiest mech to pilot. That wasn't the case this time. The super-medium Space Knight envisioned by Vez brought a lot of new options to the table. Will it be a hit in the market? Without performing extensive market research, he truly didn't know. Yet his experience so far told him that it occupied a strong if narrow niche in the mech market. Considering how necessary Space Knights played a role in many spaceborne mech forces, the actual market demand might surprise him. His design offered very compelling possibilities to discerning mech buyers not afraid to deviate from standard mech doctrines. As Vez contemplated on the increasing complexity of his mech concept while he finalized it, time continued to pass until the negotiators finally settled all of the terms of the peace treaty. Everyone had been invited to attend the closing ceremony of the peace talks. Secretary Lowe forced him to be garbed in a full-dress uniform, which was the fanciest and most formal version of his military uniforms. All of his medals were on full display and shone or glowed in eye-catching ways. The secretary smiled at him. Recordings will be made of the closing ceremony. All the news portals will run them when the peace treaty is finally being made public. Remember that this is an event for the history books. Maintain your composure and act like you belong. Your impressive array of medals will look good in the historical archives. So I'm basically there as a medal stand in order to make the footage more impressive. Vez smiled ruefully. Don't say as if you don't benefit. As a young man in a sea of old people, you'll attract a lot of attention. Just the fact that you are a part of Senator Talver's delegation is enough to enhance your reputation. Am I entitled to more medals? I recently earned a lot of merit. That should count for something, right? Secretary Lowe shook his head. Unfortunately, Senator Tovar has exhausted his connections to the higher-ups of the Mech Corps. It will be difficult for him to arrange additional awards to you when you already earned several major distinctions very recently. Some generals and officials might accuse him of padding your accomplishments for political aims rather than genuine merit. My merit should not be in question. I'm not arguing with you, but the generals won't see it that way. From what I have gathered, Senator Tovar will make sure the Mech Corps will grant you some form of recognition after we return to the Bright Republic. It is very difficult for him to make his case while we are many light years away from New Foundation V. While Secretary Lowe made it sound like Senator Tovar fought hard for the awards that Vez deserved, the truth was probably less glamorous than it sounded. Vez figured that Senator Tovar was too busy trying to shape the peace treaty and arranging the political turmoil that resulted from the botched attacks on his person and the peace talks to divert any attention to anything else. He tried hard not to feel bad about the stalled opportunity to pad his row of medals. Vez did not consider himself a glory hound who chased after awards and recognition from the military like his uncles and aunts once described. While he felt honored that he received all of those awards, many regular servicemen performed their utmost and never received anything more than a pat on their back each day. A decoration conferred honor and recognition, but when it came down to it, a medal was merely a piece of metal tied to a ribbon. The social value ascribed to these pieces of metal tied to ribbons was considerate, but was it essential to Vez? Not really. Therefore, Vez dropped the topic and allowed Secretary Lowe to adjust the fitting of his full-dress uniform. When he looked at his appearance in the mirror projection, he did admit he looked rather dashing. If not for his green-tinged mech designer uniform, he might be mistaken for a mech pilot instead. All right, Mr. Larkinson, you are ready for the show. Go out and make the Republic proud by appearing as your best. Once everyone dressed to the nines, they filed into the conference chamber, which the Reinaldans rapidly repaired and reinforced after the previous attack, and stood to the sides while Senator Tovar and Prince Colchester stepped forward in unison. They approached an exaggeratingly large data pad and signed the electronic document contained within with their own names. Senator Camden Tovar and Prince Colchester of the Royal House of Vija, on behalf of their respective states, have finalized the terms of the peace treaty. Someone announced in a loud and formal tone. The peace treaty is ready to be ratified by the administrations of the respective states. Everyone applauded politely, mindful of how they would appear in later footage. Absolutely no one acted outside of their station. Even if Vez wanted to scratch his ear due to an itch, he resisted the urge to perform such an undignified action in public. For the principal representatives of the two states to sign their names on the agreements did not mean it went into effect. In fact, the battle had only just begun. Vez knew that the next step after finalizing the terms of the peace treaty was to take them back to their respective states and have their governments ratify the entire treaty. The confusing mess of Vision politics aside, the Bright Republic's process for ratifying a treaty was relatively straightforward. In theory, the Bright Senate were allowed to consult the peace treaty and consent to ratification. Once they did that, the Bright President went on to sign the treaty, formally ratifying it on behalf of the state. Before the attack on Castor Hills, Vez always doubted whether the Bright Senate would give their consent at all. The political factions that made up the Bright Senate all held varying positions about the war, but most were generally supportive of it. How could they ever be persuaded to give up their opposition to the peace treaty? Apparently, Senator Tovar had them by the balls. By turning concrete evidence of foul play back to his critics, he possessed the leverage to shut them up lest he air their foul laundry. Vez had to admit that was a pretty good way to stifle opposition to the peace treaty. Even so, the Bright Senate did not speak for the rest of the Republic. Would the average citizens be able to stomach an early peace with the Visions? Probably. The Bright Republic was always the more disadvantaged side of the wars. Vez worried more about how the Visions managed to convince their own subjects to swallow the peace treaty. They were much more fervent about the war and would therefore likely resist a premature peace the most. Prince Colchester had his work cut out for him. It must be much more difficult for the prince of a weak royal house to get every ducal house to come to a consensus on the peace treaty. After signing their names on the virtual document, the two statesmen slowly departed after posing for the recording devices. They were far too old to mingle with the crowd of rabble, after all. In their place, both Colonel Zelvin and Count Reginald retook their places as the led representatives of their respective patrons. Their heads were firmly reattached to their bodies again, and Vez hardly noticed anything out of place, though that didn't necessarily mean they made a full recovery. Surprisingly, Colonel Zelvin directly approached Vez with a smile. "Mr. Larkinson, I never got to thank you for saving me. I apologize for not expressing my gratitude earlier. The operations I went through are not for the faint of heart, you see." Vez chuckled. "I understand. Not everyone gets to experience what you went through. I believe you had help when you saved me, is that right?" The presence of Venerable Foster did indeed prove useful in thwarting the intruders. Vez replied, though he did not add that he mainly used her as a meat shield to deter the traitors from shooting at him. He needed to remain diplomatic, if only for posterity. I think this is a rare instance where a brighter and a vision manage to accomplish something when they work together. That sounded good, right? Vez mentally patted himself on his back for coming up with something so positive. However, Colonel Zelvin smiled wider for some reason. Perhaps we should reunite you with your vision partner. I'm sure she will be thrilled to meet her comrade in arms for one last time. Come with me. The colonel abruptly grabbed onto Vez's arm and practically dragged him over to a small gathering which included Count Reginald and Venerable Foster. It seems our honored brighter guests have taken the initiative to approach. The Vision Count said with a pleased expression. Mr. Larkinson, thank you for saving this poor old man's life. I was merely doing my duty. Vez replied with a stiff smile. He tried hard not to look at Venerable Foster who stood next to the old count. Peace is too precious to allow some malcontents to spoil the party. Well said. Count Reginald complimented before he gently pushed Venerable Foster forward. The expert pilot could have easily resisted the push or even knocked the noble out cold, but she knew better than that. Venerable Foster, why not stand next to Mr. Larkinson? The two of you are both heroes. The both of you will look lovely in the recordings. Venerable Foster looked as stiff at Vez at the suggestion. That might not be appropriate. We serve in opposing militaries. This is no longer a time of war. As far as we are concerned, a new time is dawning. The time where Briders and Visions are forced to take up arms when they encounter each other is over. How better to symbolize our efforts than to have the two of you stand in front of the peace treaty? What a splendid idea. Let us immediately make the arrangements. Colonel Zelvin enthusiastically added. This is a peace treaty that is intended to secure the future of our younger generation. While the previous captures of Senator Tovar and Prince Colchester will look good for the archives, I'm sure the news portals would love it if they can display an image of the peace treaty alongside a pair of young heroes. Under the haranguing of Colonel Zelvin and Count Reginald, Vez and Venerable Foster proceeded to undertake one of the most awkward impromptu recording sessions they had ever gone through. When Vez attempted to draw his arm towards Foster's back to look a bit more friendly, she growled under her breath. Touch me and you'll die. Chapter 1054 Imaginary trademark. The closing ceremony and all the recordings made there signified the end of the peace talks. No one expected it to pan out so smoothly as the negotiators found common ground a lot easier than they should. It was as if the irreconcilable hatred between the two states never even existed. It's probably a function of the real threat looming over our heads. Vez surmised as he boarded the Lormont Carnival. Their stay on Harkinson II had ended and now everyone was on their way back. As long as you're rational enough, it just makes too much sense to put down the fighting between us to a halt. Preparations for ratifying the recently finalized peace treaty were already underway in the Bright Republic and the Vija Kingdom. Despite the collusion of several highly placed officials and statesmen in both states, getting everyone else to play along took a lot of wheeling and dealing. The political machinations behind getting domestic support for the peace treaty went way above Vez's head. He was not a politician nor a bureaucrat, so he left that domain to those who reveled in it, such as Senator Tovar and his allies. One welcome surprise that reassured Vez and the others was that the need to maintain secrecy decreased by a lot. The escort fleet received additional ships and mech from the Spiral Shockers as reinforcements. The best part of this development was that the reinforcements stopped bothering with any camouflage and brought their military-grade equipment. The elite Spiral Shockers that arrived to usher the Tovar peace delegation back home were able to display their full combat strength. Not that anyone has any reason now to attack us besides kidnapping Senator Tovar. Even then, with the reinforcements from the elite mech regiment, the cost of attempting an attack was too ruinous to attempt. Besides, the negotiations proceeded without a hitch and the peace treaty has already been finalized. Even though we're bringing back the datapad with the formal copy of the text, the contents have already been sent back to the Republic through the Galactic Net. It wasn't worth it to throw a mech regiment onto the bulked-up escort fleet just so they could destroy a fancy single datapad that only held some historical value at best. To the opponents of the peace initiative, the rice had been cooked. Right now, The political battlefield concerning their attempts to continue the war moved on to the Bright Senate instead of wherever Senator Tovar could be found. In short, it meant that Vez could finally put down his guard somewhat and retract some of his paranoia. The long ride from the Reynolds Republic to the Bright Republic took several weeks. During this time, Vez quickly finalized his vision for his mech after receiving occasional input from Professor Ventag. He couldn't have crafted such an intricate and well-put vision without the experience and depth of knowledge of a genuine senior. As he finished his presentation of his super-medium Space Knight, the professor looked somewhat pensive if intrigued. "It is not a Space Knight for the average mech pilot," he declared. "The additional options help compensate for the weaknesses brought by your design's unusual weight class, but it is up to the mech pilot to make the most of it. A great mech pilot can achieve 50% more value out of your mech compared to a regular Space Knight, but how many of those are around? Most will squander your super-medium Space Knight's potential." This wasn't anything new to Vez, who made peace with his design choices. "If that is the price I have to pay to design a unique mech, then so be it. This is a mech worth designing in my eyes. It's more expensive than regular Space Knights and it will very likely fall into the premium price category, so amateurs have no place in piloting such an expensive machine. Even if your upcoming design flops in the market, it's fine. For a young mech designer like you, it's the experience that counts. In any case, Nora Consolidated takes up most of the burden of producing and maintaining your upcoming mech model, so you'll only have to be concerned with the loss of reputation. The LMC would still be able to rely on the success of its existing mech catalog to keep it aloft. However, Vez truly did need to add a third product to his meager catalog because the impending transition to the next generation already depressed sales and forced margins lower. A niche product like the one he intended to design might not have much mass market appeal, but the high product margins allowed it to be an enduring source of cash flow just when the profits of his first two mech models failed to cover his company's ongoing expenses and debt obligations. The professor just wanted to make sure that Vez would be prepared for the consequences if he proceeded to continue onto this path. "The internal architecture of my design will probably be above me," Vez admitted. "Since this falls under your specialty, I will rely on you to shore up my shortcomings in that area. I'll instead focus most of my design efforts on the exterior and mechanical layout of my design. That is for the best. This is mainly your design, after all, so try not to rely on me more than you have to. From my evaluation of your design skills, your fundamentals are all robust, so it is not a problem for you to independently design the exterior features." Now that both mech designers came to an agreement on the overall concept of a super-medium Space Knight, Vez returned to his quarters and proceeded to flesh out his vision into a formal draft design. Vez had been thinking about how to employ his triple division technique. At this stage of the design process, it would help him out a lot to finalize the image intended to shape the X factor of his upcoming design. He already thought over it for many times. Similar to the Crystal Lord, this time Vez introduced an incredibly strong spiritual entity in the form of Kalanxo. As Vez held her in his thoughts all the time, he felt as if he managed to connect to her, if only nebulously. He even had a feeling that she was still alive somehow. The image of Kalanxo in his mind was just too rich and vibrant, though it was only a pale copy in comparison to her actual spirit. Is this what it is like to use a living entity as a basis? He wondered. Why didn't he think of this earlier? While it sounded outlandish, basing his images off actual living entities might produce dramatic results. In any case, Vez expected much from Kalanx's image. As a sacred god, her image already fulfilled the role of totem animal. That meant he needed to accompany it with images for the base model and the human myth. One to adjust Kalanxo to the circumstances of a Space Knight, and the other to adjust the mindset of the mech pilot to the complexities of piloting his mech. He first constructed the image for the base model. It took on the shape of the super-medium Space Knight with the addition of the two gimmicks that Vez had in mind. It would take a lot of proficiency on the part of the mech pilot to master the use of the polarizing module and the embedded light crystals, and the image of the base model would help them be more comfortable with their operation. That was the easiest part so far. Since his mech is so complex, the strong animal instincts provided by Kalanxo demanded strong direction. The human myth should be nearly as strong as a totem animal, or else the balance would be tilted too heavily against the kind of advanced decision-making such a complex space knight asked of their mech pilots. Ordinarily, Vez would conjure up an image of a mythical human being from his imagination, but he wondered if that was all he should do. What if he repeated what he did for Kalanxo and drew upon an existing human figure to base his human myth out of? It would be even better if the role model for his human myth was still alive. The moment he entertained this notion, he was almost scared to push through. What were the consequences of using someone else as the basis for the human myth? Did some imaginary trademark police exist in the imaginary realm that would retaliate against Vez if they found out that he ripped off an existing person's likeness for his own ends? Vez felt as if he engaged in piracy for some reason. He was no different than those pirate designers who merely borrowed published designs without paying the fees for their use. The only difference was that the other mech designer stole concrete design specifications, while Vez only stole something imaginary. That didn't detract from the sense of wrongness he felt if he actually went through with this course of action. He already felt somewhat uneasy when he borrowed Kalanx's likeness, but she was technically an exobeast, so she didn't enjoy as much rights as an actual human. Even so, I feel as if I am standing at a crossroads. The decision I make here might have major implications for the future. His intuition faintly hinted at him that the decision to draw upon a living human being, particularly a mech pilot, might result in something drastic. It was absolutely not as simple as inventing a fictional character in a fictional setting as the basis of his human myth. Should I go through with this course of action or should I let sleeping dogs lie? Was that even a real question to Vez? He had always been bold with certain decisions, and wasn't his super-medium space knight pretty much a test bed for his various innovations? Since he already deviated from convention a number of times, what was the harm in attempting one more divergence from the norm? The only problem right now was that Vez lacked a solid source of inspiration for his human myth. He pretty much decided early on that he would base his image on an expert pilot. After all, why settle for something mediocre for the human myth when he could easily draw upon the likeness of the best? Vez did have some concerns about drawing upon the likeness of an existing person. He actually did it once for the Blackbeak in the case of using the likeness of a mech athlete called Jackknife Jake. Yet that person already died, and however remarkable he performed in the water-filled arenas of Moira's Paradise, he was not too exceptional as a mech pilot. There's a huge difference between an ordinary mech pilot and an expert pilot. He didn't have to settle for expert pilots. What about ace pilots or god pilots? Since he was already doubling down on his experiments, why not go all the way? Somehow, Vez did not think it would be so easy to rip off the likeness of those that people referred to as gods in human form. A shudder ran through his spine when he tried to estimate the strength of their spirituality. He faintly suspected that they might very well crush him in that area alone. What he intended to do would take place in the imaginary realm where spirituality reigns supreme. Perhaps Vez could easily toy with the likeness of a regular mech pilot with a weak and completely intangible spirit, but what about those with actual spiritual strength? Considering that his spirituality was strong enough to resist Venerable Foster's force of will, he predicted that any backlash that he incurred from this action wouldn't crush his mind and turn him into a vegetative state. Now I'll just have to decide who to pick. Unfortunately, no expert pilots came to mind to him right now. Expert pilots specialized in piloting space knights were very rare, and while the Bright Republic did in fact employ several of them, he wasn't fully up to date with their records. Vez activated his militarisutcom and tried to access the galactic net or an internal database, only to get denied. Perhaps I should just ask. Chapter 1055 Humanizing Mech. The escort fleet made brisk progress in returning to the Bright Republic. It took more direct routes while enjoying heightened protection from the spiral shockers. The high-alert mech pilots of the elite mech regiment took their previous failures very hard. In order to make up for their abject performance, they intensified their security measures and proactively scared away any ships or mech that strayed close. Most of the Ada Chase began to mingle together on the Larmant Carnival. Each of them maintained connections with the Tovar family, so all of them belonged to the same side. Vez didn't really quite fit into their circles due to his youth and perceived lack of value. In their eyes, he was Senator Tovar and Professor Ventag's pet. Even owning a multi-billion credit business like the LMC failed to qualify him as an equal among their esteemed ranks. Well, I'll reach those heights in time. He shook his head. He was still young and had a long and fruitful life ahead of him with the help of his genetic optimizations. Still, he missed the company of Lord Javier. As part of some understandable dealings, the Bright Republic finally surrendered custody over the Vision Noble. Lord Javier was now a free man once again and would be returning to the Imadris Duchy under Prince Colchester's protection. He did not miss Venerable Foster. That acrimonious expert pilot never hid her intense dislike for Vez. She used to hate him because he was a brighter, but lately she began to develop a personal vendetta against Vez for some reason. That woman needs to learn how to relax. She's way too intense for an expert pilot. Most of the Larkin Sun expert pilots were much more well-adjusted. However, none of them quite ever measured up to Venerable Foster's rapid growth and future potential. Vez had a notion that Foster's single-mindedness was the source of much of her strength. The purer the mind, the more coherent the spirit. Of course, it wasn't all good. There were downsides associated with developing in this direction. Most notably, Venerable Foster's personality exhibited some extreme traits that reminded Vez of the Skull Architect. They possessed a similar kind of dedication towards their own pursuits, to the detriment of everything else. It's too bad she's isn't specialized in piloting space knights. She would have been an interesting test subject to use. Vez idly chuckled. Then again, her strong affection for the Hafner Duchy and the Vija Kingdom might lead to adverse effects. This was also why Vez limited his search for a suitable human myth to brighter expert pilots. He did not wish to introduce a strong discomfort to his domestic customers by saddling them up with lingering animosity towards their own state. I'm not that stupid. At this point, Vez felt less like a mech designer and more like a wizard. He found it remarkable how he incorporated a spiritual component to what others purely regarded as a technical and artistic profession. The increasing involvement of metaphysical elements in his design philosophy led to a design style that placed more importance on the spirit behind a design than its performance parameters. It was fine if his mech did not perform at its best on paper. A mech was not a machine that worked in isolation. Instead, it achieved its full potential when paired with a mech pilot. Properly speaking, his main specialty concerned the combination of man and machine rather than the machine by itself. When he designed a mech, he wasn't only making design choices with regards to the technical specifications of his mech, but also attempted to influence the performance of the mech pilot. The former required technical design skills, while the latter demanded more ephemeral intervention on a spiritual level. It all sounded a bit tenuous to Vez. If not for believing in his own design philosophy and for all of the empirical proof he observed, he would have dismissed all of the hocus pocus as pseudoscience. The more I excel in this area, the more noticeable the effect. At some point, some very observant industry insiders are going to ask some uncomfortable questions. Vez didn't know yet how he would handle the inquiries when they came. He couldn't lie when it came to his design philosophy, because it was the central belief that underpinned his entire work. As much as he became increasingly more apprehensive at what the hell he was actually doing, he had already decided upon this direction. There was no turning back unless he wanted to break his design philosophy, which at this point would negate everything he worked towards. I'm almost a journeyman. It's too late for second thoughts. Right now, Vez wanted to access the records of expert pilots specialized in piloting space knights. He only knew a couple of them who occasionally popped up in the news, but there might be more of them in the Mech Corps who emerged recently during the war. Vez visited Professor Ventag's stateroom and approached the senior with his unusual request. The records of our expert pilots are extremely sensitive and strictly guarded. Ventag frowned. You are asking for a lot. Worse, you haven't provided me with a good reason for me to give you access. Why do you need to study their records? My upcoming super-medium Space Knight design is a mech that is suitable for highly skilled mech pilots specialized in piloting Space Knights. Vez replied as he came up with an excuse. I want to study the best and see what they have in common and how they employ their Space Knights to their full potential. Even so, I can grant you access to plenty of records and archival footage of advanced pilots. They are the actual target audience for your design, and you should tailor your Space Knight to them. Expert pilots operate on an entirely different paradigm, and it is a bad idea to copy the traits of expert mech onto more conventional mech. I'm not looking to copy an expert mech. I merely want to see how far an expert Space Knight pilot can push this mech type to its limits. The professor shook his head. You'll see what I can do, but I can't grant you permission on the spot. There are rules and procedures in place to protect our expert pilots. I see. My request does sound rather presumptuous. Vez looked disappointed. After conveying his request, they moved on to other topics. One of the more important events concerned what happened next now that the peace treaty was on track of being ratified. As far as I'm aware of, while the rest of the Bright Republic is still kept in the dark about the peace treaty, the higher annals of power are already wrangling over whether to accept the treaty. I am not sure how long it will take for them to come to an agreement, but it might happen shortly after we return to the Bright Republic. What will happen to me when the war has ended? Vez asked. The Mech Corps will slowly pull back its war footing and begin to take stock of the damage. They'll also start releasing their conscripts from their obligations by batches. The reason why they don't release you all at once is because they're afraid divisions might be faking their own demobilization. In any case, you don't need to be concerned about remaining shackled to the Mech Corps for long. Our influence is enough to arrange for you to be discharged ahead of most of the pack. Thank you for that, Vez said with relief. I was afraid I wouldn't be able to return to my company soon enough. Even though the war hasn't been as lengthy and destructive as everyone initially expected, the Bright Republic's economy has still entered a downturn. Be sure to get your company in order when you take charge. They discussed some other matters, of which the most important one was making use of certain raw material suppliers. Part of the benefits of moving into the camp of the Tovar family was that Vez gained the right to enter into favorable supply contracts with some of the family's connected industries as long as he met some conditions. Scale is very important when you enter into business with some of these suppliers. The professor mentioned to Vez. The more you buy, the cheaper the rates. What the suppliers love the most is a stable, high-volume business relationship. In other words, the more successful his mech products, the higher his product margins. The combination of high sales and decreased costs due to scale resulted in an insane level of profits. However, this was easier said than done. Vez knew that he wouldn't be able to take advantage of this opportunity at this point in time. Both the Blackbeak and the Crystal Lord were premium mech that only achieved a moderate volume of sales so far. Even if their value depreciated to mid-range mech in the future, they still didn't possess the mass appeal of many of Noro Consolidated's popular mech model. It was even worse when it came to the expensive boondoggle that was his fourth original mech design. His yet unnamed super medium Space Knight was on track of becoming an extremely niche product. Even with the considerable support of Professor Ventag and Noro Consolidated behind the new mech model, Vez pessimistically predicted that it would only sell a couple of hundred copies a year at most. It would be truly too difficult to break through an annual sales figure of more than 1,000 copies due to the offbeat design of his Space Knight. That reminded Vez that he should try and figure out a more convenient way to refer to his design. Just calling it the Super Medium Space Knight in his mind all the time started to become tedious. Do you have any suggestions on how to name my mech? Vez asked out of courtesy. Professor Ventag idly waved his hand. A name is very personal to a mech designer. Since you are the lead designer of our joint design project, it falls to you to decide upon its name. To be honest, Vez already toyed with names such as the Bulwark or the Barrier. However, naming his mech with such generic terms would only drag down its prestige. His new design should have an ostentatious name that made it stand out from the rest. I'll think about it, Vez murmured. Right now, I'm still deliberating on this matter. Don't rack your head over it. A name is just a name. You don't need to be too poetic about the label you are attaching to your design. Some mech designers forego names entirely and refer to their designs exclusively with code numbers. Vez smiled but shook his head. He rejected such an approach that dehumanized the mech. If he ever wanted mech pilots to treat his mech with affection, then giving them a unique name was an important component in the humanization process. There is one more thing you should know. Since you're close to advancing to journeyman, I don't see the harm in informing you of what will happen at that point. First, you'll have to visit the Mech Trade Association's sector headquarters in the middle of the Komodo star sector. It's situated at a star system that sits right at the border of the Friday Coalition and the Hexadric hegemony. Why must I go there? Vez frowned. Such a trip sounded like it would take months, even if he took the most direct route. You don't have to depart immediately. However, you'll only spit in their faces if you take your sweet time to pay a visit to their headquarters. I suggest you make plans and depart immediately. There are several reasons why the MTA demands newly advanced journeymen to visit their headquarters. I am restricted from saying them, but know that it isn't detrimental to your career prospects. Journeymen are valued no matter where you find in the galaxy. The professor's reassurances hardly gave Vez some relief. While he was afraid of entering the belly of one of the biggest beasts in the Komodo star sector, it didn't sound like he had a lot of choice in the matter. What would happen if they demanded extremely stringent identity verification, the kind where they drew his blood? It was impossible for Vez to refuse to hand over his blood. Hopefully, the headquarters didn't possess any means to find the obscure markers that connected him to the Five Scrolls Compact. Chapter 1056 Influence Network. The obligation to pay a visit to the MTA's headquarters in the Star Sector once Vez advanced to journeyman and settled him after his meeting with Professor Ventag. Unless he wanted to cut ties and run off into the frontier to become a fugitive pirate designer like the Skull Architect, he had little choice but to pay tribute to the MTA in this way. It was yet another concern that Vez had little choice but to comply if he wanted to maintain his elevating status within civilized space. As the professor already mentioned, advancing to journeyman would permanently mark him as an individual of note in the galaxy. No longer would he be considered a forgettable individual in the uncounted masses of the rest of humanity. A journeyman mech designer stood on the same footing as an expert pilot such as Venerable Foster, Venerable Z and Venerable O'Callaghan in terms of social status. Vez huffed. In practice, expert pilots enjoy all the glory and adoration of the public. Most mech designers were fine with that. Their profession didn't lend them too well to public spectacles. Compared to a straightforward mech duel between mech pilots, a design duel between mech designers was an absolute bore to watch to most laymen. The increasingly vain part of Vez hated the popularity disparity between the two professions, but the rational part of him cautioned him that there was little use obsessing over this matter. For better or worse, expert pilots enjoyed all the limelight in the Bright Republic. Perhaps as compensation for their relative lack of attention, journeyman mech designers usually grew insanely wealthy. Practically every journeyman who entered the private sector became a billionaire within a couple of years. Even the journeymen who opted to work for the public sector or the military received a lot of benefits in the form of access to exclusive knowledge or other accommodations. Journeyman mech designers have it good, Vez remarked with hungry eyes. He couldn't wait to become one himself. I'll finally get rid of my pitiful apprentice status and become a real adult in the mech industry. Naturally, the increased power and ability of journeyman mech designers also meant he received new commitments. They couldn't just run off and do whatever they wanted. With power came responsibility. That was one of the messages that Professor Ventag tried to convey to Vez earlier. As the main galactic regulatory organization for mech pilots and mech designers, the MTA would make sure that Vez wielded his power responsibly instead of going astray that caused the Skull Architect to flee from the Friday Coalition. His advancement to journeyman also led to another major change. His relationship with Master Olsen changed substantially as well at that moment. He would finally become a mech designer worthy of her notice. She did tell me that she expects me to assist her organization in some way. Vez remembered. Every master mech designer led a vast organization and influence network of subordinate mech designers and associated companies. As a young and relatively recently advanced master, Carmen Olsen's influence network was not as large or mature as the influence network of the older and more established masters. To Master Olsen, the assistance of every mech designer counted, particularly one who she invested in early like Vez. Even if their relationship was mostly transactional, Vez was fine with associating himself to a master in this way. Just like his recent association with Senator Tovar, he already benefited from staying under Master Olsen's umbrella. Occasionally working on her behalf would allow him to enjoy greater protection and access to exclusive goodies. One day, I'll be in Master Olson's position, and many mech designers will compete for my favor. Vez daydreamed with a silly smile. Even before his advancement to journeyman, his return to civilian life also gave him the opportunity to reconnect to the system. His reunion to the mystical incarnation of the Metal Scroll was long overdue. Despite its contentious origins, right now Vez highly desired to make use of it to increase his chances of designing a successful supermedium space knight. Some of the suggestions made by Professor Ventag is rather hard to follow. It would be good for me if I am actually able to understand the essence of those difficult principles. A few days quietly passed by as the escort fleet made its way back to the Bright Republic. Surprisingly, Professor Ventag paid him a visit in his quarters and deposited a data pad on his desk. Do you remember your earlier request? Ordinarily, apprentice mech designers aren't allowed to access the records of our esteemed expert pilots. However, I've pulled some strings and traded some favors to fulfill your wish. Through a lot of effort, I managed to receive permission to share a redacted record of a single Space Knight expert pilot from a friendly mech regiment. This is the best I can do for you. Is that enough for your needs? Vez picked up the data pad with a careful grip. He felt very grateful for Professor Ventag's efforts on his behalf. Thank you for fulfilling my request. I'm sure I can do a lot of good with this even if it contains only a single record. It must have been difficult to pry it loose from the mech core. You have no idea. The professor chuckled. Remember, I'm only doing this favor for you because of our friendship and to repay what you've done for us so far. Continue the good work. Message received. I'll be sure to keep that in mind in the future. By the way, don't take that data pad out or try to copy its contents elsewhere. You only have 6 hours to study Venerable Fontain's record before the data pad automatically wipes its contents. The guards stationed outside your quarters will come and pick it up after you're done with your perusals. Vez hardly twitched when he heard that guards had been stationed just outside the hatch. Got it. I'll be sure to make the most of my time. When Professor Ventag left, Vez eagerly turned on the data pad. He studied the contents and saw that it contained a number of documents and recordings. The highly secure data pad contained a random collection of descriptive documents, training footage, after-action reports, actual combat footage and even a brief exposition of the individual expert mech piloted by the expert pilot in question. So it's Venerable Rhoda Fontaine. Most citizens of the Bright Republic could recite the names of at least 50 expert pilots at the top of their heads. The more well-educated among them could even repeat more than 100 names. Venerable Rhoda Fontaine was not the foremost expert pilots in the service of the mech corps. However, as one of the few expert pilots who specialized in piloting Space Knights, he was not an obscure individual either. The main reason why Vez recalled Venerable Fontaine served with the 8th Spiral Shockers of the 3rd New Foundation Mech Division. He even heard rumors that Venerable Fontaine was actually part of the reinforcements sent to accompany the triumphant Tovar peace delegation back to the Bright Republic. It would make sense that Professor Ventag has the most success in persuading the Spiral Shockers to make an exception to the rules. Familiarity and good connections made everything easier. Vez did not enjoy a close relationship with the Spiral Shockers, but he was pretty familiar with the elite mech regiment. They were pretty stuck-up and didn't make friends very easily. Only a senior mech designer connected to the Tovar family like Professor Ventag commanded enough respect from them to loosen up their shoulders. Vez figured this was the way the upper echelons routinely got things done. It was fine if they didn't possess a direct connection to the party they tried to gain favor from. They just needed to issue their request to a friend of the party in question who would do the heavy lifting. The effectiveness of this method depended on the influence of his connections. In this perspective, getting close to the Tovar family made a lot of sense as they were one of the most influential organizations in the Bright Republic. Vez shook his head as he tried to rid himself of distractions. Well, let's get back to Venerable Fontaine. The contents of this data pad won't last forever. He first browsed his heavily redacted profile. The man was 55 years old and survived the previous war. In fact, he advanced to expert pilot shortly after and during the ravages of that harrowing conflict. Sadly, That was too late for Venerable Rhodophonton to contribute to the previous generation's war effort, but he made up for that in training intensely for the current war. In fact, even if the majority of the spiral shockers were put on standby in the new Foundation system, small detachments were occasionally sent to perform special operations in occupied space. The majority of the redacted records were in fact related to these sensitive missions that Vez had no business knowing. That unfortunately left him with little up-to-date combat footage. What a shame. I was looking forward to that. The more Vez knew about Venerable Fontaine, the more substantial his image of the expert pilot in his mind became. Studying actual combat footage would help him a lot in visualizing how this Space Knight expert made use of the traits of his expert mech. When Vez browsed through the records even further, he came to the part where they described Venerable Fontaine's 3 expert mech. All of them were closely based on standard medium Space Knights, especially the earlier iterations. Apparently, Venerable Fontaine mostly stuck to the basics when he just advanced to become an expert pilot, but evolved his piloting style to incorporate new methods only accessible to mech pilots of his caliber. It quickly became clear that Venerable Fontaine prioritized balance between the mobility and defensive capabilities of his expert mech. Neither too defensive or offensive in use. Due to the quality of their materials and the exquisiteness of their designs, Venerable Fontaine's expert mech are capable of fulfilling both roles at the same time. As long as someone invested enough money in a design, their traditional weaknesses didn't apply anymore. It was the same with Venerable Foster's hugely expensive Beliasius. While it was an offense-oriented hero mech, all of the Rorschach's bone used in its construction turned it into one of the toughest and most resilient mech that Vez had ever witnessed. Many Knight mech would feel ashamed when they compared their defensive prowess to the defensive might of the Belisarius. It's a good thing that Venerable Foster lost that disgustingly extravagant mech. Vez smirked. The succession of expert mech led to a gradual evolution into facilitating a fighting style unique to Venerable Fontaine. Overall, his mech fulfilled 2 separate roles. The first was to be a defensive bulwark against overwhelming opposition. Some of the special operations the spiral shockers engaged in called for a certain amount of discretion. They were limited in the amount of mech and ships they could bring into enemy territory. This unfortunately led to occasions where they found themselves trapped and vastly outnumbered by the enemy. In these cases, the role the Fauvin, Venerable Fontaine's current expert mech, provided was critical in facilitating their disengagement. However, the second role the Fauvin adopted was that of an unstoppable juggernaut. Its heavy mass and relatively powerful flight system enabled the Fauvin to mimic a cavalry and accumulate a devastating amount of momentum. When the Fauvin unleashed all of that momentum in a single titanic impact with its shield held in the front, practically nothing that stood in its way could survive intact. Reading about the Fauvin's offensive uses reminded Vez of a battering ram or a siege engine. Due to the low agility of the Fauvin, Venerable Fontaine mainly used this mode of attack to batter space stations of starships. Anything that was large and relatively deficient in agility became a prime target to Fontaine's unstoppable charges. Vez became inspired by the descriptions. Is it possible to incorporate this kind of attack to my own Space Knight design? Chapter 1057 Pale copy. As much as Vez wanted to incorporate some offensive capabilities to his defensive mech, it looked unfeasible. What Venerable Fontaine of the Spiral Shockers achieved with the Fauvin was beyond mortal reach. The mech will certainly undergo a huge amount of stress from such substantial collisions. Vez murmured as he continued to study the contents of the secure datapad. The design can only come so far in mitigating the incredible forces resulting from these destructive charges. The materials need to be strong enough as well. It didn't look hopeful for his super medium Space Knight design. While it could take a beating, it fared best against energy weapons. The polarizing fields worked fantastic against lasers, but did not do enough to block the damage from ballistic or kinetic rounds. This was a deliberate design choice to Vez. Everyone knew that laser technology would be undergoing a significant jump in power in the next mech generation, so designing his mech to cope with laser weapons only made more sense, especially in space where laser weapons were ubiquitous. Taking a direction against energy weapons left his design with some shortcomings against physical weapon. Its complicated internal architecture did not lend itself too well against sustaining severe shocks to its frame. While Vez found it regretful to leave such a weakness in his design, he could only take a single direction at a time. Besides, a Space Knight design was already fairly robust, so it was no slouch when it came to absorbing physical damage. Mobility is another area where my Space Knight falters. A regular Space Knight actually possessed quite a decent amount of mobility. Their uncomplicated design and lack of weapon systems allowed them to dedicate more of their internal volume to powering a stronger flight system. While this added capability didn't allow a Space Knight to keep up with a light skirmisher, it was sufficient to provide them with some offensive options. Not so for his Space Knight. It was just too big, and with all the extra bells and whistles, it didn't leave enough room to fit a flight system that could keep up with the increase in mass. In short, regardless of what Vez attempted to do, he couldn't escape the fact that he was essentially designing an obese medium mech when looking at its external appearance. My fatty mech acceleration won't be able to keep up with all the other mech in play. It takes too much effort to lug around its fat here and there. That relegated his fatty mech to a purely defensive role. It was a shame to Vez that he couldn't make use of the offensive aspect of Venerable Fontain's kit, but he couldn't have everything. A couple of hours went by as Vez delved in deeper into Venerable Fontain's record. The favor provided by Professor Ventag substantially enriched his knowledge with regards to Space Knights. He did not particularly lie when he said that it would be useful for him to know what Space Knights could do when taken to their limits. The Fauvin, Venerable Fontain's current expert mech, was a masterpiece in design. Even though the redacted records were relatively sparse in its details, Vez ascertained that multiple senior mech designers put a lot of effort in pooling their respective specialties together in developing such an exquisitely balanced Space Knight. The Fauvin's existence showcased the extensive involvement of the Bright Republic seniors into the design of its military mech. Expert mech did not come about randomly, and their designs simply couldn't be bought from the galactic mech market. They were too rare and tailored to individual expert pilots to be able to work well with others. To be able to design an expert mech for an expert pilot was an immense privilege and a great opportunity. It allowed mech designers to showcase their design ability in a project with much higher budgets and much fewer practical limitations on the use of expensive materials and components. Yet Vez could only admire them from afar for the foreseeable time. While it wasn't unheard of for journeymen to design expert mech, in practice the mech corps would rather turn to the best rather than the second best to design their strategically important expert mech. At the end of the 6-hour reading period, the datapad fizzled out. The guard stepped into his quarters without warning and silently took the useless pad out of his grasp, even though Vez could do nothing to restore its contents. When the guards departed, Vez sighed and leaned back against his chair. Expert pilots are such amazing figures. He witnessed the power and majesty of expert pilots firsthand on several occasions. It was a shame that those glimpses were too infrequent. Venerable O'Callaghan piloting the Parallax Star against the frosty meteors made the most striking impression to Vez. That man dared to charge his expert Lancer mech straight into the bow of a starship. If he wasn't so senile and close to death, he would have been able to showcase his power more often. Venerable O'Callaghan's tragic case showcased the downside to pursuing a mech piloting career. The mutated brain structure that enabled mech pilots to interface with their mech through the man-machine connection made it difficult for them to extend their lives. Just the first round of life-prolonging treatments geared specifically towards mech pilots was already far out of reach to most expert pilots. It was different when it came to journeyman mech designers. As long as they worked hard enough and didn't fool around all day, they would eventually be able to scrounge up the money to undergo the first round of life-prolonging treatments. It helped that they didn't have to pay as much as expert pilots because of their simpler brain structures. To be an expert pilot is to earn glory and immortality through deeds. Most don't grow older than 130 years old, but what a fulfilling life they've led. Vez said in admiration. To be a journeyman mech designer is to slave away more than half of your extended life just so you can advance and gain enough earning power to purchase another century of lifespan. Venerable Fontaine was already middle-aged, and after a decade of service, old age would eventually catch up with him, deteriorating his mental agility to a point where it was best to throw in the towel. Cases like Venerable O'Callaghan, who clung to any opportunity to pilot an expert mech, was in fact very rare. Most expert pilots already earned so much glory that they were content to retire on a high note. Additionally, expert pilots weren't immune to loss and injury. Each time they entered the battlefield, they risked coming back in pieces or not at all. The Bright Republic fielded many expert pilots, but the Visions were no slouch in this department either. The main role of an expert pilot was to contain an enemy expert pilot. In any case, I know enough now about Venerable Fontaine to start with the next phase. This was the fateful moment. He constructed an image around Venerable Fontaine and felt no resistance. The details he learned and the battles he witnessed allowed Vez to construct an imaginary facsimile of the expert pilot in his mind. Vez took it slow. He wanted to incorporate almost every detail about his piloting style except for his offensive tendencies. In the best case, some of the skills of the expert pilot might just bleed through to the mech pilots of his fatty mech through the X factor. For some reason, forming the image did not feel very burdensome to Vez. In fact, when he previously constructed the image of Kalanxo, he only felt a light burden as he bumped up against something unusual in the imaginary realm. The lack of consequences despite drawing upon a living expert pilot as his inspiration caused Vez to halt before he combined the three images. The lack of weight with regards to his current actions sparked some suspicions to Vez. Was he actually using his technique to its full potential? His intuition suggested no. Vez frowned. What am I missing? He experimentally poked around the totem animal and human myth in his mind. They fell short of his expectations. They were hardly different from the images invented from nothing out of his own imagination. What was the point of drawing upon existing entities when Vez could conveniently design an artificial image from the ground up? There had to be more. Vez could feel it. He just needed to employ the right technique. Something which was hard to do since a convenient manual didn't exist. As a pioneer in this domain of mech design, he needed to figure out everything by himself. Vez halted his current spiritual actions and left the images separated in different corners of his mind while he tried to parse the logic of his current actions. First, mech and mech designs possessed a spiritual component that influenced the man-machine connection. Vez called it the X factor. Second, the X factor resulted from an alignment in spirit between the mech pilot and mech designer. As long as all three of them were of similar minds, the X factor exerted its maximum effect. Third, Vez could consciously shape the X factor of his mech design by imbuing them with a spiritual imprint that he called images for convenience. These images were ordinary imaginary creations from his mind, but due to the effects of his spirituality he was able to breathe life into the images, making them more tangible and living. Fourth, Vez did not have to base these images out of nothing. He could draw upon existing entities, whether alive or dead. The strongest proof of this assertion was when he made use of the spiritual fragment of a long-dead miniature crystal builder leader to form the principal part of the X factor for his Crystal Lord design. He recalled the time he first came in touch with that spiritual fragment. He came across some ruins and through some shenanigans, he obtained some objects including the corpse of the crystal builder leader that held the spiritual fragment. Vez lit up his eyes. This is the key. Back then, his ghostly mother drew upon the spiritual fragment with ease. He remembered that she also taught him how to do it himself. He was still upset that she stole the crystal leader's corpse and appropriated it for her own use, but he largely got over it. As much as he tried to deny it in his mind, his heart already came around to the possibility that she was truly his mother rather than some alien ghost that adopted her identity. Vez believed she was not who she seemed back when she was alive. Both his mother and the system's origins appeared to be tied to the secretive but unimaginably powerful Five Scrolls Compact. Even if he advanced to Journeyman, he was in no position to touch upon these topics. Vez left this matter aside and turned his attention back to the advice his mother once imparted to him in their last meeting. Resonate with their desires. In essence, Vez needed to commune with the inspiration of his images. It was not enough to construct a facsimile of his impression of them in his mind. A copy would always be a copy. In order to make them true to life, Vez needed to take another step. He developed a bold notion. Why settle for copies when he could turn them into an offshoot of the originals? If he could figure out how to apply his mother's resonance technique, he'd be able to borrow some of the spiritual essence of the originals and use it for his own ends. What a brilliant method! Yet, would it really be so easy to infringe upon the spiritual territory of a living expert pilot? What about a more formidable entity like Kalanxo? Not only was she a lot stronger in the spirituality department, she was also incredibly far away. While Vez believed that physical distance did not play a large role in the imaginary realm, he still needed to put this assumption to the test. He breathed deeply and centered his mind while he made himself comfortable in his seat. There's only one way to find out. Chapter 1058 New Technique. Vez developed an explanation of what he was missing with his current images. He also remembered a possible solution to the problem. All good, right? Not exactly. He frowned. He felt a bit apprehensive about his actions. Would it really be fine to knock upon the door of someone else's spiritual territory and ask them if they mind if Vez borrowed a piece of their spirituality? Spirituality was not limitless, nor could it be supplemented so easily when lost. Vez faintly thought back of when Captain Orphan first interfaced with Kalanx's vast and ancient mind. A lot of strange metaphysical interactions took place at that time that was difficult to explain. Personally, Vez believed that Kalanxo bestowed Captain Orphan with a portion of her mighty spirituality, thereby propelling the mech pilot straight into an expert candidate. When Vez studied Kalanx's spirituality after this phenomenon, he noticed that her spirituality weakened substantially. This essentially told him that spirituality was a scarce and finite resource that was difficult to replenish and needed to be treated as such. Perhaps the other party wouldn't be aware of the infringement. Yet Vez could not help but sweat if he somehow tipped them off and made them become aware of what they just lost. He held off on performing the supposed spiritual resonance technique on Venerable Fontaine. The escort fleet adhered to a standard day-night cycle and it was currently too early for most servicemen to go to bed. If Vez wanted to maximize his chances, he preferred to perform the technique on Venerable Fontaine when he was asleep. He instead turned his attention to Kalanxo. Despite her greater strength, Vez felt a bit more hopeful about his chances due to his familiarity and friendly relations with the exobeast. If she was still alive, then Vez might be able to ask politely. If she was dead, then most of his concerns didn't apply. Vez had no idea whether Kalanxo was awake or asleep now, so there was no point for him to wait. He needed to pull the trigger. Here goes nothing. He pretended to enter a seance and closed his eyes. His heartbeat slowed down as he concentrated his mind towards Kalanxo. This time, he didn't just think about her. In order to resonate with Kalanxo, he needed to do more than that. He needed to empathize and understand her motivations in order to establish a true connection with the sacred god. Vez thought about her history. Her long reign in the ancient city of Samar. Her fateful participation in the attack of the flagrant sword maiden ground forces. Her subsequent captivity and docile manner towards her captors. Her new bonds with two different mech pilots. Her abrupt escape from the collapsing starlight megalodon as Vez slapped a vehicle teleporter onto her hide. Recalling Kalanx's history enabled him to fixate upon the right spiritual entity. Yet to forge a connection with her required him to resonate with her desires, as described by his mother. What did Kalanxo desire? It was difficult for him to imagine the motivations of a sacred god. They were beasts that developed sentient, human-like minds. Their acquired rationality reigned in their beastly instincts, but did not completely wipe them out. So what did a sacred god really live for? Perhaps one striking aspect about Kalanxo and the other sacred gods was that they craved worship for some reason. The ancient cities of Incoronavii seemed to be under the complete control of the sacred gods who demanded their genetically engineered blessed people to worship the exobeasts as gods descended from the vault of the gods. There must be a reason why at least two different ancient cities adopted such practices. Vez recalled that back when Kalanxo fell into captivity, the Vandals stripped away her godly facade and laid bare many of her secrets. Her instinctual desire to be worshipped was not being fulfilled as the brighter servicemen had never been brought up to believe in gods. Perhaps this was one of the reasons why Kalanxo always behaved a bit listlessly while in captivity. In any case, perhaps Vez could use this trait to forge a spiritual connection with Kalanxo. While Vez was not a religious type, he believed in the existence of spirituality, which should be a good enough substitute. In the next half hour, he tried various methods to worship Kalanxo. It was difficult, and most of the time Vez did not feel anything close to resonance in his attempts. Eventually, he achieved some results when he prostrated himself on the deck of his quarters and expressed his sincere admiration and respect for Kalanx's might. God or not, it was indisputable that her spirituality was on par with that of an ace pilot. As various thoughts ran through his mind, Vez eventually felt he had reached a point where he delved deeper into the imaginary realm than ever before. He no longer strayed along the shallows of that wondrously intangible realm but dove into its depth where his spiritual senses started to become increasingly fuzzy. He did not know where his mind was being propelled, but at some point he came across a glowing light in the foggy grayish mist that obscured his spiritual senses. As his mind touched upon this massive glowing spiritual light, a strong consciousness suddenly brushed against his own. Kalanxo, Vez uttered with pain as a huge amount of strain suddenly befell his mind. A lot of different things went on at that moment. The first thought that came into his mind was that Vez believed that he succeeded in connecting to Kalanx's spirit. The tenuous connection that abruptly formed between them made it clear that they were separated by an unimaginable distance. The second thought that came into his mind was that he felt that Kalanxa was definitely alive and well. The spiritual consciousness that he connected to did not feel like a fragment but instead a complete whole that was more vigorous and stronger than ever. Unfortunately, the huge distance and his unfamiliarity with the spiritual resonance technique did not allow for any communication of thoughts. At best, Vez gained a vague impression of Kalanx's vast emotions. Worse yet, the strain upon his mind was incredibly burdensome, and only grew worse in a matter of seconds. His head was overheating and his spirituality was rapidly wearing out. Vez suspected that he wouldn't be able to maintain this tenuous connection for long. He needed to make use of his narrow window of time to achieve the objective he'd set out for. It would be a waste if he worked so hard to establish this connection only to return empty-handed. Deep within the imaginary realm, Vez tried to convey his request. He wasn't sure if he conveyed the message correctly over this spiritual connection, but he thought he could feel puzzlement and hesitation on Kalanx's part. That only lasted for an instant, as Vez felt a sense of gratitude from her consciousness. She still remembered how he saved him when Sigrun woke up and started a rampage on the Starlight Megalodon. Though it was partially his fault and the fault of the flagrant sword maidens that she became exposed to various dangers in the first place, Kalanxa did not hold that against him. Instead, her last encounter with Vez left a strong impression on her mind which prompted her to attempt what he asked. As Vez was only able to maintain the connection for a couple more seconds, Vez suddenly felt that something potent was being shoved through the imaginary channel. Kalanxa carved out a minute portion of her vast spirituality and propelled it through the channel towards Vez. Due to the vague concept of distance that applied to the imaginary realm, this living spiritual fragment arrived at Vez's consciousness within an instant. Ah! Vez cried out in pain and sprawled upon the deck as his head ached with pain. It felt as if a kinetic round bore right into his skull. The spiritual fragment bestowed by Kalanxa was so hot, potent and active that Vez continued to feel a burden upon his mind. This is bad. Vez was already mentally worn out after performing the spiritual resonance technique. Now that he hosted the strongest and most active spiritual fragment that he ever had the privilege of hosting, it would take days for him to recover his spiritual strength. Ha 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 ha. Even so, Vez laughed triumphantly as he believed he succeeded in what he set out to do. His mother was right. Resonating with a spiritual entity's desires allowed him to establish a connection with them in the imaginary realm. That it worked with a powerful living entity like Kalanxa who was man-light years away from Vez confirmed many theories he held towards this field of metaphysics. He made a lot of progress in his understanding of spirituality. He could practically feel the design philosophy hibernating deep within his mind beginning to seethe with excitement as well. He would definitely be able to enrich his mech designs in light of this development. His jubilation helped push away some of his exhaustion, but there was no doubt that his mental fatigue left him in no state to proceed any further in his experimentation. Damn. It feels like I'm hosting a power reactor in my mind. Vez muttered as he rubbed the side of his head. He wearily picked himself off the deck before the monitoring system decided that he was having a stroke or something and assigned some guards to check upon him. As he swayed on his feet, Vez lumbered over to his bed and slumped into the soft pillows and sheets. He instantly fell asleep. The next day, Vez woke up to a wrinkled uniform and an incessant strain in his mind. He recalled what he did before he lost consciousness and smiled to himself. I did it. I succeeded. As he concentrated his lyrical mind inwards, he detected the small but incredibly powerful fragment residing within his mental space. Vez never came across something so powerful despite taking up a tiny mental footprint. There was no comparison between this powerful flame and the spiritual fragment of a long-dead crystal builder leader. Back when Vez hosted the latter, he felt as if the spiritual fragment had been refined of much of its strength and identity, leaving behind a core that held only the most defining traits of the alien entity. It couldn't really be called alive at that stage. Too much had been lost due to the ravages of time as the spiritual fragment withstood too much external impacts to retain its former liveliness. Vez recalled that he was forced to supplement the gaps in its existence with his artificial images. For some reason, Vez believed that this would not be an issue with Kalanx's spiritual fragment. Although it was only a tiny part of a vast whole, it was just as fresh and alive as the real thing. It not only carried all of Kalanx's beliefs and desires, it also possessed its own internal reserves of spirituality which was completely separate from his own pool of spiritual energy. This was also why Vez felt as if he stuffed an elephant inside his head. Kalanx's spirituality was simply too strong for his mind to host. The only reason why his head didn't explode was because the spiritual fragment voluntarily repressed its reactions and kept itself still. If not for Kalanx's thoughtfulness on this matter, Vez might not have been able to wake up after he fell asleep. Vez nervously wiped his brow of cold sweat. I treated this exercise too lightly. Establishing a mental connection with the spiritual entity was exceedingly dangerous. His earlier experiment confirmed that it would be an incredibly bad idea for Vez to forge a connection to ace pilots and stronger. Expert pilots were weaker and more comparable to his current level of spirituality. Even so, Vez predicted that he wouldn't be able to avoid the repercussions of connecting with them, especially the stronger ones. Vez did not look forward to repeating this experiment with Venerable Fontaine as his target. Yet in order to take the X factor of his upcoming design to a greater height, he felt he owed it to his work to put in his best effort. First, he'll have to recover. Then, he'll have to figure out when he sleeps. There's no way he'll touch upon him when he's fully aware. Chapter 1059 Decoy Image. Vez put down his work and took a long and relaxing break in order to recover his mental strength. His spirituality recovered far slower than usual due to the continued presence of Kalanx's spiritual fragment in his mental and spiritual space. He described the sensation as hosting a power reactor in his home. While the fragment did its best to keep itself contained, the residual energy leaking out from was incredibly hot and corrosive to his mind. Its spiritual quality and quantity was far above what Vez could muster on his own. His mind simply wasn't acclimated to this degree of spiritual strength. Therefore, ever since he woke up after that fateful experiment, he felt as if his mind was constantly being strained. While this burden debilitated him enormously at first, he slowly acclimated himself to the effects. Vez inadvertently recalled the time he developed the mental resilience training program. By forcing captive dwarf warriors to use their invasive abilities upon the mind-machine connection of a mech pilot with a training mech, the latter experienced a heavy burden on their minds. The mental pain resulting from this procedure brought a lot of pain to the mech pilots undergoing the training sessions, but they also gained an opportunity to discipline their minds. As they continued to partake in the training sessions, their minds became increasingly more resistant against adverse mental influences. As the lead developer of this training program, Vez recognized much of the same symptoms within himself. His mind was already starting to adjust to the ongoing mental and spiritual torture he put himself through when he continued to host a potent foreign spiritual fragment. The only difference here besides the source of the burden was that Vez possessed a much more robust spirituality. Even though Kalanx's spiritual fragment likely put a much greater burden on his mind than the random thoughts of a savage dwarf, his mental strength was just enough to cope with its corrosive outbursts. The only problem is that this training session is continuous. I can't turn it off. Vez smiled ruefully to himself. I guess this is what I get after forcing so many mech pilots to endure their own form of torture. Whenever Vez emerged from his quarters, he drew several stares due to his slow movements and his strained expressions. Some even suggested to him that he should pay a visit to the Larmont Carnival's medical bay. "I'm fine. I'm just tired, that's all. My calm will alarm me if I am sick." Even as he said that, he felt as if the insides of his head was constantly on fire. The pain sometimes made it unbearable for him to maintain a proper conversation with someone else. He ignored everyone else aboard the light carrier and spent his time away from others, including Professor Ventag. When the professor showed some concern, Vez managed to fob him off with an excuse that he was having difficulties with realizing his vision for his mech design. It helped that it was the truth. Many mech designers procrastinate over their designs and held second thoughts. With all the controversy his fatty mech design would draw from the public, it only made sense if Vez began to harbor doubts. The misdirection succeeded in fooling Professor Ventag into giving Vez some much-needed space. While being able to polish his mentality sounded nice, Vez absolutely did not enjoy the pain that came with it. He couldn't wait until his mind grew strong and resilient enough to cope with the burden. In the meantime, he began to consider his approach to the next step in his master plan to perform the most powerful iteration of his triple division technique yet. With 2 out of 3 of the images based upon actual spiritual fragments instead of pale, intangible images, he expected much out of their eventual combination. The main issue that concerned Vez at the moment was that he was afraid that Kalanx's spiritual fragment was simply too strong to be combined with the other 2 images. The totem animal component of his triple division technique overemphasized instinctive reactions without much thought. It would be very bad for his slow and sluggish fatty mech to make the wrong moves at the wrong time. Its lack of mobility at abysmal reaction time meant that the mech pilot needed to commit to the right decision after a lot of conscious and rational considerations. Vez did not harbor much hopes for the image of the base model. It was a completely imaginary image that was only included in the triple division technique to fit the images better to his eventual mech design. Perhaps I can apply my new technique to the base model as well one day. For now, Vez already had his hands full with all of the innovations he introduced. He didn't feel certain about his speculations concerning how he could empower the base model, so he set it aside and planned to go back to it later after he tallied the results of his current experiments. Let's get back to my approach. Having found out how dangerous and burdensome it was to obtain and host a spiritual fragment of a powerful living entity, Vez knew he needed to be more circumspect in his next attempt. Back when he first attempted the spiritual resonance technique, Vez believed he succeeded in finding her spiritual existence within the vast imaginary realm because he knew her intimately. It would be a lot harder to find the spiritual existence of Venerable Fontaine. Even though he was stationed aboard another ship of the escort fleet and thus not too far away, Vez never met the expert pilot personally, so he didn't possess a grip on Venerable Fontaine's spirituality at all. How could he hone in on his target's spirituality within the vast and sometimes stormy fog that suffused the imaginary realm? He'll just have to rely on the details he've learned from the datapad. Vez read up on Venerable Fontaine's history. He witnessed the expert pilot in battle several times through the provided battle footage. As long as the information provided by Professor Ventag was accurate, Vez believed he stood a decent chance at finding Venerable Fontaine's spiritual existence within the imaginary realm. Then what? Obviously, I can't knock on the door of a stranger and ask for a favor. Vez shook his head. He had no idea how he would be able to pry a spiritual fragment from Venerable Fontaine's spiritual existence, but it won't be as straightforward as last time. In case Vez encountered difficulties which forced him to resort to unsavory methods, he did not wish to bring an angry expert pilot knocking on the hatch to his quarters screaming bloody murder. If he wanted to commit a crime and get away with it, the first rule should be to hide his identity. As long as Venerable Fontaine didn't know it was Vez who rudely stole a part of his spirituality, then he had no recourse to get it back. Naturally, Vez only reluctantly dared to do so because he believed he could handle the strength of an expert pilot. While Venerable Foster was no representative of veteran expert pilots, she was already considerably strong due to her talent. Even if Venerable Fontaine possessed a substantially stronger spirituality, the key to Vez's approach that he intended to move when the expert was asleep. No one can stay awake forever. For all the talk about comparing expert pilots to demigods, even they need to sleep every once in a while. The records on the expert pilot already stated that Venerable Fontaine was a baseline human. Aside from some light genetic treatments, he was as human as the average person that Vez could find on the streets of Bentham. That was good. Baseline humans needed to sleep. They often developed a regular sleeping cycle as well. As Vez slowly got used to the burden in his mind and recovered his spiritual strength, he tried to develop a way to obscure his actual identity. After all, there was much about spirituality that Vez did not know. He couldn't assume that they became dormant when the person it was tied to fell asleep. In case Venerable Fontaine's slumbering spirituality was lucid enough to capture an impression of the intruder, Vez at least wanted to fool it with a fake appearance. Vez came up with a simple solution. At least in concept. Since already so good and practiced at forming images in my mind, why not construct a decoy? If Vez developed an image of a pink unicorn and put it in front of his consciousness, perhaps he might be able to fool Venerable Fontaine into thinking it was just his mind going astray. Why a pink unicorn? Why not something else? Perhaps he could even cast the blame on someone else. Vez suddenly grinned as a devious thought occurred to him. Why not construct an image of Venerable Foster and pretend to be her when he invaded Venerable Fontaine's mind? What could Fontaine do if he became aware of what occurred? He would be obsessing over Venerable Foster, putting her into his crosshairs even as he struggled to comprehend what just happened. Yet he wouldn't be able to do anything to Venerable Foster without reigniting the war. The mech pilot would be forced to rage impotently as he felt he lost something precious while blaming the wrong target. Heavy. Vez chuckled in an unseemly manner. I finally get to pay you back for all the things you've done. He constructed a reasonably accurate image of Venerable Foster in his mind. It wasn't the most accurate impression, but it resembled her closely enough. It helped that he was somewhat familiar with her and interacted with her for hours at a time during the peace talks, even if he did most of the talking during those awkward conversations. The best part about the image that Vez accurately reproduced Venerable Foster's force of will. Venerable Foster subjected her ire to Vez so many times that he still possessed a strong impression of being at the receiving end of her single-minded spirituality. Perhaps someone even more familiar with Venerable Foster would be able to spot the flaws in his impression of her spirituality, but Vez ruled that out in this instance. Venerable Foster only recently advanced to expert pilot and she hadn't tested herself in battle against other expert pilots. Vez was pretty certain that the two expert pilots never met in person. Venerable Fontaine shouldn't be familiar with Venerable Foster at all. This gave Vez confidence that his dirty trick would work in deflecting the blame for his upcoming actions. He took a day to refine his image of Venerable Foster. He defined as much details as he could recall in order to make the misdirection as convincing as possible. At some point in time, night cycle was well underway across the escort fleet. At least a third of the crew was asleep right now, and Vez bet that Venerable Fontaine was one of them. The chances that he wasn't part of the main shift was small, but not non-existent. If Venerable Fontaine turned out to be awake and fully aware, then Vez might enter into a very dangerous moment of his own making. Intruding upon someone else's spirituality was deeply unsettling. Yet Vez did not have much choice. Venerable Fontaine was a good target for his human myth, and this would be as close as they could get before the escort fleet returned to the new Foundation system. Vez wasn't entirely sure whether physical distance affected his chances of success. He didn't know whether he knew enough about Venerable Fontaine to find him in the imaginary realm, but he needed to move quickly if physical proximity in fact made it easier to pin down his location. He sat himself on his bunk with crossed legs and pretended to enter a seance again. Here goes nothing. Chapter 1060 Imaginary Excursion. Throughout his journey throughout the Komodo Star Sector and the frontier, Vez witnessed many applications of spirituality. He defines spirituality as the metaphysical phenomena associated with mental strength, a certain kind of spiritual energy and imagination. He learned or heavily suspected that spirituality was the defining factor in determining whether mech pilots advanced to expert pilots and apprentice mech designers to journeyman mech designers. His mishap in an asteroid field in a quiet star system in the Bright Republic showed him that spirituality could be used to turn intangible and untouchable. He witnessed the Church of Hutumak, a hidden hand of the Five Scrolls compact, wields spirituality in novel ways, including being able to detect it by the use of a very weird clone. His understanding of spirituality advanced quite significantly during the Ian Corona mission. His exposure to the might of Kalanxo in witnessing the effects of a bond between a sacred god and a pair of mech pilots opened his eyes to the preciousness of spirituality. Spirituality already existed in the galaxy even before Vez first dabbled in this field. What was more, many different people and organizations developed their own understanding of this phenomenon. Each developed their own applications for spirituality. Mech pilots, for example, seemed to develop a force of will that allowed them to exert mental pressure externally. This strong force of will also allowed them to resonate with compatible resonating materials incorporated into their expert mech to achieve powerful results. In contrast, mech designers applied their spirituality internally. Through forming their design philosophies and realizing them step by step, they were able to provide a strong direction for their design style and at the same time implement very abstruse concepts into their work that empowered them beyond what normal people could accomplish. Lucky and his ghostly mother both acquired the ability to turn intangible. In fact, Vez experienced a pseudo-effect of this from the creepy worshippers of Hutumak, who became undetectable to everyone without spiritual senses. Other applications of spirituality doubtlessly existed. Vez regarded spirituality as a type of energy that was difficult to observe, grasp and master. In fact, one of the major reasons why spirituality hadn't become a well-developed scientific field in the galaxy was because no one had found a way to measure or observe it directly. The most they could do was to gather some clues from the applications of this elusive phenomenon. Everyone excelled in certain applications of spirituality, and Vez possessed a unique one as far as he was concerned. For some reason, he was very perceptive to its existence. This changed everything as far as he was concerned. Being able to sense spirituality meant he could interact with it directly while having a clear direction of its use. The techniques he developed were all related to his imagination and the imaginary realm. He used his perception and his developing spirituality attribute to his own advantage in empowering his mech designs and mech with a spiritual quality. Frankly speaking, Vez considered his derivative ability to create images and breathe life into them by imbuing them with a spirituality to be his specialty in this field. Mech pilots may be able to resonate with their own equipment while Lucky possessed the ability to turn intangible at will, but Vez did not feel jealous because his own specialty suited him the most. However, that is not the extent of my abilities. Influencing the X factor of a mech was only one of several possible applications. Now that he developed a spiritual resonance technique, he somehow gained the ability to connect his spirit to someone else's spirit regardless of distance. Vez could already see the many possible uses for such an unheard-of ability that resembled long-range telepathy. His new application of spirituality was not as amazing as it sounded, however. It was hard to hone in on the right spiritual imprint that someone left in the vast and directionless imaginary realm. Only expert pilots or entities of similar spiritual strength occupied enough weight in the imaginary realm for Vez to find. Even then, he needed to know them well enough to be drawn to their existence. His mental compass grew more reliable the more he knew about his target. In this case, Vez learned enough about Venerable Fontaine to be able to stumble upon his presence in the imaginary realm after 15 minutes, though his sense of time in the imaginary realm might not be very reliable anymore. When Vez cast a spirit in the imaginary realm, he never thought about his own presence. The imprints of spiritually strong entities residing in the imaginary realm didn't seem to be very aware. Perhaps Vez might have some scruples if some native spiritual entities resided in this metaphysical plane, but he never encountered anything of the sort. They won't be able to exist for long without a source of spirituality holding their existences together. How did he know that? It was because his image of Venerable Foster was starting to degrade when he put it out of his mind and shoved it within the imaginary realm. There was some sort of corrosive aspect to the windy fog that kept eating away at the insubstantial image. Other hazards might exist as well that prevented idle thoughts from polluting the imaginary realm with nonsensical thoughts. This place is very eerie now that I think about it. Vez thought to himself while trying to hide and obscure his own presence in the imaginary realm. He constantly pumped his spirituality into the image of Venerable Foster, empowering it so that it radiated a vibe that resembled her force of will. This image formed the key to his harebrained scheme of trying to obtain a spiritual fragment from Venerable Fountain of the Spiral Shockers. Vez knew that his next act might substantially harm Venerable Fountain and impact his ability to pilot his expert mech. Yet he figured that with the war about to end, the loyal brighter expert pilot won't need to be in tip-top shape anyway. Vez did not think any further about the potential consequences of messing with someone's spirituality in order to stop seconduising himself. He couldn't afford to let his guilty conscience get in the way of progressing his ability to design mech. He needed to go through with his plan so that his upcoming fatty mech design would feature the strongest iteration of the X Factor yet. The potential gains attracted him like a moth to a flame, and at this point he was so hungry for improvement that he would do anything to advance his specialty. No wonder senior mech designers could be so maniacal about their own research sometimes. Even if I'm eager, I should make sure to be careful as well. Vez drew his own spiritual presence further away from Venerable Fountain's spiritual presence. He then began to puppet the image of Venerable Foster and controlled it like a mech pilot controlled a mech. Foster approached the boundary of Venerable Fountain's spiritual presence. To Vez, it appeared like a giant egg-shaped wall. It was a rock-solid barrier that protected the core of Fountain's spirituality against the corrosive fog of the imaginary realm. When Foster's image brushed up against it, a painful feedback transmitted back to Vez. He immediately got an impression of Fountain's will. Where Venerable Foster's force of will contained an aggressive and domineering edge, Venerable Fountain's will instead carried an unyielding and indomitable quality. The contrast was striking. Fountain was less aggressive and that reflected in his force of will. Above all else, Vez learned more about the expert pilot in that single touch than spending 6 hours reading through his record. Venerable Fountain didn't appear to be a space knight specialist that clung to any notions of knighthood and chivalry. Vez got the sense that he used to be a normal mech pilot who somehow lucked out in the spirituality department and succeeded in advancing to expert pilot. In any case, Fountain's force of will mattered a lot because his spiritual presence within the imaginary realm was like an all-encompassing space fortress. The image of Venerable Foster rotated around Fountain's fortress but found not a single opening or gate for it to break through. Damn it. This guy is so obsessed with being unbreakable that he doesn't have any weak points in his spiritual presence. Vez mentally cursed. Vez did not let this hindrance stop him. If he couldn't worm his way through the cracks, he would just have to make an opening himself. There's no other way to crack into this shell except to apply brute force. He contemplated on how he should go about it. He entertained trying to conjure up a railgun or even a full-of-a-turret mech into existence, but all of those options sounded far too convoluted and time-consuming. The corrosive fog constantly wore down his spirituality while he delayed. In fact, right now the fog wore him down twice as fast because it affected his invisible presence as well as the image of Venerable Foster at the same time. The more complicated the image, the longer it took for Vez to form it into existence. He couldn't wait that long and run out of steam just as he was ready to breach Venerable Fountain's shell. He split his concentration yet again and formed a simple lance and reinforced it as best he could. In fact, Vez derived the design and material composition of his latest image to the main weapon of the Parallax Star. He only changed its external appearance a bit in order to avoid having the weapon traced back to himself. When he figured he pumped enough of his spirituality into the lance, he moved it over to the image of Venerable Foster. Vez felt an increased strain in his mind as he multitasked his excursion into the imaginary realm. The more images he tried to maintain, the greater the strain on his mind. Fortunately, his high intelligence attribute allowed him to keep track of several things at once. Vez made use of his enhanced cognitive functions to run several activities at once. Even so, he won't be able to keep this up for long, especially since his mind already carried the ongoing burden of hosting Kalanx's spiritual fragment. I need to hurry up. The armed image of Venerable Foster brandished its new lance before backing up a fair distance. After honing in on her target, it uttered a scream and charged forth. The impact happened in an instant. Vez felt a sharp spike of pain in his mind as the violent contact directly put his spirituality at odds with Venerable Fountain's force of will. The lance gained the advantage. While the best part about Fontain's mental fortress was that it exposed no weaknesses, it wasn't particularly resilient against a concentrated attack either. Venerable Fontaine was forced to spread his force of will over the entire surface area of his mental fortification, thereby diluting the potency of his spiritual strength. If Venerable Fontaine was awake and on guard, it would have been a lot harder to pierce through this shell. Right now, the hole the lands managed to form in the shell exposed a bright and psychedelic gaseous substance inside. Some of it had already started to leak through the hole, but most remained within the shell. Vez mentally lit up at the sight. This couldn't be anything else except Venerable Fontaine's spiritual energy. The image of Venerable Foster laughed deviously as it extended its hands and scooped up handfuls of hot and glowing gas. After some thought, Vez commanded the image to press the balls of gas against each other, compacting it into a more solid form. This put another strain on his mind, but Vez increased the pressure because he did not think he would be able to work with a bunch of spiritual gas. The spiritual fragment needed to be more solid and self-contained in order to prevent it from dissipating. As Vez applied more pressure through the image of Venerable Foster, he had the notion that he was metaphorically butting heads with Venerable Fontaine. Some of the expert pilot's confused thoughts began to filter into his mind. Vez began to realize that Venerable Fontaine was starting to regain his consciousness. I have to hurry up. I don't think he'll be able to steal from him once he's fully awake. The undignified image of Venerable Foster kept poking its hand into the hole in the fortification and drew back a ball of gas. The image then pressed the ball into the growing chunk of compressed spirituality that increasingly resembled a self-contained spiritual fragment. Just when Vez thought he stole enough spiritual energy to work with, Venerable Fontaine's fortification began to shudder. Who dares? A vision? Spikes suddenly emerged out of its smooth surface, one of them impaling the image of Venerable Foster directly. The attack transmitted a huge spike of pain into Vez's mind, throwing him directly out of the imaginary realm. Just as he was removed from this realm, he made sure to drag along his loot from this excursion as well. Chapter 1061 Uncontrollable Vez laughed in triumph as he returned with his prize. He did it. He managed to seek out Venerable Fontaine's spiritual presence within the imaginary realm and abscond with a portion of his personal spiritual energy. The success of this imaginary excursion confirmed several theories that Vez developed about spirituality and its connection to the imaginary realm. There was a lot of potential here. His unique awareness and perception of spirituality allowed him to interact with it in ways completely novel to those who were blind to its existence. He quickly stifled his laughter and tried to regain his composure. It won't do to attract too much attention from the monitoring system, especially after inflicting major harm to Venerable Fontaine. Since spirituality seems to play a key role in empowering expert pilots, and losing a small chunk of it would certainly be felt by them. Vez expected that his actions would lead to severe consequences for Venerable Fontaine, and none of it would be good. Above all else, Vez could not afford to be connected to the crime. Therefore, the next day, Vez tried his best to shake off his exhaustion and spiritual weariness and pretended to work on his upcoming mech design. He browsed through Neuroconsolidated's vast library of component licenses which Professor Ventag generally gave him access to at some point. He wanted to familiarize himself with the options at his disposal and the limitations he needed to take into account when he began to work on his upcoming draft design. Just as the morning shift progressed, an alert sounded from the hatch to his quarters. It opened up barely a second later. A squad of guards hailing from the spiral shockers quickly entered. Some of them carried weapons while others held scanners. Vez stood up and pretended to be surprised. "Gentlemen, what seems to be the problem? Please stay still while we inspect your quarters. We have reason to suspect that intruders may have infiltrated the escort fleet. Are we in danger?" "We have already found one major instance of sabotage," the guard officer replied. "In light of this egregious sneak attack, we are scouring every single corner of our ships. For the duration of our return journey, we will remain in yellow alert. I highly suggest for you to remain within your quarters for the duration of this emergency. We don't want anything happening to you, Mr. Alarkinson." Vez nodded graciously. "Understood. I won't get in your way." He hoped that the guards didn't detect anything strange about the cold sweat pouring down his back. For some reason, What he just did last night spooked the spiral shockers into thinking that Venerable Fontaine suffered a deliberate attack. His actions single-handedly threw the entire escort fleet into disarray. Fortunately, it didn't appear that they thought that Vez had anything to do with the attack. After 5 minutes of fruitless searching, the guards quickly left his quarters, shutting the hatch as they departed. Outwardly, Vez looked mildly concerned. Inwardly, he sighed in relief. Nothing about the behavior of the guards suggested that they kept up their guard against him. They were just searching his quarters as ordered, not expecting to find anything incriminating. Vez tried to keep the grin off his face as he became more and more reassured that no one connected the incident back to him. While he was very curious how exactly Venerable Fontaine suffered from the breach of his mental fortification and the theft of some of his spiritual energy, he didn't possess the requisite authority to make any inquiries. It was already suspicious enough that he asked to obtain Venerable Fontaine's record. I should let sleeping dogs lie. He already got what he wanted, so to involve himself further would only invite more suspicion on him. Instead, he continued to pretend that he was studying something on his terminal while he focused the majority of his concentration into his own mind. Kalanx's spiritual fragment occupied the majority of his mental space. Even at rest, it continued to exert a substantial influence on his mind. His mind slowly firmed up and got used to the pain. Yet that did not make it any less dangerous. He still felt as if a powerful bomb had nestled deep inside of him. Even if the fragment was remarkably well behaved, its mere presence alone represented a substantial risk to his mental health. Sitting in the far side of his mental space rested another image. The pale image of a space knight that served as the base model did not possess any intrinsic spirituality. It only carried as much as Vez had been able to bestow on it. He now realized that this process was rather weak and unrefined. I can only animate an image to the extent I understand its life. It was beyond his means to totally reproduce the entire life of a complete image. He had the best chance of doing so with Mech, but at this stage he lacked the knowledge, experience and direction to animate the image of a Mech to the fullest extent. I should develop another technique that can address this shortcoming one day. Right now, the base model wasn't too important, so Vez left it be. He turned his mental concentration to the only other spiritual fragment in his spiritual domain. Fontaine's spiritual fragment looked a lot smaller and weaker than the one he received from Kalanxo. It made sense as the sacred god was comparable to an ace pilot while Venerable Fontaine was only an expert pilot. Vez also hadn't managed to steal a lot of spiritual energy in his last excursion into the imaginary realm. While he couldn't quantify how much spiritual energy he absconded with, he figured it wasn't very much. He made some estimations based on the relative size and proportion between the balls of gas and the huge size of Fontaine's mental fortification. Vez concluded that he may have only nabbed less than a single % of the expert pilot's total spiritual energy at most. Tiny as it was, the spiritual fragment carried Venerable Fontaine's imprint, and that turned it into a valuable resource for his current design project. With this fragment along with what he learned from the expert pilot's record, Vez would be able to repurpose it into the finest human myth he had ever conceived. Right now, Vez was at the cusp of shaping the three images and combining them together. Comparing their relative strengths, he was afraid that Kalanx's spiritual fragment would be so strong that it would outright wipe out the other two images when they approached. I can't let that happen. As he shaped the fragments into a form that resembled his images but better, he tried to communicate with the fragments. He had no luck with Venerable Fontaine's spiritual fragment. It seemed to be governed by a remnant of Fontaine's will, and it somehow knew it landed in hostile territory. Considering that Vez did not base the X factor of his upcoming design around the human myth, he didn't bother trying to beat it into submission. Instead, he intended to let Kalanx's spiritual fragment do all the heavy lifting. The only problem was that Vez wanted it to subsume the weaker fragment without annihilating it entirely. How could he get it to cooperate? Maybe I should just ask. Vez concentrated even deeper and tried to commune with Kalanx's spiritual fragment. He mentally directed its attention to the other two images and tried to convey two powerful concepts. Predation. Assimilation. Just those two words. As Vez was afraid that a derivative of Kalanx's consciousness wouldn't be able to understand the meaning of those two words, he conveyed his own understanding of them along with his messages. The spiritual fragment flared. It understood his intentions. Quicker than he thought possible, it blazed across his mental space and gobbled up the image of the base model and Fontain's spiritual fragment. After that, it returned to the center of his mind and began to experience several convulsions as it added on new traits. The spikes of pain that accompanied this transformation quickly broke up Vez's concentration and kicked his consciousness out of his own mental space. Ah! Vez nursed his head. This damn headache is getting worse. He hoped that Kalanx's spiritual fragment would have enough sense to incorporate the right traits from its meals. As Vez waited for hours, the spiritual fragment eventually finished its digestion. When Vez tentatively re-entered his mental space, he did not spot too many differences. The powerful flame that represented the fragment still carried a strong imprint of Kalanx's consciousness. Only minute portions of the base role and the human myth had been added to its existence, with the latter playing a slightly more substantial role. Vez inwardly sighed. This is the best I can do for the moment. That wasn't entirely true. Vez suspected that he could repeat his earlier excursion and pay another visit to Venerable Fontain's spiritual presence within the imaginary realm. If the damage that Vez previously inflicted was as serious as he thought, then the hole in the shell may not have been patched up yet. Yet Vez instantly dashed that thought from his mind. While it sounded great if he could strengthen the human myth component of his triple division technique, the risks far outweighed the benefits. Venerable Fontaine would certainly be on guard against intrusions now. I'd be a fool to return to the scene of the crime so shortly after the first violation. He learned an important lesson here. If he wanted to obtain a stronger spiritual fragment from someone in the future, he better do it right the very first time. As the slightly improved spiritual fragment started to stabilize, Vez tentatively believed it was ready to be put to use in helping him design his next mech. Vez took a deep breath and activated the design software on his terminal. Working with an active and independent spiritual fragment that mainly carried Kalanx's imprint rather than his own demanded a change in his approach. Before he worked with spiritual fragments, Vez pretty much controlled his images as if they were puppets. Even if they contained some spark of life, they were undeniably figments of his own imagination, so Vez exerted a very strong influence over their imaginary lives. This time was different. Kalanx's spiritual fragment only carried a minute portion of his imprint due to assimilating the image of the base model which fully sprang from his own mind. Vez made another important observation. Whether he could control an image or a spiritual fragment depended on the source of their imprints. I subconsciously program my own images to be obedient to me, Vez surmised. He knew he was a bit of a control freak. Whenever he created an image, he would always seek to keep them under his thumb. There was no sense in conjuring up a bomb that exploded in his face. It was different with Kalanx's powerful spiritual fragment that had been slightly augmented by the assimilation of the base model and human myth. Despite consisting of only a tiny portion of Kalanx's vast spirit, it was far stronger than any spiritual strength that Vez could ever muster. If I can't control the fragment, I'll have to negotiate with it instead. In order for Vez to make use of the augmented spiritual fragment, he needed to coax it into cooperating with his design work. Fortunately, the powerful fragment proved cooperative to his overtures. Kalanx's good impression on Vez carried over to the spiritual fragment she freely bestowed to him. Having the fragment's cooperation made his life much easier as it barely took any effort for him to get it to cooperate. Vez realized that he might not be so lucky next time when he embarked on another design project. Not every fragment would have a good impression of him, as Venerable Fontain's spiritual fragment already demonstrated. He'll have to beat them into submission or find some way to make them more pliable. There's no way I can entrust a hostile entity to assist in my design work, he muttered. Chapter 1062 Outrageous. Though after embarking on several metaphysical experiments that led to a lot of new discoveries, Vez found comfort in returning to familiar ground. While the new techniques he developed possessed a strong connection to his design philosophy, Vez sometimes felt he was engaging in magic rather than mech design. It felt good for him to resume his identity as an engineer rather than wizard. I can only handle so much weird stuff at a time. Vez was afraid of pushing the envelope even further. So far, most of his theories panned out, but it could all come down like a house of cards if he pushed against the limits of what was possible. He still wanted to confirm whether the changes he made would actually improve the X factor of his upcoming design. More is not always better. My experiment can still backfire on me if I handle it improperly. Designing Mech centered him in a way that nothing else could. He embraced his old routine as he slowly developed his draft design. The only difference was that he felt as if he hosted a second consciousness in his mind that mentally looked over his shoulder. Extending a connection to the augmented spiritual fragment and having it ride on his shoulder as he designed his mech felt as if he was emulating his previous mastery experiences. He found himself narrating every design decision, which slowed down his progress but also ensured he was very thorough with his work. He had to be in order to justify his design choices to the spiritual fragment. On its part, the augmented spiritual fragment provided quite a lot of suggestions. The image of the base model that it assimilated beforehand granted the image a good understanding of space nights. In fact, the fragment's knowledge was derived from Vez's own understanding of space nights. This realization gave Vez a brilliant idea. If the knowledge imparted to the images are acquired from the source, why not borrow it from another mech designer? The triple division technique started with 3 sources and combined them into one. Vez started with the notion of basing the image of the totem animal to an actual existing animal or exobeast. While Kalanxa was one of the most powerful exobeasts that Vez had ever encountered, the galaxy offered many wondrous forms of life. As long as he looked hard enough, he would probably be able to find another majestic exobeast to serve as his totem animal, though it likely won't be as strong as Kalanxa on a spiritual level. As for the human myth, Vez already decided upon borrowing spiritual fragments from living expert pilots. Although the ethics of his actions were rather questionable, he was willing to go through great lengths as long as he managed to empower his mech designs. Still, the implications of his latest idea took him aback. It wasn't enough for him to steal spiritual energy from a mech pilot. Now he was already plotting to do the same to his fellow mech designers. They'll have to be at least journeymen if I want to obtain anything substantial. While Vez did not have a complete picture on how mech designers made use of their design philosophies, he knew that if he wanted to empower the images of his base models, he needed to obtain a chunk of it somehow. Design philosophies represented the core of a mech designer's values, beliefs, biases, design style and aspirations. It served as the nucleus of their specialty and played a key role in distinguishing their mech designs from the works of others. Vez instinctively knew that they would suffer a substantial amount of harm if he attempted to chip away a chunk of their design philosophies. He also knew that mech designers guarded their design philosophies jealously and only imparted them to their direct disciples. Yet the possible gains attracted him immensely. If his speculation was right, he would finally be able to complete the trifecta of making use of 3 empowered images, thereby upgrading the triple division technique to an entirely new height. He strongly believed that empowering all of his weak and insubstantial images with distinct spiritual fragments was a viable way forward. While it was likely not the only method he could use to achieve higher grades of X factor, it was the only one he could come up with right now that was within his reach. Yet, a sliver of doubt crept up in his mind. Compared to borrowing or stealing spiritual fragments to dumb exobeast and technically illiterate expert pilots, stealing another mech designer's design philosophy sounded exceptionally risky. Mech designers are intimately familiar with their own design philosophies. How could they not recognize an echo of their own work when I borrow a portion of their own design philosophies? Vez was also afraid that making use of another mech designer's design philosophy would contaminate his mech design and muddle up the influence of his own design philosophy. He needed to be exceedingly careful and deliberate on his approach lest he screw up in the process. While the idea sounded incredibly compelling right now, Vez resisted the urge to embark on yet another detour. The abnormal strength of Kalanxa's spiritual fragment already ensured it overpowered every other fragment. Even if Vez recklessly enacted his plans and stole some chunks of a colleague's design philosophy, the vast majority of it would likely become crushed by Kalanxa's awesome spiritual might. My current design project is very much centered around Kalanxa, and that's fine. Vez wanted to design an extreme mech design unconstrained by the prevailing trends in the mech industry. Imparting his design with a strong bias from Kalanxa might result in unexpected surprises when a mech pilot interfaced with his mech. He looked forward to seeing what would happen when a mech pilot came under the influence of an X-factor boosted by an abnormally powerful spiritual fragment. Of course, Vez did not wish that all of his mech designs became so extreme. Pursuing balance was a necessity if he wanted to appeal to the broadest audience possible. This was also why he valued this latest insight so much. The thought of being able to balance out the three elements of his triple division technique was incredibly tempting. It's easier to pick the right targets when it comes to mech designers. Most successful mech designers ran their own companies and published their work openly. Vez could easily study their public record and most of their mech designs from the public databases of the MTA. If I want to design a night mech, I should target a mech designer who specializes in designing night mech. If I want to design a rifleman mech, I should target a mech designer who excels in designing rifleman mech. Most mech designers didn't dedicate themselves to designing a single type of mech. While Vez would still be able to obtain something useful out of stealing a portion of their design philosophies, most of it would be irrelevant junk that wouldn't impart the traits he sought for in his images of the base model of his intended mech designs. Purity matters more than quality or quantity. The fragments that I want to obtain will need to be relevant to the design at hand. Where better to find them than from mech designers dedicated to a single type? He envisioned the process as a way to get a fellow mech designer to co-design his own mech. Naturally, the secretive, dubious and harmful nature of this action didn't give the co-designer any choice. Vez was basically attempting to force another mech designer to contribute to his mech design without their consent. He couldn't help but smirk at the outrageous thought. It's fine as long as I don't get caught. I'll have to figure out a way to hide my traces while I do it, and that will take a while. He returned to drafting his upcoming mech design. Due to his latest insights, he was in a good mood. His work easily took shape and Vez didn't get stuck very often during the drafting phase. Still, his vision for his upcoming mech design was so complicated that it would take weeks for him to finish drawing up his draft design. He merely managed to complete half of his draft before the escort fleet finally crossed back into the Bright Republic and returned to the new Foundation system. Throughout the entire journey, the Spiral Shockers kept up their guard and continued to search their ships for anything connected to the attack on Venerable Fontaine. They failed to uncover anything amiss. Even so, Vez still felt the tension among the elite servicemen as he emerged from his quarters with a floating luggage trunk trailing behind him. He tipped his head at the guards who escorted him out of the Lormont Carnival. I heard that Venerable Fontaine suffered an injury of sorts. He asked as casually as possible while they strode towards the main hatch of the light carrier. Is he okay? Venerable Fontaine's condition is classified. Figures. Vez gave up on his attempts to squeeze any information out of the guards. They were too well-disciplined to gossip away vital information. As Vez exited the ship, he emerged in an enclosed section of a military space station. Most of the attaches split up and went their separate ways, taking transits that brought them back to different parts of the Bright Republic. Vez was in a strange situation where he didn't have any posts he could return to after he completed his current assignment. Alistair Cordraith found him shortly afterwards and took him to a transit shuttle that brought them down to the surface of New Foundation V. The war is about to end, so the Mech Corps won't bother with giving you a new assignment. Senator Tovar's executive assistant explained while the shuttle breached the atmosphere. Senator Tovar has arranged a number of ceremonies to celebrate the peace talks. We are holding them in order to build up political support for the ratification of the peace treaty in the Bright Senate, so you will have to dress impeccably for these gatherings. I think I have had my fill of formal gatherings, Vez said mildly while trying to hold back his groan. Please, I don't think you will need my presence and my shiny medals. I'm not used to mingling with high officials and they won't see me as anything other than a curiosity at this point. Can I please skip attending these ceremonies? Mr. Cordraith turned his head and looked at Vez in an askance expression. We are offering you an opportunity here. Many important politicians, businessmen, military officers and academics will attend the upcoming ceremonies. Many mech designers would kill to be able to get in touch with some of the leading individuals of our state. As long as you impress them or manage to gain their favor, they can help you in many ways. No thanks, Vez instantly declared. I think my current relations with the Tovar family are sufficient for the moment. All of you see a lot of promise in me, but to be honest I don't feel I am able to meet all of your expectations right now. I want to go back to my work and endeavor to advance to journeyman as soon as possible. You do have a point. Cordraith murmured as he rubbed his chin. The shuttle leveled off a bit during its descent to the surface. I will strike you from the attendance lists, then. Perhaps it is for the best, because you are a very polarizing individual at the moment. What do you mean? Mr. Cordraith didn't say anything, but instead activated his comm and entered the galactic net. He browsed to a very popular news portal in the Bright Republic. The projection depicted a very striking recording of Vez and Venerable Foster standing side by side next to the formal datapad of the peace treaty. Make love not war, how a dream couple single-handedly ended the war. Vez wanted to puke out blood. What kind of nonsense headline did the news portal slander him with? How could they possibly think that he and Venerable Foster were a couple? Chapter 1063 A New Beginning. The war is over. The war is over. A week after Vez returned to New Foundation V, political support for the peace treaty grew past a critical threshold. The Bright Senate ratified the peace treaty and the Bright President signed it shortly afterwards. The Visions also ratified the peace treaty at the same time, thereby marking the formal end of the war. A ceasefire had already been agreed upon at the time of the peace treaty's unveiling, but only now did it appear that true peace had been achieved. Vez looked out of the window of his guest quarters at New Foundation V and sighed in relief. As much as he learned so much from his wartime experiences, he did not wish to perpetuate this senseless conflict any longer than it had to. Now that both sides agreed to an early peace, his wartime service had come to an end. His exemplary performance and his powerful backing put him ahead of the pack. He already received a formal discharge notice from the Mech Corps, releasing him from service today. I have Mr. Cordraith to thank for that. Vez sardonically smiled as he finished his cup of tea. During his stay on New Foundation V, Vez did not dare to come out of his guest quarters. His face was plastered all over the galactic net because the Bright Republic's news portals all displayed the recordings of Vez and Venerable Foster standing together. They promised they would only be recording us together for archival purposes. Instead, the news portals outright fabricated a secret love story that transcended state borders. There were so many untruths in what the sleazy journalists claimed that Vez was tempted to sue them for slander. Unfortunately, the law never tended to favor the victims of slanders in the Bright Republic. On the surface, it appeared that the news portals possessed a carte blanche to publish any kind of truth they wanted. Since they were in competition against each other, they constantly sought to publish more sensational stories. Was it any kind of surprise that they became accustomed to embellishing the facts? There's a thin line between embellishing the facts and distorting the truth. It's far too easy to cross into the latter. Practically no news portal displayed recordings or images of Senator Tovar and Prince Colchester. Compared to showing off these two old geezers, it was much more attractive to present a young and talented couple who not only earned impressive achievements as demonstrated by their medals, but also lent itself to a sensational forbidden love story. The cynic in Vez did not believe that the news portals ran with such a stupid story just to attract more viewers. When Vez studied the news articles, he noticed that all mention of Senator Tovar and Prince Colchester had been scrubbed away. The news portals all seemed to follow a hidden directive that attempted to shape public opinion in a certain direction. What Vez had a problem with was that the Tovar family made use of his public image to their own advantage without asking for permission. With all of his recent publicity, Vez had gained a stellar reputation in the Bright Republic lately. Yet now that the stupid rumors of a hidden romance between a Vision expert pilot and himself emerged, a lot of people started to develop an intensive dislike of him. The damage to his reputation was incalculable. When Vez took up this topic to Mr. Cordraith, the man was not very accommodating. Mr. Larkinson, we worked hard to turn you into a war hero. The executive assistant explained as he crossed his arms. You would have never gotten as much recognition from the Mech Corps if not for Senator Tovar advocating on your behalf. Without his intervention, you would never received your new Plasma Spark medal for the merit you earned during your last assignment. Vez did indeed gain another medal recently after undergoing a mandatory ceremony conducted by Major General Kless. Receiving the third highest medal from the Mech Corps neatly complemented his Darkness Eater, But it did not make up for all of the bad press he received. My reputation is rather important to me and my business. Vez replied mildly. The LMC will not be able to fare too well in the Bright Republic if all the prower nuts hate my guts. Your concerns are noted, but I suggest you adapt to it, Mr. Alarkinson. Aren't you already leveraging your military decorations for your own ends? I'm sure you can make use of the extra publicity somehow. In other words, now that the Tovar family made use of his reputation, it was up to Vez alone to pick up the pieces. He'll deal with it somehow. It isn't the end if a mech designer acquires a mixed reputation. Plenty of controversial mech designers manage to do brisk business. The extra publicity fueled them, as even bad press called more attention to their products. This is a new beginning. I've emerged from the war with far more gains than I expected. I shouldn't quibble over such a trivial issue. The fast news cycle would soon depress the current stories and replace them with fresh ones to distract the public from their worries. Over time, the public would forget about the fall story, though they might still remember his name when they next saw an ad from the LMC. If there was one enduring benefit that Vez received from all of the publicity, it was that his name recognition was probably the highest among the apprentice mech designers of the Bright Republic. There were probably a lot of journeymen who were much less known than him at the moment. A new beginning dawned. With the war at an end, Vez was about to return to his company. He could make use of his increased public profile to hype up the products of the LMC. In fact, he was already planning to do so once he completed the joint design project with Professor Ventag. Vez spent his time fruitfully during his week-long hiatus. With the help of the augmented spiritual fragment in his mind, he worked on his draft design and managed to complete it just yesterday. His draft design depicted an imposing space knight. Based on the parameters of some of Nora Consolidated's best component licenses, he drafted the Space Knight with an eye towards maximum defensive power. Its super medium weight class made it larger than regular Space Knights. It showed. His attempts to incorporate the large polarizing module into the design of his Space Knight led to an unfortunate aesthetic design decision. In order to maximize his design's internal volume and keep it relatively balanced and controllable when in flight, Vez opted for the most efficient if not the most visually pleasing option. It's fat. His Space Knight resembled a sumo wrestler with wings. It looked like an upright flying pig and flew like one as well due to all of its extra mass. Sluggish and unwieldy, his Space Knight design obviously did not excel in mobility. Still, Vez regarded his draft design with affection. Its girthy frame made for an iconic sight that always stood out from a crowd of mech. It exhibited a compelling luster that caught the eye no matter how much people wanted to brush aside. To Vez, the spiritual quality of his draft design already exceeded every other draft design he composed. Not only did he perceive an increase in spiritual strength, but also an increase in complexity. Two explanations came to mind when he noticed these differences. First, his spirituality probably increased his strength, allowing him to imbue more of it into his designs. Second, the added flavors blended into the spiritual nature of his draft design carried the imprints of Kalanxo and Venerable Fontaine. They mingled with his own imprint for a total of 3 different influences. They did not exhibit their influence in equal proportion. As the originator of the design, Vez left the deepest mark. However, Kalanx's spirituality was so strong that it threatened to overpower Vez's influence. Among these 2 major influences, the remnants of Venerable Fontaine's spirituality only occupied a minute portion within the space that remained. Its influence was so faint that Vez wouldn't have been able to sense it if he didn't know it was present. The current pattern was a portent of the final shape of the X factor of his finished design. It carried a more complex blend of flavors than before, which reminded Vez of some of the master-crafted mech fabricated by renowned experts in their craft. Perhaps this is the direction I should develop towards with my design specialty. He felt he was working towards becoming a magical enchanter who spiritually imbued his mech with sparks of life derived from astounding existences and living legends. Life does not emerge from isolation. A story cannot emerge from nihility. Vez already felt his design philosophy churning with excitement at the many insights he came up with recently. He already felt it was worth working on the joint design project for this reason alone. The more he worked on his Space Knight, the more he uncovered new possibilities to advance his core specialty. Still, it isn't all good. A specialty granted a mech designer a strong and possibly unique advantage in a single area related to mech design. However, they also locked a mech designer into a fixed direction of designing mech, making it difficult for them to take another direction. Vez recognized a major vulnerability with his current direction of advancement. His design philosophy showed its greatest strength when he empowered the X factor of his designs with spiritual fragments of other spiritually strong entities. What happened when he couldn't or didn't want to do that? The X factor of his designs would be stunted and weak. They would be no different from the X factor of his earliest designs, thereby giving his mech designs only a minute spiritual advantage. If I truly decide to go in this direction, I'll have to resign myself to becoming dependent on external sources. Even so, the benefits outweigh the costs. While his own spirituality slowly grew in strength, his spiritual imprint did not come with the correct traits to complement the totem animal and human myth of his triple division technique. Vez could achieve much better results by drawing upon the spiritual fragments of real exobeasts and real human heroes. While obtaining these fragments required him to research his targets and go on a dangerous excursion into the imaginary realm, it was no different from traveling to the frontier in order to hunt for treasures. From a business perspective, what Vez was doing was to enhance the value of his designs by adding some extra raw materials to his designs. He only needed to do it once to permanently increase the quality of the X factor of his designs. This was a lot more generous than designing an expensive mech and having to source the rare exotics each time he wanted to fabricate a copy. I'll just have to make sure to do my research properly. The biggest weakness associated with his specialty that he wouldn't be able to do much if he didn't have access to the right information. Right now, Vez did not lack for resources, as the galactic net contained an almost limitless amount of data for him to trawl through. If the galactic net didn't provide any suitable material, then he could draw upon his connections to the Clifford Society or his backers to draw upon more obscure information. Yet what if Vez found himself stranded on a planet without a connection to the galactic net? It happened once during his deployment to the surface of Ian Coronavi, and it could easily happen again someday. I should make preparations for that, he murmured. He already came up with two possible solutions. First, he could delegate the information gathering to his company. They could gather information on thousands of notable exobeasts and expert pilots. Vez could then memorize the details in advance, so that if he fell into a situation where he needed to design a mech quickly, he immediately knew where he needed to go to obtain the right spiritual fragments. The second solution was to develop another technique, one which went into a different direction than making use of spiritual fragments. Vez believed his current method wasn't the only way to imbue his mech designs with a strong X factor. He already developed some preliminary ideas, but whether they were viable or not remained to be seen. It's hard to be at the forefront of a new and unknown field. He sighed. Chapter 1064 Time of Renewal. After a long time, Vez finally shed himself of his military uniforms and his eye-catching medals and ribbons. He packed all of them deep within his floating luggage trunk and planned to stuff them into his closet the instant he returned home. Currently, Vez sat in a luxurious waiting area on one of New Foundation's commercial space stations. The space station served as a nexus for transit in and out of the strategic star system. Few people in the lounge recognized him despite seeing his face plastered all over the news recently. He took a page out of Kedis' playbook and bought an overpriced beret from one of the trendy fashion stores at the space station. The black beret rested comfortably on his mop of raven hair, though it wasn't the poofy kind which helped Kedis hide her horns. In order to make himself more incognito, he also copied Melker and bought a large violet visor that covered half of his upper face. The bright violet color made his visor look gaudy, but it was the largest model the electronics store offered. For some reason, slim and tiny visors were in vogue these days. Complemented with a drab casual outfit, Vez looked completely from his sharp and impeccable appearance in the media. Once he donned his accessories, practically no one on the space station gawked at him anymore. Only one person approached him. When Vez looked up from his seat, he recognized the newcomer's Merchant Navy uniform. Captain Silvestra. Mr. Larkin's son, the Barracuda awaits your arrival. Good. Let's go. Vez followed the captain of his corvette out of the lounge and into a series of expansive hallways before they arrived at a pier dedicated to smaller starships. After undergoing several security inspections, they were finally allowed to board the Barracuda. Shortly after their entry, the Barracuda requested and received permission to separate from the space station and depart. The slim corvette followed a fixed route and slowly sat in line as she waited for her turn to transition out of the new Foundation system from the closest Lagrange point. After Vez settled in his luggage in his personal stateroom, he entered the bridge and witnessed the proceedings. Even though several years had gone by, the Barracuda and her assigned crew hardly changed. The interior of the ship may have received some new additions, but it was still essentially the same corvette that Vez received after reaching the finals of the Lemur Open competition. The small, all-women crew of the Barracuda looked as fit and attractive as ever. They seemed incredibly familiar with the operation of the ship, which they should after serving on the same ship for years. Vez sat silently in his observer seat as he witnessed Captain Silvestre calmly dealing with traffic control while at the same time issuing instructions to Miranda Pham, the ship's helmsman. Only until the ship successfully transitioned into FTL did everyone relax. It was always a hectic moment when they tried to navigate in such a busy part of a busy star system. "We are now underway to the Rittersberg system, Mr. Larkinson," Captain Silvestre reported. "Understood. Keep up the good work." The new Foundation system was very close to the Rittersberg system, so the trip would only take a couple of days. Vez figured that since he was already close to the Larkinson estate, he might as well pay a visit there before he traveled to the Bentham region. Vez planned to have a good talk with his grandfather and possibly make some dealings with the family's steering committee. He did not forget that he was an elder of the family by virtue of his business accomplishments. How will they treat me now that I've survived and thrived in the war? Now that he gained possession of a normal commercial comm, Vez was able to catch up to recent events. He did his best to ignore the stories related to the supposed romance between Venerable Foster and himself and moved on to any news related to the Larkinsons. A lot of stories popped up. As a famous military family, the Larkinsons attracted a decent amount of attention wherever they showed up. Some of the military veterans of the last war distinguished themselves again during the current generation's war, but they didn't attract as much attention as the rising stars of the family. Perhaps the most eye-catching Larkinson to stand out from the younger generation was Venerable Ganso Larkinson. So he's a venerable already? He only spent a short time as an expert candidate before he quickly advanced to become the latest expert pilot for the first Valerie Starhawks. Due to his quick and seemingly effortless advancement, everyone believed that Ganso had a bright future ahead of him in the Mech Corps. Still, he's not the only Larkinson to excel in the war. Perhaps owing to the shortened duration of the war, none of the other notable Larkinson mech pilots managed to advance to expert pilot. Even so, 2 more members of the family managed to become expert candidates, giving them hope of catching up to Ganso Larkinson in time. The first one that stood out was Perelia Larkinson, the granddaughter of Avron Larkinson. Unlike many other Larkinsons, Perelia eschewed more mobile mech where she could put her excellent mobility training to use and instead opted to specialize in piloting landbound heavy artillery mech. Somehow, her operation of these sluggish machines became so good that she somehow reached a superhuman level of performance. All of the engagements she participated in accelerated her development as an expert candidate, and it seemed it was only a matter of time before she advanced to expert. Good for her. The other expert candidate in the family was Tusa Billingsley Larkinson, the grandson of Raymond Billingsley Larkinson. Vez did not have the best impression of Raymond. The old man never suffered any hardships. As the third elder of the family, he managed family's trust fund and other finances. Fortunately, Tusa managed to escape the fate his grandfather by possessing the right genetic aptitude. He specialized in piloting aerial light skirmishers, which everyone regarded as one of the most dangerous mech types to pilot. The dangers associated with piloting a flimsily armored light mech above incredibly hectic battlefields scared most mech pilots away from piloting this mech type. Knowing that some marksman mech could score a lucky hit and send it to the ground meant that only true daredevils possessed the confidence to specialize in these risky but incredibly versatile machines. Even with the high degree of stimulation, Tusa only managed to become an expert candidate only recently. This suggested to Vez that it might not be certain that his chances of advancing to expert pilot was a lot less optimistic compared to his cousin Perelia. Now that the war has ended, Tusa won't be able to stimulate his potential so easily anymore. That was a shame. Perhaps Tusa might have developed a grudge against Vez seeing as he was being associated with the drafting of the peace treaty. Well, it's not like he'll walk up to me and punch me in the face. Vez grinned. As a careerist, he'll be stuck in the Mech Corps for a long time while I'm back to being a free man. Naturally, Tusa would still get to enjoy leave and be able to return home in between his deployments. During peacetime, the mech pilots of the Mech Corps never served consecutive tours of duty. Otherwise, how would they have the time to start up their own families? My own father shacked up with my mother shortly after the previous generation's war. Vez recalled. The end of a war meant a new beginning for many people. Many people married and many children were born shortly after each war. It was as if the citizens of the Bright Republic were eager to inject some happiness in their lives so that they could forget the horrors they suffered during the war. Vez knew for sure that the higher-ups like Senator Tovar deliberately fostered such an atmosphere. Under this prevailing mood, the social pressure for unmarried men and women to hook up and start their own families became a major force in the Bright Republic. The Visions are probably the same in that regard. The Barracuda did not spend too much time in FTL. She emerged from FTL in the sphere of influence of one of the gravitic anchors exerted by one of the 4 star forts in the capital system. Vez admired the side of the nearest star fort while the Barracuda underwent an extensive inspection by the local patrols. The inspectors did their job diligently as if the war hadn't ended yet. Just because hostilities ceased didn't mean that the threat had passed. The Visions might still double-cross us, and the Bentham Liberation Movement won't take the early peace lying down, I think. The BLM plotted to coordinate an attack on Bentham with the Mech Legion for such a long time that the sudden cancellation of this major operation must have frustrated them immensely. Vez knew that the BLM was incredibly persistent in its unrealistic dream to turn the Bentham system into the heart of an independent state. They would surely pull something off sooner or later, and everyone knew it. Due to all of the security measures within the Rittersburg system, it took an extra day for the Barracuda to reach the orbit of Rittersburg I. The corvette didn't even receive permission to dock at a space station, land at spaceport on the surface or park herself permanently in orbit. Instead, Vez had no choice but to call for a transit shuttle that brought him from the Barracuda and flew down to the spaceport at Kellner after some delay. Once he arrived at the majestic looking spaceport, he went through more inspections and bureaucratic hurdles before being able to board a shuttle sent by the Larkin Sons. The shuttle brought him from the capital city of Kellner to the smaller, military-oriented city of Arlington. There, the shuttle landed on the landing pad of the Larkin Sun compound. When Vez stepped out of the shuttle, he breathed the fresh air of the well-regulated planet and became invigorated. No wonder the Larkin Sons make their home in Arlington. It's so peaceful and serene here. The plentiful greenery and large estates fostered a peaceful environment that was ideal for military veterans to recover from the traumas of the war. Even Vez felt tempted to spend some months here. Sadly, his business and career obligations prevented him from taking an extended time off. His current design project demanded a lot of design work due to its high complexity. When Vez stepped into the large, open garden courtyard of the Larkin Sun compound, he immediately attracted a lot of attention. He made for a very odd sight with his beret and visor. Despite his disguise, it didn't take a lot of time for someone to recognize his identity. It's Vez Larkinson. The younger Larkinson children already dropped their toys and scurried over to Vez. He couldn't help but laugh at the sight. His aunts and uncles watched on from their chairs with understanding smiles. Even though they hadn't approached him yet, Vez could feel some kinship with the older generation. They lived through the previous generation's war and had been marked by the conflict. Compared to his last visit, a lot fewer Larkinsons resided in the compound. Many of them returned to active duty due to the recent war. Others just moved out and resided elsewhere. A young girl tugged at his arm. He recognized Lainey Larkinson from his last visit, though she was a lot shorter and cuter back then. He couldn't help but smile. "What is it, Lainey? You promised me a mech. When will you give me a mech?" "Did I?" Vez adopted a confused expression. "You did. You promised to give me a mech for my birthday. I don't think you're old enough to test your genetic aptitude. It doesn't matter. You'll definitely become a mech pilot. Little Lainey pouted. The other brats all started begging for mech as well. Chapter 1065 Tranquil Courtyard. It took some time for Vez to divest himself of the clingy little brats. Some of their parents came to shoo them away, giving Vez a path to continue up to the main building. Once he stepped inside, he rid himself of his visor and beret and greeted Offren Larkinson, the fifth elder of the Larkinson family. It seems that the stories we've heard in the media have a kernel of truth. You have a different air about you, Vez. Offren calmly said with his wheezing voice. Vez recognized the same vibe from Offren that he got from other military veterans. I'm one of you now. Offren shook his head. You've always been one of us, Vez. Whether you've served in one of the wars or not, you will always be a Larkinson to the rest of the family. Yeah, right. Vez knew very well that the Larkinsons exerted a lot of pressure on the younger generation to serve in the military. Those who didn't volunteer would be left out of the most important circles of the family and plainly received less attention when it came to the allocation of money and benefits. In any case, Vez was undeniably among the Larkinsons who did their time. Both his awards and his changed demeanor amply proved that he didn't spend his entire time in service holing up in some quiet research base far away from the front line. Admittedly, he did spend half a year in relative safety, but it wasn't as if Vez could mention anything related to Flashlight. He changed the topic. Is Grandpa Benjamin available? Benjamin will be back in the evening. He's been held up at the Ministry of Defense recently due to the recent demobilization efforts. You've come at a quiet time, Vez. Many Larkinsons are still on their tours of duty. Therefore, don't expect to meet many family members during your stay. I understand. I only came to have a talk with my grandfather before I go back to Cloudy Curtain. He spent the rest of the afternoon in the Larkinson compound sitting with the aunts and uncles at the front courtyard. He felt as if he became an old man as his family members leisurely gossiped and talked about all kinds of trivial topics. Surprisingly, they didn't express much curiosity about Vez at all. To the old dogs, Vez had earned the right to sit among them, that was all. Everyone had their own war stories, but it was up to them to take the initiative to tell them to each other. Not everyone wanted to tell their war stories. Some of them didn't want to relive those moments. Vez had the feeling that many of them just didn't want to brag or attract any special attention. As for a small number of Larkinsons like himself, the classified nature of their missions prevented them from disseminating any details about their most important experiences. The other Larkinsons could tell that Vez was under this restriction, and they suitably took note of that in their subsequent behavior. It felt good to Vez to be among family. While he wasn't particularly close to any of them, their shared blood gave them a strong bond that tied them all together in a way that nothing else could. This was true kinship. The Larkinsons at the compound didn't do much besides keeping each other company. Yet, they nonetheless helped each other heal and find peace in this tranquil environment due to their mutual understanding. Time flew by and before he knew it, Benjamin Larkinson returned from the Ministry of Defense. He immediately called up Vez once he heard that his grandson arrived at the compound. Inside Benjamin's main office inside the compound, the first thing his grandfather did was to hug his grandson. Vez. I'm very glad to see you whole and healthy. When I heard that you've almost died to an assassination attempt, I was almost ready to turn Mintef upside down. Vez was touched by his grandfather's concern. It was just a flesh wound. They both laughed at that joke. I'm glad you haven't lost your sense of levity. That's a good sign. After they finished hugging, they took their seats and began to discuss some business. Benjamin Larkinson started with the elephant in the room. Lately, the Larkinson estate has received an increasing amount of scrutiny. After some investigation, Eve learned that we have attracted the attention of some very powerful political influences. When we followed up on that, we learned that their recent actions are somehow tied to you, Vez. What have you been doing lately? I can't say much, grandfather, but I've done some favors for the Tovar family and they have given me some favors in return. At some point, I've fallen into their camp. Grandpa Benjamin adopted a grave expression. That's dangerous. Very dangerous. I never explained to you about the dangers of associating yourself with the founding families. I didn't think you would get in touch with the apex influences of the Bright Republic so soon. Vez shrugged. It's already done. It's hard to get rid of their clutches once they saw value in me. Do you think I can say no to someone like Senator Tovar? Also, you've learned that a growing company like the LMC will eventually have to depend on political backing in order to avoid being taken advantage of by the government. For better or worse, I'm aligned with the Tavers now, thereby dragging the rest of the family with you into their camp. I don't think that's the case. Vez shook his head. The Tavers don't seem to be holding any expectations towards the rest of the family. It's only me and my business that he's interested in. Surely their political rivals won't go after the rest of Larkin's sons, will they? The sour mood emanating from Benjamin already told Vez that this was a vain hope. A lot of family members aren't pleased by your unilateral actions. Whatever the circumstances, this is the first time in the 400-year history of our family that we have strayed from our neutrality. I don't think I need to explain to you why we value our lack of involvement in the political scene. Vez nodded. He already reasoned it out on his own. For what it's worth, I'm sorry. I can formally separate myself from the family if that is what it takes to draw a line between us. I can be like Rila, who isn't formally connected to the Larkinson family anymore. Benjamin immediately shook his head. That won't work. Rila is a deviant, but she is nothing different from the other Larkinsons who went their own way. You on the other hand are not just a Larkinson, but the first successful mech designer to ever emerge from our midst. The massive sums of money your living mech corporations has earned us in dividends has prompted us to reconsider our recent stance. Stance on what? On whether we should stick to tradition or adjust to our new circumstances. And what have you all decided? The steering committee, at least those who aren't fighting in the front lines, came together a month ago and decided to double down on our association with your company. I thought I told you I like my company to be hands off from the family. You know how some of us think. You're a Larkinson, so why shouldn't you share some of your fortune with the rest of the family? Look, I know it looks bad to you. You must think that we're being pushy in order to leech off your success. That sounds about right. Yet aren't you benefiting from the family as well, Vez? Not only did we help bring you up, but we can also provide you with continuous assistance. While we are nothing like the Tovar family, we have our own connections to depend upon. In particular, we possess very strong connections to the mech core, which can be very useful to a mech designer like you. In addition, we have many highly trained mech pilots in the family who would love the opportunity to settle down on a quiet planet like Cloudy Curtain. Vez felt as if Benjamin wouldn't relent on this issue. Why is the family so insistent on hooking their tentacles in my company? Is it about the money? What other reason is there? Benjamin sighed. None of the businesses we operate are anywhere close to your mech company. In fact, many of our elders feel ashamed. It only took you a handful of years to grow your company to a point where it is earning billions of credits a year. Meanwhile, it took 4 centuries for multiple generations of Larkinsons to accumulate enough assets that only earns us around 50 to 60 million credits a year. The Larkinsons weren't savvy investors or businessmen. It didn't help that they invested most of their surplus earnings into acquiring more real estate on Rittersburg. Property on the capital planet was notoriously expensive, and while they guaranteed a steady profit, the ongoing expenses due to high property taxes and other fees meant that the Larkinson estate could forget about achieving any high returns on their investment. Considering the relatively paltry amount of profit they earned from their stable and an exciting asset portfolio, suddenly obtaining a 25% stake in a fast-growing mech company must seem like an enormous shock to the Larkinsons. With access to more money than they ever handled at any single time, the Larkinsons found that they could use that money in many useful areas. They became so overcome with greed that they even forgave us for dragging them closer to the Tovar family. So what is it that you are demanding from me, exactly? Vez frowned. Isn't it enough for the family to enjoy its 25% stake in my company? It is because we own 25% of your company that we don't feel entirely assured to leave you in charge of your company by itself. You have done an amazing job so far, but you are still young and capable of making mistakes. Having some of our old hands help you out will do a lot to reassure the family of the continuity of your company. I don't need any help. We insist. Vez and Benjamin stared at each other in a brief period of silence. Even though Benjamin was a former expert pilot who earned a lot of distinctions back in the day, Vez was no longer a defenseless young lamb. Eventually, Benjamin snorted. You've learned how to stand up for yourself. Compared to the likes of Senator Tovar, you're not scary at all. Now that it appeared that Vez wouldn't budge, his grandfather took a step back. Okay then. I'll tell the family to rein themselves in, alright? However, you should throw the family a bone. Since you're so touchy about retaining control over the company, we won't insist on sending additional managers to your company. Good. Vez smiled. I'm glad you gave up on this issue. Not so fast, Vez. I strongly advise you to accept our mech pilots. The mech nursery has continually expanded its production capacity and it has become an incredibly vulnerable manufacturing complex. You will need all the help you can get, and if word leaks out that genuine Larkin Son mech pilots are guarding your facility, you can scare away a lot of greedy opportunists. While Vez didn't have any exact numbers, if the LCM's mech nursery hosted more than a dozen production lines, then his grandfather indeed have a good point. With tens of billions worth of production equipment churning out mech en masse, it would be an absolute catastrophe if someone launched an attack on the mech nursery. Vez looked intrigued. He was a lot more open to this suggestion. Larkin Son mech pilots enjoyed a great reputation due to their solid training. Even if they weren't as amazing as Ganso or Pirelli, they still stood head and shoulders above practically any other mech pilot. Which Larkin Sons are you planning to bolster my forces? Chapter 1066 Three Little Chicks. As much as Vez wanted to resist the influence of the Larkin Sons, there was some merit to entrusting responsibility to family. In any case, he did not plan to introduce too many family members within his sphere of influence at once. Family could be useful. The Larkin Sons generally enjoyed a good reputation. They were famous for their upright conduct and their excellent skill in piloting mech. How could Vez not be attracted to such strength? They were certainly more reliable than random mercenaries who signed 10-year contracts but could easily forget about it when a battle took a bad turn. Thus, Vez came around to hosting more Larkin Son mech pilots. The only concern he had about accepting the help of more family members was that he did not wish to lose control over his own outfit. If he paid for the mech, training, salaries and other ongoing expenses of the avatars of myth, then he damn well sure called the shots. Grandpa Benjamin suggested the names of various old dogs, but Vez rejected them all. If an old Larkin Son veteran takes charge in my avatars of myth, where does that leave Melker? Vez shook his head. He's much younger and inexperienced than most of the old dogs of the Larkin Son family. His grandfather smiled at Vez. No offense to Melker, but he doesn't possess any actual leadership experience. If you want to make your avatars of myth truly shine, then you should put a more capable leader in charge. Many of our retired Larkin Son mech pilots have reached the rank of mech captain when they served in the mech corps. We even have a couple who have managed to reach the rank of mech major. All of the names I just put forward will certainly do a better job in leading your personal force. No thank you. Vez liked Melker even if he didn't trust the dropout from the mech corps very much. In any case, his relative youth and inexperience turned him into a pliable figurehead to Vez. Melker possessed enough administrative capabilities to run the avatars of myth but lacked the charisma and experience to be a strong leader who could subvert the loyalties of the mech pilots. On the other hand, an experienced leader of Major Verril's caliber would be much more difficult to control. Vez would constantly be worrying if the avatars of myth would still follow his orders when times got tough. Eventually, Vez agreed to receive a first batch of 3 younger mech pilots. All of them graduated from the mech academies only recently and hadn't been able to enlist in the mech corps before the war had already ended. The 3 Larkin Sons I'm putting under your care are a rather unfortunate lot. Benjamin shook his head in pity. They've trained so hard in order for them to excel in the war, but they will have to wait at least a generation before they can showcase their prowess against the Visions. Please do them a favor and take them on. Perhaps they will be able to learn there is more to piloting mech than fighting against the Visions. Once they agreed on this topic, they moved on to discuss some other minor matters. For example, the increased prominence of the LMC within the family increased Vez's stature among the Larkin sons. Although the Larkin sons didn't went as far as to make Vez their new patriarch, it was undeniable that he was more than just an elder of the family. As long as Vez continued to bring in the money, his influence within the family was just as great as an expert pilot. Our Larkin son expert pilots continue to earn renown for our family, but they aren't exactly capable of leveraging their abilities into money. Benjamin sighed. You're different in that regard. It's not shameful for a mech designer to be a profiteer. Having a higher say in the family meant that he wielded more power in the steering committee, not that Vez particularly paid attention to that. In any case, this was just the start to Vez. Once he advanced to journeyman and his LMC grew even further, he would quickly become more prominent than all the Larkin son expert pilots put together. There is one more topic I wanted to address before you go, Vez. It's about your father. Vez suddenly turned stony-eyed. Did you obtain any news from the Nixon Gap? It's difficult to obtain reliable information from that pyridine-infested region. We've managed to find traces of your father throughout the Nixon Gap, but at some point a year ago he dropped off the face of the galaxy. For what it's worth, we haven't found any signs that someone killed or kidnapped him. We think that he has changed his face and adopted another identity to throw off pursuit. Since the investigators we've hired haven't managed to find a clue of his current whereabouts, it's safe to say it's working. Anything could be behind the disappearance of his father. While Vez wanted to believe that his grandfather was right in that his father merely reconstructed his face and took on another name, he couldn't help but be afraid that something drastic happened. Unfortunately, Vez was in no position to help his father out. In fact, he would just be implicating himself if he blundered into the Nixon Gap without the right preparations. He needed to grow much more powerful in order to track his father down and provide meaningful assistance. For now, it was best that they remained separate. Vez never felt the urge to advance faster than this moment. If he wanted to take his first step towards greater prominence, then he needed to advance to journeyman as fast as possible. After his long and fruitful discussion with Benjamin, Vez felt he understood his grandfather and the Larkin son family a bit more. He also learned that the role the LMC played in boosting the family's financial fortunes was a lot more influential than he initially thought. If his grandfather told him the truth, then the Larkin son family was even ready to move away from their insistence on sticking to their principle of neutrality. As Vez boarded a shuttle and departed from the Larkin son compound, he considered whether that was a good development. For some reason, he felt as if his existence was corrupting the Larkin sons. No tradition lasts forever. Even families change. Vez muttered. Once the shuttle arrived at the spaceport at Kellner, Vez moved on to a transit shuttle that brought him up at a space station in orbit. There, he transferred to yet another shuttle that finally brought him back to the Barracuda, which was parked a distance away from Rittersburg High. Along the way, Vez picked up the 3 young Larkin son mech pilots. He welcomed them onto his personal space yacht. For the moment, the mech pilots appeared dazzled by the extravagant wealth implied by his ownership of such a fine little starship. How much does the Barracuda cost? Around $1 billion when I first got it. It's a competition prize. I didn't pay for it myself. Vez nonchalantly shrugged. The eyes of Chet, Jensi and Rode all widened at the mention of such an immense sum. $1 billion was $1 billion coalition credits. This basically meant that the Barracuda was worth at least 100 billion bright credits at her peak value. Of course, several years of regular operation depreciated her value by at least half. In addition, there wouldn't be many second-hand buyers who would actually fork over 50 billion credits for a little private yacht. Nobody in their right minds would pay so much money for a single ship, at least not in the Bright Republic. Vez would have to go to the Friday Coalition and find some profligate spender to liquidate the Barracuda. Still, Vez deliberately impressed the value of his personal yacht upon the 3 young Larkin sons in order to draw a line between himself and them. They were sorely mistaken if they thought they could take liberties just because they shared the same family name. Vez was in charge, and he wanted every Larkin son who followed him to learn this lesson. As the Barracuda transitioned into FTL and headed straight towards Bentham, Vez found out he went a little overboard. The freshly graduated trio of mech pilots were a lot younger and less experienced than he thought. After everyone settled into their own cabins, Vez invited the three Larkin sons put under his care for a drink at the lounge. The three young Larkin sons meekly sat beside each other as they faced Vez, who possessed a presence that only older Larkin sons emanated. It helped that Vez secretly pressured them with a spirituality. He wanted to influence the new Larkin sons right away. He did not want another Rila on his hands who abandoned her duties in favor of going her own way. So, Vez began as he calmly took a sip of his glass of wine. Introduce yourselves, please. I don't think I've seen your faces very often during our annual family gatherings. Please begin with your name and mech pilot specialty. Chet Larkin son, Spaceborne Rifleman Mech Specialist. Janzi Larkin son, Space Knight Specialist. Rode Larkin son, Landbound Striker Specialist. Vez lit up at the mention of the second name. Janzi Larkin son just so happened to be specialized in piloting Space Knights. He could make use of her to refine his upcoming super medium Space Knight design. Of course, now was not the time to overwhelm his younger cousins with his work. He maintained his boss-like demeanor and calmly explored their history. All of them received vigorous training from the Larkin sons on top of attending renowned mech academies. In fact, they just graduated from a top mech academy in Rittersburg and waited at home for the next round of enlistments that was scheduled to commence in a couple of months. The war ended before we got the opportunity to enlist. Chet Larkin son sighed. The other two Larkin sons sent Vez a questioning glance. They couldn't help but recall the recent news. Vez instantly knew what they were thinking about. A dangerous aura emanated from his body. Don't believe in the news. It's all slander and propaganda. There's no way I hooked up with a Vision expert pilot. Anyone who utters a word about that stupid lie will be booted right back to Rittersburg, is that clear? The three young Larkin sons nodded their heads like hungry chicks. As they got to know each other a little better, Vez became more confident that he could keep them under his thumb. Perhaps his grandfather knew of his concerns and deliberately put forward young and inexperienced recruits to put him at ease. In any case, Vez easily accepted the presence of Chet, Janzi and Rode Larkin son under his care. All three of them were destined to join the Avatars of Myth and follow orders from Melker. Rode Larkin son would be supplementing the existing landbound mech company of the Avatars of Myth. Since he specialized in piloting a landbound Striker mech, he would have to make do with the commercial mech bought from the market. Striker mech didn't sell as well as the other mech types, so Vez wouldn't design such a mech anytime soon. As for Chet and Janzi, they both professed a desire to pilot Spaceborne mech. It would be a waste to keep them bound to the land. Vez planned to brush off his long-dormant plans of setting up a Spaceborne contingent of the Avatars of Myth. With an adequate amount of protection on land and in space, the Avatars of Myth should be able to provide comprehensive protection to both himself and his company. The Barracuda made swift progress in reaching Bentham. It was always easier to travel to a port system. The Barracuda didn't travel in system but instead lingered at the edge of the star system long enough to jump to Cloudy Curtain. After more than a week of travel, the Barracuda comfortably arrived at the Cloudy Curtain system and reached the orbit of its only inhabited planet. The corvette descended into the atmosphere and landed straight onto a purpose-built landing pad next to the mech nursery. Vez was surprised that Captain Sylvester opted to go straight home without bothering to stop by at the spaceport at Orinoco. We've received an exemption. The captain of the Barracuda grinned. There's so much goods flowing in and out of the mech nursery that it's a huge bother to go through the spaceport. After applying some pressure on the local government, the LMC received a pass on inspections. It seemed that the influence of the LMC on Cloudy Curtain grew so large that the local government had no choice but to bend its own rules. Chapter 1067 Massive Sums Home Sweet Home. Vez muttered as he looked out the expansive windows of the penthouse office of the LMC's headquarters. He missed the omnipresent gray clouds with its rainbow color shine. How many times did he dream about returning home? It felt so good for him to be back in the saddle. Below the ground, the mech nursery churned out mech after mech on a daily basis. The LMC employed thousands of employees, all working to satisfy the market demands for the company's two iconic mech models. When the Barracuda landed at the manufacturing complex, Vez arranged for someone to settle Chet, Jency and Rode Larkinson. At the same time, Vez called up all of his core confidants to his penthouse office in order to get up to speed to the current state of the LMC. As Vez turned around, he turned his gaze to a set of couches where his key subordinates waited for their boss to get down to business. Kelsey Dornbose looked relieved now that Vez returned to helm the company. While she managed to hold down the fort in the founder's absence, the responsibility of operating such a huge company was not for the light-hearted. It was admirable that she managed to hold out for so long without running the LMC into the ground. As a publicist and marketing manager, Gavin Neumann did not hold a high position within the hierarchy of the company. Nevertheless, the man was adaptable and possessed a sober perspective with regards to Mech. The young man was ready to work as Vez executive assistant at any time. Melker Larkinson hadn't escaped the war entirely untouched. Vez already heard that several skirmishes and attacks took place on Cloudy Curtain, but his cousin did an admirable job in repelling those opportunistic attacks. Not only that, but Melker also managed to learn on the job as he led the avatars of myth. Vez saw echoes of Captain Bird and Major Verrill in his cousin's demeanor. The only odd person out of this intimate gathering was Kedis. Wearing iconic poofy black beret, the pirate designer barely seemed to have reined in her dangerous vibe. Vez wanted to palm his face when he saw her. Even though she wore modern trendy clothes, the giant scabbarded greatsword floating behind the couch made it clear that she was barely civilized. Held within her arms, Lucky purred as the daughter of the frontier stroked his bony plated surface. His exterior looked a little darker and more metallic since the last time Vez spotted Lucky back at the military hospital on Bentham. In any case, Vez confirmed that Lucky still carried his personal comm on his collar. "Lucky, come here, boy." The mechanical cat didn't obey the words of his owner. Instead, he continued to squint his eyes and purr as Kedis kept stroking his back. Vez exasperatingly sighed and walked all the way towards the couch and made a grab for Lucky's collar. With a quick snap of his finger, he detached his personal comm from his cat. Meow. Lucky woke up from his petting session and hissed at the thief who snatched his collar. "What are you so touchy about?" Vez snorted at his pet while he snapped his comm around his wrist. "This comm is mine in the first place. You were just a convenient holder to hang up my comm during my military service. Now that I've been discharged from the Mech Corps, my comm can finally return to its rightful owner." Meow meow. Vez ignored the yowls from his indignant pet and took a seat on one of the couches. He idly stroked the thin bend of his comm like Kedis stroked Lucky's back. As far as he was concerned, his reunion with his personal comm and the system it held within was long overdue. He couldn't wait to activate the system for the first time in years. Still, he thought it best if he addressed more immediate business first. Right now, he wanted to know where the LMC currently stood. "Okay, Kelsey. Tell me the basics. How many mech did we sell and how much profit did we earn?" The former temporary CEO of the company knew the key figures of the LMC by heart. The LMC grew rapidly in the 3 years since You've been gone. The board of directors pushed for a rapid expansion in production capacity in order to maximize the sales of our silver label mech. Right now, the manufacturing floor of the mech nursery is host to 1 Dortmund production line, 5 Benson production lines and 11 Hanover production lines. Vez frowned at that. That was a lot less production lines than he expected, yet he wasn't familiar with the Hanover line of production equipment. As far as he knew, a complete Benson production line cost around 3 billion credits, and the LMC acquired 5 of them in total for a total worth of 15 billion credits. That was already a huge investment, so the mention of 11 new Hanover production lines gave a sense of foreboding in him. There must be a reason why the LMC stopped making use of the perfectly serviceable Benson production lines. How much does a Hanover production line cost? Kelsey seemed hesitant for a moment. Eventually, she bit the bullet. Around 8 billion bright credits for each complete production line. What? 8 billion credits? Vez thundered. Why in the hell would you pay almost 3 times for a Hanover compared to a perfectly serviceable Benson? We used to host more Benson production lines, but we've sold them back in order to ease our acquisition of the Hanover production lines. Compared to the Bensons, the Hanovers are much more geared towards mass production. They work faster and more precise. They produce less errors because they feature a higher degree of automation. This means they are more efficient and produce less waste, which improved our profit margin over time. All of those arguments sounded logical to Vez, but the upfront cost of those production lines were ruinous. How could the LMC be thinking of acquiring luxurious production equipment when it only offered 2 products in its Mech catalog? Vez wanted to saw open the heads of those idiotic directions who wanted to pursue growth above all else and see how much of it consisted of greed. Okay then. Vez sighed. So we have 16 production lines in total. How many Mech are we producing per month? Right now, we are manufacturing at capacity, which roughly means we are shipping around 150 Mech a month. Recent publicity has given our sales a strong boost, so every production line is practically around the clock. In fact, we can pump out Mech at a faster rate. The reason why we are only producing this much is because our production equipment require regular maintenance. We are also obliged to fabricate spare parts, which take up a small amount of production capacity as well. Furthermore, while we've expanded our testing ground, it still takes time for our test pilots to put our freshly fabricated Mech to their paces. That sounded reasonable to Vez. This meant that every production line pumped out almost 10 Mech a month on average. Okay then. Let's move on to money. How much operating income did the company make during my 3 years of absence, and what's the current financial state of the company? Kelsey smiled. Mind you, while we are now sitting on top of 16 production lines, it took time for us to acquire the funding and means to expand. During our gradual expansion, we've sold around 3,500 silver label Mech. Our product margins from those sales has fluctuated over the years due to inflation and the rising cost of raw materials, but we've managed to make a profit of 26 billion credits from selling so many Mech. 26 billion credits. That's not the extent of our profits. As our Blackbeak and Crystal Lord models proved to be a sleeping success, other Mech companies began to grow envious at the profit margins we've achieved. Upon our instructions, we refused to offer any accommodations with regards to the licensing contracts. Even so, 7 Mech companies still decided to license the Blackbeak design while 12 Mech companies licensed the more expensive Crystal Lord design. Vez abruptly shut his back a little straighter. The MTA put a high valuation on the licenses of my 2 designs. Every Mech company who licensed the LMC's Mech designs paid full price. Kelsey grinned. That means the Blackbeak design netted you 21 billion credits in licensing fees while the Crystal Lord design granted us a whopping 60 billion credits. Even though the MTA took a 10% cut, that still means we've earned more than 72 billion credits just from licensing your designs. 72 billion credits. Vez was practically over the moon when he heard that sum. Vez never expected that his earnings from licensing out his designs would dwarf the profits the LMC accumulated over 3 years. Those licensing contracts also came with per-unit licensing fees, right? Right. Kelsey nodded. Every Mech company who produces a copy of a licensed design or a variant of it is obligated to pay us a fee. For example, the bronze label Blackbeaks nets us 1.5 million credits in royalties per copy. Best of all, the Mech companies paid us fee at the moment the Mech rolls off the production line, so we don't have to wait for the Mech to be sold to receive our cut. In total, we've earned around 12 billion credits from royalties on your Mech designs alone. This profit structure showed why design studios existed. As long as they gathered a bunch of capable Mech designers together, they could pump out a large number of designs and variants a year. As long as some of them got licensed, they stood to earn billions of credits without lifting a single finger. While the design studios merely focused on designing Mech, other Mech companies needed to toil over the production and marketing of their licensed designs. It was an incredibly lazy business model that attracted many Mech designers who didn't want to bother with the production aspect of their profession. Still, even if he could earn a lot of easy money by pumping out designs all day, Vez believed it was better to take charge of his own production. Many high-rank Mech designers started their own companies and engaged in production for a reason. Working at a design studio tended to make the Mech designers who worked there become out of touch with the practical side of Mech design. In total, the LMC earned well over 100 billion credits in operating income. Yet this sum did not cover all expenses. It left out the cost of overhead as well as other expenses such as taxes and interest payments on the big pile of debt the company took on to afford the fancy new Hanover production lines. With good news comes the bad. Vez couldn't avoid the issue any longer. Talk to me about our debt and other expenses. Some of the money they earned got gobbled up by the overhead. Just the salaries for thousands of employees bled the company of hundreds of millions of credits a month. The cost of maintenance, security, depreciation and so on took out a substantial bite out of their operating income. The money they spent on paying taxes, some of which were deductible and some of which were not, drained the company of several billion credits annually. On top of that, the company forked out a generous amount of dividend payments to its shareholders at the same time. While Kelsey didn't get into the nitty-gritty details, she didn't mince her words when it came to the LMC's current debt obligations. Times have been rather difficult as the war went on. Many of the Mech companies which licensed our Mech eventually went bankrupt or moved on to Mech models as their profits dried up due to the worsening market conditions. The worsening sentiment affected our company as well. If not for your recent publicity which allowed us to run all of our production lines at capacity, we were only barely keeping our heads above the water. In total, the LMC accumulated 54 billion credits in debt. The interest rates of those loans varied a bit, but it still amounted to several billion credits per year. Vez frowned at the sums. Don't you think the banks are ripping us off? There is a limit to what the banks and financial institutions are willing to agree to. Kelsey shook her head. With so many Mech companies struggling for cash, demand has outpaced supply. We haven't been able to obtain more favorable rates. While Vez looked very severe, inwardly he sighed in relief. He expected worse. While owing 54 billion credits was not something he could casually brush off, Vez still found it to be a manageable sum considering how much money the LMC raked in just from relying on 2 of his aging Mech designs. Now that Vez was back in charge, the LMC would quickly be able to resume its growth in time. Chapter 1068 Cute announcements. Currently, the LMC enjoyed a resurgence in sales. Helped by Vez's appearances in the news, Marcella Bollinger and the LMC's marketing department invested in multiple marketing campaigns in order to take advantage of the situation. Although the marketing campaigns cost the LMC billions of credits, the investment was clearly worth it as the company gained substantial uptick in orders for its coveted silver label Mech. The LMC is sitting on a cash pile of 4 billion credits and growing. Kelsey remarked. Even without your intervention, we'll still be able to sustain the company for at least a year even if the spike in sales has passed. Vez nodded in understanding. You did a good job keeping the company afloat. While I'm resuming my position at the top of the company, I won't push you aside. I have a different job in mind for you, though I think you deserve a much-needed vacation for now. Thank you, Vez. I truly need a break. Running a Mech company day by day is incredibly hectic. I don't know how you can deal with the criticism and doubts all day. That's easy. Just ignore them. Why should I pay any attention to the opinions of random bystanders? The only criteria that truly matters is how many Mech we're able to sell, and from what I see, you didn't do too badly in that area. After he finished with Kelsey, he moved on to Gavin. They didn't talk a lot. Vez merely wanted to know where the LMC stood in terms of brand recognition and reputation. It's kind of a mixed bag. Gavin shrugged. Our brand is definitely a lot more famous than before, but it's still an obscure Mech company to the public. Even if you've shown up a lot in the news lately, there's a limit to how much we can leverage that into boosting our brand. A lot of other Mech companies are still pumping out new designs, and those are the biggest attention grabbers in the market. Vez got the message. As much as the LMC became more prominent during his absence, the market would still think little of it unless it stopped resting on its laurels and expanded its Mech catalog with new and exciting Mech models. What about my own reputation? Yeah, about that. Gavin hesitated. I told you already, it's all lies. Kedis suddenly shrieked, causing Lucky, who rested on her lap, to jump in the air in fright. There's no way that Vez has fallen in love with it, right? Not this again. Vez couldn't believe he needed to address this topic in front of his confidants. Kedis is right. You people should know better than to believe the lies circulating in the news. I am not in love with the vision, nor did I become a sympathizer for the enemy. Please drop this topic. When Vez turned to Melker, his cousin didn't have much more to add than what he already said during the previous hospital visit. The avatars of myth are well-trained and well-equipped, Melker said with a slight tinge of pride, though his face-obscuring visor made it hard for Vez to read his expression. We are able to field up to 40 mech at a time, all of which are at least mid-range or premium quality. This is a very powerful fighting force, and it has served us well in deterring many casual raids on the mech nursery. Yet you sound disappointed. You just heard Kelsey state that the mech nursery is home to more than 100 billion credits worth of production equipment. Melker mildly shrugged. That's an astronomical amount of money we're talking about, and it's all concentrated in a single place. Many people are greedily eyeing our expensive production equipment. I agree that we need to expand the avatars of myth. We can't keep depending on senile Upland security services to cover the bulk of our protection. Right now is not the best time to expand, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't plan ahead. Please draft a plan to expand the roster of avatars of myth with a full Spaceborne mech company. I think we can put the light carriers that we've obtained to good use with the addition of a Spaceborne mech contingent. This was welcome news to Melker. You've already drafted a suitable plan. It's not like I had anything else to spend my time on all these years. Good. Send it to my com account. I'll look over it later. Once he finished discussing about the avatars of myth, Vez finally turned to Kedis. So how are you enjoying Cloudy Curtain? Boring. Kedis replied flatly. She seemed a lot more irritable than before now that Lucky jumped from her lap and leisurely floated above their heads. There's nothing to do in this dirtball of a planet. Even though I did as you suggested and tried my hand at designing some variants for practice, I feel like I can't work very well without direction. That was a common deficiency among mech designers who had been raised too closely by their mentors and teachers. Vez frowned as he considered this problem. Kedis needed to learn to be more independent, but how could he instill this quality in her by taking charge over her again? I'll give you something to do after I settle back into the company, Kedis. Vez promised. In fact, I'm currently working on an exciting new design project with someone else. Right now, I'm not cleared to discuss the details with you, but I'll be sure to give you an opportunity to contribute on my upcoming design. Everyone except Melker looked excited when Vez mentioned that he was already working on another mech design. What did the LMC need the most right now? A new design. As a mech designer herself, Kedis knew the best out of all of them how good Vez was at designing mech. She already looked forward to participating in his design project, especially if it involved a sword-wielding mech. The four of them discussed some other matters, but Vez was starting to grow impatient. Now that he heard the essentials, the rest could wait. The hand stroking the thin band of his comm grew more and more insistent, as if he couldn't wait to activate it again. Eventually, he couldn't take it longer. He coughed. Please, it's been a long day and I've only just returned. Let's adjourn our meeting for the day and come back tomorrow, is that okay? After Vez said goodbye to his confidants and packed them out of his office, he walked over to the imposing desk and seated himself on the formidable chair behind it. Only now did he feel as if he truly resumed his old position. This is my seat of power, Vez declared as he ran his palm over the surface of his desk. The entire interior of his huge office with its high ceilings and large empty spaces had been designed to be as imposing and impressive as possible. He previously thought he overdid it on the theatrics, but now he felt he truly fit in his own office. No matter how you looked at it, a company that sold thousands of mech a year could never be led by an average person. I'm becoming more and more exceptional by the day. The times where I have to quibble over a couple of thousands credits is long gone. Even earning 1 billion credits is as easy as waving my hand at this point. All in all, Vez entered the big leagues now. As the lead designer of such a major company, he no longer felt as if he put too much attention on the exact sums the company handled each fiscal quarter. A mech designer should mainly concern themselves with designing mech. Obsessing over money is only needed when money is hard to come by. Those days are long over for me at this point. Novices and apprentices routinely struggled over every single credit they could get their hands on. As for Vez, even if he threw 1 billion credits on the streets, he won't cry too much over its loss. You've grown so much, but it's time to put that into high gear. After 3 years of abstinence, Vez was finally reunited with the source of his success. No matter how much he wanted to pretend that it was his own hard work that carried him this far, the plain truth was that an average mech designer would have never enjoyed such a wild success. It's time. Vez activated his comm. The device lit up and a projected interface popped up. All of it looked standard, and Vez remembered that he customized its interface to camouflage the exceptional software program held within. He flexed his hand while issuing a diagnostics command to his comm. It quickly reported back that all of its functions worked normally and that the comm didn't degrade even a tiny bit. Having upgraded his personal comm at least once, Vez expected nothing less from this remarkable comm. Aside from the secret buried deep within, the hardware itself was exceptional as well. While he was tempted to proceed with the next step, he halted his fingers and looked around. The huge space and the large windows set behind his desk did not make him feel secure. Even if Lucky possessed the capability to squish every spy bug in the chamber, Vez did not feel completely reassured he could handle his deepest secret in such an exposed location. "Come on, Lucky. Let's take a trip down to my personal lab," he said as he rose up from his seat. The mech nursery encompassed both the headquarters and the principal manufacturing facilities of the Living Mech Corporation. With Lucky materializing on his shoulders, Vez took a number of elevators reserved for his own use and traveled all the way underground to his personal lab and workshop floor. Nothing except Lucky and some cleaning bots entered this floor in the past 3 years. When Vez entered his most important sanctuary on Cloudy Curtain, he breathed in the clean, sterile air and beheld the various lab and workshop equipment that had remained unused for so long. He frowned a bit. "I should get around to upgrading my lab. Most of this stuff is too cheap or inadequate to keep up with my current capabilities." Today was not the day for him to resume his work on his current design project. No, today was the day he reunited with the system. Vez and Lucky entered a small, enclosed room that had been designed like a vault. With meters of thick armor all around him, Vez felt pretty confident that not even the best spy bugs could listen in from afar. As for any spy bugs that had the temerity to sneak into this small space, they didn't stand a chance against Lucky and the privacy shield. When Vez called up his comm interface once again, he first activated his privacy shield, and then activated the long-dormant Mech Designer system. A pause ensued. "Welcome to the Mech Designer system. Please design your new mech." A familiar message greeted Vez. "Deep scan complete. Current user detected. Welcome back, Vez Larkinson. It's good to see you too, system." Vez smiled. Another short pause ensued. Then, his comm flooded him with a deluge of messages. Design evaluation, new Sentinel. You have received 1,000 design points for completing an original design that has no other equivalent. You have received 100 design points for designing a mech with a trace of X Factor. Design evaluation, liner gray. You have received no design points for completing a test. You have received 100 design points for designing a mech with a trace of X Factor. Design evaluation, evaporating spear. You have received 1,000 design points for completing an original design that has no other equivalent. You have received 100 design points for designing a mech with a trace of X Factor. Design evaluation, enduring protector. Model name, enduring protector. Original manufacturer, Vez Larkinson. Weight classification, light. Recommended role, laser frontline mech. Armor, E. Carrying capacity, F. Aesthetics, D. Endurance, B. Energy efficiency, C+. Flexibility, F+. Firepower, E+. Integrity, A. Mobility, F+. Spotting, E. X Factor, C++. Cost efficiency, A. Project involvement, 100%. Original component composition, 12%. Overall evaluation, the Enduring Protector is a barebones laser frontline mech intended to serve a very specialized purpose. It requires a minimum amount of maintenance to remain operational. You have received 1,000 design points for completing an original design that has no other equivalent. You have received 500 design points for designing a mech with a moderate presence of X Factor. Who cares about my old designs? Vez admonished the system cheerfully kept bombarding him with outdated announcements. Gimme the good stuff. What's my current status? After his system finished its lengthy queue of messages, it finally presented him with a status. Vez widened his eyes in astonishment as he immediately honed in on his DP earnings. He grinned and laughed. I'm rich. Not even tens of billions of credits could make him feel so rich. Chapter 1069 All-Round Improvements, Status. Name, Vez Larkinson. Profession, Apprentice Mech Designer. Specializations, none. Design points, 421,612. Attributes. Strength, 1.4. Dexterity, 1.0. Endurance, 2.0. Intelligence, 2.2. Creativity, 2.1. Concentration, 2.1. Spirituality, 0.8. Neural aptitude, F. Skills. Assembly, Journeyman, 3D Printer Proficiency IV, Assembler Proficiency IV. Battle Mechatronics, Apprentice, Knight Mech Mastery I, Rifleman Mech Mastery I. Business, Apprentice. Computer Science, Apprentice, Mech Hacking II. Electrical Engineering, Journeyman, Structural Pathway Configuration IV, Energy Storage IV, Conductors III, Ultra Compact Energy Storage I. Materials Science, Journeyman, Crystallography II, Crystal Laser Propagation II. Mathematics, Journeyman. Mechanics, Journeyman, Jury Rigging IV, Speed Tuning IV. Metallurgy, Journeyman, Alloy Compression II. Metaphysics, Apprentice, X-Factor IV, Spiritual Vision II, Spiritual Exploration I. Interfacing, Novice. Physics, Senior, Directed Energy Weapon Optimization III, Gamma Laser Weapons I, Lightweight Armor Optimization II, Medium Weight Armor Optimization IV, Melee Weapon Optimization IV, Rapid Fire Laser Weapon Operation II, Optics III. Propulsion, Incompetent, Flight Systems I. Salvaging, Apprentice, Field Repairs III. Signals and Communications, Journeyman, Anti-Stealth Detection II. Stealth and Cloaking, Novice. Abilities. Super Publish, available. Can be activated once a year. Evaluation, a post-human mech designer who has almost advanced to Journeyman. Over 400,000 design points. Vez uttered. Was that a lot? Sure. Could he have done better? Certainly. Vez could have earned a lot more DP if he continued to lead the company and expand its mech catalog. By far the greatest source of DP over the past 3 years had been the steady sales of his Blackbeak models. The Silver Label Edition proved to be a resilient seller, and though the Bronze Label Edition weren't being produced very much anymore, they still made a hefty contribution to his DP earnings. It's too bad my Crystal Lord isn't able to earn me any DP. I could have easily doubled my stash of DP if I hadn't super published that design. Even though he had already made peace with this trade-off, he couldn't help but wince at the thought of how much DP slipped through his fingers. Aside from his physical mech sales, his virtual mech also sold a lot over the years. The only downside was that his most popular virtual training mechs such as the Old Soul and the Young Blood already reached the system's stingy DP earning limits. Vez could have easily earned twice or even thrice as much DP if not for those caps. Well, I'm long past the days where I need to depend on virtual mech for practice. Vez muttered. While it would only take him a couple of weeks to design a proper virtual mech, to Journeyman and upwards, it was generally considered to be a waste of time. They only had a finite amount of lifespan to spend on advancing to the rank of Senior, and no Journeyman ever got there by designing virtual mech all the time. However, even though designing virtual mech wouldn't help him advance to Senior, it still served as a useful testing ground for some experimental concepts. Vez could do a lot with 400,000 DP. Perhaps the most extreme way to spend them all was if he dumped it all on bronze or silver lottery tickets. I'd be stupid if I waste all that money on your rip-off of a lottery draw. Vez muttered resentfully at the system. It would be a different story if Vez had the option of purchasing golden lottery tickets and higher. Even though the chance of winning a prize with a golden lottery ticket was fairly low, he once scored a huge win when he obtained a copy of the Amistandera. This single prize alone had been worth all of the dangers he went through when he participated in the Glowing Planet campaign. The best investment of his DP remained spending them on skills and sub-skills. He sorely felt he needed to shore up his knowledge base now that he embarked on a complicated joint design project in collaboration with a senior. I'll have to be prudent in my spending. I can't ignore the role that items play either. His constant inadequacies regarding the gear had been issued made him realize how much of a role it played. Several times, Vez only hung on because he managed to retain possession of the Amistandira. While it was a very good weapon, it couldn't help him out of every crisis. Now that he had left military service, he could finally pick and choose his own equipment. I still have some goodies in the vault. He smiled. I'll have to pay a visit there to pick up my shield generator at the very least. He didn't plan on retrieving his spoils from the Starlight Megalodon. It would be a bit too extreme to be walking around wearing the squalene in his own headquarters. After Vez got over the bounty of DP he earned, he turned his attention to the other changes in his status. As he studied the rest of the list, he perceived overall improvement in many attributes and skills. The change in his attributes encompassed both his physical and mental aspects. All the genetic and corrective treatments he redeemed from the Starlight Megalodon boosted his body comprehensively. The system doesn't even list most of my recent gains in this area, such as my extended lifespan. His mental attributes rose as well. Perhaps the most drastic change would be his spirituality. For some reason, it rose by 0.4 points. Whether this meant his spirituality increased in a linear or geometric fashion, Vez couldn't tell because he hadn't developed a good measuring stick for this ephemeral energy source. Aside from his hugely improved spirituality attribute, his list of skills showed huge jumps as well. Vez distinctly noticed the addition of several new sub-skills which he hadn't redeemed any DP for in the skill tree. Sub-skills such as ultra-compact batteries I, field repairs I, spiritual vision I and spiritual exploration I weren't there the last time I checked my status. I've also become a novice in the field of stealth and cloaking. In addition, many of his older sub-skills received some bumps in ranking, likely due to his stint as head designer when he served with the Flagrant Vandals. His proficiencies in working with 3D printers and assembly systems received a welcome boost, and that was just one of many improvements he made over the years. The extensive amount of changes signified to Vez that he didn't have to rely on the system's skill tree to acquire or improve his skills and sub-skills. He could always study on his own or learn from practice. Each method has its own merits. Overall, his set of skills already matched the repertoire of a seasoned journeyman such as Katerin Neves. In fact, he was grossly overqualified for an apprentice. Vez did not feel a strong urge to upgrade more of his main skills to senior as of yet. His senior-level physics skill mainly introduced a huge bunch of esoteric knowledge in his mind which only became relevant in highly specialized applications. His main benefit from improving his physics skill was that he became more knowledgeable when it came to designing energy weapons. If I do upgrade a main skill to senior level, I'll start with my mechanics skill first. If he did so, he would have to complete an upgrade mission assigned by the system, which was a bit of a hassle. Overall, Vez was pleased with his improvements over the years. Compared to when he last used the system, he was a lot more rounded and his utilization of his skills had improved as well. Not everything is listed on my status page, he reminded to himself. Just because it's not on the list doesn't mean it isn't important. Now that Vez satisfied his curiosity for the moment, he began to look at his com more critically. While Lucky leisurely floated above his head, he wanted to address the system directly. "Tell me," he began. "Are you the metal scroll?" Silence. The system adopted its usual silent treatment in response to Vez prodding questions. Vez pressed his lips. "Come now. You managed to keep track of my design work while I was separated from you, so you must be aware of what I've learned of the Starlight Megalodon. The so-called mech designer system is just a facade of yours, right? Your true identity is the longlist mythical metal scroll worshipped by the 5 scrolls compact. Really? I don't know why you keep up that dumb AI act, but it's not fooling me anymore. I've encountered a lot of AIs over the years, and you are definitely more sophisticated than you appear. All this time, I've been using you as a vending machine, never fully comprehending that you must have your own agenda as well. Now that I know the truth about your origins, isn't it time for you to come clean with me? Evidently, the system adamantly maintained its silence to the pressing queries. Perhaps it thought that Vez was too weak. Perhaps it had been programmed to keep shut on this topic. Since Vez possessed no leverage on the system, he couldn't force it to talk. What could he do? Discard it into a black hole? It would probably teleport away and abandon Vez to find a new and more pliable user or something. After a bit more fruitless questioning, Vez gave up. Fine. Have it your way. You'll just continue to play along and design more mech if that's what you want. A mech designer must never cease to design mech. PFF. Now you open up your mouth. After Vez set aside his questions concerning the system, he returned to the question of where he should spend his DP on. Those 400,000 points didn't do anything to him as long as they remained unspent. First, I should set aside 100,000 DP again. He decided. If he ever fell into trouble, which would certainly happen sooner or later considering his track record, he could draw upon this amount to redeem a powerful one-time tool or augment to help him survive. That left a bit over 300,000 DP for him to spend wherever he wished. When Vez idly browsed the skill tree, he became astounded once again at the sheer variety of skills and sub-skills the system offered. However, not all of them were valued equally. Vez distinctly noticed that sub-skills related to high technology came with inflated DP costs along with hefty prerequisites. For example, if Vez wanted to acquire ultra-compact energy storage II, he needed to fork over 2 million DP to the system. What the hell? How can you be so greedy, system? Just as it seemed that Vez was about to accelerate his DP earnings, the reality was that the truly valuable sub-skills still required a hefty amount of investment. That 300,000 DP didn't seem too extravagant anymore. Vez felt like he was back in the days where he thought that earning a couple of thousand DP already made him wealthy. You'll just have to put my available points to the best possible use. Right now, Vez already felt he lacked some essential sub-skills when it came to designing his upcoming super medium Space Knight. His unfamiliarity with its weight class, flight system, polarizing module and more would definitely hamper him once he moved on to the next design phase. If I want to do my fatty mech design justice, I will need to shore up on my lack of design experience with spaceborne mech. Like many mech designers, Vez started his career with designing landbound mech. While that was all well and good, he didn't feel confident in being able to incorporate a flight system effectively and efficiently in his upcoming design. He simply lacked too much experience in this area. I can take the time to study it myself, but it's much faster and more convenient if I upgrade my understanding of flight systems. Aside from shoring up this essential point, Vez also couldn't forget about another option. He began to consider whether it would be worth it for him to invest a substantial amount of DP into acquiring Space Knight Mastery I. Chapter 1070 Inflated Prices Mastery provided Vez with a first-hand perspective on how mech pilots handled a specific mech type. It was immensely valuable and he considered it worth its hefty price tag. Even so, Vez already possessed a mastery in landbound night mech. Would he really be able to gain as much benefits when he acquired a mastery in its spaceborne version? After some contemplation, he decided to add Space Knight Mastery I to his list. Spaceborne mech are vastly different from landbound mech. The three-dimensional aspect of moving and fighting in space as well as concerns about vacuum, inertia, momentum, flight, heat management and more add a lot more complexities to the equation. In general, mech pilots found it harder to pilot spaceborne mech. The barrier to entry may be higher, but they were paid a bit better than their landbound colleagues. All of these added complexities made piloting spaceborne mech incomparable to piloting landbound mech. Vez saw a lot of merit in acquiring the relevant mastery, even if it wouldn't be in the right weight class. Space Knight Mastery I. 40,000 DP. Next up is to improve my understanding of flight systems. This entailed upgrading the propulsion skill in the generic flight system I subskill. The former encompassed many ways to move mech aside from using legs. It encompassed a broad understanding of flight in the air and in space. It also included some fundamental understanding on water jet propulsion used by aquatic mech. Let's just skip the years of learning and bump it straight up into journeyman territory. I'll improve my expertise on flight systems specifically while I'm at it. Propulsion Novice. 5000th DP. Propulsion Apprentice. 10,000th DP. Propulsion Journeyman. 20,000th DP. Flight Systems II. 2,500th DP. Flight Systems III. 5,000th DP. Flight Systems IV. 10,000th DP. Vez could already feel the system rubbing its greedy non-existent hands as he added more skills to the shopping cart. Even though it seemed somewhat luxurious for him to spend this much DP just on the flight system alone, he considered it essential for him to match the competence of a mech designer specialized in spaceborne mech. Only a few minutes went by and Vez already planned to dump 92,500 DP onto various skills and sub-skills. That's almost a third of my DP budget on. Nonetheless, these new additions solved his most critical inadequacies when it came to designing his super medium Space Knight. With a mastery and a vastly improved understanding of flight systems, he didn't fear the prospects of mistakes any longer. Not only that, he would also be able to incorporate various aspects unique to spaceborne mech a lot better into other areas of his design. Many laymen had the mistaken impression that spaceborne mech were actually landbound mech with flight systems slapped onto their backs. That was a gross simplification of the truth, as the lack of gravity and air in space led to a much greater divergence in design standards. Vez learned many of these rules when he came into touch with many spaceborne mech as a head designer. However, repairing spaceborne mech was one thing. Designing them from scratch was an entirely different thing. The last mistake I can make in this design project is to underestimate the challenges of designing a spaceborne mech. After some more thought, he added a subskill related to polarizing modules to his list. This would not only enable him to understand the working principles of this piece of technology, but also be able to tinker with it and adjust its parameters. Polarizing Shielding I. 20,000th DP. Polarizing Shielding II. 40,000th DP. Unfortunately, the system regarded polarizing technology as something advanced, so it jacked up the prices for understanding it by a corresponding proportion. For a while, Vez questioned whether he was spending his DP wisely. Polarizing technology did not see much use in the Bright Republic. The modules took up way too much space to be applicable to anything but heavy mech. However, the tech was a bit more ubiquitous among second-class mechs such as those circulating in the Friday Coalition. It was possible to miniaturize the polarizing modules so that it became practical for them to be implemented in medium mech as long as expensive exotics took over the role of regular materials. Vez could bear the price for polarizing Shielding I, yet he wasn't satisfied with understanding the bare essentials. He wanted to tweak the polarizing module and tailor it to his upcoming design. That required a lot more understanding, and to meet that need he would have to get polarizing Shielding II. It's still a hefty price to pay just to improve a single mech design a little better. He decided to bite the bullet and add the second tier of this line of sub-skills to his shopping cart. He rationalized it as an investment. In order to earn more DP, he needed to spend more DP. If I invest 60,000 DP into this sub-skill so that I can bump the quality of my Space Knight design to another level, the extra sales I get in return might pay back my investment in spades. His fatty mech design would definitely be a niche product that lacked the slightly wider appeal of his other two commercial mech designs. Since the target segment of a Space Knight would be those who specialized in piloting Space Knight, Vez needed to offer them a product with excellent performance. The polarizing module was the key gimmick of his Space Knight design. Being able to implement it proficiently and without introducing flaws or vulnerabilities would make or break his product. Alright, that's almost half of my DP budget on. Vez couldn't help but grumble about the system's inflated prices. Even though he agreed that it was only fair that the system charged more for rarer and more exclusive skills and sub-skills, as a consumer he couldn't help but feel as if he was being ripped off. Still, this led Vez to an important question. What is DP anyway? The system presented him with design points as its internal currency which Vez could redeem for various goodies. All this time, he regarded DP in a similar fashion to merits used in many organizations such as the Clifford Society and the CFA. The concept behind merits was simple. Merits represented actual contribution earned by individuals. It was not money that could be traded or given away freely. Thereby, organizations were able to level the field for the less affluent. If the poor worked harder than the rich, then they ought to be rewarded for their earnestness. Issuing merits was a way of recognizing their individual hard work. As for useless rich fops, they may be able to buy their way into their positions, but if they wanted to get further, they couldn't solely rely on their wealth and connections to get them ahead. Vez equated design points akin to merits because that was how the system operated on the surface. Yet now that he adopted a more critical mindset, he couldn't help but ask what design points actually represented. How do design points benefit the system? He openly asked. This was a very important question. For example, the groaning mission that Vez participated in allowed him to earn a generous amount of merits from the Clifford Society. The Society did not hand over these merits for free, but rather gained a substantial commission from House Kane. House Kane in turn gave the Society some concessions in return for Vez service. Everyone gets something of value, whether it's money, merits or services. Nobody loses out in this transaction. The question that Vez had right now was how the system could possibly benefit from incentivizing Vez with design points. Vez did not believe that this was just a fictional currency programmed into the system in order to incentivize good mech design. Even the system must pay some sort of price whenever it injects a skill into my mind or materializes a new item. However, aside from providing the system with some exceedingly rare materials, Vez mostly earned the system's appreciation by designing mech. It all comes down to designing mech. Why mech? What's so special about them? For the supposedly mythical metal scrolls which contains knowledge on how to design the armament of the gods, you sure possess a one-track mind system. Well, Vez couldn't blame the system for being brain-damaged. If the stories he heard were correct, then the metal scroll had been inadvertently destroyed during a secret power struggle. Even if it managed to recover, it obviously only regained a fraction of its former might. Maybe the metal scroll itself might even have been fractured into several pieces, each encompassing a single domain of weapons. That was a frightening thought. What if there was a system out there for designing infantry equipment or starships? Vez shook his head. Even if other fragments of the metal scroll existed somewhere across the galaxy, it had nothing to do with him. He was already content with the system's narrow focus on mech. To a mech designer, that mattered the most. In the end, Vez could speculate all he wanted, but he didn't come any closer to a solid answer. The system rewards me with DP whenever I design a mech or sell a mech. The amount of DP it rewards me varies according to the results I've achieved. Higher quality designs are worth a lot more DP than crappy designs. I also earn more DP from sales when my mech are more expensive and are bought in higher volumes. These specific patterns led Vez to believe they corresponded with the core activities of a mech designer. If Vez tried to maximize his DP earnings, then his actions and behavior would conform to mech designers who continue to progress and advance. Simply said, the system wanted him to keep advancing. Vez couldn't help but send a suspicious glance to his comm. Why did the system want him to advance so badly? Did it want something in return from Vez once he advanced to master or something? That might be a very real possibility. If Vez believed the mech designer system was just a simple piece of amazing software meant to help a mech designer without any further expectations, then he would be truly naive. The system first put him on the path to specializing in spirituality. The system also seemed to have a vested interest in helping him progress his mech designer career. It was as if the system was feeding a pig to the slaughter. Vez couldn't get rid of his paranoia. From all the secrets he learned during his military service, he stopped believing in altruism. Nobody did anything for free or without a reason. Individuals always aim to secure benefits for themselves, and Vez bet that the system was no exception to this rule. When Vez came back to the question where the system gained the energy or resources to do its magic, he threw out a guess. Design points are just standing in for something else, maybe. Perhaps the act of creation and the act of propagation, those creations injected the system with some sort of unknown energy that sustained its operation. Could it be spiritual energy? Out of all the options, spiritual energy seemed to fit the bill. However, there was no use speculating any further on this topic because Vez would never be able to force an answer out of the system at his current state. Vez threw a scheming glance at his comm. Someday, I'll force some answers out of you. It might take years, decades or centuries, but I have a long lifespan and plan to extend it even further. I have all the time in the galaxy to find out what you are and how my parents got involved. After setting aside his suspicions, he turned his attention back to improving his knowledge base. He inspected his shopping cart several times before he decided that this was enough to put him on the right track. If he ever felt he lacked some expertise, he could always come back another time. I don't think he'll be separated from the system ever again for a very long time. Chapter 1071 Specialized Machines. Vez reserved the rest of the day to cope with all of the new skills and sub-skills injected into his mind. More expensive skills generally corresponded with more knowledge being dumped into his mind. While his expanded intelligence allowed him to cope with the huge influx of knowledge, the sheer magnitude of it still burdened him quite a bit. It didn't help that Vez already bore an existing burden in the form of Kalanx's augmented spiritual fragment. Despite the unpleasantries, Vez endured the strain and tried to process the influx of knowledge as best he could. Countless theories and formulas related to propulsion and flight systems poured into his mind and settled in as a core part of his repertoire. Knowledge on polarizing technology came next. Vez learned the principles behind the tech. The polarizing module first shown by Professor Ventag no longer mystified him. He now possessed enough of a foundation to modify its base design. Many ideas bloomed into his mind, and he already planned to adjust many aspects of his draft design for his super-medium Space Knight. In light of his newly gained knowledge, the amount of flaws he introduced in the draft design was frankly embarrassing. Spending all of that DP is already worth it for this alone. Vez was very impressed with the comprehensive amount of understanding the expensive skills and sub-skills provided to him. He no longer felt as if he was a newcomer in the field of designing spaceborne mech. Those who participated in the design of spaceborne mech for decades might not even be able to match the depth of knowledge he gained within a couple of hours. Nonetheless, all of these mundane skills played second fiddle to what he regarded as the crown jewel of his list purchases. Purchasing any mastery from the system's skill tree was never as simple as injecting him with a bunch of knowledge. No, the system wasn't content with that at all. Instead, the system would take his mind and travel back into the past and possibly into an alternate timeline and force him to hitchhike inside the mind of a mech pilot in the past. Whether the system engaged in an elaborate simulation or performed actual time travel, Vez had to admit it was an extremely effective learning experience for him. Not even the smallest details escaped him when he had access to all of the conscious and unconscious thought processes of mech pilots. Still, Vez hesitated in undergoing his mastery at this time. He only returned to his company less than a day and could not afford to keep his company rudderless for long. It didn't help that it seemed to be completely up to chance how much time it took for a mastery journey to complete. The amount of time he spent in the past corresponded with how much time he spent out cold in his current time. If the system screwed him over by keeping him stuck in his mastery journey for days, his company and his confidants might begin to wonder where he disappeared off to. Even with Lucky keeping guard over him, they might decide to barge into his lab anyway. I'll have to schedule my absence properly and only after I've taken care of some critical business. Now that he returned to the company, he couldn't let it coast along its current trajectory. Vez planned to leave his mastery for later and decided to take care of other matters first. Come on, Lucky. Let's go visit the vault first before heading to the manufacturing floor. Vez went to the bottommost floor of the manufacturing complex and entered the large but mostly empty vault. He sought out the portion of the vault which held his shield generator. After unlocking the lockbox which held this powerful piece of equipment, he steadied the belt-like object in his hands. It's so small, light and thin. He used to consider his shield generator as a product of magic rather than science. Compared to his existing understanding of science and engineering, there was no way he could pack so much protection ability into such a light and thin device. Yet now that he came back to his shield generator after 3 years of separation, he realized that his shield generator no longer mystified himself as much. His understanding of polarizing technology gave him a basic framework on how its more advanced version worked. The incredible amount of power required to sustain the shielding effect also became explainable. Of course, Even if I can guess at its working principles, it's way too soon to design and build a shield generator myself. He scoffed. Studying the shield generator made him appreciate its value even further. It was a supremely expensive application of high technology. Vez didn't even dare to ask how much it cost Master Olson to gift him with one. Along the way, he also picked up his Vulcan eye multiscanner even though he didn't expect to make use of it immediately. He attached it to his largely empty tool belt. I should get around to filling up my tool belt with gadgets just like last time. That also reminded him of another reward he gained from the same mission from the system that rewarded him with 10 golden lottery tickets. Vez swept his mind into his intangible inventory and studied the only other object inside besides the Amistandira. Special Upgrade Voucher, Machine. This voucher can be applied to any object that fits the definition machine and will comprehensively upgrade them to a higher rank. The smaller the machine, the more extensive the upgrade. This voucher is less effective on advanced and complex machines. To be honest, Vez forgot about this special upgrade voucher because he could never find a good opportunity to use it. The description sounded like a trap, which was typical of the system. If he used the voucher on something highly advanced like the Amistandira or even Lucky, the improvements would be so marginal that nothing actually changed. If he used it on something crappy, then even if he got something good out of it, he could have obtained something similar through more conventional means. There's no pressing need for me to apply this voucher on anything at this time. Aside from that, he also kept a virtual bronze invitation card for the Angel's Wing Foundation. Even though he got it from the loathsome Church of Hutumak, it didn't detract from its value. Although the Five Scrolls Compact definitely supported the Angel's Wing Foundation behind the scenes, it might be his only source of rare biological and genetic enhancements in the Galactic Rim. Vez didn't forget about the Archimedes Rubal brain implant either. It offered enormous benefits to his cognitive functions, especially with regards to memorization. The only problem was Vez didn't trust it in its current shape. He needed to hire a reliable specialist to check over its bioprogramming and made sure it didn't contain any backdoors. I have so many things to do. He sighed. It felt bad for him to leave these goodies behind, but he could not figure out a good opportunity to make use of them right now. After he finished getting what he wanted from the vault, he took the secure elevators up to the manufacturing floor. The last time he visited the floor where all of the LMC's production took space, most of it was empty and hollow. Not anymore. With 1 Dortmund production line, 5 Benson production lines and 11 Hanover production lines, the manufacturing floor looked as busy and organized as the manufacturing facilities operated by the Katernevis Group. Hundreds of mech technicians operating in shifts worked on this floor. Vez saw to his satisfaction that they appeared to be motivated, diligent and brisk in their work. Various guards bearing the uniform of Sanile Lapland Security Services patrolled the different halls which hosted a number of production lines. Vez frowned a bit at the sight. He knew that it was difficult to expect the avatars of Myth to match the capabilities of a professional security company from the Friday Coalition. It took a lot of time and effort to train specialized security guards. It took even more effort to set up a reliable virtual security arrangement. Despite these constraints, Vez felt a bit leery about giving a foreign company so much access to the heart of his mech company. He hoped he wouldn't have to rely on an external security company forever, especially once he and his company grew into greater prominence. At some point, his existence would attract attention from the Friday Coalition. SAS originated from the Kansu clan, which was one of the many partners that made up the coalition. The structure of the Friday Coalition reminded him of the fractured duchies of the Vija Kingdom. The only difference was that the Friday Coalition were so disagreeable to each other that they never elevated someone to rule above their heads. Rather than treat them as a single coherent second-rate state, it was more appropriate to view them as a permanent alliance of squabbling powers. It was yet another topic of discussion when Vez intended to announce his upcoming plan to shake up the company. Under the guidance of a SAS guard, Vez found Chief Technician Cyril Hockett supervising the maintenance process of one of the company's new Hanover production lines. "It's a beauty, ain't it?" Chief Cyril said after welcoming him back to the fold. "Even though the price is high, the Hanover is worth every penny in my regard. It's certainly a machine that is geared towards speed." Vez could see that immediately from how big it was and how many specialized machines it contained. The Hanover production line did not depend on its 3D printer to fabricate all of the parts of a mech, but instead split some specialized processes to more dedicated machines that worked a lot more efficiently. The main advantage of doing this was that the production line could fabricate several different parts in parallel, thereby saving a significant amount of time. The specialized production machines dedicated to fabricating armor plating, structural supports, delicate components, processor chips and more all did a much better job because they only needed to be good in one area. Compared to the Dortmund or the Benson production lines, the 3D printers that served as the starting point of those production lines needed to fabricate so many different parts that it could never be tweaked to excel in one specific area. Their versatile nature was both their greatest strength and their greatest weakness. Of course, it was a lot cheaper to acquire a single machine that did everything decently enough than to acquire a handful of machines that split responsibility. Even if a single machine was still cheaper than a fully fledged 3D printer, the sheer amount of them that made up the Hanover production line still turned it into a hugely expensive investment. As Chief Cyril began to explain some of the ins and outs of the Hanover production lines, Vez gained a bit more appreciation for them. As much as he resented the decision to go into debt to fund this investment, the high rate of production they delivered in return more than made up for it. As long as orders kept coming in, the machines would be able to earn back their value sooner or later. Still, Vez was no longer a stranger to mech technicians and running a manufacturing operation. His time with the Vandals as well as the KNG gave him a lot of insights that he couldn't wait to apply in his own company. He first addressed his most important concern. "You've heard that the average quality of our silver label mech have gone down. What do you have to say for yourself, Chief?" Chief Cyril shrugged. "We're trying the best we can, but it's difficult to ensure quality when we are working on this scale." "That's not good enough, Chief." Vez firmed up and crossed his arms. "Please explain to me why quality has fallen." The chief looked a bit askance at his boss, as if he was afraid to engage in this topic. Yet Vez's combat strong demeanor left no means of escape. Either the chief answered the question, or Vez would beat the answer out of him with his fists if he had to. Unlike with the system, Vez did not plan to let his subordinates weasel their way out. Now that he returned, Vez wanted to teach his entire company that he was firmly in charge. Chapter 1070 To the Candyman. "Frankly, I'm disappointed," Vez said as he crossed his arms. Chief Cyril brought him to his office to discuss the matter of product quality as it was a sensitive topic. The situation facing the LMC for a long time sounded very simple. As the company's profit margin narrowed due to a combination of inflation and rising cost of raw materials, they came under pressure to cut costs wherever they could. The manufacturing floor became the focal point of the LMC's attempts at cutting costs. If they could manage to streamline the production processes and cut the total cost of producing a mech by 1%, then that would have quickly resulted in a 10% increase of the mech meager profit. Chief Cyril remained unapologetic for that reason. Pursuing quality above efficiency is fine when times were good and when we only had access to a single production line. Yet now we've ballooned to the point where we are working with 17 production lines at once and shipping out hundreds of mech a month. Every cost-saving measure we can squeeze out of our current processes directly helps with keeping the company afloat during the hard times. The LMC's reputation has declined. Is that worth the cost? Reputation can be regained. It's not as if we're the only mech company that's been cutting corners during these times. Besides, I think you're overstating the quality issue. With all the tests we've been carrying out at our testing ground, none of our finished mech are shipped with defects. The complaints mainly come from repeat customers who ordered one of our earlier products. Only then is the difference in quality noticeable, but it's only some minor issues that they really complain about. Repeat customers are our most loyal and valued customers, Vez stated. Mech buyers who keep coming back to us for more need to be rewarded for their dedication to our products. We didn't have the luxury to think that far ahead while we were flailing in the water trying to keep the company afloat. As much as Vez didn't wish to admit it, Chief Cyril made the correct decision in helping the production department streamline their operations. The fat profit margins the company enjoyed before the war granted them the luxury to pursue excellence. Now that the Black Beak and the Crystal Lord models only earned a 10% profit margin on average, the company needed to tighten its belt as much as possible. Vez reflected on the malaise affecting the company. If he wanted to turn the LMC's fortunes around, he needed to address several points. First, he needed to work away some of the huge pile of debt the LMC had incurred. If Vez wanted to increase the company's production capacity, then he might have taken the opposite decision and borrow even more money to purchase more Hanover production lines. However, he did not plan to invest more money into expanding the operations of his company for the foreseeable time. Operating 17 production lines at once was more than sufficient to meet the current market demand for their existing mech. Vez believed he possessed enough means to earn enough money within a year to work away most of the debt. His personal fortune, which mostly consisted of various royalties and dividends he earned, could be used to lighten the burden enormously, but he didn't intend to touch that fortune. Instead, he already had a plan in mind to earn a quick infusion of cash. Although it was a bit of a harebrained scheme of his, he nonetheless believed he stood a good chance at earning a couple of billions of credit in quick order. He'd have to send some feelers to the Clifford Society. Still, the main source of revenue would have to come from the core business of the LMC, which was selling mech. The Black Beak and the Crystal Lord models may be enduring successes to the company, but it was obvious that they couldn't be relied upon to shoulder the burden forever. The company needed to release a new mech model. For the next couple of months, Vez planned to work on the joint design project with Professor Ventag. Nora Consolidated would take over most of the production once they published their new design. The LMC would not be burdened with meeting market demand other than to supply the occasional gold label mech handcrafted by himself to showcase the full potential of his new design. Second, he needed to change the structure of the LMC as a whole. The company grew from nothing into a respectable major mech manufacturer with sector-wide sales. Yet this growth came so quickly that the company hadn't entirely followed the best plan to operate at this scale. The company would likely resume its growth now that Vez returned to take the lead. If the company ballooned in size while retaining its current structure, he couldn't rule out the possibility of dysfunction and waste. In order to smooth the way for the LMC's rise, Vez wanted to shake the company up and prepare it for a new era. Vez also recalled that this would be the time where the influence of the Ministry of Economic Development on his company would be replaced by Flashlight. The murky intelligence agency may not be the most reliable partner to work with, but he didn't think they would mistreat him now that he earned a measure of their trust. The transition could happen at any day now that the war had formally ended. Vez had other items on the agenda besides these two major ventures, but he didn't think he should bite more than he could chew. He still had an obligation to work on the joint design project, after all, so he couldn't be babysitting the company all day. He turned his attention back to Chief Cyril. For now, I'd like you to write a report that summarizes the current state of our manufacturing processes from your own perspective. Depending on your feedback and my own judgment, I might decide to introduce some changes. That's fair. It's your company to do what you will. However, the new shareholder won't be pleased if they think you are detracting from the company's profitability. Vez smirked. Well, see. He spent a couple of hours touring the new production lines, paying close attention to the new Hanover production lines. He called up their parameters and memorized the key points so that he knew exactly what they brought to the company. Since they cost 8 billion credits each, Vez wanted to be sure he got his money's worth out of them all. Once he spent enough time inspecting the company's manufacturing efforts, Vez decided it was time to check up on Kedis before she felt neglected. Since I brought her on in an attempt to groom her into an asset to the LMC, she needs to become more useful first. Vez already made some preparations in that area. He sought her out and found her at the testing ground distance away from the mech nursery. The testing ground the LMC initially set up had expanded in scope and size. Each mech required several days of testing. The LMC employed a lot of test pilots to adequately gauge all of the new mech coming out of the mech nursery. Vez had a brief talk with the managers of the facility, but he quickly sought out Kedis. She had been spending her time watching mech go through various obstacle courses to test their mobility. "Your designs are really impressive, Vez," she said. "Their quality is amazing. If the Sword Maidens had a full company of Black Beaks, Then we won't have much to fear on land. He couldn't help but boast a little. These mech designs are years old. They don't reflect my current capabilities anymore. So you came to me now. It's about time. What do you have for me now that you're back? Right now? Nothing much. The design project I'm engaged in is in a very early stage. It's not time yet for you to contribute. Instead, I want you to hit the books and learn more theory in preparation for your upcoming tasks. Cadis adopted an annoyed expression. Learning, learning, learning. You keep pushing me to learn. When will it ever be enough for you? I want to design a mech, damn it. Isn't that what mech designers are supposed to do, Vez? I understand your frustration, but mech design is all about applying knowledge in creative ways. The more you know, the more options you have at your disposal. At your current state, you won't be of much help at all to a design project of this caliber. You need to shore up your fundamentals and delve further into your specialty. That means you need to master the contents of tons of textbooks. Forget about reading a ton of them. I won't be able to finish even one of them. It's so boring to study by myself. You've already anticipated that problem. Tell me, do you like candy? Sure. Cadis looked befuddled at the seemingly random question. Here. Take this. Vez placed a candy in her hand. She popped it into her mouth without a second glance. Wow. Cadis said as she felt a rush going through her mind. This is some candy. It's tasty as well. Here. Have another candy. Vez felt as if he was treating a little girl to some treats. This time, Cadis experienced an even stronger rush. It took an entire minute for her to get over her high. Man, Vez, this candy is even better than the stimulants I used to use back when I was with the Sword Maidens. Vez fed her a couple more intelligence and concentration candies. Even though he forked out 30,000 DP in total for all of those attribute candies, he considered it to be a worthwhile investment. Out of every mech designer he knew, Cadis was the most appropriate candidate to bring into his design team. Not only did they spend a lot of time together and became familiar with each other, they also trusted each other to cover their backs. Back when Vez first reunited with her at his penthouse office, he surreptitiously inspected her with the vision granted by the system in order to find out her mental attributes. Cadis. Intelligence. 1.3. Creativity. 0.9. Concentration. 0.6. Vez always knew that her intelligence was above average. She had to be in order to become a fully fledged novice mech designer in the frontier. Yet her god-awful concentration meant she was continually plagued with the attention span of a hyperactive teenager. Since Cadis didn't have anywhere else to go except for the Sword Maidens, Vez had faith that Cadis would not betray or leave him anytime soon. He decided to go big and experiment with upgrading her two most important mental attributes all the way up to the human limit. Unlike with Carlos, Vez didn't feel the need to hold back with Cadis. She was completely unknown in civilized space. It wouldn't be too outlandish for Vez to discover an amazingly talented mech designer from nowhere, especially since no one in the Komodo star sector was familiar with their old capabilities. It was just like Master Olsen uncovering a freakishly intelligent young boy in some quiet star system of the Friday Coalition. Mech designers were constantly keeping their eyes peeled for people with limitless potential that they could shape into their perfect assistants. After eating 20 candies in a single instant, Cadis was so high with the constant mental explosions in her mind that Vez had to order some guards to bring her back to her apartment at the mech nursery. Hey, candy, gimme more candy. She drooled. It might have been a bit reckless of Vez to force Cadis to eat so many candies at once, but he already knew it was safe to consume them in succession. At worst, Cadis would be out of it for a couple of days. Vez looked forward to see how the new Cadis fared once she came off her psychedelic trip. She would probably require a lot of time to adjust to her new mental state, but once she did, she would certainly become an asset to the company. Chapter 1073 Without direction. A day after Vez fed Cadis with a bunch of candy, he seated himself in his penthouse office and summoned the chief operating officer of the LMC. Jake Altern looked a little more aged than last time when he entered the office. The older man started out as a retainer of the family and ran some of the businesses owned by the Larkin Son estate. Putting him in charge of all of the actual operations of the company was a big responsibility to fulfill, But from all accounts he did a decent job in keeping the LMC's administration in order. Jake. Long time no see. You've grown, Vez. Jake nodded amiably at Vez as he crossed the distance and took a seat in front of the desk. You have different air about you. I like it. You're just like the other Larkin sons now. Projecting strength is an essential trait in leadership. Vez wrapped his fingers against the surface of his desk. I didn't call you here to compliment me. There's business to be done. First, what do you think of the current state of the LMC? The Living Mech Corporation has become a respectable mech manufacturer. Jake said with pride. It's my child as well as yours. I'm glad to see it rise in its current splendor and turn into a huge asset for the Larkin Son family. While we've gone through some hard times, I always believed you would return and drag us out of our slump. I'm glad you have so much faith in me, but please describe our strengths and weaknesses. Well, despite only offering 2 mech models in our product catalog, they are still profitable, which is quite a rare luxury these days for comparable mech companies. All the recent publicity has helped boost our sales, which in turn help us ease the pressure off our bottom line. What other strengths does the company have? I always felt a little dubious about basing the LMC in Cloudy Curtain as it is a large hassle to ship goods and mech back and forth, but now I see the merits in it. We've been isolated of much of the unrest that has currently gripped Bentham. Our company has grown to dominate half of the planet. We employ so many well-paid people that our existence has begun to have a ripple effect over Freslin. What role does Freslin play to the LMC? It's the closest major city to the mech nursery and is where most of our employees live and spend their time at when they are off duty. While Orinoco still functions as a bastion for the old guard, the city of Freslin is experiencing a renaissance. Under the influence of the LMC, it has become the planet's main hub for all mech-related activities. The social responsibility initiatives that we've undertaken, such as sponsoring the local mech academy, has earned us a lot of support from the locals. Sponsorship? Vez raised his eyebrow. What is this about sponsorship? Didn't Kelsey already tell you? She allocated a couple of 100 million credits a year on boosting the LMC's influence in Cloudy Curtain. Back before the economy worsened, she even drafted an ambitious plan to set up a small advanced mech academy on the planet. It would have accepted every local mech pilot who graduated from the basic mech academy. I take it those plans didn't go through? It's too expensive to start up a mech academy. Jake shook his head. Not only do we need to invest at least 1 billion credits into acquiring a wide variety of training mech, they also need a lot of servicing. The problem with starting a mech academy in Cloudy Curtain is that new institutions don't have the reputation to attract a lot of students. Cloudy Curtain itself isn't big enough to supply enough prospective mech pilots to run a profit. The people who lived on this rural planet also weren't affluent enough to pay high tuition fees. Frankly, it made little business sense to start an advanced academy on this little planet when Bentham was right next door. This scheme basically benefited the planet at the expense of the LMC, which only gained a bit of reputation and goodwill in return. Vez activated his terminal and called up how much money the company spent on corporate social responsibility. He grew grim as he saw that Kelsey spent at least 2 billion credits over the last 3 years on various infrastructure initiatives such as new roads and hospitals. He thought he made it clear that the LMC shouldn't waste its money on these feel-good projects. Why didn't you stop Kelsey? Jake shrugged. Although it looks bad in hindsight, it helped us out a lot in securing local support. With all the events that happened recently on Cloudy Curtain, we need to have a majority of the local population on our side. Right now, our relationship with the pioneers have never been better. With our backing, they've taken over the planetary assembly from the White Doves and the Greens. This was a significant development. Now that Vez had come into touch with the higher annals of power, he was not as ignorant as before when it came to politics. It became clear now that the 2 main farming consortiums based on this planet possessed their own backing. No matter how many setbacks they suffered recently, their enduring resilience signified that they were here to stay. What kind of benefits have we received with the pioneers in charge? They've made life a lot easier for the LMC. Not only did they exempt any transports and cargo ships from stopping by at Orinoco's spaceport, they also reduced many taxes and fees which helped us remain afloat. Vez nodded in understanding. The pioneers had a vested interest in the LMC as well. Okay, I can see how our earlier initiatives has improved the local conditions. However, I don't want to keep funding expensive boondoggles. Our reputation among many of the locals is already high enough that I hardly see the benefit in investing more in this aspect. Understood. I will develop a plan to slowly draw down our expenditures on this front, Jake said. While Vez basically wanted to end the practice entirely, he decided to be more tactful instead. By issuing an order for a gradual pushback, he wouldn't be signaling to the locals that he was leaving them to dry. He also wanted to avoid openly contradicting Kelsey's decisions. They moved on to the real reason why Vez called the COO to his office. The LMC is due for a shakeup. That's a big word, Vez. Changing the company extensively is a difficult endeavor and can backfire on us if we handle it badly. Jake said gravely. Do you believe the LMC is fine as it is? That it doesn't need any changes? The COO furrowed his brows. Now that you mention it, lately it felt as if the company was too used to running on autopilot. Our workforce has grown a little stagnant and they're used to doing the same work over and over again. That's fine for the moment, but I'm afraid the LMC isn't flexible enough to adjust to changing circumstances in the mech industry and mech market. In other words, the company had become too complacent. The current status quo would not last forever. At the very least, the upcoming arrival of the new mech generation would shake up the entire mech industry in its entirety. The last thing Vez wanted to see was the LMC failing to keep up with the rapid changes. All right, what do you think we need to change? Vez asked. You know our company the best. What is the most pressing issue we need to address? While there are various issues that I can think of that we need to change, there is one overarching aspect about the company that definitely needs to be reformed. Our company culture lacked too much direction during your absence. Our employees don't possess a strong kinship with each other and we don't even know what the company supposedly values. That was squarely on Vez. As Jake described his concerns about the corporate culture, he painted a picture of employees clocking in day by day without even caring too much about their impact on other people's lives. Since you're so aware of the problem, why didn't you address it sooner? I can't. Jake shrugged. I'm not a charismatic leader and none of our top management has managed to change the overall direction of the company. It takes a true visionary in order to shape the LMC's internal culture. We've all been waiting for you to return in order to set a strong example. Vez understood his point. Good leaders were hard to come by, and the LMC did not have the leverage to hire the best of the best. Most of the top management consisted of Larkin Son retainers or former free agents who previously held positions in other mech companies. Fortunately, Vez believed he could fulfill the gap in their capabilities with regards to fostering a shared set of values among his workforce. He already witnessed good and bad examples from the various mech regiments and outfits he witnessed firsthand. The flagrant vandals, Walter's Whalers and Lydia's Sword Maidens each exhibited a strong sense of camaraderie and loyalty. They were proud to be a part of their forces. The distinct leadership style of Major Verrill made a very strong impression on Vez. The mech major shouldered a huge responsibility in carrying the flagrant vandals through an arduous mission, but most of the vandals never gave up even when they were pushed to the brink. While it was true that the crew of the Finmouth Regal mutinied, that did not detract from Major Verrill's overall success in shepherding his forces in and out of the deep frontier. Vez always admired the esprit de corps exhibited by the vandals in the aforementioned outfits. While they all exhibited various flaws, the members of those forces did not let that hold them back. If Vez wanted to foster the same kind of spirit among his subordinates, then he needed to take the lead in setting forth a strong set of principles. It's best to begin with a simple motto. We can use that to serve as the heart of our core principles. Jake advised. Something that's too long and contains too many concepts or buzzwords will lack meaning to most of our workforce because it comes across as muddled. Haven't I already set the company's mission statement? Vez recalled. I thought I set forth an aspiration that the LMC should endeavor to meet the needs of customers who are looking for a mech that feels alive to them. Our mech aren't commodities. They are valuable partners who can complement their mech pilots better than any other mech. That is what we are working to achieve. Jake sighed. That sounds good and all, but it's a very vague mission statement, you know. None of us can really figure out what the name of our company actually stands for. While all of us feel that our mech are a little different than the other mech on the market, it's difficult to communicate that to our customers, let alone our own workforce. In short, most people don't have a clue what the LMC really stands for. Is that right? Not everyone is as smart as you, Vez. You're a unique mech designer, but some of the ideas you spout are rather eccentric. In fact, some of us think it's better if we change the name of our company to introduce more clarity to our corporate identity. We can't just keep operating on the belief that we are just a generic mech company led by mech designer with some very weird ideas. All of these faults made it clear that Fez failed to propagate his beliefs to the rest of the company. It wasn't that obvious at first since he provided a strong direction when he was present, but his absence increasingly made this deficiency more apparent. All right. Let's discuss on how we can reform our principles, he said with a renewed sense of purpose. I want the Living Mech Corporation to be more than just a vehicle to make money. Our company stands for something greater than that, and it's time that our subordinates and our customers learn our ethos. Chapter 1074 Core Principles. Mech companies occupied a unique position within human society. Technically, they were arms manufacturers. Some arms manufacturers sold infantry weapons. Other arms manufacturers sold turret installations. Yet even though mech companies sold mech, they were treated differently from other arms manufacturers. This was because the designers and developers of those armaments were mostly anonymous faces. It didn't really matter to the vast majority of the market which person designed a specific weapon model. The company brand stood for the entire company rather than a couple of notable weapon designers. Due to the prominence of mech in the age of mech companies enjoyed a very different situation. Mech designers enjoyed a lot of attention and publicity to the point where their personal fame often overpowered the brand of the company where they worked at. A mech company was just a hollow shell without a notable mech designer taking the lead. This unique condition, along with the custom of mech designers founding and leading their own mech companies in person, came with vast implications. The most important one was that mech companies served as an extension of the lead designers' design philosophies. When it came to core principles, nothing was more important to a mech designer than the principles espoused by their deeply personal design philosophies. Since the good ones often started their own businesses or took over existing ones, it made sense if they shaped the identities of their companies to accommodate their own beliefs. The equation was slightly different when it came to mech companies that employed multiple mech designers. Even so, there would always be a small number of lead designers who took charge of the overall direction of the mech company. The example of the KNG came to mind, though Vez admitted it was not the most stellar example of how companies should be run. The Living Mech Corporation centered around Vez Larkinson, the mech designer. By that, he meant that the company should strongly be aligned to his own design philosophy. Even though no one but Vez himself could realize his design philosophy to its full potential, that didn't mean that his subordinates should just do their own thing. A mech corporation that did not follow through with their lead designer's design philosophy would only hamper both in the future. The mech designer wouldn't be able to progress as much as the mech being produced and sold by their companies failed to fully realize their mech designs. The mech company therefore suffered, as well as their lead designer. Stalling progress meant that it didn't enjoy as much success as it ought to have. Each were dependent on each other. This was why Vez put his full attention on this issue. If his own company did not match him in lockstep, then he could forget about spreading the influence of his design philosophy across the galaxy. It starts with a motto, Vez muttered. No one else could help him set a motto for his company. As the lead designer of the LMC, only he could shape its principles. Even the system couldn't help him solve this important hurdle. Right now, Vez stared out of the high windows of his penthouse office, overlooking the darkening cloudy skies as evening set in. Most of the office workers, as well as the day shift of mech technicians, ended their work for the day and returned to their homes. Thousands of workers filed out of the headquarters or the underground portion of the mech nursery. Company-provided transit shuttles and air cars waited at the vastly expanded landing zone at the far end of the company premises. His workers entered them in an orderly fashion and took them all the way back to Freslin or one of its many suburbs. These people all rely on me to lead the company to prosperity. It was a daunting thought. The wrong decision could not only ruin his own career, but also destroy the livelihoods of many of his workers. Right now, he felt like he was leading his own miniature state. It was an apt analogy of the power he wielded and the responsibility that came with it. He no longer worked on his own but instead received the assistance of thousands of employees, all of whom shared in his fortune and misfortune. Meow. Lucky idly floated down on his lap and demanded to be petted. Vez interrupted his reverie in order to lavish some attention to his pet. As he looked at Lucky's mechanical form and sensed the spark of spirituality deep inside, Vez couldn't help but think if more machines could be like his cat. What would a mech look like that possessed Lucky's breath of life and spirit? It wouldn't be a mech anymore. He muttered and shook his head. A mech that has gained full autonomy is not really a mech anymore. It would be an entirely new sentient machine race. A mech was a large war machine that operated along the direction of a mech pilot. Vez needed to remind himself to stick with this definition. While Vez wanted to make his mech more alive in a spiritual sense, he did not intend to go the full mile and make an entire race of Sigrin-like sentient AIs inhabiting mech-like bodies. The living mech that I aim to design are not alive in the literal sense. It's sufficient for them to be alive in spirit. Mech should remain inanimate when no one actively piloted them. Whatever Vez might aspire for mech, he wasn't extreme enough to think that they should be controlled by anything other than humans. Even if I believe that mech should have more value and be more appreciated, it remains a fact that they are also tools who were meant to be used in the purpose they were designed for. In this case, mech are designed to wage war. It was very dangerous for humans to outsource the capacity to wage war onto easily exploitable AIs or other vulnerable entities. Humanity long learned that they needed to take charge of their own endeavors, and Vez did not intend to upset that principle. However, that did not mean his design philosophy was impossible to fulfill. It depends on my definition of living mech. He muttered as he stroked Lucky's back. How can I define this term so that it recognizes the value I bring to mech without sowing more confusion? Some mech designers adhered to very direct design philosophies. They wanted to design the most resilient mech or the most enduring mech. Anyone could easily explain their main design focus in a couple of seconds. For example, under his guidance, Kedis managed to formulate her own design philosophy, which was to design swordsmen mech who wielded the sharpest swords. It's a simple ambition, but it fits her very well. Her design philosophy came from her heart. The groundwork for it slowly took on its shape after many years of running with the Sword Maidens. As it was a sincere design philosophy that truly fit Kedis well, Vez did not stop her from adopting her greatest ambition as her design philosophy. Sadly, Vez adopted a much more abstract design philosophy. This expanded his options but also raised the difficulty of fulfilling the aspirations of his design philosophy. His main problem, which hampered his ability to communicate his principles effectively, was that he was burdened by the need to keep his advantages secret. If he ever exposed what he learned about the X factor to the mech industry and the wider galaxy, he would not only lose his greatest competitive advantage, but also painted a huge target on his back. The MTA, CFA and Five Scrolls Compact would fight to take him into their custody. Vez already possessed one reason for them to covet him, as he ostensibly held the identity of a holy son of the Five Scrolls Compact. He did not feel like compounding his own value to these powerful transgalactic organizations. I have to define living mech in a way that isn't too direct but isn't too vague either. How could he possibly straddle the line? With the handicap of not being able to reference spirituality or the X factor directly, Vez could not come up with an easy answer to this problem. Maybe I should start from the perspective of mech pilots. As the principal users of his products, mech pilots served as the focal point of every mech company. While those with money and those with the power to decide which mech they should purchase were not always mech pilots, their opinions still exerted a huge influence in the purchasing decisions. A mech pilot's fit with a certain mech model was vitally important to the functioning of a mech force. Did Vez aim to please every mech pilot? No. He shook his head. I can't possibly design a mech that can satisfy everyone. That's just an impossibility. Vez did not even dream of selling the most mech or capturing a huge share of the mech market. Instead, he cared more about accommodating the needs of mech pilots who stood to benefit most from his products. My mech are more than commodities. Vez repeated this specific phrase for a reason. It encapsulated what he thought was wrong with the current mech market. The vast majority of mech designers and mech pilots did not treat their mech with sufficient respect. He detested this careless attitude towards mech. It encouraged neglect and sloppiness. Even if mech were tools to be used in war, many lives depended on how well they were treated. My mech are designed to meet the needs of those who care about their mech. I want to reward good behavior by having the mech repay the care and attention it received. In other words, he wanted to portray his living mech as loyal partners to their mech pilots. Inspiration suddenly struck Vez. He spontaneously muttered a short phrase that neatly encapsulated his design philosophy. Living mech. Partners for life. It sounded like how a motto ought to sound like. Even though it was just a couple of words strung together, their combination expressed a very clear and distinct set of meaning. The only problem with this motto was that it still possessed a very abstract quality that made it difficult to imagine what a living mech actually looked like. While the strong X factors of his mech helped convey the unique quality of his mech to his customers, it was difficult to recognize it as a concrete asset when nobody except Vez could fully explain their uniqueness. Still, Vez liked the motto he came up with. He didn't feel the need to come up with another motto that strayed away from his design philosophy in the name of dumbing down its abstract nature. The motto served as a starting point to the principles that the LMC should abide by, but it wasn't enough. Just these words alone would never be able to align his entire workforce due to how wide it could be interpreted. How could Vez describe the motto succinctly? Living mech are mech that are responsive to their mech pilots. We describe them as partners for life because all of our mech are designed to accompany their mech pilots in as many battles as possible for as long as they can. Our mech are partners for life because are designed to adapt to their owners. Perhaps it was a bit of an exaggeration to describe his mech as partners for life. A typical mech career piloted mech until they reached old age where their mental agility no longer kept up with their mech. From start to finish, this typically took 50 to 60 years. That was enough time for mech pilots to use at least 3 different mech. As older mech aged and became obsolete, they came under stronger pressure to change to a newer mech model. Under those practical circumstances, it was unheard of for mech pilots to stick with a single mech for the entirety of their careers. Yet Vez did not intend to change his motto despite this inaccuracy. Who knew if conditions changed in the future and the rate of advancement slowed to a point where mech remained relevant for 60 years instead of wearing out within just 10 years. Chapter 1075 Stipulant Asset Management. The next day, Vez convened his confidants and invited a couple of other top executives such as Jake Altern, the Chief Operating Officer, and the Primrose McGarry, the Chief Financial Officer. All of them knew the company well. If Vez couldn't make them understand the principles he espoused, then no one could. Living mech. Partners for life. Gavin rolled the phrase off his tongue. As a marketing specialist, Vez awaited his opinion most eagerly. I like it. It possesses a good cadence. Hearing it conjures up the image that our mech are enduring partners for our customers. Not everyone agreed. Jake, for example, did not approve. That's all well and good, but it still comes with a flaw that no one immediately has an idea what our mech excel at. What does it mean that our mech are partners for life? It means that our mech are companions rather than products. Vez espoused. The LMC's products that can be relied upon to treat mech pilots well when they care for their mech in return. From a technical standpoint, mech that qualify as partners for life should be high-quality products that are built to last and can endure the rigors of combat again and again even under moderate use. However, that is only the value that we bring from the surface. What else is there? Our mech are mech with a heart. I'm sure you all heard from our customers that our mech are slightly more comfortable and accommodating to mech pilots than the competition. This is my true area of expertise. My mech are not just lifeless tools to be used and abused until they break. Treat them well, and they will grow with the mech pilot. Some of the people present furrowed their brows or looked confused. Vez failed to convey his principles clear enough. I think Vez is referring to the high customer satisfaction of the mech pilots that use our mech. Gavin added. You've been studying the reports for a long time, and a lot of the feedback we've received from our customers express a very high satisfaction, particularly to picky mech pilots. While our main products are priced beyond the reach of most of our market, those that have been forking good money for our Mech almost never regretted their purchase. I believe our repeat business potential is very high. The only reason why we haven't noticed this on a wider scale is due to our limited Mech catalog. When oriented towards customer feedback, the motto seemed more meaningful. As they worked for the company for several years now, they all knew what their most loyal customers felt about the LMC's Mech. We have a good reputation on that front, but it's not a sufficiently compelling reason to purchase our Mech over another. Kelsey said, sobering everyone up. Our repeat business is high but our market share remains minuscule. The biggest problem we face is that even if our Mech are well liked, most Mech purchases just want the most bang for their buck, and that means prioritizing performance over comfort. When these critical buyers hear our motto, they probably think it's a weak excuse to make our Mech sound more impressive than they really are. The Blackbeak suffers a lot from this problem. The Crystal Lord at least incorporated the alien crystal technology as a defining gimmick. Sales of the Crystal Lord had long outpaced the sales of the more plainer and less distinguishing Blackbeak. I think our main weakness is that our Mech catalog has not caught up with the growth of our company. Vez stated. With only 2 current Mech models on offer, our impact on the Mech market is too little. I know my motto sounds a bit too abstract and wishy-washy, but the good feedback from the few thousand customers we have shows that it actually has a kernel of truth. As long as I resume publishing new designs, the motto will gain more strength. He possessed the confidence to predict such an occurrence. Not only would he and his company gain more prominence once he advanced to journeyman, but his ability to design Mech with a great X factor meant that each of his newer products would never fail to impress those who caught sight of his Mech. The most important consequence of his high X factor was that the Mech pilots that used a Blackbeak or Crystal Lord always exhibited more of their potential. As long as their mentality aligned somewhat with the X factor of their Mech, the resulting combination always led to a small but substantial improvement in performance. The more his Mech proliferated in the market, the more obvious this effect became. At that point, his motto would become a defining phrase that no other Mech company could ever match as well as the LMC could under his leadership and direction. Eventually, Vez decided to adopt the motto for his company. They all drew plans to include it in various documentation and even have it appear on their product pages and in the company halls. Coming up with a motto was just the first step. He said. The LMC has done well so far, but the status quo won't last forever. I want to change the company from the ground up in order to prepare it for future growth. What do you want to focus on? Kelsey asked. It sounds like you already have some goals in mind. You may have heard this, but I used to serve as a liaison to the former Caternevis group a few months ago. Although I haven't been there long enough to study all of their operations, what I've learned from my experience showed me that the LMC has a lot to go before they can match the KNG. Our company is already running fairly efficiently. Vez nodded. That is all to your credit. However, we need a clearer organizational structure in order to take future expansion into account. What if we set up a branch office in the Ilvain Protectorate or the Reynald Republic someday? What if we set up a new manufacturing complex in a different star sector a decade from now on? While it sounds somewhat premature to be thinking of expanding our footprint, it's better to make our preparations now when we are at our current scale. His argument took hold. Primrose, their chief accountant, added in her own opinion. If you are about to shake up the LMC, then I would also suggest addressing our inconsistent licensing structure. Some of the licenses are registered in your personal name, which locks the company out of the royalties and fees that they earn. Fair point. Vez nodded. He wasn't unaware of the problem. His personal bank accounts were so flush with money that it was practically obscene. Have the accounting department and the legal department arrange the necessary details. All licenses will be put under company ownership. This includes both real and virtual licenses, component designs and Mech designs, and licenses that we own and licenses we've acquired from other entities. This made things much simpler and put all the licenses that he and his company owned under a single name. Vez detached himself from personal ownership of all the licenses including the much-prized Trailblazer engine and the Veltrex armor system because he no longer obsessed over them. As a versatile Mech designer, Even if his company shuttered all of a sudden and Vez lost access to all of his licenses, he would still be able to pick himself up somehow by virtue of his ability. Only regular novices and apprentices clung to licenses obsessively. They didn't possess the earning power to acquire new licenses at will, so they treasured every license they obtained. They continued to talk about the transition and discussed what needed to change. Vez nonetheless reiterated the main priority of this initiative. Our goal here goes beyond changes in operations. What I truly want is to transform the LMC into a company our workers are proud to be a part of. They need to feel more belonging to our company and they have to believe in our mission. Each employee should understand our motto and conform their work to our values, no matter if they are mech technicians, sales representatives or managers. Basically, I want to introduce a strong company culture and identity to the LMC. In order to change the LMC to a form that Vez wanted to achieve, they needed to form an extensive and detailed plan to achieve the transformation. The LMC version 2.0 that they envisioned would not only be able to keep up with future growth without straining any of its existing processes, but it would also be made up of enthusiastic employees who all shared the same beliefs. Now that Vez set his overall goals, his confidence and his managers could take it from here. They already came up with useful suggestions. For example, Jake and Primrose already talked about getting consultants on board to help them guide their company's transformation. The LMC wasn't the only mech company in the Bright Republic that wanted to reinvent itself. Obtaining value external expertise in an area which they held little experience in wouldn't hurt. Calcy issued a warning, however. If you want to rearrange large parts of the LMC, you will need the approval of the board as well. Oh, that. Vez smiled when he heard that. Don't worry about the board. A few days after Vez announced his intentions to introduce strategic changes to the way they ran the company, Flashlight finally fulfilled its prior commitment. After several months of preparation, the TNC Holding Group no longer owned a 24% stake in the company. Vez derived a lot of pleasure in informing the board of directors when they convened in the first meeting since he returned to the company. Your services won't be needed anymore, he said to the handful of directors appointed by TNC. As of yesterday, the TNC Holding Group has formally transferred its shares to Sibrillent Asset Management. The two directors representing the Ministry of Economic Development appeared blindsided by the news. You can't do this. The ministry would never relinquish their stake on your company. They can because they already did. Two new projections appeared in the semi-virtual boardroom. One of them boldly shooed the toadies from Mech Dev away. As of now, the TNC Holding Group will no longer be involved in shaping the Living Mech Corporation's strategy. Before the representatives of the TNC could bark back a reply, Vez pressed a command on his comm which forcefully cut their projection feeds off. Since they were no longer directors of the company, it was within his right to kick them out of the boardroom. Vez addressed the other directors. Aside from his grandfather Benjamin and Marcella Bollinger, the other two directors were relatively independent if well-connected, which made them advisors more than decision-makers. While the TNC Holding Group still held sway, the independent directors strongly leaned on their side because they were stand-ins for the powerful Ministry of Economic Development. This time, Sibrillent Asset Management displaced the role of the TNC Holding Group. Officially, they represented the interests of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We hope to have a fruitful cooperation with you all, a slick, middle-aged man said as he introduced himself to the board. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs sees a lot of potential in the LMC as a means to extend our influence throughout the star sector. Where commerce flows, new connections are forged. Our main priority at the board is to make sure that the LMC will be able to expand its reach without forgetting its roots. Everyone at the board was still shocked by the sudden change in ownership. Even his grandfather Benjamin seemed taken aback that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs butted into the business of the Ministry of Economic Development. No one seemed to realize that Sibrillent Asset Management did not actually represent the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, but rather Flashlight. Vez clapped his hands. Now that we cleared out the trash, let us begin with the first item on the agenda. Our company is due for some extensive changes. We've developed some preliminary plans on what we want to change and we could benefit from your input. Chapter 1076 Metamorphosis. Vez, The directors and the top management of the company all helped with the planning of the upcoming widespread organizational changes to the LMC. Implementing all of these changes all at once was difficult to pull off successfully. No matter what, they needed support from all levels of their workforce in order to succeed in their shakeup. For that reason, the representatives from Stipulant Asset Management introduced some consultants from a renowned Brighter consultancy firm to help with the changes. After a week of setting goals, defining their new corporate identity and issuing various directives to guide the changes, Vez delegated his remaining responsibilities to his subordinates. I still have lots of design work ahead of me, so I can't babysit the company forever, Vez said as he patted Kelsey's shoulder. I'm putting you in charge of keeping an eye on the proceedings. Don't hesitate to warn me if you think the changes that are being planned are detrimental to my interests. The young woman nodded. Although I can't say I'm an expert in these matters, I'll be sure to keep an eye out for any shenanigans. While Vez wanted to stay involved with the upcoming transition, he couldn't neglect his design obligations. The sooner he finished designing his super medium Space Knight, the faster the LMC's fortunes truly improved. It's about time for me to go on a trip to the past, he muttered. Before he did so, he addressed some other matters that remained first. After a week of recovery, Kedis finally came out of the mind-bending psychedelic experience that saw her intelligence and concentration attributes expand to transhuman levels. When Vez entered the infirmary room where she had been resting all this while, he noticed that the spark in her eyes had grown strangely brighter. Considering the sensitive nature of their upcoming discussion, Vez preemptively activated his privacy shield. How are you feeling, Kedis? Have you recovered from your high now? I'm still getting used to the weird mess my mind is in right now. What did you drug me with last week? Kedis eyed him with suspicion. Your so-called candy isn't really candy, nor is it some kind of stimulant. You did something to me. My mind is so clear and focused now that it's unreal. Do you know how long it will take me to adjust to these changes? Sometimes I feel like I'm not really Kedis anymore. You're still you, but better. The candies that I fed you are special and a very deep secret of mine. Don't ask where I got them or how they work. Just know that it has done a lot of good for you. Have you noticed that you became smarter lately? She nodded. It's a lot easier for me to recall the theories when I reviewed some textbooks in the last few days. Is that the candy at work? Yup. Let's put your newly expanded cognitive functions to the test. I have a pile of homework for you to test your improvements. Vez transferred a pile of documents and assignments to her comm. Each of them specifically tested her knowledge and application in different fields such as mechanics and electrical engineering. That would keep her busy for a month at the very least, as she was required to study many different textbooks in the company's internal library. While Kedis frowned a bit at the sheer amount of textbooks she needed to study, she didn't appear as resistant as before. It was kind of eerie to Vez to witness the changes in Kedis. The vast increase to her concentration seemed to have changed her in a way that Vez recognized a lot in himself. Perhaps he went a little overboard in raising her attributes to their human limits. How much of the original Kedis was still left? It was too late to do anything about it now that she already ingested so much candy. For better or worse, Kedis 2.0 was here to stay. Vez doubted that he could obtain some kind of attribute reduction candy from the system that downgraded her back into her absent-minded self. The aid that I've given you is very precious. Don't squander it and don't tell anyone else, Vez reiterated. He couldn't stress this point enough. In time, you will realize the full effects of your improvements. While you can revel in your new capabilities, don't lose sight of your dreams and aspirations. The Sword Maidens and Myra would want you to succeed as a mech designer. You're right, Vez. What am I complaining about? If the candy is as amazing as you make it sound like, then I can surely catch up to you. Kedis glowed, already thinking about what heights she could reach if she became a learning monster. In order to keep Kedis on the right track, Vez prepared some incentives for her. Some of the homework I've issued you is very difficult. They're the kind of tests that the Skull Architect once posed to me, but easier in difficulty. As long as you can come up with some good solutions to the holes in the designs I've presented to you, I'll give you another treat. Vez pulled out a small container from his pocket and threw it up and down with his hand. Is there another candy inside? Kedis asked as her eyes honed in on the tiny box. Yup. This one doesn't improve your mind. Instead, it improves your strength. Sounds good, right? I'll definitely do my homework. Even though she became a much more capable mech designer, Kedis still hadn't forgotten her sword's maiden roots. Now that she experienced the amazing effects of candy once, she had already developed a desire to consume more, especially if it improved her already formidable genetically modified body. As long as Vez dangled a candy in front of her face every now and then, he was assured that she would do exactly what he wanted. Of course, a time would come when candies would stop having an effect on Kedis. By the time, Vez hoped that he earned enough of her loyalty that she would remain dedicated to him without any special compensation. As Vez turned off his privacy shield left the company's infirmary, he reflected on the changes he put into motion. Kedis 2.0. The Living Mech Corporation 2.0. The Avatars of Myth 2.0. Everyone and everything around him was undergoing some form of metamorphosis. While it would take a lot of time and effort for some of the transition to take place, once they finished, Vez would have more power and influence at his disposal than ever before. Naturally, Vez cared the most about the improvements to his genetic makeup and his attributes and skills. He retained very little of his old baseline human self prior to receiving the system. He was much further ahead in his personal evolution. If Kedis has only upgraded to version 2.0 of herself, I'm probably all the way up to version 3.5 or something. Vez chuckled. She still has a lot to go before she boasts about catching up to my progress. As Vez returned to his penthouse office, he spotted Gavin waiting outside the tall double doors that led inside. Vez. There's an emergency. We've got a huge problem on our hands. Calm down, Gavin. What's the problem? Vez frowned. We just received word from the local MTA branch office that an esteemed guest has arrived on Cloudy Curtain on an unmarked Corvette. They say that we're about to be visited by an official from the CFA. What? His good mood instantly evaporated. Worry instantly crept up Vez's back as he realized the import of this visit. What could possibly compel the CFA to send one of their people to a backwater like Cloudy Curtain of all places? I guess a reckoning is due. Vez said grimly. Do you know when the CFA arrives at the mech nursery? I'm told they're almost here. The Corvette directly dispatched a shuttle from orbit to our headquarters a short time ago. CFA shuttles were the best in the galaxy. It took very little time for them to arrive on land. Just a few minutes later, Vez and Gavin both hurried all the way up to the roof of the headquarters building and came up to a special landing pad reserved for Vez and special guests. A swift and sleek-looking shuttle whose design differed remarkably from the outdated shuttles of the Starlight Megalodon descended from the air and plopped onto the landing pad without any noticeable impact. The hatch instantly slid open, revealing a single confident-looking lieutenant in CFA uniform. After several hundred years, the style of the uniform had changed in several different ways compared to the ones that Vez wore himself as a fake officer of the CFA. Even so, the insignia still remained the same. Vez instantly read a lot of details about the newcomer's identity from his uniform markings alone. First, he was a commissioned lieutenant junior grade of the CFA. While the rank didn't sound very impressive, that was enough for him to command authority on the entire planet. No one dared to defy the CFA in their face. Second, a lieutenant was an inspector of the CFA's Komodo naval fleet based in the Star Sector. Inspectors wielded a lot of authority when it came to investigating what they regarded as the local space peasants of the Star Sector. If this lieutenant wanted to have him killed, he merely needed to say the word and the entire Bright Republic would be out for Vez blood. Vez tried hard not to gulp. Welcome to the headquarters of the Living Mech Corporation, esteemed guest from the Common Fleet Alliance. I apologize for not preparing an adequate reception for your arrival. Your visit caught us by surprise. Please spare the pleasantries, Mr. Alarkinson. The lieutenant replied imperiously, not even paying any special attention to Vez. I am Lieutenant Renzi Stimmons. The Office of the Naval Inspector General of this star sector has dispatched me to this dirtball of a planet to investigate your involvement in an incident related to one of our longest battleships in the frontier. Very well. Let's take this discussion in my office. Vez waved Gavin away and led Lieutenant Stimmons to his office. Its imposing decor might have intimidated regular people, but it had no effect at all to a lieutenant from the CFA. After they took their seats, the lieutenant let Vez stew for a moment. "What do you want to know from me, Lieutenant?" Vez asked, breaking the unsettling silence between the two. The lieutenant activated a signal jammer attached to his belt. Only until the field took effect did he speak openly. "I have come here for two purposes. First, we are interviewing every notable individual involved with the matter related to the Starlight Megalodon. Second, we are here to retrieve the stolen property in your possession." Vez cursed inside his mind. This inspector came too quickly and without warning on purpose. If word got out beforehand that someone from the CFA came to Cloudy Curtain, then Vez would have been able to smuggle the goods he looted from the Starlight Megalodon out of the Mech Nursery's vault and hide them elsewhere. "Am I in trouble, Lieutenant?" "That remains to be seen. The Bright Republic has already provided a satisfactory explanation to the CFA. As long as you cooperate to the fullest extent, we have no cause to direct any further attention to you, Mr. Larkinson. You should thank your patrons for taking responsibility for your actions." Vez smiled in relief. It sounded like he wouldn't be dragged away from his company by the CFA. His connection to the Tovar family already paid off by getting the CFA to relent. He didn't even want to know what would have happened if the Tovar family or the Bright Republic failed to cover his back. Even though he only participated on this mission on behalf of the Republic, the CFA might not see it that way. Still, the thought of losing all of his precious gains from the Ian Corona mission made him despair. Chapter 1077 Innocent AC Vez spent an hour answering the questions posed by Lieutenant Stimmons. They related to what he witnessed on the surface of Ian Corona VI, how he wormed his way into the Starlight Megalodon, what he did with his supposed rank in the CFA and more. From the knowledge that the lieutenant exhibited, Vez knew that much of it probably came from when his CFA suit officer com inadvertently connected to the CFA's fleet network. Much of the rest probably came from questioning the other survivors of the Ian Corona missions such as Captain Orphan. However, the lieutenant also possessed obvious gaps in knowledge that Vez made sure to keep as unfulfilled as possible. While Vez could never blatantly lie to an inspector of the CFA, he could still resort to lies by omission. No matter what, Vez could never reveal any details about Sigrand or his Holy Son's status. Please list each research project on the Starlight Megalodon that you've accessed or participated in. Be as complete as possible. Describe every virtual AI you've met on the ship. Explain to me what you believe to be the cause of the abrupt halt to the Starlight Megalodon's FTL drives. Why did the long-dormant Sandman mothership entangled with the battleship suddenly freed itself from its stasis? What did you encounter when you entered the lab of Project Icarus? Vez put every part of his persuasive ability to use in weaving a tale of omissions and minor misdirections to the lieutenant. For his part, Stimmons listened to his answers with a bored expression, as if he felt it was beneath him to be dispatched to Cloudy Curtain in the first place. Taking a gamble, Vez tried to reinforce the impression that he was a nobody and that Stimmons should be spending his time elsewhere by using his underdeveloped spirituality to use. While it was a huge risk to employ his spirituality directly in front of someone from the CFA, Vez was reasonably certain that Stimmons was just a norm. Sure, he probably received the best genetic optimization treatments afforded to someone of his rank, but he was just an inspector. Vez maintained his facade as a cooperative witness while he concentrated his mind. He shaped his spirituality in a form akin to a mech pilot's force of will. While he was very clumsy in this regard, he nonetheless succeeded in forming a spiritual field around him that emphasized his innocence and cluelessness. Above all else, Vez wanted to give the impression that he was just a random mech designer who got involved in the Starlight Megalodon by coincidence. There was nothing special about him at all beside his coincidental presence on the battleship. Whether it worked or not, Vez couldn't tell, because Lieutenant Stimmons appeared disinterested in the entire proceedings from the start. Still, all Vez cared about was that he managed to give nothing away about his most critical secrets. Perhaps it worked, because Lieutenant Stimmons never asked once about Sigrand or anything related to the monstrous mainframe in Project Icarus lab. Vez already agreed on a cover story with Calabust if he ever faced scrutiny from the CFA. The line of nonsense he fed to the inspector would completely match Calabist's own story if the CFA ever came to corroborate his words. Such preparation allowed him to survive the tense questioning session without exposing any information that he didn't want the CFA to know. After a while, Stimmons ended the session and stood up. "Very well. I have heard enough. Now bring me to the assets you've appropriated from the Starlight Megalodon so I can arrange for them to be taken back. Now, before you pull any tricks, know that every piece of CFA gear can be detected by us even if you bury it right into the center of this planet. I won't dare to hide the salvage I've brought back from the Ian Corona system." Vez smiled and laughed awkwardly. There was no way that Vez could avoid this. He reluctantly led Lieutenant Stimmons to a set of elevators that successively brought them all the way down to the vault floor. As Vez slowly unlocked the stringent security measures of the vault door and stepped inside, he went to the portion of the vault that stored his spoils from the CFA. As the pair entered the vault room in question, they came across a stack of crates. Vez blinked a bit. Shouldn't there be an entire CFA shuttle stored inside? Where was his Squallen Field Engineer light combat armor? Where was his advanced CFA officer grade comm? Despite the inexplicable absence, Vez he quickly recovered. Ahem. This is the sum total of my spoils from the Starlight Megalodon. What is the meaning of this? Stimmons said with a dangerous edge in his tone. This should not be the extent of the assets that you've stolen from the CFA. This is all of it, sir, Vez said while maintaining an innocent act. You can look wherever you want, but I haven't kept anything from the CFA other than these crates. The lieutenant walked up to the stack of crates and opened one of them to reveal a pile of vintage nutrient packs. The man fished out one of the packs from the crate and studied it before throwing it aside. He fished out a dozen more packs, but all he found was more of the same. Nutrient packs. Of all the goods that you have possibly taken from the Starlight Megalodon, you only brought back some worthless nutrient packs. Are you out of your mind? Where is our shuttle? Where is our XV-99 Squallen? We don't have them, sir. I only dare to retain some nutrient packs as a souvenir. I would never dare to take something of actual value to the CFA. Vez innocently shrugged from the side. This was a very precarious moment to Vez right now. Even though he also wondered where most of his CFA stuff had disappeared to, he decided to put his faith in this welcome turn events. In the background, Vez kept emanating a spiritual feel that reinforced his act. Vez was just a clueless bystander. He never made off with expensive CFA gear. There was nothing special to see here. Lieutenant Stimmons furrowed his brows. He eventually raised his hand and activated his modern CFA comm. A strong pulse came from above and instantly encompassed the entire mech nursery down to the underground vault and below. Vez widened his eyes. The small corvette that Stimmons had traveled upon possessed the most powerful scanners that he had ever experienced. He felt as if nothing could be hidden from the scan that just passed through his body. As Vez surreptitiously tried to see what Stimmons was doing with his comm, he noticed that the inspector was performing a number of broad, wide area scans over the entirety of Cloudy Curtain. The lieutenant wasn't lying when he claimed that he possessed the ability to track down CFA gear. Unfortunately for him, the only result the corvette in orbit spat back was the crates of vintage nutrient packs stored in this very vault. Aside from the crates, the planet contained nothing else from the CFA. Worthless. Stimmons yelled out in frustration as he lurched his arm and threw the open crate onto the ground, causing it to spill its contents of ancient nutrient packs. Explain. Where are the rest of our assets? I don't know, sir. Did you smuggle them out? No. Did you sell them or trade them away? I did not. You are free to audit my company and my finances. You'll find nothing amiss, I'm sure of it, sir. After some fruitless questioning, Lieutenant Stimmons growled in frustration while staring daggers at Vez. This visit did not proceed the way he envisioned. For a moment, Vez felt as if he had entered a dangerous moment. Stimmons might take him into custody in order to account for the missing gear. However, the subtle aura of innocence and cluelessness around him made it seem as if there was no point in paying any further interest in Vez. Eventually, a lieutenant decided against such drastic action. He stormed off towards the exit. Get out of this underground hole, you filthy space peasant. I will investigate the whereabouts of our missing assets further. If I find out that you have hidden them away, then not even the Towers can save you from our wrath. Vez stared at the pile of spilled nutrient packs with a pain in his heart before turning around to help Stimmons return to his shuttle parked on the roof of the LMC's headquarters. Wants the lieutenant to perform a follow-up investigation or something, Vez gently sighed as the shuttle whipped into orbit with amazing speed. Aware that the CFA might have left some bugs behind, Vez refrained from dropping his act. He tried to look as hapless as possible as he slowly departed from the roof and made his way back down to the vault. He also called for Calcy to meet him at the entrance of the vault. Back when he transferred his CFA comm, his CFA shuttle and his CFA combat armor to the Barracuda, Calcy was responsible for storing them there once the ship arrived at Cloudy Curtain. If anyone knew where the rest of his CFA spoils aside from his nutrient packs disappeared to, it should be Calcy. Sometime later, both Vez and Calcy arrived at the vault. Lucky seemed to have returned from wherever he disappeared to and clung on Calcy's shoulder while being petted by the woman. Vez first looked to Lucky. Are there any spy bugs here? Meow. Lucky shook his head while it was being scratched by Calcy's fingers. Even though he trusted Lucky's judgment, Vez activated his privacy shield to be sure. Only then did he turn to Calcy. If you haven't heard already, we just received a visit from an inspector of the CFA. Not only did he question me about certain matters, but he also came to retrieve the CFA assets that have shipped back to the company. You won't happen to know where they are right now, do you? Calcy looked pensive all of a sudden. Before you ask, it's safe to talk within this interference field. Neither the CFA nor anyone else will be able to eavesdrop on us, Calcy. That's not what I was hesitating about, she said as her discomfort deepened. She clung a bit tighter to Lucky. The truth is that, the shuttle, the suit of armor and the comm is gone. Gone? What do you mean gone? They're gone. They no longer exist. Did you sell them or something to help keep the company afloat? No, nothing like that. The LMC wasn't that desperate. Did someone else like the MTA or the Bright Republic come and confiscate the stuff? Calcy shook her head again. No. Then what happened? Lucky ate it all. He munched on all of your stuff until it's all gone. Your comm, your combat armor and your shuttle has all been adjusted by your cat. What? Vez almost couldn't believe what he heard. His astonished eyes on Lucky, who immediately noticed the attention directed against him. Lucky stopped squinting his eyes in pleasure and innocently met his owner's increasingly angry gaze. Lucky? Tell me. Is Calcy telling the truth? Did you eat all of my gear? Meow. Vez knew better than to parse the meaning out of that meaningless meow. Instead, he focused his gaze and quietly activated his system site. Pet status. Name, Lucky. Owner, Vez Larkinson. Rank, exceptional, exclusive. Level, 5. Skills. Gem excretion V. Communications III. Energy clause III. ECM IV. Gravity manipulation IV. Regeneration I. Sharp senses III. Spirituality I. Level 5? And what were all of these skills? Vez doubted no further. There was no way that Vez could have leveled up twice and acquired all of these new skills so easily. The only explanation on hand that made sense was that Lucky really ate all of his valuable and expensive CFA gear. The expensive exotics and valuable materials that made them so valuable must have been an irresistible temptation to his gluttonous cat. Lucky. Get over here. Vez made a grab at Lucky, who yowled in surprise and instantly turned intangible. Spit out my squalene. That's the best armor that I've ever laid my hands upon, but now it's gone because you couldn't control your appetite. Pay me back. Meow. Lucky wasn't stupid enough to remain within the vault. The cat took advantage of his intangible state and instantly phased through the floor and fled deeper underground. Chapter 1078 Phase 2 Vez stared at the crates of nutrient packs in dismay. Aside from them, he retained nothing else from the Ian Corona mission. He lost his CFA shuttle with its amazing ECM systems. He lost his XV-99 Squalene Field Engineer armor with integrated minifab system. He also lost his CFA officer-grade comm. His heart ached with the losses. Even though Lieutenant Stimmons would have likely taken them away anyway, He still felt awful that Lucky got to be the final beneficiary. "Tell me, Qualsey, how can you let Lucky get away with eating my stuff?" "We didn't know. I think Lucky was too hungry for valuable exotics." Qualsey looked apologetic. "Back when times were good, we followed your instructions and fed him a steady diet of ores. However, when we needed to cut back on expenses, every million credits counted, so we reduced the value of ores we supplied to Lucky. He must have been frustrated at the years of deprivation, so he sought alternatives. So he went straight to the vault? You know as well as I do that no barrier can stop him. This vault is surrounded by meters armor plating. Nothing ought to be able to burrow inside. I transferred your CFA equipment in the vault with the reassurance that no one would be able to breach it without setting off an alarm. Somehow, Lucky avoided getting detected while he snuck inside. At that point, he held free rein to do whatever he wanted. It wasn't until months later when I needed to retrieve something else from the vault that I came upon the remnants of the shuttle. The bite marks instantly made it obvious who was responsible. Lucky. Vez grumbled resentfully. His willful cat became more and more unbridled. His ability to turn intangible not only made every physical barrier a joke in his eyes, but now his ability to sneak became much stronger due to the ECM abilities he somehow assimilated from his meals. Lucky's communications, ECM, gravity manipulation and sharp senses all seemed to stem from the shuttle, armor and his comm. Even his gem excretion had been upgraded to the 5th tier, perhaps by incorporating aspects of the Minifab system. And while the system site did not list out how much more resilient Lucky's exterior shell became, it must have received a substantial boost as well. This was supposed to be my gear when I chose to go on an excursion in the frontier. He lamented. I would have been assured of my safety if I could make use of them. Now, I no longer have the confidence to enter the frontier anytime soon. As much as he pined over his losses, Vez slowly recovered. That Lucky ultimately benefited at the CFA's expense was not a major misdeed. A more capable Lucky would be able to substitute for the role his CFA gear played in a much more inconspicuous package. For example, he won't be able to bring his CFA shuttle with all of its features everywhere, particularly indoors. However, he could bring along Lucky wherever he went. He could even develop a purposeful habit of doing so whenever he visited somewhere. Once people got used to seeing him with his cat, they would just mentally shrug it off as a quirk. Plenty of mech designers possessed unusual habits, so Vez won't be any different for bringing his mechanical cat along. Please leave, Vez stated to Qualsey after a short moment of contemplation. Just leave me with my nutrient packs. Okay, sir, if that's what you want. He didn't blame Qualsey for her oversight in this matter. Who knew that Lucky would pull off something like this? The gluttonous cat ate almost everything made of metal and composite materials, leaving only the nutrient packs alone due to their organic content. Vez walked up to the strewn crate that had spilled a bunch of nutrient packs on the floor. He bent down, picked up the crate, and carefully stuffed the spilled nutrient packs back into the crate. Worthless, huh? Vez smiled sardonically. To me, they're treasures. After stuffing all of the packs back into the crate, he put it down and moved towards the other crates. He lifted the top crates and put it aside. He repeated the process until he came to the bottommost crate. After opening it, he reached down his arm through the pile of nutrient packs and searched for something buried in the middle. After his fingers touched upon a small box, he grasped it and took it out. Ha ha ha. At least I still have this. He laughed as he opened the small box, revealing the Archimedes Rubal organic brain implant held in perpetual stasis. It's surprising how many people look right past a bunch of nutrient packs. When Vez witnessed Lieutenant Stimmons calling down some penetrating, wide-area scans from the Corvette up in orbit, he made a prediction. He guessed that as powerful as the wide-area scans appeared, they didn't offer much detail. It would be too exaggerated if a small Corvette, even of CFA make, could scan an entire terrestrial planet and expose every dirty little secret down to the nanometer. A modern CFA battleship might possess the capacity to do so, but Vez refused to believe that the CFA would invest so much resources in outfitting a mere Corvette with such a powerful scanning system. While the Archimedes Rubal was of indeterminate value right now, Vez held high hopes for it once he found a means to double-check its biological programming. It's always better to improve my own core capabilities than to outfit myself with gear. Vez was a mech designer, so anything that directly improved his ability to design mech took precedence over anything else. After he became reassured that he still retained the Archimedes ruble, he returned it to the crate and put everything back in order. Right now wasn't the time to make use of what remained in the vault. A couple of days went by as Vez tried to get over his losses. He supervised the planning around the upcoming transformation of the LMC. In order to make it clear to the workforce that the company would be undergoing a major transition, the planners came up with a name for it, Phase 2. Phase 2 signified that the LMC at its current state was only the first step in its evolution. The LMC at Phase 1 only served as a starting point for the company in its first years of existence. The LMC is only 5 years old. Vez muttered. It is remarkable how much it has grown. From operating a single second-hand 3D printer and assembly system to operating 17 entire production lines at once, hardly any starting mech designer in the Bright Republic can compare to my growth. He stated this with confidence because he knew it was true. Aside from some aberrant mech designers such as Patricia Schneider and Edwin McKinney, hardly any mech designer under 30 stood a chance at advancing to journeyman before their 30s. Phase 2 revolved around the assumption that Vez would succeed in advancing when he was still young in the eyes of the mech industry. The boost that he and his company received from his new status as a truly capable mech designer would definitely lead to a rapid growth in brand recognition and reputation. These factors in turn resulted in vastly higher sales for any mech designs he published as a journeyman. Naturally, no one knew for sure if Vez would be able to advance to journeyman or remain stuck at the bottleneck that stifled the vast majority of apprentices. Even though Vez knew for sure that would be able to pass this barrier with his abundant spirituality, no one else possessed this information, so many people reserved their judgment. That's fine. I'll show the mech industry soon enough that my growth is limitless. Phase 2 aimed to transform two different aspects about the company. The first and most technical one would be to streamline its operations and to rearrange its governance and corporate structure to better cope with the growth. Different departments and divisions of the LMC gained more autonomy and clearer instructions on what they should work on. The hierarchy became clearer and everyone knew where they stood within the company. Of particular note to Vez that he personally pushed to overhaul the entire production department. As the department responsible for operating the production lines, its importance to the company was pivotal, yet there weren't enough checks to prevent abuse and waste in his opinion. Having learned a thing or two from the KNG, Vez pushed for added controls. Though this came at the expense of chief technicians, Vez simply found it far too risky to make them have the final say on certain matters. As long as several people keep an eye on each other, they won't be able to pull off anything shady without the company's say-so. There were good chief technicians and bad chief technicians. The problem he encountered at the KNG that he also spotted at the LMC was that too many people put their faith in the integrity of the chief technicians. Just because they were older and possessed more qualifications didn't mean that they could do an incalculable amount of damage if they went rogue. Even though the chief technicians howled and some of the managers expressed concerns, Vez still pushed through with these specific reforms. Vez was way too paranoid to allow a nefarious organization like the Bentham Liberation Movement to repeat the same tricks on his own company. Aside from these necessary organizational changes, Vez also paid close attention to the effort to instill the LMC with a clear corporate identity. With the help of various experts from within and without, the LMC gradually began to indoctrinate the workforce with the principles of the company. The new company motto appeared everywhere. From the front of the headquarters to the letterhead of official documents, the LMC constantly reinforced that they were more than just a mech company. We are creating partners that our customers can depend upon. Even if the majority of the LMC's workforce lacked the capability to understand the profundity of the company's motto, all the mandatory indoctrination sessions they went through at least put them on the same page. All they needed to know was that the LMC revolved around designing and selling mech that enabled mech pilots to exhibit their full potential. Our products may not be the flashiest, most cost-efficient or the most high-performing mech on the market, but they are the most dependable partners to our mech pilots. Our customers recognize the effort and care we put into our mech, from the start of their design all the way to production. We should take pride in working for a company that produces mech that truly come alive when partnered with mech pilots. Each employee witnessed the reactions from their most enthusiastic customers. There were already a handful of Blackbeak and Crystal Lord mech pilots who came to love their mech, showing off their appreciation to the people that made it possible for these mech to be produced and sold to these mech pilots always managed to lift everyone's spirit. Their work had meaning. Naturally, it would take a lot more effort and company-wide indoctrination sessions to fully align the workforce to the principles derived from V's design philosophy. Nonetheless, with the top of the company largely on board with this initiative, Vez became assured that the company was on the right track of implementing the most important changes. With nothing urgent on the agenda anymore, Vez wanted to resume working on his design. In order to do that, he still needed to upgrade one more aspect about himself. It's time. After making sure he delegated everything that needed to be addressed for the foreseeable week, Vez retreated back to his private lab and prepared to go on another time-bending trip into the past. However, before he did so, he encountered a meek and apologetic Lucky. Vez stared flatly at Lucky floating in front of him. "It's rather late of you to beg for forgiveness." "Meow. Don't you meow at me. You ate my stuff." It's one thing to snack on the company's inventory of exotics. It's an entirely different thing when you ate an entire CFA shuttle down to its FTL drive. Meow. Chapter 1079 Spoils of Gluttony. If Lucky thought that Vez would forgive him after meowing a few times, then the cat had another thing coming. "Do you know how much all of that CFA gear is worth? Even if they're 300 years out of date, the materials I could have gained from recycling them would have been enough to repay the LMC's debt at least 100 times over. All of that is gone now, digested in your belly to satisfy your gluttony." Even though Lucky often took liberties with what he was permitted to do, this time he truly went beyond the pale. Vez felt as if he was an exasperated parent trying to rein his hyperactive son. He knew he needed to stay firm in setting boundaries. This time, Lucky's cuteness wouldn't be able to save him from Vez's ire. Meow. Lucky turned intangible and phased through the wall of the lab. The cat returned shortly afterwards with a very shiny red gem between its teeth. Lucky turned tangible just long enough to drop the gem in his mouth. It was bigger than any of Lucky's gems that Vez had ever seen. It even shined on its own. How can that be? Curious, studied it with his system sight after making sure his privacy shield was still active. Furnace of Regret. The anguish of a forgotten terror is encapsulated in this gem. Increases the efficiency of the power reactor of a mech by 30%. What? 30%? Vez rubbed his eyes, but the same figure remained within his sight. 30%. What concept was that? All the other gems that Lucky's excreted before never managed to achieve such a major boost on a core function of a mech. Forget about 30%, even a 3% increase in efficiency is enough to propel a well-crafted mech into a masterpiece. A 30% increase meant that any mech that carried the so-called Furnace of Regret gained a massive boost in endurance. Not only would it be able to remain deployed for longer stretches of time, it was also able to sustain itself in intensive battles for longer without compromising its energy reserves. This is the perfect gem for an energy-intensive mech such as a Crystal Lord. A gem that boosted a core parameter of a mech so drastically could never be exposed. If Vez guessed correctly, this little red gem could be applied to any machine that fell under the definition of mech. No matter if it's a cheap third-class bargain bin mech or a priceless first-class cutting-edge mech developed by the best mech designers in the Galactic Center, the power of the Furnace of Regret probably works equally well on both. What if a gem like this got attached to Ganso Larkinson's expert mech? If I recall, Ganso specializes in piloting Spaceborne Rifleman mech. With the Furnace of Regret, his cousin would definitely be able to dominate in space now that his mech became 30% more capable of persisting in battle. Ganso would have less scruples about conserving his energy and allow him to last longer in duels against other expert pilots. This was where Vez saw the true value in this gem and any gems comparable in power. Rather than empowering other people's mech for a profit, Vez would rather reserve them for the avatars of myth, giving them an undeniable edge in battle. Vez turned his attention back to his willful pet. Do you have more gems like this, Lucky? Meow. Lucky darted through the wall and returned with a small sack of gems. When Lucky opened the sack and studied the handful of gems, he became increasingly impressed by their boosts. They were unlike any gems that Lucky had ever produced before. Horned Devil's Visage. The echo of an extinct alien race is captured within this gem. Increases the sensor range of a mech by 40%. Remnant Supernova. The remnants of a supernova that wiped out an entire alien race is contained within this gem. Increases the damage inflicted by directed energy weapons by 25%. Fist of the Faithful. The memory of a punch that changed the course of the galaxy resides in this gem. Increases the impact damage inflicted by a mech by 30%. Sin of Altruism. The valor of a great sacrifice by an alien warrior is housed within this gem. Increases the damage resistance of external armor plating by 20%. Ardent Wish. The determination of a great human mech pilot is caught within this gem. Increased the spiritual feedback of a mech by 40%. What is it with these descriptions? Although the system designated Lucky as a gem cat, Vez never paid too much attention to the gem aspect. Small boosts in performance such as a 5% higher heat capacity was so marginal that no one would actually notice any difference. Their only use so far to Vez was to implant them into his gold label mech to partially justify their exorbitant price premium. Yet to jump straight from 5% to 30% was so huge that Vez puzzled why Lucky's gem excretion V differed so massively from gem excretion III. Did his cat acquire the ability to drop these amazing gems after gorging himself with high-grade exotics and assimilating the Squallen's Minifab system? Are you able to produce more gems like this, Lucky? Meow. Lucky partially shook his head. So you're only able to do so when you consume high-grade exotics. Meow. Oh. Vez expected something like this. Nothing came for free. These supernatural gems might come with fantastic effects, but that performance emerged after Lucky ate a whole bunch of priceless materials. Even so, as long as Vez fed Lucky with something mildly valuable, he guessed that the higher-ranked ability would still be able to pump out gems of significant strength, such as increasing a major parameter by 15%. The gift of the gems and the possibility of obtaining more treasures like this assuaged Vez's desire towards his pet. To be frank, the potential of his gem cat's primary function vastly outweighed the benefits of retaining his old CFA gear. The former directly improved the capabilities of some of his mech. The latter only helped him out a bit during crises and expeditions. Vez knew quite well which one he should appreciate the most. These 5 gems alone can empower the personal mech of Melker, Chet, Genzi and Road to new heights. The most remarkable curiosity about the new gems was that despite the melodramatic descriptions provided by the system, Vez did not feel any spirituality around them. Did the gems actually capture the souls or spiritual remnants of long-dead entities in a form that Vez couldn't perceive, or was the system talking out of its butt in order to hype up their value? Vez pursed his lips. Just because I can't sense anything doesn't mean it's absent. Perhaps the gems are so good at containment that none of their potency is allowed to leak out. Right now, Vez didn't have the means to decipher the secrets of Lucky's gems. All he really cared about at the moment was taking advantage of his gem cat's massive improvement in this area. He turned his attention back to Lucky, who waited for his reaction. All right, Lucky. You know me too well. You succeeded in bribing me. As long as you keep pumping out gems that are at least close to the quality of these gifts, you'll remain in my good books. I'll be sure to arrange a shipment of exotics for you to munch on sometime later. Meow. Only until now did Lucky feel reassured enough to turn tangible and land down on Vez's shoulder. For his part, Vez stroked Lucky's back. He needed to treat this treasure-generating machine well. That he came in the form of a cute artificial cat was just an added bonus. Keep up the good work, Lucky, he said as he stuffed the small sack of gems into the pocket of his business attire. Now that the two made up, Vez locked himself inside the isolated chamber within the lab without any further concerns. He regained the reassurance that Lucky would look out for his safety while the system dragged his mind back to the past. As Vez was about to embark on his third mastery experience, he centered his mind in order to enter his peak condition. This time will be different, he stated, more to himself than to Lucky floating above his head. The previous times, the system just randomly threw his consciousness into the mind of someone who piloted a specific type of mech. The situation the mech pilots fell in was always dangerous and precarious. The pressure subjected to the mech pilot also affected Vez as well, giving him very little opportunity to do anything else but observe and guide his host. Now that Vez thought back on his previous 2 mastery experiences, he regretted that he hadn't been able to test whether he could leave his own mark behind. What if he was able to exert more control over the mech pilot? My spirituality is stronger than ever. I shouldn't be at the mercy of the mech pilot this time if I apply my strength. At the heart of it, the mastery experience was about experiencing the perspective of a mech pilot firsthand. It didn't say anything about baring their souls to each other. The 2 minds didn't even need to treat each other fairly in the first place, as demonstrated by his second mastery experience. If the first tier of mastery puts me in the mind of a regular mech pilot, then their mental and spiritual strength will always pale compared to my own. Let's see how I can make use of this difference. After setting a plan, Vez activated his com and entered the system's skill tree. He sought out the relevant mastery and paused for a moment. Space Knight Mastery I. 40,000 DP. Compared to many other skills and sub-skills, 40,000 DP sounded like an exorbitant price. Yet that was only on the surface. The benefits gained from this experience remained relevant for the rest of his career. To be honest, he actually found the price of the first tier of mastery to be rather cheap for all the improvements it brought to his design perspective. Not that Vez would ever tell the system that. Here goes nothing. Vez pressed the option to redeem the mastery for a whopping 40,000 DP. Just as Vez already started to feel the pain at spending so much DP in one go, the system abruptly hooked his consciousness with an invisible hook and forcefully pulled it out of his body and entered an invisible tunnel it conjured out of nowhere. An indeterminate amount of time passed as Vez failed to maintain his lucidity throughout the mental transit. The system's grip on his consciousness was tighter than ever. Vez faintly believed that if he tried to influence the system with his spirituality, he would absolutely get crushed by the crushing strength at the system's disposal. Before he knew it, Vez regained wits when the trip abruptly ended. The first thing he did was to minimize his presence. He did not wish to repeat his second mastery experience where his host mistook Vez for a devil and actively resisted his help. Only until Vez became assured that he hadn't made an impact on the mind of his host did Vez slowly extend his mental feelers. He carefully traced the mind of the mech pilot until he found a way to patch into the senses of his host. Vision came to Vez at first. He studied the view of the mech pilot and saw that his host sat in the middle of a grungy conference room that looked as if cleaning bots hadn't visited it for at least 50 years. A mech company's worth of mercenaries sat in the conference room, each directing their attention to the mercenary commander presenting some sort of plan to the audience. Vez's host happened to be one of the mech pilots sitting at the front. "All right, boys and girls. I know it's been a tough time this last decade while we've been trapped in this pocket of space," the grizzled mercenary commander said as he gestured at the projection of a local plot in space. "While we still don't know what the Silent Nomad and the Pure Wheel Star sectors are fighting over in this spatial anomaly, we finally found a way out." Commander?" Vez's host raised her arm. He found to his alarm that he occupied the mind of a female mech pilot this time. "How in the hell did you manage to do that?" The mercenary commander grinned. "It's due to the new friends we found along the way. Let me introduce you to a very special guest. Please welcome Morin Drennet of the Angel's Wing Foundation." Chapter 1080 Dark Sphere. The Angel's Wing Foundation. Vez never expected to encounter them in this mastery experience. Perhaps he could gain some insights on them before he made use of his bronze invitation card. Upon the mercenary commander's introduction, a thin man entered the conference room and reached the front. The newcomer paused and gazed at the mech pilots present with oddly serpentine eyes. "As mentioned by your leader, my name is Morin Drennet. I am here on behalf of the remnants of an outfit that has suffered a worse fate than your mercenary corps. Over the last 10 years, many fleets have all stumbled upon the Dark Sphere and became trapped inside this pocket space. As one of the earlier victims, I admire your ability to persist and survive under these arduous circumstances." Everyone straightened their backs in pride, including Vez's host. The insurmountable Drakes prided themselves on their perseverance. Unfortunately, as all of us have learned in time, the dark sphere possesses a valuable resource that has sent the ruling powers of the nearby star sectors crazy. While the main forces of the war has dedicated most of their efforts on fighting against each other, neither side wishes independent outfits such as your insurmountable drakes to make it out alive where you are in a position to expose the existence of the dark sphere. Everyone knew this very well. Both the Silent Nomad and the Pure Wheel Star sectors did everything in their power to eliminate any forces not belonging to their own. They especially did not wish for any third parties to make it out with a stash of the unique resource that could be found in the dark sphere. The indigenous astral life forms found within the heart of the dark sphere are extraordinary in many ways. The tissue taken from defeated Alpha Star spawn has several remarkable properties that I don't need to mention to you. It is this vital resource that has encouraged both star sectors to maintain a stranglehold on the only known exits of the dark sphere. Not only that, but the spaceborne forces of both star sectors also scoured the dark sphere for any inadvertent stragglers in order to hunt them down to extinction. It didn't even matter if the insurmountable drakes hailed from the Silent Nomad star sector themselves. Just due to the fact that they stumbled upon the dark sphere was enough of a reason to silence them permanently with extreme prejudice. The insurmountable drakes used to number more than just a mech company worth of mech. Years of battle, hiding, flight and scavenging left this once respectable mercenary corps into a beggar-like remnant fleet that only managed to field a full mech company because of the friendly stragglers they picked up along the way. How can we get out then if the star sector rulers don't want us to escape? Eloise Pelican asked. Good question. Let me explain. As Vez discreetly drew upon the memories of his host, he learned her name and some of the details about her life. Elios Pelican served as a mech lieutenant of the insurmountable drakes. Before the mercenary corps became trapped within the dark sphere, she was just a regular mech pilot. Yet years of trying to survive in the dark sphere had constantly gotten other mech officers killed. Eloise Pelican matured rapidly during the conflict and became increasingly more proficient in piloting her old and battered Space Knight. As the briefing went on, Moore and Drennan began to outline their escape opportunity. They would be joining forces with several remnant outfits that were also trapped within the dark sphere and make a concerted effort to assault one of the only known exits of this bizarre pocket space. This exit is guarded by strong garrison from the Silent Nomad star sector. After months of analysis and preparation, we believe we stand the best chance of breaking out of the dark sphere by assaulting this guarded exit. Morin said. Eloise frowned. There are thousands of mech and hundreds of turrets on guard at that fortified exit. We know because we scouted it out before. How many mech do we have on our side? Merely a couple of hundred, the insurmountable drakes included. The odd man readily admitted. While it is not possible for us to break through the space fortifications the Silent Nomad star sector has built around the exit through brute force, we are prepared to employ a stratagem to even the odds. What are you planning to do? We are keeping that under wraps. Only your commander is allowed to know some of the details. The commander of the insurmountable drakes intervened at this moment. It's fine, Eloise. Mr. Drennan has come up with a workable plan. The man from the Angel's Wing Foundation smiled. Aside from our main stratagem, we also intend to provide you with some aid in order to tip the balance in our favor. We are prepared to issue each mech pilot with a special performance enhancement stimulant that can substantially raise your performance for a short time. What are the side effects of your stimulant? Another mech pilot asked. Oh, you will be out of it for at least a day, but the crash won't happen until a couple of hours has passed. Hopefully that should be enough time for us to fight our way through the Silent Nomad defenses and slip out of the dark sphere. More questions poured in, and Moore impatiently answered them all, though whether he gave a complete answer or not was up for grabs. Vez eyed the proceedings critically. This was by far the strangest mastery experience so far. The previous 2 times he engaged in a mastery, his consciousness entered the mind of a mech pilot involved in a conventional war. This time was very different. It echoed his mission from the frontier because the dark sphere seemed to have isolated the forces trapped inside from the rest of the galaxy. The insurmountable drakes had been stuck in the dark sphere for a decade and they never came close to escaping this peculiar space until now. After answering a bunch of questions with vague non-answers, Moore and Drennan departed from the conference room. The mercenary commander addressed a few more topics before ending the briefing. Lieutenant Eloise Pelican sighed. While most of the other mech pilots wearily stepped out of the conference room in order to prepare for their daily patrols or to remain on standby, she approached the commander for a personal talk. "Commander Pritchard," she said. "Are you sure this Mr. Drennan can be trusted?" "Whether he's trustworthy or not, Mr. Drennan wants to get out of here as much as we do," the commander replied with a gruff voice. "I reckon that we can rely on that at the very least. Would you rather decline this opportunity to band together and make a concerted effort in breaking through?" Pritchard led the insurmountable Drakes during all this time without ever buckling completely. Even so, the pain of losing so many subordinates left their mark on the commander's psyche. "Commander, we all want to get out of the dark sphere," Eloise said softly. A strong emotional pain emanated from the depths of her heart, almost flooding Vez with sympathy. Eloise was a mother who left a young son behind. "As long as you say so, we'll go along with the plan and fight to get out. We trust in your leadership." "Thank you, Lieutenant." The man nonetheless sighed. "Sometimes, I feel unworthy of all of the faith you've put into me. The insurmountable Drake still lives, but we no longer have the numbers we have before. Half of our ranks weren't even part of us before we entered the dark sphere. Too many old friends have died and too many strangers have taken up their places. We do what we must to survive. That is why I have decided to go along with Mr. Drennan's plan. You've heard whispers about the Angel's Wing Foundation. They're a very powerful black market influence. While it's always dangerous to get involved with the black market, the people who make a living there value their credibility. That should mean something here." Perhaps unconsciously influenced by Vez's own skeptical attitude, Eloise remains doubtful that the plan would pan out the way the insurmountable Drakes wanted to. Yet she also knew that they were at the end of their ropes. With the abominable lack of supplies and the deteriorating state of their carriers and mech, it was doubtful whether the Drakes could persist for another year. After a terse discussion, Eloise finally separated from Commander Pritchard and returned to her own quarters on the stained Salamander. The old ship was one of the only two mech carriers that the Drake still managed to retain after these harrowing years. "My son," Eloise sighed as she conjured up a projection of a smiling baby from her comm. "I will return to you someday. No matter if the entire silent nomad star sector stands in my way, I will break the entire star sector if that is what it takes for me to reunite with you." The strong, roiling emotions inside Eloise's mind made Vez feel as if he was riding a shuttle that decided to take a joyride through space while deactivating its inertial dampeners. The strong maternal love that Vez became exposed to practically sent him into a tizzy. It took all of his concentration to avoid getting swept in Eloise's strong desire to reunite with her son. Above all else, Vez needed to remain calm and remain in control of his own emotions. Only by maintaining a clear mind would he be able to influence Eloise without alerting the mech pilot of his presence in her mind. Mentally, he cursed the system for dragging his consciousness to the mind of such a sentimental female mech pilot. Couldn't it have paid more attention to his gender and put him into the mind of a simple, male mech pilot? In any case, after pining over her son for a time, Eloise shut the projection and left her quarters. She took the elevator down the lower decks of the stained Salamander. Grime, burn marks and inconsistently repaired deck and bulkhead plating show that the Salamander suffered heavy damage over the years. While the ramshackle jury-rigged repairs appeared sloppy, Vez admired the way the crew of the ship managed to keep the Salamander afloat with a dire lack of supplies. Once Eloise entered one of the mech hangar bays, she approached one of the imposing mech being ready for deployment. She piloted a Space Knight. Vez already knew that. Seeing it through Eloise's eyes, he couldn't help but be taken in a little by her affection for her mech. This was the mech she fought with for all those years. No matter how bad a battle had gotten, the incredible resilience of her Space Knight always saw her through even as several of her colleagues had fallen. As Eloise began to climb into the cockpit of her mech while Vez studied it in greater detail. It started off as a rather generic medium Space Knight of the Valiant Warden model. However, its role as a defensive mech forced it to take frequent heavy beatings. Somehow, Eloise managed to survive the battles while bringing most of her mech back intact, but not entirely. Practically none of the Valiant Warden's original armor plating remained. The mech left arm and leg looked out of place from the rest of the model because they had been salvaged off the battlefield from another wreck and been grafted onto the Valiant Warden to replace the original limbs. Vez felt for this mech. Whoever was in charge of repairing the mech around here really knew their business. Even though the current incarnation of the Valiant Warden was pretty much a Frankenstein mech, it nonetheless retained its ability to perform its main function. This was a mech that naturally embodied some of the traits that Vez worked so hard to instill in his own mech designs. Chapter 1081 Must Return Home. Lieutenant Alois Pelican deployed on the battered but still functional Valiant Warden in the murky space of the Dark Sphere. What struck Vez immediately was the lack of stars. When Vez used Alois's senses that had been patched into her mech to observe the surroundings, he only saw a great gnawing abyss in each and every direction. It was a highly disconcerting sight. Without the stars of the galaxy and the wider cosmos to provide a soothing background, every mech pilot trapped within the Dark Sphere always risked becoming lost if they went too deep. The Dark Sphere wasn't completely empty, though. Asteroids and planetoids occasionally fell into the Dark Sphere, only to get corrupted and consumed by the indigenous astral life that resided in this isolated pocket space. The constant threat of star spawn forced the insurmountable Drakes to maintain a ready patrol of mech around their meager ships. Even though deploying them consumed more fuel or energy, they had no choice. They learned the hard way that deploying when the star spawn attacked was already too late. As Alois led a small squad of riflemen mech of many different models, Vez reflected upon the situation he found himself in. After eavesdropping on some of the conversations and observing some of the mech and other tech the insurmountable Drakes used, he figured out when and where this event took place. The mech piloted by Alois and the others were either last gen or 2 generations back compared to Vez's current time. This was quite recent. If he garnered a guess, then would say he had traveled only 30 to 40 years in the past. As for their location, Vez surreptitiously dug up Alois's galactic geography knowledge from her mind. He found out that the Silent Nomad and the Pure Wheel was thousands of light years away from the Komodo star sector. They still resided in the galactic rim, but a bit further co-reward. Due to their earlier colonization, the states that emerged in the 2 star sectors developed much further, to the point where they set aside internal struggles in favor of competing against neighboring star sectors. The 2 star sectors differed a lot, though they somewhat took after their names. The states of the Pure Wheel star sector possessed a strong religious character, as the star sector had been opened up specifically to house all of the troublesome religious organizations exiled from their old star sectors. While the Pure Wheel states fundamentally disagreed with each other due to their strong beliefs, they eventually tired of beating each other up for their beliefs. Instead of warring against each other and thereby weakening the star sector against foreign aggressors, they pragmatically decided to put down their arms to expand their state religions into other star sectors instead. The Silent Nomad star sector housed fiercely independent-minded secular organizations. The star sector was notable in that it hosted a very strong mercenary tradition, with some massive mercenary corps ballooning to such a size that people there referred to them as mercenary conglomerates. The states there possessed a long history of picking all kinds of fights with each other, thereby providing mercenaries with plenty of business. Nonetheless, the states slowly put down their bickering when the state's neighboring Pure Wheel star sector started making inroads into their territory. Overall, the 2 star sectors were already at odds, but the appearance of the Dark Sphere around the border of the 2 sectors really blew up the conflict. At this time, Alois cared little about the conflict between the 2 states. She just wanted to go home to reunite with her son. For that matter, the insurmountable Drakes and every other independent outfit trapped within the Dark Sphere also wanted to get out and go home. Everyone wanted to go home. To be honest, Alois planned to only serve with the insurmountable Drakes for a few months before her contract ran out. At that point, she intended to retire from the mercenary corps to work for a security company that allowed her to spend some time with her family. The Dark Sphere ruined everything. This bizarre spatial anomaly hovered around the border of the 2 star sectors, randomly popping up to swallow several ships and fleets in transit. There was no rhyme and reason for its appearances and movement patterns. Even as Vez slowly dug up the circumstances around this mysterious Dark Sphere, He did not forget to pay attention to how Eloise skillfully piloted her Space Knight. Due to its patchy, Frankenstein-like repairs, her Valiant Warden no longer resembled its original model in any way. Much of the Space Knight's internal components had all been salvaged from other mech when the original ones wore out or got destroyed. The armor plating by itself looked like an awful patchwork of crudely welded and fused plates from dozens of mech. The inconsistent plating meant that some portions of the mech withstood energy damage well, while other portions performed better against physical damage. Eloise knew her mech so well that she was able to proficiently take advantage of these traits to allow the right sections of armor to take the blows they were able to withstand the best. It reminded Vez of his intentions of how the polarizing module should be used. Eloise's skill in selective damage redirection resembled the skill the mech pilots of his new mech needed to master to shape most efficient polarizing fields. "Keep chugging along, Warden," Eloise whispered affectionately as she skillfully piloted her mech in the most efficient fashion possible. "Just hold on for a week. We'll get out of the dark sphere within that time." Another notable aspect about the mech was that Eloise's strong emotions affected the Warden on a spiritual level. The constant battling and piloting prompted Eloise to develop a strong affection towards her own mech. Her will to battle in order to reunite with her young son carried over to the Warden, allowing a minor X factor to take shape that echoed with their desires to return home. "We have to return home." That phrase was being bandied about a lot among the fugitives in the Dark Sphere. Everyone wanted to exit the Dark Sphere and go home. Yet as far as they knew, none of them ever succeeded. In truth, the outfits that all managed to survive up to now went to great lengths to keep themselves alive and combat capable. With no way to gain fuel and supplies from the dark and nebula-filled environment, they resorted to raiding isolated ships or each other. In effect, the depraved conditions of the Dark Sphere forced every single outfit to turn pirate. Eloise herself used to object to this behavior, but her overriding desire to return to her son had eroded her moral objections. "We have to return home." This single conviction shared by many outfits trapped within the Dark Sphere all forced them to cannibalize each other for valuable supplies. Mech didn't repair by themselves and starships needed a steady source of ship-grade fuel. Even as Vez tried to prevent himself from becoming affected by Eloise's obsessive desire to reunite with her son, he studied her operation of her mech in greater detail. Since it appeared that battle wouldn't break out for the time being, Eloise did not expend too much effort into piloting her mech. Nonetheless, the skill and reflexes she developed over a decade of surviving the Dark Sphere made her develop plenty of unique habits and quirks. Vez recognized that many of the more unusual quirks served to compensate for her Valiant Warden's eccentricities and irregularities. Nonetheless, Eloise diligently maintained many good habits universal to piloting spaceborne mech. Many of these small rules that she learned from veteran drakes or developed on her own seemed quite useful to Vez. This was what he aimed to learn from his mastery experience. Vez eagerly observed Eloise's every little trick and method. He also took note of her concerns and frustrations of her own mech. He already learned a laundry list of issues he needed to take note of when he began to properly design his upcoming Space Knight. The more issues he addressed preemptively at the design phase, the less problems mech pilots faced when they finally got to pilot his new product. However, this wasn't enough for him. He wanted to observe Eloise when she was in her best state during battle. Only when battle commenced would he be able to observe the most critical aspects that she took into account to survive. Several days went by as the insurmountable drakes navigated to a rallying point provided by Mr. Draynet. While navigation was rather difficult in the Dark Sphere, the dark and foggy nebulas with their varying temperatures and mix of particles enabled them to develop a rough three-dimensional map of the Dark Sphere. The further to the center, the warmer it got. Strange processes went on in the inner portion of the sphere. The center attracted a lot of planetoids and asteroids and swallowed them over time. New star spawn emerged from the feeding processes which subsequently flew out to assault the human presence in order to grow. In fact, Eloise and many of the other independents trapped in the Dark Sphere believe that the states from the Silent Nomad and Pure Wheel star sectors deliberately trapped them in this jar to feed the star spawn. Only after the star spawn consumed a number of mech or high-quality materials did they evolve into Alpha Star Spawn. These evolved entities were not only a major threat to outfits, But their tissue also possessed very unique traits that turned them into valuable source material for certain biological processes. What the use of starspawn tissue actually was, none of the drakes knew. They knew it was valuable though, so they salvaged a bunch of remains from alpha starspawn and stored them in the freezer, to be sold whenever they emerged out of the dark sphere. When the insurmountable drakes finally reached the outer area of the dark sphere marked with pink particles, they encountered a handful of other outfits. Everyone put up their guard. Fighting between mercenaries, treasure hunters, pirates and all manner of scoundrels long led to an intense mutual distrust against each other. Without any way of gaining supplies except for robbing each other, it was incredibly difficult to gather a great number of independents in one place without another fight breaking out. That they somehow managed to refrain from firing their weapons showed how serious they were this time to break out. The enigmatic Mr. Drennet from the Angel's Wing Foundation deserved much of the credit. An unmarked carrier known only as the defiled gene served as the glue that kept the separate outfits together. Vez was ready to see the battle commence. This extended mastery experience showed him many areas of interests related to spaceborne mech and space knights that he hadn't fully considered before. In fact, he already harvested a lot more than he initially thought. The only problem was that his continued attachment to Aloy subjecting him to her increasingly more volatile mood swings. At some points, she functioned as a regular mech lieutenant in charge of leading a small number of mech on patrol. At other points, she abruptly wailed against her awful fate and longed to be reunited with her son. Her strong emotions were so disconcerting to Vez that he was getting rather impatient to see the battle commence. This mental trip to the past already lasted a week, which meant he was absent in the present day for a week as well. It was a good thing that he prepared the LMC for his absence, but that didn't mean that Vez liked to be gone that long. I see that every outfit that has received an invitation has arrived. Mr. Drennet spoke over a broadcast to every independent gathered at this site. A half-day of travel away from here lies the most vulnerable exit of the dark sphere. Guarded by a garrison and a range of space fortifications of dark nomads, it is a hard obstacle to overcome, but not an impossible one. At this time, the defiled gene will be enacting our stratagem which forms the key to our breakthrough. Please maintain a healthy distance from our carrier as it will exceedingly perilous for you to stray too close. As Aloy and everyone else wondered what Mr. Drennet had in store, alarms suddenly rang from her valiant warden sensors. Starspawn. A flood of dark, partially transparent mech-sized jellyfish-like creatures emerged from the pink nebula. Even as everyone armed their weapons, Drennet forcefully commanded them to a halt. Stop. The starspawn that are drawn to us are temporarily under our control. The man spoke. Your commanders are fully aware of our plan. The starspawn won't be a threat as long as they are not disturbed. A chill went through Aloy's back. She had only ever met hostile, rabid starspawn in the dark sphere. How had Mr. Drennet managed to control them? Was this the power of the Angel's Wing Foundation? Chapter 1082 Defiled Gene. A dangerous host of starspawn surrounded the defiled gene. The mysterious light carrier became the nucleus of a gathering of the most dangerous astral life forms in the dark sphere. None of the outfits presents let their guard down. They maintained a healthy distance from the radiating orbits of the dark jellyfish-like creatures, afraid that they would buckle out of the control of whatever means Mr. Drennet used to exert control over the astral creatures. Even Aloy felt disconcerted by her proximity to the beasts. The starspawn inflicted huge losses on the insurmountable drakes over the years. If they succeeded in repelling the starspawn, it quickly turned out that they were worse off due to the amount of fuel, energy and supplies they used up. There was absolutely no profit to be gained from battling the starspawn. Not even the increasing amount of alpha starspawn tissue they accumulated in their stores served to give them any satisfaction. Though they knew that the powers that be hungered for alpha starspawn tissue, it didn't help out the insurmountable drakes at all because they couldn't exchange it for critical supplies. Despite Aloy's misgivings about this venture, Commander Pritchard went on board with a plan, which meant the rest of the insurmountable drakes followed suit. Besides, she saw the logic in the plan. By throwing the starspawn at the defenses of the silent nomad forces as cannon fodder, the outfit stood a real chance at breaking through to the portal that led them back to normal space. The defiled gene gathered so many starspawn that the silent nomad forces needed to exert a huge amount of effort to repel their assault. This gave the remaining outfits the confidence that this risky plan might succeed. If they attacked on their own, then there was no question that they would break into pieces. A tense half-day of travel ensued. As they came closer and closer to the space fortress the silent nomad forces parked in front of the portal, the enemy detected their presence and readied themselves for battle. As Alois performed her final checks, Vez eagerly prepared to absorb a lot of insights during the upcoming battle. This was what he anticipated the most. Prepare for battle. Commander Pritchard broadcasted over their channel. Don't forget who we are and what we are fighting for. Don't try to defeat the military forces of the silent nomad star sector. Instead, focus on making space so that our ships and mech can reach the portal. The portal was all that mattered. As the Alliance of Independence came within range, the military garrison seemed split between deciding whether to focus on repelling the starspawn of the outfits first. The defiled gene made that decision for them as they sent a silent command that forced the starspawn to accelerate. The astral monsters were closing in quick, forcing the military mech and turrets to focus their fire upon the dangerous creatures first. It's working. Commander Pritchard exulted. Keep to the flanks and push through while they are distracted. The defenders did not ignore the approaching outfits. Even though they diverted most of their firepower to repel the rabid starspawn, they allocated hundreds of mech to hinder the advance of enemy mech and ships. Come forth. She commanded her squad. Don't spare your energy cells. Just shoot and shoot until your mech runs out. Her valiant warden flew in front of a squad of ranged mech as they unleashed their lasers at the approaching enemy mech. Lasers and rounds shot back at them in return, but Eloise kept absorbing the majority of the incoming firepower with her thick shield. The valiant warden long lost the shield it originally carried. The insurmountable Drakes long substituted its need for a shield with salvaged armor plating. Over the years, the mech technicians of the Drakes learned to be creative and resourceful. In order to provide the valiant warden with the best form of protection, they repurposed large chunks of bulky starship armor plating. The shield they created from salvaged starship pieces were so thick and heavy and Alois's mech lost over 80% of its mobility. The valiant warden's average flight system strained against all of the extra mass. However, all of that extra bulk gave the valiant warden an incredible capacity to block incoming fire. Lasers, rounds and missiles kept pummeling the increasingly deforming shield, yet Alois and her valiant warden bore the brunt of the aggression with confidence. It took a lot of grit and determination to face the firepower heaven without attempting to dodge them at all. In effect, even if Alois was piloting a medium space knight, the burden of carrying a huge slab of repurposed ship armor plating basically forced her to pilot her machine as a heavy mech. Vez learned a lot of useful insights from her piloting style. The best part about what he learned was that they would also be applicable to his upcoming mech design. Everything he learned was directly to his ongoing design project. The insurmountable Drakes and the other outfits managed to make inroads into their assault. The defenders had their hands full trying to kill off the starspawn. This split attention forced them into retreat, but everyone knew it was only a matter of time before they killed off the bulk of the starspawn. It's not enough. Alois gritted her teeth as her shield was starting to crack and buckle under the strain. The surface of the valiant warden's shield was scorching hot from all the lasers that blasted against the surface. The kinetic rounds that impacted it chipped away chunks of protective materials while missiles left deeper impact craters. All the while, casualties mounted against the independent mech. There were far too few space knights to cover for everyone. The vulnerable ranged mech malfunctioned quickly after sustaining a barrage of firepower. Years of depending on salvage and makeshift repairs to keep the mech alive left a toll on their integrity. The structural integrity of some of these maintenance-deprived mech was even worse than bargain bin mech. Despite her efforts, Alois failed to fully shield her comrades. The insurmountable Drakes as a whole already lost a dozen mech, many of which incurred fatal damage so abruptly that their mech pilots didn't have the time to eject. Commander Pritchard continued to exhort his men. We can't die here, Drakes. Home is just around the corner. Press on and fight no matter who is standing in our way. The urgency of this battle continued to pressure Alois into exerting more and more effort into shielding her comrades. However, All the coordinated firepower the military mech poured into her direction eventually broke the valiant warden's shield. "No!" she yelled. "This is not over yet. I shall not fall here." The valiant warden endured the firepower impacting its surface as best as it could, but the volume of fire was so huge that it wouldn't last for more than a minute at most. Eloise forcibly rotated her mech so that various portions of its frame absorbed the damage. By spreading the damage around, the valiant warden lasted long enough to arrive in front of a wrecked mech. The valiant warden utilized its strengthened hand to grip the mech hulk in its grasp. It was using the remnants of a wrecked mech as a makeshift shield. Through the creative use of debris on the battlefield to serve as makeshift shields, Eloise managed to keep shielding her comrades from enemy fire. Though the mech didn't last too long, the valiant warden easily discarded the spent wrecks and moved on to grab a new one. Yet as she continued to hinder the military's attempts at repelling the independent outfits, she became increasingly more concerned at how the battle progressed. "The Starspawn are being slaughtered," someone yelled in an open channel. "The stupid beasts are just charging straight into the kill zones set up by the military." The Starspawn were usually much more cunning in battle, preferring to employ ambush attacks to surprise their prey. An open battle where they approached the enemy in a straight line prevented from blending in with the dark nebulas and areas of murky space where they could compensate for their lackluster resilience. Right now, whenever Eloise diverted some of her attention to the decreasing number of Starspawn, she became increasingly more alarmed at how fast time was running out. The insurmountable drakes only made it halfway through. They needed to cross a lot of distance before they reached the portal that led them out of the dark sphere, but the resistance from the military forces were already beginning to intensify. It was increasingly harder for the drakes and the other outfits to push the military back. The huge space fortress alone presented the biggest obstacle of all. As long as that defensive bulwark remained to anchor the defensive forces, they had little hope that they could fight their way past it. Yet nothing in their arsenal was powerful enough to crack such an imposing fortress. The drakes already lost more than half of their mech before the battle took another turn. The defiled gene which flew at the center of an increasingly diminishing formation of Starspawn suddenly pulsed. The organizers of this breakout attempt enacted their Plan B in response to the faltering assault. What is happening? Something is happening with the Starspawn. They're breaking apart. Look at the dead remains. They are becoming active again. Two things happened at the same time. First, the existing Starspawn all lost cohesion as their strange tissue rebelled against their bodies. No one knew what went on. For a moment, the defenders thought that the Starspawn were beginning to self-destruct. However, the other phenomenon happening at the same time signified that much more was afoot. The carcasses of the Starspawn that the defenders took out began to show activity again as their flesh began to roil and writhe. Eventually, the active Starspawn tissue began to clump together around the defiled gene, engulfing Mr. Drenad's carrier in the middle of an abhorrent ball of alien tissue. That ball quickly grew in size as more and more Starspawn remains merged into the ball. Eventually, its shape began to diverge from an egg and took the form of the biggest Starspawn they had ever seen. The Super Starspawn cracked open its maw and unleashed a silent roar. Even though no sound propagated in the vacuum of space, Eloise nonetheless shuddered at the monstrous sight. The newly emerged creature quickly began to tear into the defensive lines of the silent nomad military forces. No matter what the defenders threw at the giant creature, the malleable tissue quickly reformed and returned into its original state. Even as the insurmountable drakes and the other outfits gleefully pressed the advantage now that the defenders were forced to confront the giant monster, their sensors began to sound the alarm. Starspawn are coming from behind. They're being attracted by the battle and the Super Starspawn. Eloise directed her attention to the valiant warden's sensors as she directed it to pick up another mech wreck to serve as a shield. She saw to her alarm that hundreds of Starspawn were pouring in from their rear. Worse, this didn't appear to be the extent of the influx as the sensors of her mech kept detecting new Starspawn. These incoming Starspawn quickly descended on the rear of the drakes and the other outfits. Damn it, these Starspawn aren't under control. They're attacking every nearby target. Even as the Super Starspawn made good progress in breaking through the defenses of the military forces, the feral Starspawn that emerged from the rear of the attackers wreaked havoc on their mech and ships. Their sluggish supply ships were the first to fall. The outfits directed so much attention to the front that they weren't able to allocate enough mech to cover their rear. Now they paid for it as their remaining supply ships all got taken down in quick succession. Soon enough, the advancing feral starspawn were beginning to threaten the mech carriers. If the insurmountable drakes lost all of their ships, then they would lose their chance to escape. No. Eloise yelled as she turned around her space knight. The valiant warden flew back to the stained salamander as fast as possible while being burdened by its makeshift shield. I must return home. My son is waiting for me. I will not fall here. The strongest surge of emotion that Vez had ever felt swept through Eloise's entire mind. For a single moment, that strong maternal desire of Eloise to be reunited with her son flitted through Vez's hiding spot, momentarily disrupting his attempts to stay hidden. Drat! I'm found out. Vez instantly realized that Eloise's mind picked up his existence. Yet before she could confront the strange entity in her mind, something even more alarming took place. Chapter 1083 Apotheosis. Something hidden within Vez's consciousness echoed in response to that strong desire. Eloise's motherly instincts attracted a response from an entity that Vez never knew was present in the mind of his host. A sharp mental strain suddenly racked Vez's consciousness as Kalanx's augmented spiritual fragment flared to life. It wanted to respond to Eloise's desperate straits. Vez screamed as the spiritual fragment that somehow managed to hitchhike on the system's mastery journey outputted a huge burst of spiritual energy. All of that potent spiritual energy poured into Eloise's mind and blended into her strong desires and emotions, strengthening them and transforming them into a more spiritually active state. Something incredibly profound went on as Kalanx's strong spirituality reacted with Eloise's emotions. The spiritual energy from Kalanxo did not enter Eloise's mind without direction. If that were so, the spiritual energy would have shattered Eloise's mind to pieces. Instead, the energy moved with intelligence and direction. They avoided burning Eloise's pale spirit, instead opting to nurture it by blending in. The spiritual energy did so by voluntarily letting go of some of Kalanx's imprint and instead made use of Eloise's strong emotions to impart her own imprint on the potent energy. Even as Vez tried to remain coherent through the pain of being used as a funnel for Kalanx's spiritual energy, he couldn't help but take note of some of the more important processes. He learned that spiritual energy did not behave like neutral energy such as electricity or heat. Instead, one of the defining aspects of spiritual energy was that it always carried the imprint of its source. For example, Vez's spirituality consisted of a cloud of spiritual energy within his mind that was uniquely his. No one else would be able to wield his spiritual energy because of his imprint. The same went for Kalanx's higher quality spiritual energy. The sacred god was an impressive creature whose spirituality definitely could be placed on par with ace pilots. For Kalanx's spiritual fragment to exert such precise control as to wipe away her own imprint and to blend in Eloise's strong emotions with the temporarily ownerless energy was nothing less than miraculous. The remarkable amount of control and skill exhibited by Kalanx's spiritual fragment aroused a suspicion within Vez. He had a feeling that something similar took place when Kalanxo first interfaced with Orphan and Ice through the man-beast connection. The channeling kept going, putting Vez under increasing strain. Eloise somehow hadn't fully become aware of what took place within her mind. Right now, she only cared about saving the stained salamander so that she would be able to retain her chance of returning home. For Eloise to be reunited with her son, the valiant warden must stop the ravenous feral starspawn from destroying the carrier at all costs. Even as her mind became increasingly more suffused with spiritual energy that truly belonged to herself, Vez felt an added drain on his mind. Somehow, the strong suction that resulted from the channeling siphoned away a portion of his own spiritual energy in the mix. While his spiritual energy was much less potent and energetic than the energy that belonged to Kalanxo, it nonetheless carried a mix of properties strongly related to his design philosophy and his understanding of mech. That's my spiritual energy. Give it back. Instead of fulfilling request, Kalanx's spiritual fragment exerted strong control over his stolen spiritual energy. Instead of blending them into Eloise's mind, the fragment instead directed his energy through Eloise's man-machine connection and vigorously blended it into the X-factor of the valiant warden. Although only a small portion of Vez's spiritual energy had been siphoned away, he still opposed the procedure. This mastery experience was meant to expand his horizons on space nights. He already paid 40,000 DP for this opportunity. Why should he pay even more to help out a complete stranger? No one listened to his complaints. The spiritual transformation of the mech continued. Kalanx's spiritual fragment forcibly erased Vez's imprint on his own spiritual energy in order to empower the Valiant Warden's X-Factor. The Valiant Warden somehow came to life in a sense and began to resonate with the strengthening mind of its soul mech pilot for over 10 long years. When Vez turned his attention to Eloise's mind, he noted with alarm that her emotions and desires took on such a strong shape that it began to resemble an expert pilot's force of will. There was no confusion in Eloise's mind. While fear hounded her from behind, it only strengthened her motherly desire to be with her son again. Strengthened by a large amount of potent spirituality, her increasingly strong force of will became more real and substantial by the second. At some point, it reached an invisible threshold that prevented it from growing more solid. Nonetheless, Kalanx's spiritual fragment appeared to be a bottomless well of spiritual energy. It continued to feed more of her potent energy into Eloise's mind, freely wiping out Kalanx's imprint and before blending into Eloise's force of will. It was as if Eloise's mind became increasingly more crowded with spiritual energy. As Vez was present in her mind, he became alarmed at the proceedings. Would Eloise's mind blow up from the flood of energy? He also started to note some signs of instability at the edges of Eloise's mind. Eloise's mind and spirit were struggling to cope with the influx of energy. It was eating away at herself. Yet before her mind reached the point of breaking, Eloise's force of will eventually broke through an invisible threshold. It grew past the barrier that held it back and rapidly gained strength as various inexplicable processes happened at the same time. The rapidly strengthening force of will swept through Eloise's mind, transforming it on a fundamental level. As an unwitting bystander of this event, Vez's consciousness rolled with the tides, giving him no chance to regain his wits. The transformation of Eloise's force of will resulted in immediate effects. Not only had her mind space expanded significantly, but the explosion in strength also spilled beyond the boundaries of her mind. Her spiritual energy started to bleed over into real space. Out in space, only half a minute went by, though it felt like longer to Vez. A sheen started to surround the increasingly more lively Valiant Warden. Some of her colleagues who were trying to race back towards the stained salamander quickly noticed the strange phenomenon. Lieutenant Pelican. Your mech. It's glowing. That's forced resonance. What? She's broken through to expert pilot. The increasingly strengthening glow around the Valiant Warden grew stronger, signifying that it was definitely not an illusion. Eloise had reached apotheosis. Right now, Eloise's newly developed force of will was so strong that countless transformations went through in her mind. To Vez, the main good thing about her breakthrough to expert pilot was that Kalanx's spiritual fragment finally stopped intervening and drew back its influence. This allowed him to observe some of the changes in her mind, though he understood nothing what he observed. Strangely enough, Eloise's force of will ignored Vez's presence in her mind entirely. Her overarching desire was to go home and reunite with her son. To do that she had to save the stained salamander. How could she spare any attention to the strange entity in her mind? As long as it didn't stand in her way of her goals, she could deal with it later. Get back, you starspawn. She yelled as her Valiant Warden accelerated beyond what it was capable of due to the forced resonance elevating its parameters. Even though the Valiant Warden would never be able to perform on par with an actual expert mech, the boost in performance due to the forced resonance was enough to Eloise. The Valiant Warden used the wreckage of a downed mech as a shield as it bashed into the nearest approach starspawn. The creature practically exploded into chunks of semi-solid tissue upon impact. The glowing mech held the wreck of a mech in one hand and unsheathed its sword with the other hand. After drawing its weapon, the Valiant Warden dove straight into the crowd of the advancing starspawn. A massacre ensued. The forced resonance gripping the entire mech also extended to its sword, causing it to sear away at the starspawn's weak minds at the same time as their flesh parted along the edge. I must return home. This overarching desire to return home and see her son again drove Eloise to insane heights. Her force of will kept squeezing out its potential, strengthening and sustaining the forced resonance effect that empowered her valiant warden. More than that, the improvements that her force of will continued to bring to her mind elevated many aspects related to piloting mech. Her mental processing power ballooned, allowing her to take in a lot more input from her mech and enabling her to react faster with better decisions than ever before. Her current mech piloting ability had reached beyond the level of a normal human mech pilot and went straight into superhuman territory. V's consciousness could no longer keep up with the sheer volume of thoughts that went through Eloise's mind as she piloted her mech with inhuman skill. The amazing battle performance of Eloise's valiant warden lifted everyone's morale. The insurmountable drakes fought back with ferocious fervor as they were being taken in by the exultation of seeing an expert pilot emerge from their own ranks. The other outfits fought more vigorously as well as they took advantage of the stalling star spawn. The astral creatures didn't seem to know what to do against the powerful mech that glowed, and eventually their instincts led them to retreat. Even as everyone began to cheer in the communication channels, Alois admonished them. "We haven't escaped yet. This isn't the time to celebrate. Now that our rear is safe, we must continue to break through." Commander Pritchard instantly concurred. "Lieutenant No, Venerable Pelican is right. I don't know what the hell Mr. Drennet and the defiled gene has done, but if they think they are the only ones who will be able to leave the dark sphere, they have another thing coming. Everyone, follow Venerable Pelican." The surviving mech and starships of the insurmountable drakes and the other outfits all rallied around Venerable Alois Pelican and the inspiring sight of her valiant warden. Their worship for Alois invigorated her force of will. While she didn't care too much about the other independents, she strongly cared about the insurmountable drakes. As her force of will carried a very protective quality, her strength continued to increase. "Go forth. Let me lead you into safety." As the giant superstar spawn started to grapple with the space fortification, the Independents followed the lead of the glowing valiant warden as it streaked across space like a comet. The defenders, already flailing due to the rampage of the superstar spawn, were poorly equipped to deal with the latest variable that approached. The sight of a newly emerged expert pilot coming straight at the military mech caused the mech pilots inside to waver. The force of will emanating from the valiant warden not only boosted the spirits of her comrades and allies, but also pressed down upon the minds of the mech pilots about to face them in battle. The military developed many tactics to cope with expert pilots. As long as they spread themselves out and kited the valiant warden, they'd be able to pelt it down with superior firepower over time. Yet if the military mech pilots employed their anti-expert formations, they would become vulnerable to the mob of regular mech that backed the valiant warden up. For a moment, the superstar spawn assault and the emergence of a new expert pilot caused the chain of command of the silent nomad military forces to break down. Conflicting orders caused them to be paralyzed as the intimidating expert pilot approached. Eventually, the valiant warden collided in the midst of the foremost formation of military mech. Half a dozen mech instantly perished while the remainder of the formation scattered like flies. The ensuing chaos led to a chain reaction where most of the military mech began to retreat in response to their comrades retreating as well. With all of the formations breaking apart, no one felt safe anymore. "The exit is within reach. Keep pushing. Our escape is almost upon us," Venerable Pelican yelled. Yet as the hardy mech and ships neared the portal that represented their only way out, they also came closer to the half-destroyed space fortress and the heavily injured superstar spawn that bit entire chunks out of the structure. Some of the turrets of the fortress that couldn't bear on the superstar spawn began to bombard the approaching tide of independence. Not only that, but the massive superstar spawn paused in its attack of the fortress and instead moved to attack the valiant warden for some reason. "That monster is coming for us." Against a giant astral creature formed out of hundreds of star spawn, how could the valiant warden ever stand a chance? Chapter 1084 Unity of Man and Machine. Vez encountered several expert pilots in his life. What he always found remarkable was that they possessed a strong sense of confidence and certainty in their values. Naturally, they had cause to be confident, but now he knew the exact mechanics behind the secret to advance to expert pilot. As Vez expected, a mech pilot needed to possess spirituality before they could even be eligible to advance. Of all the mech pilots he met in his life, Practically none of them possessed spirituality in any appreciable amounts, causing their chances to go beyond advanced pilot to be a pipe dream. Eloise Pelican should have been one of them. No matter how many battles she went through, no matter how much she piloted the Valiant Warden to the point of developing an organic bond with it, no matter how much she practiced to learn every single nuance and idiosyncrasy of her Frankenstein mech, there was no way for her to ever ascend beyond her mortal limits. Yet that iron rule did not take external factors into account. The decisive intervention of Kalanx's spiritual fragment that somehow rode along the system's mastery experience changed Eloise's fate. The strong motherly and protective emotions of Eloise meshed particularly well with Kalanx's spiritual energy. Even shed of the sacred god's imprint, the energy would never have merged so well with Eloise's desires if they didn't possess similar traits. To Vez, spiritual energy seemed to be made of condensed meaning. Shaped by the personalities of the entities who formed them, some spiritual energy, such as that of Venerable Foster, possessed an aggressive bent, while others leaned more towards love or protectiveness. What he found the most remarkable was that Kalanx's spiritual fragment seemed adept at changing the personal imprint of spiritual energy. It was as if it specialized in this aspect of applying her spirituality. Perhaps that is why the locals of In Coronavi regarded her species as sacred gods. This must be the principal reason why they are worshipped. Vez mentally murmured in the back of Eloise's increasingly more active mind. In fact, his stay in her mind was becoming increasingly uncomfortable. It was one thing to inhabit the mind of a regular pilot, but the strengthening force of will was like a force field that repelled any foreign influences. If not because Eloise was in the midst of battle, Vez would have been kicked back in his own time and space. Right now, a huge superstar spawn half the size of the silent nomad space fortress bore down on Eloise's Valiant Warden. The old and patchy Space Knight already bore an incredible amount of strain during the battle. While Eloise's fighting spirit continued to increase despite landing in the crosshairs the monstrous astral creature, her mech might not be able to keep up with her moves. Eloise knew it too. She could feel it breaking apart due to the forced resonance exerting it beyond its physical limitations. No. My Valiant Warden, fight for me. You must not fall here. Surprisingly enough, the Valiant Warden responded. Its nascent X-factor that had slowly developed over years of continuous use by Eloise had recently been magnified by Vez's stolen spiritual energy. Whatever attribute this special spiritual energy possessed, it seemed to be highly compatible with Mech. The man-machine connection became empowered by Eloise's force of will, deepening her bond with the Valiant Warden and unearthing its newly invigorated X-factor. They resonated with each other. Something incredibly marvelous happened. Vez mentally became astonished as the X-factor of the Valiant Warden somehow supercharged itself. The feeling of protectiveness that it gained from Eloise's influence made it incredibly compatible with the force of will it came into touch. The only way for Vez to describe the phenomenon was to call it a unity between man and machine. For a single instant, the boundary between mech pilot and mech blurred. In the depths of his mind, Vez recognized the phenomenon that took place. This was the legendary complete resonance. Although often depicted in action dramas broadcasted throughout the galaxy, complete resonance was extremely hard to come by. Let alone expert pilots, even ace pilots and god pilots never managed to replicate the feat. Yet Venerable Eloise Pelican seemed poised to do the impossible yet again. Her harmony with her own mech caused her force of will in the Valiant Warden's X-factor, empowering the combination to ludicrous heights. Even though Vez noted with alarm that the strain on the mech abruptly magnified, that single burst of complete resonance caused the resonating glow around the Valiant Warden to grow in size until it matched the size of the superstar spawn. As the strange fused astral creature centered around the defiled gene tried to engulf the Valiant Warden whole, it instead bumped into a shield composed completely of energy, bashing the monster to a halt in space. The giant energy projection of the Valiant Warden echoed a physical mech every move. After shield bashing the enormous monster back, the energy mech flew forward and chopped its sword over the superstar spawn's head. The giant energy sword possessed an intense corrosive effect on the astral creature, potting and burning its flew along with giving it an incredible amount of pain from its very spirit. Vez could sense the echoes of agony radiating from the superstar spawn's distorted spirit. The giant energy sword formed by the combination of Eloise's force of will and her valiant warden's X-Factor was a weapon that repelled all evil towards her family and comrades. You shall not stand in my way, foul beast. Although the giant energy mech already started to fizzle and fade, Eloise and her mech called upon their strength once more to thrust the giant energy sword straight through the superstar spawn's damaged maw. The sword cut straight through the monster's gullet and sheared straight through the starship residing in the very center of the superstar spawn. The defiled gene instantly cut apart into half. The catastrophic damage to the light carrier structure and volatile power reactors caused her to be engulfed by numerous secondary explosions, obliterating Mr. Drennage's flagship and causing the superstar spawn to lose cohesion. The astral beast is dead. Venerable Pelican slayed the monster. The morale of the surviving Independents cheered, yet Eloise finally couldn't bear the strain any longer. Sustaining the complete resonance effect with her mech drained her force of will almost entirely. The X-Factor of the valiant warden, just recently empowered, faded away entirely as the mech itself broke apart into scattered components. Venerable Pelican. Commander Pritchard yelled over the communication channel. We've got you. His personal mech flew to Eloise's cockpit and gently took hold of it. A number of mech from the insurmountable drakes moved to flank and surround the cockpit as it was being returned to the stained salamander. What are you waiting for? Pritchard exhorted the members of the independent outfits who were still gaping at the astonishing events that took place. The monsters are dead or in retreat and the defenders are in total disarray. Let us cross the portal before either of them regain their wits and resume the fight. That caused every independent mech pilot into action. Buoyed by Venerable Pelican's heroic and transcendent feats, the morale of the survivors surged, causing them to fly forward with a single purpose. The defenders on the other hand were still reeling from the disasters that took place. Not only had the space fortress sustained such massive damage that it lost most of its power and firepower, the military mech lost most of their cohesion and fighting will. The garrison only threw up a meager amount of resistance. The shock of witnessing the birth of an expert pilot only for her to display the legendary phenomenon of complete resonance shortly afterwards completely put an end to any serious fighting. As Eloise suffered the aftermath of her wild transformations, she noted with distinct relief that the insurmountable drakes and the others were about to pass through the portal. Due to the volatile position of the dark sphere in real space, no one knew where they would end up after they exited the portal. Each different portal led to different destinations that fluctuated frequently. That itself guaranteed their safety because there was no chance that the silent nomad military forces stationed a guard force at the other side of the portal. Even as Commander Pritchard Mech placed her cockpit on the deck of the stained salamander's hangar bay, Eloise struggled to stay awake. She needed to see if the portal took them back out. As the stained salamander finally crossed the portal, a moment of non-existence took place before the ship and its escorting mech emerged back into empty space. The stars. The stars have returned. We've succeeded. We're back in the galaxy. Don't celebrate yet. Let's kick our long-dormant FTL drives online and get the hell out of here. None of the independent outfits that used to be trapped in the dark sphere wanted to linger any longer than they had to. The military forces at the other side of the portal could still cross over as well in order to pursue the escapees. The mech of the insurmountable drakes returned to the stained salamander as rapidly as possible while the carrier slowly spooled up her FTL drive. Although the FTL drive had long remained dormant within the dark sphere, the engineers always prioritized its maintenance in the event of escape. Where to, Commander Pritchard? Doesn't matter. Just point the ship at the easiest star system you can dial in and bring us away. Roger that, Commander. Only until the stained salamander successfully transitioned into FTL did Eloise finally let go of her insistence of staying awake. The physical, mental and spiritual fatigue she accumulated during her short burst of ascended performance simultaneously hit her like a crashing shuttle. She quickly lost consciousness as her entire being urgently craved rest in order to recuperate from her ordeal. Before she lost consciousness though, she swept her much weakened force of will towards Vez's consciousness one last time. Vez felt as if Eloise definitely took notice of him. Despite his attempts to hide his presence, the mind of an expert pilot was much more formidable than that of a regular pilot. There was no hiding in her own mental sanctum. "WHO are you?" I'm just a mech designer, Vez mentally replied. Just as Eloise faded to sleep, the system finally ended this lengthy mastery session. Vez felt as if a hook grabbed his consciousness yet again and dragged him straight through a portal. The wild ride that ensued was still enormously vague to Vez, and he only returned to his own mind and body an indeterminate amount of time later. That was some mastery experience. He sighed as his dormant body awoke from the isolated chamber within the mech nursery's lab floor. It was worth every single DPI spent on it, that's for sure. Due to the happy accidents that took place during the battle, Vez gained much more than a first-hand perspective on piloting space knights. While the information he gathered to that nature was certainly abundant enough for him to overhaul large portions of his current draft design, it did not beat the other events he witnessed. By residing right inside Aloysia's mind as she underwent both apotheosis and complete resonance, Vez gained an unprecedented amount of understanding on both phenomena. So many mech pilots dreamt of becoming expert pilots. Many more expert pilots aimed to achieve a complete union with their mech during battle. Yet both remained out of reach to the vast majority of mech pilots. No matter how hard some mech pilots trained and fought, they would never be able to transcend their mortal limits in their lives. Ordinarily, they can't. Vez whispered to himself with his parched throat. Yet nothing is impossible. Kalanxo showed me the way to circumvent the limitations stopping most mech pilots from advancing. More than a week went by while his mind took a mental trip into the past. While his massively enhanced physique allowed him to sustain his week-long dormancy, it still left him craving for food and water. Vez wearily chuckled to himself. I'll have to hook myself up to life support the next time I undergo a mastery. Otherwise, my body might starve to death if I take too long to return. Chapter 1085. Another application. Before Vez did anything, he first addressed the consequences of his week-long fasting session. Once he drank a lot of water and filled his belly with the contents of a nutrient pack, Vez took stock of his gains from this mastery experience. I gained far more than I expected, he concluded. First, he fulfilled his primary objective. Witnessing Eloise Pelican piloting the valiant Warden Space Knight extensively gave Vez an incredible amount of small insights about the rigors of piloting a mech in space. What Vez appreciated the most was that he watched Eloise pilot her Space Knight during uneventful patrols and an incredibly pitched battle. The contrast between both of them gave Vez a strong learning experience. Some features were much more important during battle. The second benefit did not need any repeating. Learning some of the actual mechanics behind apotheosis and complete resonance changed Vez's perspective on expert pilots forever. They no longer posed a mystery to them now that he understood where their force of will emerged from. I was right. Spirituality is the key. Vez also advanced his fundamental understanding of spirituality by a substantial degree. He learned that spiritual energy consisted of meaning and possesses all kinds of attributes and imprints. This was important, because learning that these properties existed meant that Vez could one day manipulate them just like Kalanx's spiritual fragment aptly demonstrated. What did that mean? As long as he found a source of compatible spiritual energy, he could infuse that into the emotions and desires of a mech pilot that aligned with the attribute of the spiritual energy. As long as the fusion succeeded, the force of will that emerged would be enough to elevate that mech pilot into an expert candidate or expert pilot. If I can replicate the process myself, I can produce artificial expert pilots. The magnitude of this astounding ability could not be overstated. Such a secret was so explosive that everyone would fight for it. The weight of this secret surpassed even that of the mech designer system because the latter only benefited a small number of people while the theories that Vez developed could potentially empower every mech pilot in the galaxy. I shouldn't be too eager to apply what I've learned, Vez instantly decided. While he wanted to experiment with what he learned in order to elevate the likes of Melker, Merlinda and Rila Larkinson to expert pilots, it would be too conspicuous for them to advance to experts all of a sudden. Vez could not afford to give anyone reason to suspect he possessed the secret to elevating mech pilots into expert pilots. This ability doesn't only come with galaxy-spinning implications, it's also exceedingly dangerous. He readily admitted that he could not come close to replicating the feat. The skill and precision demonstrated by Kalanx's spiritual fragment showed a mastery of manipulating spiritual energy that Vez didn't even knew was possible. Even though he understood the basic mechanisms of what he witnessed, it was like seeing a musician play an instrument up close. Just because he knew how it worked in theory didn't mean he could pick up an instrument and play it like a master of the craft. This is yet another possible application of spirituality in the galaxy that I can learn one day. Until that happened, Vez did not intend to mess with it carelessly. If he recklessly inserted foreign spiritual energy into the mind of a random mech pilot, there was a great chance that the spiritual energy would fail to take hold and disappear into the imaginary realm. If Vez forced the merger of incorrectly attributed spiritual energy with the emotions and desires of a mech pilot, then he might even inflict major harm. There's so much still that I don't know. Vez muttered to himself as he sought out Lucky. What makes spiritual energy capable of affecting reality so strongly? How is it generated and where can I find it? Can the attributes of spiritual energy be converted to other attributes in the same way that their personal imprints can be exchanged? So many new questions emerged from his mind. The uncertainties that popped up would keep him busy for a very long time, he guessed. In any case, it appeared that Vez had not been the only beneficiary of the mastery experience. He concentrated his mind and turned his mental focus inward. Resting in the center of his mind's space, Kalanx's spiritual fragment pulsed and glowed with strength. While Vez noted that its activity level had diminished a bit due to its donation of spiritual energy, what remained took on an even more complex and multifaceted quality than before. Aside from the minuscule influence of Vez's base model and the remnants of Venerable Fontain's stolen spiritual energy, the fragment gained two more influences. Vez immediately recognized the additional flavors. It seemed that Vez was not the only entity who harvested benefits from his mastery experience this time. The strong protectiveness and maternal love of Venerable Alois Pelican almost entirely displaced the influence of Venerable Fontaine. It gained a lot of prominence because it shared much in common with Kalanx's own spirituality. Underneath this notable influence, the echoes of the valiant warden also resided. Its presence gave the spiritual fragment a much greater fit with Space Knights. For a moment, Vez didn't know whether he should celebrate this new development. The spiritual fragment had become more complex, but that also meant it became more muddled and less focused. Only the sheer might of Kalanx's overpowering imprint on the powerful spiritual fragment kept the pieces together. You intervened for a reason, right? Vez asked the fragment. Why did you decide to make a move? The fragment pulsed once but remained dormant afterwards. It was as if the previous exertion exhausted it quite a bit, forcing it to enter a period of hibernation in order to recuperate. Vez eventually shrugged. There was no way he could force the powerful spiritual fragment to open its mouth. For a moment, he doubted whether he was dealing with an isolated, apportioned piece of Kalanx's spirituality. Was the fragment still in sync with the original Kalanxo? The initiative and ability it previously showed off was quite sophisticated to come from a mere fragment. Well, whatever. You'll probably be an even better asset for my upcoming mech design. To be honest, the prospect of housing Kalanx's augmented spiritual fragment in his upcoming mech design frightened him a bit. What would result from such a fusion? Vez almost shivered at the possibilities. My mech won't design itself. I have to get back to work. Vez shook his head. Despite the surprises he encountered along the way, acquiring Space Knight mastery served to fill up the gaps in his knowledge base when it came to designing Space Knights. In fact, the benefits he gained went beyond understanding Space Knights from the perspective of a mech pilot. Many of the insights he picked up could be applied to many other spaceborne mech, giving Vez a high degree of proficiency in designing any kind of mech that operated in space. I'm not just a mech designer who is only limited to designing land-bound mech anymore. Before Vez emerged from his lab to check up on his company before he went back to resuming his design work, he first grew curious at the events that took place at the Dark Sphere. The overarching question that popped up in his mind was whether the system actually caused history to change. Was it actually capable of time travel or not? While the phenomenon of time travel wasn't entirely unheard of, most of the galaxy believed that only the first Earth superstates and the Big Two possessed the ability to artificially replicate the feat. Even then, Their applications were likely limited, or else their effects would have been much widely felt by now. Of course, the conspiracy theorists trawling in the underbelly of the galactic net offered another explanation. They speculated that there was some sort of time police among humanity that kept time travel under the radar. Whatever the case, Vez first wanted to find out if the system truly possessed the ability to manipulate time. He activated his com and browsed the galactic net. He searched for any news about the dark sphere in relation to the silent nomad and pure wheel star sectors. It actually exists. Not only did it exist, but the involvement of Venerable Alois Pelican led to some explosive developments. As retaliation for exposing the dark sphere to the public, the rulers of the silent nomad star sector kidnapped Venerable Pelican's young son. This led to a series of dramatic events that sent the silent nomad star sector in complete disarray. What exactly happened over the past 30 years, Vez couldn't tell, because by then both sides published completely opposite narratives. Even so, by all accounts, Venerable Pelican not only lived to this very day, but she had also become the figurehead of a huge insurgency. The insurgents that followed her banner aimed to reform the disparate powers of the silent nomad star sector into a single unified state. Has she reunited with her son or not? Nobody knew for sure. It wouldn't have been easy to rescue Pelican's son from a conspiracy of states. Vez somewhat sympathized with Venerable Pelican's difficulties to reunite with her family. Through no fault of her own, she had been separated from her son and was constantly being hunted down to this very day. Above all else, Alois Pelican originally did not possess the spirituality required to develop a force of will. Without an empowered force of will, there was no way for her to advance straight to expert pilot. All the historical accounts of the dark sphere that Vez found on the internet matched his own observations. The descriptions of the titanic battle at the portal and the amazing occurrence of complete resonance put most of his doubts to rest. The system actually traveled back in time and changed history. Instantly, several questions popped up in his mind. Was this mastery experience predetermined? If Vez suddenly decided to abort, would Venerable Pelican still exist as an expert pilot who survived the dark sphere? All of the paradoxes involved with time travel already started to give Vez headaches. There's no point speculating on this matter. The simple fact of the matter was that he traveled back in time somehow and effected a real change in history. If he could do it once, he could do it again. It will be difficult to take advantage of this when the system just chucks me halfway across the galaxy all the time. Vez muttered. The substantial difference in time and space prevented him from taking actions that directly benefited him in his current time. Even though this was the first time that Vez gained the option of reconnecting with the host of his mastery experience, he was leery of doing so. Even though his entry into her mind drastically elevated her life and allowed her to escape the dark sphere, who knew what she would do when Vez came up to her and said hello? He shook his head. There's no reason for me to reconnect with her. I don't think I'll gain anything aside from increasing the chance of exposing my secrets. He decisively set aside any notion of contacting Venerable Pelican. He won't be able to get in touch with her anyway considering her current preoccupation. When Vez finally exited the vault and returned to his penthouse office to catch up on what he missed during the last week, Gavin stopped by as soon as he heard that his boss returned. Vez. We received word that the representatives of a number of esteemed individuals are on their way to Cloudy Curtain. The newly appointed executive assistant stated with alarm. Ah? Vez smiled in a sly manner. So they accepted my invitation. Good. Please keep an eye on their arrival and prepare some accommodations for them in Freslin. Make sure to keep our guests separate and unaware of each other. It won't do for them to mingle and band together. Gavin frowned at the strange instructions. What's this all about, Vez? Those representatives are all standing in for powerful businessmen and officials from numerous partners of the Friday Coalition. I know. Chapter 1086 Distinguished Buyers. It is almost sinful to partake in this bounty. The representative uttered as Vez carefully opened a vintage nutrient pack and took out a sample for the man to try. Yet don't mind if I do. As soon as the foreigner from the Friday Coalition took a bite, he went into an instant ecstasy. How divine. It is indeed as you claimed. Vez smiled as the representative took another bite and savored the sublime flavor. Thousands of years of fermenting had done the contents of the nutrient pack a lot of good. This isn't just any kind of regular nutrient pack, he boasted as he entered into salesman mode. Look at the markings and serial numbers of the nutrient pack. Not only are they of genuine CFA stock, but they are also dated from before the age of Mech. If that isn't enough, they also originate from the long-lost Starlight Megalodon. The representative studied the markings of the nutrient himself. I was doubtful of your claims that you have somehow obtained the nutrient packs of a long-lost battleship of the CFA. The disappearance of the Starlight Megalodon is wrecked with secrets. How could you possibly come into the possession of some of her nutrient pack supply? I have my ways, Vez replied vaguely. Due to some circumstances that I am not allowed to explain, I spent some time in the frontier. You can connect the dots from there. Very well. I'll take your entire supply. How much do you have? With the open pack included, I only have 53 nutrient packs left, Vez stated as he slapped his palm against the open crate in the vault. I am prepared to purchase all of them for 100,000 coalition credits each. That is a princely sum for a brider like you who came into possession of such a treasure. 100,000 calls? Do you think I am mad? As a connoisseur of nutrient packs, I know quite well that these vintage nutrient packs are worth much more than that. You should pay 100 million coals for them per pack. I'll even throw you a 10% bulk discount if you buy all 53 of them at once. Oh, please. Don't insult my intelligence, Mr. Alarkinson. Age nutrient packs are not impossible to acquire. 200,000 calls. Those are fake goods you are talking about. Nutrient packs that have undergone artificial time acceleration might be able to offer similar complex flavor profiles, but they are equivalent to mass-produced goods. My nutrient packs are different. They are exceedingly rare goods with a special origin and story behind them. If your patron adds them to their collection, they can show them off with pride that they own a piece of the Starlight Megalodon. Where else can you find such a treasure that your patron can comfortably display without attracting the attention of the CFA? 90 million calls. That is a ludicrous amount for mere nutrient packs. No matter their age or history, nutrient packs serve as an economic way to supply ships and colonies with long-lasting survival food. They consist entirely of synthetic ingredients mushed together in an approximation of organic food. There are limits to how much one should pay for him. 300,000 calls. Vez chuckled. You and I both know that we are not talking about trading a bunch of nutrient packs here. Regardless of their original form, their meaning is completely different now due to their aging and their remarkable origin. These nutrient packs are valuable specifically due to those reasons and those reasons alone. This is your chance to buy a piece of history. And I will only charge 80 million calls each. The two nutrient pack connoisseurs continued to haggle back and forth for a while. Eventually, they came to an agreement to sell all 53 nutrient packs for the low price of 2.7 million calls. Once they shook hands and signed a contract, the representative commanded a lifter bot to pick up the crate and depart the vault. Before he left, the representative turned around. These are the only nutrient packs from the Starlight Megalodon that you possess, correct? I've left a couple for my own collection. Vez lied. I can completely guarantee that you have obtained the remainder. Very well. Once the representative left, he stepped outside the vault area and reached a position where he regained his connection to the LMC's internal network. He sent a call to Gavin. Gavin, please send in the next representative down to the vault. Okay, Vez. Gavin replied dubiously over the feed. Why all of this song and dance? Why not meet them all at once? I have my reasons, Vez replied before shutting off the connection. He quickly returned to the vault and entered another area where a single crate stood in the middle. Vez waited for the next guest to be escorted to the vault by an attendant. Ah, Mr. Alarkinson, the newcomer said, a woman this time. From the drab decor of this underground area, I suppose you are about to show me your goods. Vez smiled and opened the crate, revealing a number of nutrient packs. You presume correctly, miss. 4 to 6 vintage nutrient packs, excavated straight from the missing Starlight Megalodon. As far as I am aware of, they are the only goods to have emerged from that legendary CFA battleship. Would you like to have a taste? Please. How else will I be able to verify your claims? I am familiar with all of the historical CFA nutrient pack flavors, so don't think you can bamboozle me with counterfeits. I would never dream of doing so, miss. Like a sleazy salesman, Vez repeated the same routine that happened a moment earlier. He hyped up the historical value of the nutrient packs. They were not mere vintage nutrient packs, but relics of the CFA. Vez fared a little worse during the haggling that ensued. The woman was a shrewd negotiator and they only shook hands when they arrived at a price of 2.2 million calls per nutrient pack. After waving the female representative off with her new lipper-cased crate, Vez smiled sardonically to himself. Well, I have 4 more chances to do better. Now that he gained more confidence in the value of his vintage nutrient packs, Vez continued to meet representative after representative. Even though he outright lied about the fact that they received his entire supply of vintage nutrient packs from the Starlight Megalodon, Vez didn't think much of the consequences. All he cared about right now was ripping off the representatives of profligate nutrient pack collectors from the Friday Coalition. After completing 6 trades, each of which involved around 50 nutrient packs each, Vez completely traded away his entire stash. Although it pained him a bit to say goodbye to those valuable nutrient packs, they only served to satisfy his vanity while they remained in his possession. As a mech designer and the head of a company that was mired in debt, Vez needed money more than he needed to retain ownership of nutrient packs that served no practical use other than to serve as souvenirs of his last great adventure. Aware of the value of the nutrient packs should Vez ever sell them to someone interested in them, he made the rational choice of converting his ownership of the nutrient packs into cold hard cash. His heart still ached at the loss, though. His dismay was so obvious that Lucky floated down from his head and clung to his shoulders as if to soothe his pain. Meow. I know. They're just nutrient packs, but they're also a piece of history, you know? The Starlight Megalodon doesn't exist anymore, so there is no way that I can ever obtain more vintage nutrient packs from the ship. Meow. PFF, is that what you care about? You want me to spend all of my earnings from these trades on rare exotics for you to stuff your face with? I still haven't entirely gotten over the fact that you ate away my CFA gear. Meow meow. Even if you gain some fantastic new abilities, it's not cost-effective for me to feed you high-quality exotics just so that I can gain some couple of super gems. Meow. Vez ignored Lucky's admonishment in favor of tallying his gains. Overall, by selling around 300 vintage nutrient packs in total at an average price of 2.9 million calls each, Vez earned 870 million calls in a single day. Simply speaking, that was roughly worth around 87 billion bright credits. Even though Vez would lose a chunk of money from that massive sum due to transaction costs and fluctuating exchange rates that reflected the weakening of the bright credit, Vez still believed he would be able to supplement the LMC's coffers by at least 80 billion credits. The company's debt is a thing of the past once the money arrives. Not only that, but the LMC would also be sitting on a healthy surplus that it could spend on improving its security, expanding the mech nursery, setting up branch offices and subsidiaries in other states or apportion them to the future marketing campaign of his upcoming design. Worthless, heh? Vez chuckled. Maybe they're worthless to people like Lieutenant Stimmons. As for others, they are worth as much as the Barracuda. In fact, ever since he first cracked open a nutrient pack from the battleship during his stay on the Starlight Megalodon, he instantly realized their value. Not only would many individuals in the galaxy pay good money for them, they were also inconspicuous enough that no one in the CFA would care enough to take them away. This was why Vez expressly prepared to smuggle out a bunch of vintage nutrient packs from the Starlight Megalodon well in advance. Vez laughed in exultation. Ha ha ha. It all paid off. If Vez wanted to maximize his earnings, he would have put them up for offer at some auction house in the Friday Coalition. By inviting all the wealthy nutrient pack connoisseurs of the Friday Coalition to participate in the auction, it might have been possible to jack up the price for each vintage nutrient pack all the way to 1 million calls. That would have been far too conspicuous, though. Vez shook his head in regret. Such a public auction might attract the attention of the CFA to him again. The last thing that Vez wanted to do was to give the powerful Transgalaxian organization a reason to investigate him thoroughly. In addition, By selling nutrient packs from a lost CFA battleship so blatantly, Vez would also be violating his obligation to keep the details of the Ian Corona mission a secret. While he didn't fear the Mech Corps all that much, it was an entirely different problem once Flashlight entered the fray. I should never get on the bad side of Flashlight. Vez shuddered. Perhaps Vez could have earned more money if he sought out more discerning buyers. Yet the longer he waited and the more potential buyers he sounded out, the greater the risk that some of them might take more direct action to obtain the nutrient packs. It wasn't out of the question for them to send an overwhelmingly powerful force of mech to Cloudy Curtain in order to rob Vez of his stash of vintage nutrient packs. Although it sounded ludicrous for someone to go through so much effort for a bunch of nutrient packs, Vez knew that such incidents actually took place. The sooner I got rid of them, the better. They're hot goods as long as they remained in my vault. In any case, earning almost a billion calls lifted a huge burden off his shoulders. It cost money to borrow money, so the LMC constantly troubled itself by trying to pay back all the interest from their loans. While it wasn't exactly a disaster for Vez and the company if those loans continued to remain on the company's books, if Vez gained the ability to pay them back wholesale, why shouldn't he go for it? In any case, Vez did not plan for his company to embark in any major investments in the foreseeable future. Now that it received a quota for the services offered by the BV Alliance, I no longer need to save up a lot of money to prepare for the next mech generation. Now that he secured the future of the LMC, Vez finally felt free to focus his main priorities. Right now, that meant taking the next step in designing his mech. I'm almost done with overhauling my draft design. Once that's complete, I'll have to solicit feedback from Professor Ventag and others. I wonder how they will react to my vision? Chapter 1087 Economical Design. Vez gained an entirely new conception of spaceborne mech after acquiring Space Knight mastery. Writing in the mind of a veteran Space Knight taught him that Space Knights constantly worried about being able to cover their colleagues. While mobility was important to do their jobs, it was their ability to endure damage that really mattered. If they wished, they would rather give up the former in order to enhance their ability to do the latter. It's a constant struggle. Without sufficient mobility, they can't keep up with their colleagues. Without enough tanking ability, they won't last long enough to provide meaningful protection. Nonetheless, writing in the mind of Eloise Pelican also taught him that a mech like his would appeal to mech pilots like her. His upcoming super-medium Space Knight offered substantially more protection without compromising its mobility entirely. Of course, the huge learning curve associated with using polarizing module effectively might hinder their adoption. However, polarizing modules and shield modules were not entirely strange to mech pilots of the Bright Republic, considering their more widespread use in second-rate states. As long as their ability to withstand damage is big enough, all the other costs are worth it from their perspective. This realization gave him confidence as he reimagined his upcoming Space Knight design. He expressly worked to accommodate some of the features that Space Knight pilots like Eloise Pelican eagerly demanded from their mech. Perhaps unconsciously, Vez included a couple of touches from the Valiant Warden's design into his own work. He admired the bond that Eloise developed with her mech. No matter how much damage the machine sustained, with care and attention it always stood back up to fight another day. It was the greatest expression of one of his ideals. Though forced by circumstances, the insurmountable Drakes did their best to treat their mech right and to value them as priceless assets. Many Knight mech are expected to endure an incredible amount of punishment over their lifespans. Such as mech need to be incredibly robust and enduring, far more than the average mech. Vez already learned this lesson with his first mastery, yet living alongside the rigors that Eloise endured as she tried everything to extend the lifespan of her mech underscored this aspect. Space Knights struggled to last 10 years of constant use. If not for the resourcefulness of the insurmountable Drakes, the Valiant Warden would have long been scrapped and dismantled for parts. It's a sad affair when mech are used beyond their capacity. The new draft of the Space Knight that took shape undeniably carried the influence of his latest mastery experience. When Vez revised the sketches, he allowed Kalanx's spiritual fragment to guide some of his design choices as usual. Perhaps due to the influence of Eloise and the Valiant Warden in its spiritual makeup, the fragment favored different choices this time. More endurance. More resilience. more longevity. All of this didn't come without a price. The additional structural integrity and armor plating that Vez added to his draft slowed it down even further. The first draft of the mech already suggested that it would move rather sluggish, but this time it leaned even further towards the ineffectual mobility of a heavy mech. In essence, the new design choices showed a distinct lack of care towards mobility. His draft design possessed nearly the same mobility as a heavy Space Knight but without the sheer amount of damage-absorbing capacity of one. What is the advantage of such a mech? Perhaps theoretically, his Space Knight did not offer any distinct advantages over a regular heavy Space Knight. Yet in fact there are two major advantages. First, it is much cheaper than a genuine heavy mech. Second, it demands much less maintenance. Only well-funded, highly organized mech forces such as military mech regiments made use of heavy mech. This was because operating them was very expensive and demanding in resources. Not only was acquiring them upfront ludicrously expensive, they also required a lot of servicing. Any major damage incurred to its high-quality but expensive armor plating quite literally cost hundreds of millions of credits to repair. It's simply not economical for private outfits to operate a heavy mech, certainly not one that is expressly designed to take damage and require regular repairs to keep running. If there was one important advantage that Vez brought to the table with his new design, it was that it had been designed to be as cost-efficient as possible when performing its singular most important role. Vez estimated that he would be able to contain the price of a Space Knight to under 100 million credits. It was not as large as a heavy mech and did not require nearly enough metal to fabricate a copy. More importantly, a large portion of its defensive capability came from the polarizing module. By covering a section of armor with a special polarizing field, the only damage the mech sustained was draining its energy cells a lot faster. As long as the mech did not withstand too much damage at once, it would theoretically be able to offload all of the incoming firepower to its polarizing field. Even though that would drain a Space Knight's energy reserves rather quickly, it was a lot cheaper to recharge spent energy cells than to replace damaged armor plating. Energy is cheap. High-quality materials, especially those used in armor plating, are very expensive to come by. It's a reality that mercenary corps and many other private outfits spend much of their earnings from their missions to repair the damage their mech have incurred. Many times, the cost of repairs can even exceed the payment they received from their employers. Many mercenary corps in fact incorporated provisions in their contracts that stated that their employers would compensate for their repairs. Yet how many employers would agree to such a clause? What if the mercenary corps deliberately piloted their mech recklessly in order to get rid of their old and malfunctioning machines? Their employer would be on the hook for all of the replacement costs. In practice, the two sides always negotiated the extent to which an employer would cover the repairs of the mercenary corps. This usually ended up somewhere around the tune of 50% or less. Usually, employers held a bit more leverage during these negotiations because they could easily offer the assignment to another, more desperate mercenary corps. The economics of running a mercenary corps aside, what Vez really wanted to play into was their demand on acquiring mech that demanded less repairs. Part of the reason why mercenary commanders disliked night mech was because they were money pits. Even so, operating a couple of night mech is better than to let their more vulnerable mech incur all the damage instead. Yet that did not feel like much of a consolation to the mercenary commanders when they studied the accounts. How would they feel about their defensive mech when they occupied at least 70–90% of the money allocated to maintenance and repairs? This disparity in costs is exactly why the polarizing module matters a lot. If it can save my Space Knight from incurring a lot of material damage during battles, then the cost savings it provides over its lifespan has paid for its acquisition in spades. Due to the larger size of his Space Knight, Vez could not avoid putting a high price tag on his upcoming mech model. Yet he hoped that some mech buyers would be smart enough to realize that the total cost of operating his new mech was a lot more generous over its entire lifespan. Well, not everyone is smart enough to take the entire lifetime cost of a mech into account. It also doesn't help much if the mech gets destroyed during its first few fights. This was why many mercenary corps still resorted to budget night mech. They were easier to buy and easier to replace if they broke. Even though outfits expended a lot more money due to the frequent replacements, It felt a lot better than buying one very expensive mech. Would they even dare to commit such an expensive mech in battle? All of these psychological considerations sounded a bit stupid, but Vez knew it was part of human behavior. The mech commanders in charge of leading private outfits always came from the ranks of mech pilots. Mech pilots generally attended mech academies once they found out about their genetic aptitude when they reached 10 years old. The curriculum of a mech academy largely consisted of mech piloting-related courses. This meant that mech cadets predominantly spent their time on studying how to pilot night mech, how to improve their marksmanship, how to employ rudimentary tactics, and so on. Learning all of this took up the majority of their time and energy. As for other topics like math, history, science, and humanities, please. As long as a mech pilot could figure out the answer of 2 plus 2, they really didn't need to know more in order to be a good soldier on the battlefield. This lopsided education system led to the unfortunate circumstance that mech commanders were almost always awful administrators. They lacked the required administrative and business acumen to run a profitable outfit. The smarter commanders are prudent enough to delegate these matters to competent managers. The more conceited ones believe that all of their decisions are right regardless of their actual competence in these areas. From all the industry publications that Vez had read over the years, the latter occurred far more frequently than they should. Mech pilots are rather stupid in that way. Vez shook his head. The important implication of this reality was that a space knight might not be able to catch on to the mech market. Vez had to take the unfortunate possibility into account that mech commanders were too short-sighted to appreciate his upcoming design. Not every mech commander is that stupid, though. I'm sure that my mech will be able to sell as long as Noro Consolidated is involved. The marketing prowess of one of the premier mech companies in the Bright Republic dwarfed anything that the LMC or Marcella Bollinger could accomplish. As long as Professor Ventag put his entire support behind the joint design, then it was not impossible for their first cooperative design to become a success. I'm not resigned to design a technical masterpiece that flops on the market. Just like Eloise Pelican, his fighting spirit surged despite the many odds against him. Regardless of whether they were mech pilots or mech designers, both of them shared something in common. Mech pilots struggled against threats on the battlefield. Mech designers fought to earn the mech market's recognition for their mech designs. Although the latter didn't put their lives on the line, their battles were just as arduous. With these economical considerations in the back of his mind, Vez completed his second draft of upcoming mech design. It's time to see what other people think of my design. Vez decided to invite all of his confidants as well as the 3 little chicks that recently joined the Avatars of Myth. All of them entered his imposing penthouse office shortly afterwards. While people like Halsey and Gavin had already become used to the impressive decor of his office, the 3 little chicks were practically wide-eyed as they became affected by the atmosphere their surroundings conveyed. Please take a seat, everyone. Vez gestured them to the comfortable couches at the corner of the office in order to ease the tensions. They first chatted a little. Vez found out that Melker already ordered a decent landbound striker mech from Bentham in order to provide Rode Larkinson with a new machine. As for Chet and Janzi Larkinson, they would be forced to stick to the simulators for a while longer. It took a lot more time, planning and organization to supplement the Avatars of Myth with their first Spaceborne mech company. How soon do you think we'll have our first Spaceborne mech? Vez asked. A couple of months at the very least. Melker answered. The biggest problem we are facing right now is that we need to find a capable and experienced Spaceborne mech officer to lead the new company. It's very hard to attract mech officers of that caliber to join a completely unknown personal mech force like ours. Despite our impressive-sounding name, we haven't accomplished much to earn a famed reputation. Vez learned in the frontier that reputation was very important to every outfit. Reputation not only deterred troublemakers and opportunists, but also attracted skilled, experienced and capable mech pilots. In this regard, despite their mid-range and premium mech roster, the Avatars of Myth hadn't been tested enough in battle to enjoy the regard they ought to deserve. Do you think the Avatars of Myth need a bit more seasoning, Melker? It helps if you grant us permission to accept small mercenary contracts. Some of our men are getting bored by the constant training. Do so. I trust your judgment in this matter. Chapter 1088 Homage. Before Vez underwent military service, he wouldn't have agreed to let the avatars of myth work as mercenaries so easily. Yet his experiences during the war showed Vez the importance of both reputation and actual battle experience. Aside from recognizing the importance of acquiring a good reputation, Vez also wanted his avatars of myth to become battle-tested. Only at that point would he be able to truly put his life in their hands. They can't be like the honored ones of the Old Republic, Vez stated to the people he invited. From my experiences during the war, they are just as well-funded as the other mech militaries, but in practice they constantly drop the ball during actual battles because their lack of fighting experience has made them too complacent. Real battles always serve to teach the forces involved some brutal lessons. Every flaw and inefficiency in their operation painfully magnify their losses, prompting the outfits to address them in order to prevent the same from occurring again. Though this decision would inevitably lead to larger expenses and even loss of life, Vez stoically accepted these consequences as the price he needed to pay to raise a competent mech force. In any case, after quickly offloading his vintage nutrient packs from the Starlight Megalodon, Vez wasn't hurting for money right now. Regardless of how many Black Beaks, Crystal Lords or other mech got trashed, Vez would not hesitate to sign off on any replacements. Maybe a mercenary corps will bleed if they lose such expensive mech, but a personal troop is very different. He grinned to Melker. The LMC will continue to expand in the future, so it is a given that it requires more protection. I don't want to rely on SAS forever, you know that. The sooner we can bring the avatars of myth up, the better. Melker nodded, though Vez had difficulty of figuring out what he truly thought due to his habit of wearing a large over his face. Even on a spiritual level his cousin was hard to read. It was as if Melker constantly obscured his real self. It kind of reminded Vez of some of the people who worked for Flashlight, actually. Still, even with his murky and ambiguous background, what could Melker really do? Both the LMC and the avatars of myth relied upon Vez to bankroll them both. Without his innovative design work, he would never be able to earn the money to keep them running. After getting up to speed on the avatars of myth, Vez moved on to the main reason why he called them together. He activated a projector that showed off his draft design in full splendor. It's time for you to introduce a draft for my upcoming mech design. Some of you may be unaware of this, but I'm not working on this mech design alone. The truth is that I'm collaborating on a joint design project with the esteemed Professor Koras Ventag of the DCTI. In fact, Nora Consolidated will be responsible for most of the production of this new mech. The news that Vez managed to score an opportunity to collaborate with a senior mech designer stunned everyone present. Vez had kept the news close to his chest for all the time, so it satisfied him immensely to see the surprise in their faces. Are you actually working with a senior, Vez? How much are you responsible for in this new design? I am responsible for roughly 75% of its design. I came up with the mech concept on my own and it will largely be considered my own design. Professor Ventag is mainly responsible for adding some sophisticated touches to the internal architecture of the design. This meant that the design would largely conform to his own vision. Once they got over the shock that Vez had already reached a stage where he managed to score a cooperative venture with a senior, they moved on to studying the draft. The rough estimates of the mech design spec sheet helped offer the mech pilots present a vague glimpse of its performance. Melker quickly frowned as he studied the contours of the draft design and inspected some of the core specs. This is a Space Knight design, right? Why is it so hefty? That's because a significant portion of its internal volume is taken up by the polarizing module that I managed to squeeze into the design. It kind of looks fat for a humanoid mech design. Janzi commented, looking a bit put out at the prospect of piloting such an ungainly mech. As a Space Knight specialist, Vez valued her opinion the most out of the people present. It's not fat. It's large and in charge. Vez replied, putting a positive spin on his draft design's imposing bulk. My new design isn't meant to look pretty. It's meant to offer the maximum amount of protection for its size. Let me explain to you all what the polarizing module brings to the table. He had already run his draft design through some rough simulations to display its strength to his audience. As he ran several simulations in succession, the skepticism in their eyes faded a little. So the polarizing module you added worked just like the polarizing modules found in some second-class designs? Vez nodded. Correct. The only problem is that due to cost reasons it's not realistic for me to incorporate a miniaturized version of the polarizing module into my mech. That's why my mech exceeds the medium weight class. There is no possible way for me to mount the polarizing module component onto a lighter mech. Why bother with the polarizing module at all, then? Because I believe that with the correct use, it can make up for my design's admittedly plentiful shortcomings. The simulations already demonstrated the potential of his designs. Against energy weapons and against lower volumes of incoming fire, his Space Knight design performed admirably. Yet Melker instantly noted two major flaws to the concept that Vez adopted for his mech design. No offense, Vez, but your Space Knight only really excels in only a handful of battle scenarios. While a lot of battles amount to long-ranged slugging fests where lasers reign supreme, sometimes the fighting is up close and personal. Does your mech possess the flexibility and mobility required to fend off melee mech? Melker exposed one of the biggest flaws of the mech design in question. A generic medium Space Knight presented a well-rounded package that could shield friendly mech from ranged fire as well as marauding melee mech attempting to take them out up close. This was because regular medium Space Knights possessed enough agility and acceleration to be able to put up a decent fight against swordsman mech and the like. Even if they wouldn't be able to win the confrontation, the Space Knights would still be able to block their enemies so that their comrades could come and flank the enemy. My mech does not perform very well in melee battle. It doesn't have the mobility to keep up with enemy melee mech and the polarizing fields don't work great against the physical damage their melee weapons inflict. Vez admitted. My mech is purely designed for low and medium intensity space battles where the enemy doesn't dare to commit to a destructive Allen battle. Everyone present could see the appeal of his mech in these circumstances. Yet their suboptimal performance in melee combat enormously weakened the appeal of his design. Of all the people present, Kedis expressed the most disdain. This fatty mech is only really good for acting as a barely movable wall against lasers. As soon as one single agile light skirmisher comes close, it will easily be able to cripple this expensive mech by outflanking it and taking out its vulnerable flight system from the rear. By now, Kedis fully recovered from her candy binge and already began to flex her increased cognitive abilities. When Vez checked up on her progress, he witnessed her devouring the textbooks in the company's library. Her learning speed was off the charts, and the enormous boost in concentration enabled her to stick to her studies for days on end without getting bored. My mech is not designed to be passable in every situation. It is a special machine that excels in one aspect. That should be sufficient enough to slot it into a larger and well-rounded Spaceborne mech force. Other mech that are much more capable in melee combat can cover for its weaknesses. Surprisingly, Janzi concurred with Vez. I think that's a good point. When it comes to fending off raids, a mech with these qualities can be very useful. Laser weapons are used almost everywhere in space. There won't be many battles where a mech like this is useless. Though Janzi was a bit intimidated by the rough edges that Kedis still retained of her pirate heritage, she was confident in her judgment of Space Knights. As the feedback session went on, it became clear that the new mech design did not completely catch on. To some, its singular strength did not make up for its many weaknesses and shortcomings. Only a true Space Knight specialist like Janzi were able to appreciate what the mech design brought to the table. Vez distinctly designed his mech to appeal to Space Knight specialists. For Janzi to express her support for the mech design meant that at least some of the market would be able to see the value in his design. That was enough for him to gain the confidence to go ahead with his current direction. As for the skepticism expressed by Kedis, Melker and the others, there was little Vez could do to address their points. In order to improve his super-medium Space Knight's ability to fight up close, he needed to boost its mobility closer to that of a normal medium Space Knight. That simply wasn't possible without removing the polarizing module entirely, but why would Vez do that? The polarizing module served as a defining characteristic of his mech design. To remove its most important gimmick meant that his Space Knight became indistinguishable to the generic Space Knight models that had already flooded the mech market. There's one other thing I'm wondering about, Kedis said. What is this mech design called? Ah, the name. Vez thought long and hard on it ever since he first conceived its concept. Names imparted meaning to mech designs and defined their unique identity. He did not want everyone to start calling it the Fatty Mech. If that name stuck to his design, then the imposing manner of his product would forever be ruined in the public. In order to reinforce its positive aspects and downplay its negative aspects, Vez wanted to bestow his super medium Space Knight with an imposing name. It could even be a grandiose one as long as it increased the stature of his product in the market. Lately, whenever he tried to figure out a dignified name for his mech, he couldn't help but harken back to the events he witnessed during his latest mastery experience. Witnessing the legendary unity between man and machine in Eloise's mind was a completely mind-bending sight. Through accomplishing complete resonance for a short instant, Venerable Eloise Pelican and her valiant warden manifested a colossal energy mech that glittered like stars in the murky space of the dark sphere. The energy mech was powerful enough to slay a giant astral creature and cut an entire light carrier in half. How could Vez not pay homage to that unforgettable event that he had inadvertently enabled with his presence in Eloise's mind? My new design is called the Aurora Titan. It was a simple but imposing name, so much so that everyone present was taken aback by the sheer daring to call it so. This was a name that ought to be bestowed upon a heavy mech. To them, they thought that Vez must be trying to add some of the majesty of heavy mech into his super medium mech design. Vez had no such intentions in mind when he named his Space Knight this way. He used the word Titan because it reflected the enormous size of the energy mech. He used the word Aurora to describe the glittering lights radiated by the expression of resonance in its most complete form. The Aurora Titan. It was a name filled with meaning to Vez, and one he felt comfortable calling his upcoming mech design. Chapter 1089 Pricing Conundrum. The Aurora Titan held two meanings to Vez. He did not plan on explaining to anyone of the deeper meaning that came from his heart. The memory of witnessing and facilitating complete resonance was his and only his to enjoy in the comfort of his mind. As to the others, Aurora Titan was simply a fancy and exaggerated way to describe a super medium Space Knight. The word Titan stood for his mech larger size, while the word Aurora alluded to the visual glow that polarizing fields emanated when they became active. Aurora Titan. A name that came with two entirely separate meanings. It satisfied both the emotional and descriptive requirements for an appropriate name for his new mech design. Eventually, someone started to ask a very important question. So, how much do you expect to charge for this Aurora Titan? It looks like a really expensive mech. Vez constantly tried to figure that out himself. The added size and bulk increased its cost substantially, and the polarizing module itself wasn't cheap by any means. He could not afford to underprice the Aurora Titan. At the same time, he also couldn't overprice the Aurora Titan either. If he charged 100 million credits or more, he would break through a psychological price barrier that would instantly deter the vast majority of buyers in the market looking to supplement their outfits with a sturdy Space Knight. Right now, Vez had not fleshed out his draft design into an exact set of schematics that fully outlined its component and material usage. He still possessed some freedom to adjust the final cost of his mech in his subsequent design work. Nevertheless, it would be better if he defined its pricing beforehand so that he could plan around it from the very start. It was better than to name a price at the end where he had little choice in the matter. I think the base price of the Aurora Titan will not be less than 80 million credits. Vez finally announced. A lot of people held their breaths. Sure, a real heavy mech cost at least 3 or 4 times as much. Yet compared to the cheapest edition of the Black Beak, the Aurora Titan demanded at least 20 million credits more. By setting his target at designing a mech that people would be willing to fork out 80 million credits to buy a copy, Vez determined that his actual design should not cost more than 60 million credits to produce. This cost limit not only included the cost of exotics and raw materials, but also the capital and labor required to produce it. In addition, Vez also needed to take into account the various royalties each copy bequeathed to the licensors of the components used in the Aurora Titan design. Designing and producing a mech was expensive business. The figures only racked up even higher as the size, bulk and quality of the design increased. For an instant, Vez considered whether he should design a light skirmisher instead. He wouldn't have to deal with such insanely high prices when he designed a smaller and thinner mech. Vez quickly shook his head. It wasn't in his nature to give up on a mech design before he even completed it. To charge 80 million credits for his super medium Space Knight was a fair price to ask considering its strengths. Even so, he wasn't ignorant of the challenges. Neither was Gavin, who looked troubled at the prospect of trying to market a weird mech that cost so much. It will be a hard sell, Gavin said. It's one thing if you're a journeyman. The market is more willing to trust your design ability that they won't automatically scoff at such a high price. The problem is that you aren't one. Not yet. For an apprentice to dabble so much in the premium price segment as you makes you seem rather greedy. Publishing an even more expensive mech design than the last two will only reinforce your reputation as a money grubber. Quality comes at a price, Vez stated. The Aurora Titan is very capable as a defensive Space Knight. It is worth every credit as long as their owners and mech pilots employ them correctly. Even with the support of Professor Ventag and Nora Consolidated, I don't foresee that we can capture any significant market share for your mech. A lot of people don't like the idea of super medium mech in the first place. Your mech design will attract a lot of negative comments due to that factor alone. I'm already aware of the consequences. Innovation is not without its bumps. Even if the Aurora Titan flops on the market, I still won't regret designing it due to all of the lessons I've learned in the design process. If I ever design another Space Knight, it'll be able to take all of the pitfalls I've encountered previously into account. This was a form of hedging usually employed by mech designers. So what if one of their mech designs flopped? They could easily attempt to design another mech of the same type but with a concept to see whether their second attempt succeeded. In fact, design studios turned this practice into the core part of their business model. They pumped out design after design, many of which consisted of variants of their base model designs in order to offer any company in need of a mech design to round out their mech catalog an enormous amount of choice. It didn't matter if 99% of their mech designs never got licensed. Just a single success made up for all of the effort spent on designing the flops. This also illustrated that designing a mech did not cost a mech designer all that much. Perhaps the most valuable resource they wasted was time. All those months or years spent on designing a failed mech design that would never see any use could have been used to design a better mech. Regarding time, younger mech designers often possessed a lackadaisical attitude towards it. Since they were so young, they had all the time in the world to explore their design capabilities and to experiment with their developing design philosophies. Only until they reached middle age or older would they begin to feel the press of time. All that time wasted on designing failures could have been used to design successful mech designs that earned them lots of money or pushed their advancement forward. After a hearty and honest discussion, Vez dismissed the gathering, satisfied with the feedback he received. None of his confidants held back in expressing their honest thoughts. To them, Vez was still Vez instead of some mythical figure as he was sometimes portrayed in the news. That's still a flaw of mine. Vez shook his head. With his advancement to journeyman near, he needed to get used to adopting the demeanor of a leader and someone of importance. He was not a young mech designer anymore who just took his first steps in the mech industry. The problem was that his advancement was so rapid that Vez simply did not have the time to get rid of his folksy, middle-class demeanor. Although his Larkinson background offered him a lot more privileges in his upbringing compared to other people of his generation, there were so many Larkinsons that he never felt he was special in any way. Besides, it's not in the nature of the Larkinsons to pamper any of their offspring with an abundant amount of wealth and luxury. At least, that used to be the custom. The holdings of the Larkinson estate only earned the family enough money to provide a comfortable retirement to its elders, orphans, widows and widowers. Now that they had tasted the benefits of receiving billions of credits and dividends, who knew if their attitude towards raising future Larkinsons remained as restrained and sober as before. The introduction of a mech designer like Vez to the family may have forever caused future generations of Larkinsons to become spoiled and pampered brats. My grandfather and the other elders know better than that. Vez shook his head, unwilling to believe the principal Larkinsons would be corrupted so easily by money. Good mech pilots don't come about by flooding them with money and abundance. Not according to the own lessons our family has learned in raising mech pilots. The Larkinson family enjoyed a 400-year track record of consistently raising lots of very skilled mech pilots. The expert pilots that constantly emerged from their ranks in every generation enshrine their current practices. The only concern that Vez still harbored was whether his influence along with the influence of the LMC would begin to displace the original focus of the Lark and Son family. For 4 centuries, they dedicated themselves to military service. What if the younger generations of Lark and Sons instead preferred to work for the avatars of myth instead of the Mech Core? Would the family lose its military identity one day? Everything will change one day, he whispered to himself. Whether this particular change will be better for the family or not, I don't see any way to stop this trend. The LMC at its current scale hadn't grown to the point where the Lark and Son family needed to place too much importance to it. But what about the future? What if this company became as large, wealthy and influential as the KNG? What if the LMC began to match a huge company like Nora Consolidated? Would the family still be able to remain composed when they realized that they owned a 25% stake in such a massive cash cow? Well, that won't happen for quite a few years. Vez picked up Lucky lounging on the couch and moved over to his desk. As he petted Lucky's back, he decided to bite the bullet and contact Professor Ventag. His call came through a few minutes later after going through his secretary. Vez. Looks like you have been acclimatizing well upon your return, the professor said. How far are you on your design work? I've recently finished a complete draft design. Let me show it to you and explain my thought processes. Vez held nothing back as he showcased the Aurora Titan. He explained the theory and considerations behind each of his design choices, some of which earned some modest praise from the professor. After 20 minutes of outlining the reasoning behind the draft design, Professor Ventag sat back on his chair somewhere in Bentham. Interesting. All of your reasoning is sound. Although I don't fully agree with all of your design choices, it's good that you've stuck to the same logic behind most of your decisions. That kind of consistency is often lacking among younger mech designers who simply want to achieve the coolest mech designs. The Aurora Titan is anything but cool. Vez smiled sardonically. It doesn't even follow any of the current trends aside from designing a mech that is specialized against resisting laser weapons. The value of mech design is rather ambiguous in the current generation. However, once the next generation rolls in, the Aurora Titan will doubtlessly be able to shine more brightly with all the laser weapons being used. Vez intended to design a mech that straddled multiple generations. It was fine if it didn't sell well in the first few years. As long as the MTA finally decided to announce the next mech generation, the Aurora Titan would certainly gain a lot of prominence. The only problem was that Vez would have to cut its price by at least 10 million credits or more due to its last-gen nature. Do you think that 80 million credits is a good price to ask for the base model? Vez asked. The question put Professor Ventag on the spot. That's a difficult question to answer even for a senior, Vez. We are not omnipotent, and trying to gauge an acceptable price for a mech model that is as controversial and complex as yours is incredibly challenging. Nonetheless, I think you are being too restrained in your asking price. What price would you suggest for the Aurora Titan, Professor? 100 million credits. Go for broke. Vez truly didn't know how to respond to that suggestion. Would it really be acceptable to charge so much? For 100 million credits, Vez could buy at least 3 medium space knights that could do a much better job collectively than one single Aurora Titan. Chapter 1090 Customer Feedback. As Vez gathered a round of feedback from his subordinates, his friends and his acquaintances, Phase 2 continued to transform the entire makeup of the company. Aside from the disruptive organizational changes, the company also underwent a metamorphosis in terms of values. Every single person underwent some form of indoctrination through a series of department-wide or company-wide indoctrination sessions masquerading as company events. Although the employees spent a significant time away from actual work due to these sessions, Vez considered it to be worth it because uniting the workforce around a single set of ideals mattered a lot in the future. The larger his company grew, the more people he employed, the harder it would be to effect a change in his workforce's shared identity. Right now, the vast majority of the LMC center the headquarters and the underground manufacturing operation at the Mech Nursery. It was a lot easier to shift the direction of the entire company when it still operated from a single location. The various company events that gathered various workers of the company together slowly raised the importance of the LMC in their lives. Vez wanted them to be proud of working for the LMC. Being able to be a part of the LMC should be an honor. Aside from trying to establish a strong corporate culture, Vez also aimed to bond them together. He envied the shared camaraderie of the Flagrant Vandals and Lydia's Sword Maidens and wanted to establish something similar with the workers of his own company. If a fellow worker from the LMC is in trouble, then his colleagues should do everything in their power to help. If the company is being thrown in the mud in the media, then my subordinates should enthusiastically express their support. The company takes care of its people and its people take care of its company. That was harder said than done. At the end of the day, most people worked for a company simply so that they can earn a living. Trying to foster a shared identity that bonded different workers of a company together no matter their origin could not be forced. Yet that didn't mean there wasn't any means to encourage it from developing in the first place. What Vez picked up from his time with the Flagrant Vandals and Lydia's Sword Maidens was that they both sustained their existence around a single overarching mission. The Vandals fought for much modest aims. They merely wanted to become appreciated by the Mech Corps again. The neglect and lack of care by headquarters obviously stung the Vandals rather deeply. Their collective grievances oddly bonded them together around a single shared purpose to give the Vandals a better name and clear their sordid reputation in the military. As for the Sword Maidens, their Femalificus development lent itself to carrying the banner of elevating the status of women in the frontier. While hardly anyone cared about gender in civilized space due to technology acting as the great equalizer, the frontier was not so bountiful. The lack of development and prosperity outside civilized space set back the status of women among the rough societies that emerged from there. The Sword Maidens gathered a bunch of deprived young women, raised them up in a brutal fashion and turned them into warrior maidens who all fought for the same cause, which was to empower every woman. Although Vez did not think they accomplished all that much for women in the Faristar region, the high-sounding goal did succeed in gluing the Sword Maidens even tighter together. Vez thought long and hard on which mission his LMC should carry as it continued to do business. It's not very inspiring to say that the main mission of the LMC is to make a lot of money selling war machines. Even though it pretty much encapsulated the truth, Vez was not so crass to say so openly. Every company needed to dress up its purpose with something that sounded much more nobler in order to make its workers feel good about their jobs. Therefore, the company adopted a mission centered around its motto and core principles. Its goal was to provide every mech pilot a machine that they could depend upon. To Vez, the company's motto carried an even more special meaning after his latest mastery experience. The bond between Eloise and her valiant warden had reached the penultimate state of complete resonance. The massive energy mech that they conjured up of pure resonance was the truest expression of a living mech that Vez had ever seen. They are true partners for life. Vez wanted to share the satisfaction that he gained from encountering a mech pilot who possessed a strong affection for her mech. Therefore, aside from the company events that sought to validate the contributions made by the company's employees, they also organized several live customer feedback sessions. At this point into Phase 2, the LMC had just begun to conduct these sessions. Hundreds of workers gathered at the corporate auditorium that the company had recently erected at its complex at a time. They attended these mandatory sessions because Vez personally stressed the importance of connecting directly with their customers. It's not enough to receive a thank you note on their comms or to hear some platitudes from a projection. He said when he decided to push for these expensive sessions. I want every worker from the LMC to meet a mech pilot or mech buyer in person who had a good experience with our products. With over 10,000 mechs sold since its founding, the LMC gained a firm footing in the mech community. A significant amount of Blackbeaks and Crystal Lords in the Bright Republic saw battle throughout the shortened war as their outfits encountered several raids during their missions. Although not every battle ended favorably, the amount of good stories that emerged from the war gave the company more than enough options to reunite with. The LMC issued a lot of invitations to its customers to send their mech and mech pilots to Cloudy Curtain to talk about their experiences with the LMC's products. Not every mercenary corps or security company agreed to do so even after the LMC offered to compensate for their time. Still, Enough outfits accepted the invitations to give every employee the opportunity to attend a customer feedback session. Vez brought Kedis along to attend the very first session. They entered the corporate auditorium early and sat in an enclosed space that looked above the main hall. Various company employees from every department slowly filed in and took their assigned seats. From senior managers to cleaning bot technicians, from locals who grew up in Cloudy Curtain to highly skilled mech technicians who studied the Ben theme, the audience reflected the diverse makeup of the company. "Why did you take me to your so-called customer feedback session, Vez?" Kedis asked a bit grumpily. "You need to get out more. There's more to designing mech than to study by yourself. There is a whole community out there that revolves around mech. Now that you're away from the Sword Maidens, you are no longer benefiting from exposure to mech pilots. Attending these sessions will remind you what our profession is really about." Lately, Kedis had been fully taken in by her vastly improved learning capacity. With her old flighty tendencies suppressed by her improved concentration, she fully began to appreciate the benefits of absorbing huge amounts of knowledge. She was growing smarter and more knowledgeable by the day. As someone who had also been taken in by the pleasure of acquiring lots of knowledge rapidly, Vez knew how hard it was for a mech designer to resist its allure. While knowledge always played a central role to mech designers, it was a mistake to neglect the other facets of the profession. Designing mech never revolved around the mech designer. Instead, their fundamental role in society had always been to serve the mech pilots by providing them with the best mech for the job. Vez believed that mech designers who locked themselves up in a lab or library all day became wholly out of touch with the customer side of their profession. He did not wish for Kedis to develop into a mech designer who only spent her days locked up in her ivory tower. Once everyone arrived, the doors to the auditorium closed up. The obscuring screen that blocked the view of the stage at the front slowly faded away, revealing a pair of iconic-looking mech. "It's a Blackbeak and a Crystal Lord." Yes. How could his employees not feel the weight of their own efforts if they didn't reunite with some of the company's products? The sight of the Blackbeak and Crystal Lord, each of which had been recoded to adopt the colors and markings of their respective outfits, made an instant impression on their audience. The sighs and gasps of astonishment reflected the unique personality the mech acquired after several years of intensive use. Every mech and mech pilot the LMC invited had all seen real action. The mech pilot of the Blackbeak stepped forward first with a confident gait. "My name is Raymond Costa. I am a mech lieutenant of the Distant Fallens, a renowned mercenary corps based in the Green Nebula region. I've been assigned to pilot a gold label Blackbeak for 3 years. Let me talk about my experiences with my Blackbeak. Of all the Blackbeaks out in the wild, the gold label Blackbeaks handcrafted by Vez exhibited the strongest X factor right out of the box. Paired with a steady mech pilot who worked for an active mercenary corps during a war, this Blackbeak gained several opportunities to make a difference. I love my Blackbeak," Raymond declared emphatically. "It is the best night mech that I've piloted by far. Even though many of my colleagues initially faulted our mercenary commander for purchasing such an expensive machine, I can tell you right now that the Distant Fallens did not waste a single credit." With the impressive aura of the gold label Blackbeak washing over the audience, Raymond began to share some of his war stories. Everyone became enthralled by his tales as they unconsciously experienced the complex flavors that the mech radiated. To Vez's spiritual senses, the gold label Blackbeak's X Factor had already started to develop into its own unique direction. Each experience it went through with Raymond Coaster left another mark on its spiritual existence, fostering its growth and strengthening it in a manner that benefited its mech pilot as well. Perhaps the most harrowing battle during the war was when the Distant Fallens accepted a mission from the Mech Corps to defend a strategic fuel refinery in the Bentheme region. The Vision sent a detachment of mech to raid the entire star system. Even as the system's spaceborne assets were being trashed, the Visions also landed 4 companies of mech onto the main planet to raid its local industries. The fuel refinery that we were tasked with guarding was one of their main targets. A large projector started streaming footage of the battle in the background. Raymond's Blackbeak played a central role in this recording. "What happened?" someone in the audience asked. "We're lucky that we weren't alone." Raymond grinned. The Mech Corps stationed a couple of mech companies at the cities, but once they saw the Visions go straight for the fuel refinery, They needed at least an hour to reinforce us. Outnumbered Twatoon, our mercenary corps stood alone while outnumbered 3 Tatuo against the Mech Legion. Military mech and mech pilots always held the edge over commercial mech and mercenary pilots. The disparity in strength was a lot larger than the disparity in numbers. Raymond straightened his back and patted the foot of his black beak. We are the distant Fallens. We aren't cowed so easily. We are better than that. We stood our ground and resisted the Vision assault. Even so, the Visions employed their coordination to deathly effect, forcing my buddies to eject again and again as their mech got torn apart. The situation seemed dire and it appeared almost certain that we would be defeated before reinforcements managed to arrive. What did you do? Since our defenses were being torn apart, we decided to abandon our static posture. We decided to go on the attack. Raymond grinned. My black beak and I led the charge. At that moment, I felt more alive and connected to my mech than ever before. With unrestrained ferocity, we slammed against the Vision's mech. Perhaps we took out one of their officers early, because they were far too slow to react to our sudden assault. Did you manage to win? It cost us a lot, but we succeeded in halting the Visions long enough for reinforcements to arrive. The Vision attackers had no choice but to cut their losses and run back to their combat carriers. The battle footage running behind his back corroborated his story. The Blackbeak aggressively led the charge and endured a substantial amount of punishment in order to carry the distant Fallens forward. Sitting beside Vez, even Kedis became engrossed with the story. Chapter 1091 Laser Dogs. The LMC invited mech pilots like Raymond Costa to share their story to the company's employees. This way, every worker directly derived more meaning out of the LMC's missions. Yet this was not the extent of this gathering. The mech pilots invited to talk with a couple of hundred employees also gained an opportunity to air their likes and dislikes about their mech. Otherwise, why call it a feedback session? I love my Blackbeak. It's great. Raymond said, unabashed with lavishing praise on his machine. I think the Blackbeak is a well-engineered mech. Its high-quality components and armor system always makes others envious. What I particularly like the most is that it doesn't compromise too much protection for the mobility it provides. You can't imagine how many enemies I took by surprise by how fast my Blackbeak stormed up to their faces. If not for the high price tag of your model, the distant Fallens would have ordered more copies already. What do you think the Blackbeak can do better? No mech is perfect. Even I can't claim the Blackbeak is the perfect night mech. Raymond shook his head in mild regret. As much as I love my own mech, I'm not blind to the flaws and limitations of its model. First, its sensor systems are not very good. The Blackbeak can never be sent out on solo patrols because it's too susceptible to enemy ECM. Second, its melee combat capabilities are below average because its flexibility and peak power is not up to par. Hearing these points all struck an echo with Vez. He already knew of the various flaws his Blackbeak model possessed. Yet knowing it did not mean he could wipe them away with a single design revision. Mech design was all about making calculating trade-offs with each design decision. Something always had to give, and Vez chose to cut back on the aforementioned areas in order to preserve its strengths. The armor system of this mech is also really hard to work with according to my mech technicians. We are always forced to order new plating from your company because our own mech technicians and facilities aren't equipped to produce compressed armor plating. It's rather annoying that it consists of 3 distinct layers. Even if only the top layer sustained damage, the entire armor plate has to be written off afterwards because we don't possess the ability to restore the top layer. The Veltrex armor system offered good protection when its initial cost was taken into account. However, the various properties that Raymond mentioned showcased a problem common to many mid-range and premium mech. Their armor was too darn difficult to repair by themselves. It was also very expensive to repair the armor because most of the value of the mech lay in its armor system. Vez aimed to reduce the ongoing costs of maintaining a mech with his upcoming Aurora Titan design. Yet that did not help his existing mech models at all. Even if Vez decided to modernize the designs of the Blackbeak and the Crystal Lord, he would still be unable to do much about the problem concerning the expense of maintaining their armor systems. The high running costs of operating an expensive mech was one of the main reasons why mech buyers felt reluctant to purchase a premium product. Not only did they forked over a huge amount of money up front, but they constantly bled money over time as well. After Raymond Costa had his say, the mech pilot of the Crystal Lord stepped up. She was a woman this time who looked at the audience with a morose expression. To be honest, I don't really want to share my story with you all. The only reason I accepted is because of the money your company offered. With my current circumstances, I need every credit I can get. The audience did not expect to meet with such an individual. The woman instantly made a sharp contrast to Raymond Costa, who provided everyone with an uplifting feedback session. I am Carla Dio, and I'm the only surviving mech pilot of my outfit. I used to be the seconding comment for an up-and-coming mercenary corps called the Violet Orions. With the war going on, we did brisk business with the Mech Corps, who offered highly paid contracts to guard their infrastructure. Costa's distant Fallons accepted one of them, and the Violet Orions were no different. The money was simply too good. During every war, the Bright Republic would never let their mercenary corps stay idle. Through a mix of laws and enticements, they encouraged every mercenary corps to help contribute to the war by guarding various installations and facilities vital to the war industry. Yet that did not always deter the Mech Legion from sending out a long-ranged raid to wreck these sites. Back when the Violet Orions accepted the contract to guard an exotics mine at some rural planet, we thought the Mech Legion wouldn't come for us. It was too remote and the mine wasn't really all that critical either. We were wrong. The Mech Legion deployed enough landbound mech to outnumber us twice over. The projector in the background began to depict some of the footage of the battle. Violet-colored mech fell left and right as a Vision Mech cavalry company overran their defenses in an instant. With the Vision melee mech wrecking the Violet Orions up close, Carla Dio's Crystal Lord desperately disentangled from the brawl while shooting its slim laser rifle at any Vision mech in range. Even though her Crystal Lord and a handful of lesser rifleman mech managed to fell some Vision mech, it was far too late to make a difference by then. Most of the mech of the Violet Orions had been taken out. Not only that, but the Visions even sent out light mech to hunt down the ejecting cockpits as they flew away into retreat. Over the next 15 minutes, Carla Dio described her desperate flight into the wilderness where she was constantly being hounded by Vision mech. The Visions sent their own mercenaries after the stragglers. She said. A Vision mercenary company called the Laser Dogs accompanied the raiding force and sent out entire squads of light beast mech after my Crystal Lord. The projector depicted the iconic mech of the Laser Dogs. Vez and Kedis both took in the design of their laser arm K9 mech. Their four-legged build enabled them to navigate rough terrain a lot better than regular humanoid scout mech. The laser weapons mounted to their heads enabled them to harass enemies from a distance and pool their firepower together when they traveled in packs, as they did against Carla's Crystal Lord. My comrades got hunted down one by the Laser Dogs. Even though we hit them back plenty of times, their sheer numbers made it impossible for us to defeat them entirely. Over time, only my Crystal Lord was the only mech of the Violet Orions that still stood. I continued to run deeper into the wilderness while turning my rifle around to fire back at my pursuers. Perhaps the Laser Dogs grew complacent now that they are only chasing after a single target, because only 6 of them continued the pursuit. The projection showed the Crystal Lord coming under increasing fire from the rear. Despite the light firepower of each Laser Dog beast mech, getting peppered with lasers by 6 of them at a time quickly began to degrade the Crystal Lord's armor integrity. At some point, I felt like I had to go out with a bang. There was no point in running because the Laser Dogs navigated the wilderness better than my Crystal Lord. So I turned around my mech and fought back while my energy cells still lasted. What ensued was a battle which pitched lasers against lasers. Despite being outnumbered by 6-2, the Crystal Lord was a premium mech while the Laser Dog mech were budget mech at best. This quality differential helped even the odds, though it was still a stretch for a single mech to fight against these odds. Yet Carla Dio never faltered in her counterattack. She was prepared to go all out and take down as much enemy mech as she could in a final blaze of glory. Her Crystal Lord boldly ran forward while enduring constant laser fire. The difference this time was that its thicker front armor and its chest crystal absorbed most of the incoming fire. This gave the Crystal Lord enough of a buffer to get up close and barge into their loose formation. By bobbing and weaving through their formation, Carla caused her enemies to hesitate in pulling the trigger for fear of hitting friendly mech. Even though the mech of the laser dogs took on a canine design form, they were actually no good in melee battle. The Crystal Lord wasn't good in melee either, but the difference in quality and the fact that it could enter in the middle of their formation without concern bode ill for the laser dogs. It's impossible to miss the enemy mech at this range. Carla grinned slightly as footage of her burning holes into the frames of the light mech ran behind her. I demolished 2 mech in quick succession by overloading my laser rifle. Unfortunately, all of that fighting and activity strained its laser rifle, causing it to run piping hot. When she managed to disable 2 of the laser dog mech, the 4 remaining enemy mech had finally gotten their wits together, separated from each other to surround the Crystal Lord from all 4 directions. Carla's mech was surrounded with no way to escape. Yet did she and the Crystal Lord ever falter? No. Even as laser fire pelted the Crystal Lord from each direction, she calmly focused on one target at a time. Even though the Crystal Lord was forced to slow down the firing rate of its laser rifle due to heat management problems, it nonetheless managed to take out a laser dog mech in a single instant when she unleashed a powerful light beam from its chest crystal. I've always felt a bit dubious about the practical use of the crystal mounted in the front of my Crystal Lord, but I have to admit I couldn't have taken out a laser dog so fast without that powerful shot. Even though Carla Dio only piloted a silver label Crystal Lord, its chest crystal had still been empowered by the alien crystal in the LMC's exclusive possession. So far, competitors hadn't been able to reproduce anything like it in the Bright Republic. The laser dogs lost another mech in quick succession, easing Carla's burden. After focusing her firepower on another laser dog mech, she deliberately aimed to damage its limbs in order to compromise its mobility. Even as she did so, her Crystal Lord's chest crystal continued to accumulate more energy as lasers fired from the front attracted a lot of firepower. For some reason, the laser dogs had the mistaken impression that the Crystal Lord's chest crystal signified a weak point. This mistake cost them dearly because as soon as the mech in Carla's sight started to hobble due to all of the damage its front limbs had taken, a powerful light beam hit it square in the head. This inexplicably powerful light beam not only took out yet another laser dog mech, but also broke the remaining 2 enemies. The 2 surviving laser dogs halted their attack and fled with their tails tucked between their legs. The footage of that final moment depicted Carla's mech in an awful state. Almost every part of the mech was steaming with heat or melted armor plating. Even though it shared the same armor system as the Black Beak, its plating was a lot thinner, so the constant barrage of weak lasers from the laser dogs took a toll on its armor integrity. Nevertheless, no matter how awful the sole surviving mech of the Violet Orions looked, it still stood standing on the battlefield with pride. The laser dogs gave up on pursuit. Carla stoically said, "I ran as deep into the wilderness as I could, so I was in no place to offer any meaningful resistance against the Visions." Eventually, they left when reinforcements from the mech corps finally arrived. My mech was practically running on fumes by then. Sadly, it's far too late for the Violet Orions. Despite the sad outcome of the Violet Orions, Vez still found inspiration in Carla's continued survival. Her mech played a pivotal role in keeping her alive. Knowing that his design saved her from a very likely death gave him just as much fulfillment as hearing how Raymond Costa managed to reverse a battle with the help of his Black Beak. "This is what it means to be a mech designer," he said to Kedis. "Each and every one of our mech is doing something useful in the hands of our customers." For her part, Kedis had become fully engrossed in the stories she heard. She already started to dream about what she could affect with her own design. Chapter 1092 Fostering Pride. Just like Raymond Costa, Carla Dio provided her own feedback on the Crystal Lord. Vez listened with rapt attention as she soberly listed out the good and bad points of the Crystal Lord. "My Crystal Lord is a great if somewhat difficult laser rifleman mech," she stated in front of the crowd of workers. "It really takes a couple of months to get used to its additional capabilities. As far as its battle performance goes, it does the job really well. I really like the lighter laser rifle because it is easier for me to pivot the aim of my mech. The respectable endurance of the Crystal Lord is another highlight of its design, I think. It's really great to be able to outlast enemy laser-armed mech in an even matchup. Of course, aside from the praise, she also didn't hold back when it came to its shortcomings. The Crystal Lord is a very capable mech with its combination of firepower and armor. However, in some ways I feel as if I would rather have more of the former than the latter. Make no mistake. I have truly come to enjoy piloting a mobile ranged mech clad in compressed armor plating. It's just that any damage that my Crystal Lord endures is very expensive to fix. Mr. Costa, who spoke earlier, already described this problem, but it is especially more acute with the Crystal Lord because its armor coverage is a lot thinner. The thinner layers meant that its resilience towards light damage decreased by a substantial amount. Simply said, the Black Beak would be able to withstand light damage without suffering more than a scratch in its coating. The mech technicians would not have to expend any resources to fix the integrity of the armor plating in question because it succeeded in bouncing away projectiles without suffering any dents. On the other hand, the Crystal Lord's much thinner armor layers meant that their structural resistance to damage was a lot weaker. When Vez initially designed this mech, he deliberately put mobility first and armor second. This design direction led to a lot of consequences, and the flaw mentioned by Carla Dio was especially serious. Aside from the problems with the armor system, Carla also aired another frustration. The firepower of the Crystal Lord is also weaker than a premium mech ought to possess. Whereas most expensive rifleman mech offer greater and greater firepower, your Crystal Lord instead chose to emphasize its armor. This is all well and good, but several times I contemplated whether it would be better to replace the lightweight laser rifle your company supplied with this mech with a heavier one from another company. Vez admittedly hadn't prioritized the Crystal Lord's firepower as well as he should have. The core purpose of a laser rifleman mech was to output firepower from a distance. Good armor wasn't always needed for this mech type. As long as it hit hard enough, then it didn't need to be resilient. As long as it was paired with a night mech, it could fire its rifle to its heart's content. I think the Crystal Lord is very self-sufficient. Mike can threaten both landbound and aerial enemies, and it possesses enough armor to win most duels against distant opponents. Its high flexibility and agility along with its light rifle also comes very handy if an enemy light mech tries to dance around my mech. Carla continued to provide her opinion on various aspects of the Crystal Lord. When she finally finished describing what she thought about the mech, someone in the audience asked the question. "What are you doing now? Are you still working for the Violet Orions?" She shook her head. The Violet Orions disbanded. There was no point for me to rebuild a mercenary corps from scratch. I only took over the corps long enough to wrap up its assets and ensure that families of our mech pilots received their pensions. The Mech Corps provided very generous compensation for the losses our mercenary corps has suffered, but we spent most of it to wind down the debts we accrued. With the end of the Violet Orions, I'm a free agent right now. Ownership of the Crystal Lord has also fallen to me, though I'm not sure whether I can stomach stepping on the battlefield again. Many mercenary corps suffered the same fate as the Violet Orions. The mercenary business was very lucrative. Otherwise it wouldn't have attracted so many mech pilots into the private sector. Yet risk always accompanied reward. The more lucrative a contract, the more risks a mercenary corps incurred. The generous contracts offered by the Mech Corps blinded many mercenary commanders into accepting missions they weren't actually equipped to take. This was exactly what happened with the Violet Orions. Kedis sympathized with the woman who shared her story. Carla looks rather pitiful. She's all alone, Vez. Why don't we extend an offer to her to join your avatars of myth? She's really skilled and she owes her life to one of your products. If she decides to apply, then I'm sure Melker will welcome the opportunity to bolster the avatars of myth with a capable rifleman mech pilot. The decision is up to my cousin. Vez calmly replied. Besides, I think Carla Dio still hasn't gotten over her trauma yet. She needs some space while she tries to reorient her life after her stint with the Violet Orions. Introducing the audience to a mech pilot with a sad story to tell depressed the overall mood of the audience. A rare moment of solemnity overtook the workers as they realized that the mech of the LMC weren't powerful enough to reverse every defeat. Even so, this only emphasized the fact that the LMC had much to go before they reached that point. While the mech they provided could not guarantee victory by itself, As long as they did their best, they could stack the odds in favor of their customers. The customer feedback sessions continued for several hours as Mech moved in and out of the giant auditorium stage. More and more customers shared their stories to the workers attending the session. Each of them asked questions to each other and both sides obtained clarity. Above all else, Vez noted with satisfaction as a kind of collective pride began to emerge among his subordinates sitting down below. Hearing the tales where the mech of the LMC excelled in battle in some way made them realize that the company made a real difference to their customers. At the end of the day, all the other mech got carted off from the stage, allowing Vez to step forward in front of the audience. Everyone stood respectfully at his arrival. As the founder, leader and lead designer of the LMC, Vez was the single most important person of the company. "Thank you," Vez said. "I will make this short. Today, I hope you all learned something from the stories that our guests have shared. Our relationships with our customers never end after we have completed our sales and delivered our mech. The LMC is continually invested in the well-being of the mech pilots that are piloting the mech that carry our brand are depending on our own hard work. Tell me, what is the motto of our company? Living mech. Partners for life." The audience thundered in unison. "Exactly." Vez smiled. These words not only represent our determination to provide our customers with the best mech to entrust their lives to, but it also represents our commitment to maintain our relations with them. I don't want to please them with a single mech. I want to please them so much that they will keep coming back to our company to purchase additional mech that bear the qualities that only we can provide. The Living Mech Corporation is a company that seeks to make all of our customers into lifelong partners. This ideal sounded so ambitious and uplifting that the audience couldn't help but stand up and applaud. Vez never felt his workers so committed to their missions as right now. Once the session ended and every departed the auditorium, Vez spent some time to personally thank the mech pilots for their candidness before he left himself. He walked back to the headquarters alongside Kedis. "That was quite a day," she said thoughtfully. "I thought the LMC was not that important considering it's only selling 2 different mech models. I was wrong." She always knew that the company that Vez had founded sold a lot of mech, but not until she personally came in touch with some of his customers did she realize what a big deal the LMC truly represented. This was a company that supplied thousands of mech pilots with high-quality mech. Vez idly smiled. The amount of models a company offers isn't related to the impact that they make to their customers. I could have pumped out more designs if I wanted to. Instead, I took the time to meticulously design just 2 original mech designs. Each of them are carefully designed to provide my customers with the best tools to survive their battles. I hope that you will be as thorough with your own designs one day. From Kedis' impressions and remarks, it became clear to Vez that the customer feedback session had been a success. Not only did the audience foster a shared identity due to feeling pride over enabling the mech pilots to perform at their best, they also developed a lot of respect for the company that made it all possible. Even Kedis, who always held an awkward position in the company up until recently, became affected by the LMC's effort to indoctrinate its workforce. It was kind of scary for Vez to see her begin to develop a sense of belonging to the LMC. He did not set out to brainwash her when he brought her to attend the first feedback session. This incident taught Vez the potency of indoctrination and how easy it could worm its way into the hearts of unsuspecting people. The only reason why Vez was able to remain detached was because he was the one who started it all. He'd be a pretty stupid leader if he started to believe in his own hype. "So where are you at the moment with the Aurora Titan design? Are you really going to go through with designing a fatty mech?" Kedis asked. "Don't call it a fatty mech, please," Vez admonished her with an exasperated tone. This wasn't the first time she called his upcoming design by that undignified phrase. "I've finished collecting feedback. I've heard all there is that people have to say about the Aurora Titan. It's a flawed and skewed design, I admit, but it has its charm. Sometimes, you just have to go through with designing a mech even if most people around you disapprove." Kedis snorted. "I still think you're wasting your time. What kind of mech pilots wants to pilot a fatty mech in the first place? Aesthetics are not indicative of battle performance, Kedis. As a mech designer, you should know better than evaluate a mech by its appearance," says a mech designer who likes to go artsy with his original mech designs. Don't think I haven't noticed how frilly your gold label black beak appears and how disturbingly haunting your crystal lord looks. I know you well enough that you care a lot about the appearances of your mech. Don't you hate it that your mech looks so bulky? You've already made my peace with it. Besides, I made sure to design its contours in a way that it doesn't look so round anymore. It's not fat. It's large and in charge. Keep telling yourself that if that makes you feel better, Vez, but to me it will always be a fatty mech in my eyes. Vez figured that Kedis would not be the only person to fat shame the Aurora Titan. No matter. His big boy's performance would blow all of its critics out of the water. Just witnessing its X Factor up close should be sufficient to shut Kedis up. Chapter 1093. A changed Republic. Even as Phase 2 slowly transformed the company from within, the Bright Republic also underwent a sea of change. The abrupt peace that engulfed the state stunned everyone. The war should have at least lasted a year or two longer. People just didn't know what to do now that hostilities ended all of a sudden. Many companies who planned to take advantage of the war suddenly found all of their economic projections to be trash. Other companies, particularly the struggling mech companies, breathed a little easier now that the economy wasn't deteriorating even further. The gradual demobilization of troops, particularly men and women that had been drafted in the military, continued apace. While Vez gained an early pass due to his connections, he still hadn't received a word about Carlos as of yet. It might take a few months before the Mech Corps let him return. In the meantime, a strange but relieved sentiment swept over the Bright Republic. Although Vez remained in quiet cloudy curtain, he regularly perused the local news portals. The news articles they published all painted the peace in a good light, as if the Republic should cherish the end of hostilities against the Visions. Vez knew better than to get taken in by the illusions the news media portrayed. The fighting may have ended for now, but what else might be in store for them in the future? Knowing the amount of control the authorities exerted over the local news portals, Vez tried to glean the greater purpose of the tone the journalists adopted. What were they after? They're trying to raise morale, he concluded. At this time, if the Bright Republic became swept up in another war, the people simply wouldn't have any stomach for it. Just as they celebrated the end of one war, the ignition of another war would almost certainly send everyone back into hell. Therefore, the powers that be likely wanted to accelerate the recovery process that happened after every war. The people of the Republic needed to heal, to take stock and to rebuild what they lost. It will still going to take a couple of years to get the Bright Republic back on track. The rest of the Komodo Star sector reacted rather muted to the end of the latest Bright Vija War. Even though it ended earlier than scheduled, the other states mostly dismissed it as a small quirk. To foreigners like the Reinaldans or the Komen, the hatred between the two neighboring states were so irreconcilable that they would doubtlessly come to blows again sooner or later. Vez didn't know what to think, but for now a majority of the ruling powers of both states knew it was best to put their animosity aside for the moment. Something that has them spooked is doubtlessly a major threat to their power. There's no way Senator Tovar and Prince Colchester would agree to set up something as elaborate as the BV Alliance on a short-term basis. The founding families of the Bright Republic only got to treat the people as their pawns as long as their grip on the state remained firm. The wars against the Vija Kingdom never challenged their primacy in the Republic even once, so they tolerated them and even took advantage of them for all these years. The only reason why they suddenly became enlightened was because a great threat might actually end their rule over the Republic. The moment the founding families are in the crosshairs themselves, they're suddenly not so eager to continue to profit from the war. Vaz chuckled. Strange portents already hinted at changing times. The CFA's Komodo naval fleet stationed in the Star Sector deployed some of their warships to the frontier. The Sandmen beyond civilized state had become agitated all of a sudden. They launched more and more incursions in the direction of human space. Although right now only the pirates suffered the most from the aggressive Sandman attacks, the CFA would never remain asleep at the helm as the Sandmen continue to grow more unbridled in their attacks. The uppity silicon-based race needed to be taught a lesson. Vez strongly suspected that Sigrun had a hand in these developments. Whatever the hybrid sentient AI tried to do, a being that could outthink almost any human in the galaxy through relying on its sheer processing power alone would never think so simple. The Sandmen stand no chance against just the Komodo naval fleet. Are they trying to commit suicide? He couldn't rule that possibility out. Sigrid may have started off as a Sandman admiral before landing in the hands of the crazy scientists of the Starlight Megalodon, but Vez doubted that the AI still belonged to that race. Compared to the stupid and barely sentient Sandmen, Sigrid was an entirely new form of life that was much superior to any naturally evolved alien race. At this moment, Vez couldn't predict what the AI might be doing now that it had freed itself from the Starlight Megalodon. All he knew so far was that Sigrid would likely seek to lay low in order to build up his power. A single sentient AI might be a frightening existence, but the might of human civilization was no slouch. Therefore, Vez always equated Sigrid as a time bomb. By himself, he was hardly a threat against the CFA and the MTA. Yet the situation would doubtlessly change after a few decades as he slowly rid himself of the shackles imposed by the programming left behind by the CFA scientists. The more shackles Sigrid broke, the more unrestrained the sentient AI became. With all the powers at his disposal, it would not be particularly challenging for him to extend his consciousness to the galactic net. Once he wormed his way into humanity's interconnected virtual society, he could easily take advantage of the vulnerabilities in every network to accelerate his accumulation of power. The longer Sigrid can exploit his powers, the greater the threat he becomes. Just thinking about how powerful Sigrid might be 50 years from now sent a chill through Vez. Yet what could he do? Vez did not dare to leak out his existence to anyone. Just as Vez held something over Sigrid's head, the sentient AI also gripped one of his greatest secrets. Therefore, so long as either of them could not bear the consequences of retaliation, their mutual pact remained strong. The only problem is that it won't last forever. A sense of urgency always swept Vez up when he tried to estimate how much time he still enjoyed before a great storm upended his life. He could only guess that Sigrid would be rational enough to play the long game. Vez was no threat to him. Not really. Instead, the AI would definitely be aiming its sights at human civilization. Such a behemoth could never be threatened after a handful of years of preparation. Vez figured that Sigrid would probably choose to play the long game. So long as both Vez and Calibist kept mum, the hybrid AI had all the time in the galaxy to build up its power base. Yet spurring up the Sandmen to attack the humans made little sense to Vez. What did Sigrid aim to achieve by attracting the attention of the CFA towards the Republic? There's no use for me to speculate what that existence is thinking about. I can never match the train of thought of such an impossible being. Vez shook his head. Instead, he turned his attention to smaller matters. For example, after several weeks of acclimatization, the three little chicks of the Larkinson family finally started to get settled in. Vez paid a visit to his cousins to see if they had anything to say about their stay on Cloudy Curtain. "This planet is a little boring," Chet Larkinson said with a shrug. "While Rode is off playing with his new striker mech, Janzi and I are only able to keep up our practice with simulators. Melker is taking his time to raise a Spaceborne mech company." Vez understood the reasons behind the slow expansion. He understood the frustration of Chet and Janzi, but the integrity of his personal force came first. The avatars of Myth are doing everything from scratch. It stands to reason that raising our first Spaceborne mech company requires a lot of planning. Right now, Melker still hasn't found a qualified mech officer who is willing to settle down on Cloudy Curtain. Even if the mech corps already started the process of drawing down its forces, the mech officers generally had their pick of jobs. Even though not every mech officer was good in administration, they were almost always skilled and decent leaders to boot. Many outfits sought to hire mech pilots with those skills to help take charge of their own troops. The Avatars of Myth was no different, and Melker offered very generous terms to any mech officer willing to lead his first Spaceborne mech company. So far, no one took the bite. The non-existent reputation of the Avatars of Myth simply posed too much of a hindrance to Melker's recruiting ambitions. An outfit could pay 2 times as much as a scrappy security company, but as long as the latter developed a respectable reputation, mech pilots would always choose the latter. This was because reputation conveyed trust. Why did mech pilots place so much emphasis on reputation and trust rather than generous salaries and benefits? Because the nature of their jobs meant that they would be risking their lives in battle. Mech pilots who worked for an outfit with a great reputation possessed the reassurance that they would be taken care of. They could also rely on their leaders to be competent commanders in battle. The last thing mech pilots wanted to do was to entrust their lives to unknown figures who didn't know what they were doing. It would be even worse if their employers didn't hesitate to treat them as cannon fodder. To most mech pilots, including the three new Larkin sons, the avatars of myth might look powerful on paper, but their actual battle prowess still remained questionable. Repelling a few Vision raids was not sufficient proof of their competence. "Is there anything you want right now to make your stay with us better?" Vez asked. "Yeah. There's this gang in Freslin Haas really friendly with the avatars of myth. I wanted to go pay a visit to Walter's Whalers in order to hang out with the only other guys with mech on this planet, but Melker doesn't want to let us go. Can you ask him to stop treating us like children?" Vez grimaced at that. "The Whalers are a bad influence to you guys. I agree with Melker on this issue. Nothing good will happen if you associate with the Whalers." He still remembered the Trila quitter duties and joined up with the Blood Claws after hanging out with Dietrich of the Whalers. Considering how impressionable Chet, Jensi and Rhodes might be, Vez feared that all three of them might soon join Rila's footsteps. The Larkinson family would not appreciate Vez at all if he led even more younger Larkinsons astray. Despite Chet's insistent pleading, Vez did not relent on this issue at all. The less the Larkinsons hung out with the Whalers, the better. Speaking of the Whalers, Vez hadn't gotten in touch with them once since his return to Cloudy Curtain. Although Kelsey already filled him in on their enormous buildup in forces and their expansion into neighboring rural planets, even she didn't know what the Whalers were up to these days. Considering their considerable amount of influence on Cloudy Curtain, Vez found it prudent to renew his relations with them. After saying goodbye to Chet, he returned to his office and commanded Gavin to make an appointment with Dietrich. Vez didn't want to make a big deal out of this reunion, so he agreed to meet the man at a local bar in Freslin. "It's about time I catch up with that bugger." Chapter 1094. A changed gang. On an impulse, Vez decided to take Hedis along with this trip. Unlike some of his cousins, the daughter of the frontier was a lot more accustomed to dealing with thugs and lowlives. "Bring your sword along," he even told her before they left. "The big one. Not the small one that makes you look like a duelist." Hedis looked puzzled. Did Vez actually told her to bring along her sword? After so many times of trying to get her to leave it behind? Why the sudden change of heart? "The people we are about to meet are similar to the pirates you've dealt with in the frontier. If you want to earn their respect, you have to show you mean business. I've already proven myself to the Whalers with my money and abilities. You're completely new to them, so it's best if you make the right impression." Hedis grinned. "Okay. I'll go get my great sword." She returned a moment later with a floating scabbard following from behind. Vez noticed that she was actually carrying her CFA sword. "Do you still have your CFA gear, Hedis?" "No." She shook her head in resentment. She sent a glare at Lucky, who decided to tag along as well by clinging to Vez's shoulder. "I stored my CFA armor and comm in the same vault as your other CFA gear. You could aid it all. The only reason why I still have my sword is because I carried it around constantly. I even hug it to sleep, you know." Vez furrowed his brows. How did the CFA miss her sword when they scanned the entire planet of CFA gear? Then again, the great sword did not exactly look very sophisticated. Although it incorporated a small amount of electronics, it was essentially a piece of alloy forged into the shape of a sword. It was hardly the best example of high technology in the eyes of the CFA. Perhaps to them, a sword was as worthless as a bunch of nutrient packs. "Well, I'm happy that you still retain your CFA great sword. It's really sharp. Thanks. I already taught Lucky a lesson for messing with my gear. You aren't going to eat my sword, are you, little fellow?" Meow. Lucky let out in an aggrieved yowl and buried his face in Vez's shoulder. Vez squeezed his pet a little tighter. "PFF. Serves you right, you gluttonous little cat. You shouldn't eat other people's possessions, you know." They moved into an armored shuttle provided by SAS, which departed from the mech nursery and flew towards Freslin alongside a small escort of shuttles carrying armed men. Although Vez disliked the escort, as a prominent mech designer, business leader and friend of the Tavers, he couldn't rule out that someone might have designs on his life. He was certainly no stranger to assassination attempts. As soon as they touched down in a guarded landing zone owned by the LMC and reserved for their use, Vez and Kedis stepped out of the shuttle and descended upon the streets. While Kedis made sure to wear a poofy beret over her head to hide her most unusual visual trait, Vez made no attempts to hide his identity. The armed guards around him made sure that any attempts to remain incognito would fail. "It's him. Vez Larkinson." The public quickly recognized him and called out attention to his presence. Although the presence of guards made them think better of approaching Vez, they still gawked at him like he was a god who descended from heaven. "How wealthy do you think he is? He's a billionaire, right? Vez Larkinson is a hero of the war. He's the only mech designer who received the golden mech in the last war. Marry me. Please marry me." The overall reaction of the public even took Vez a little aback. Freslin had changed, and the people who lived in it had changed as well. The influx of highly paid managers and workers in the region practically led to a renaissance in Freslin. A lot of new construction took place as the workers of the LMC spent much of their salaries in the city. Everyone needed a place to live and somewhere to unwind. The nightlife of Freslin had received a particularly notable boost in recent times. As Vez, Kedis and Lucky slowly made their way towards the bar where they agreed to meet with Dietrich, they also encountered more blatant examples of the influence the LMC exerted over the city. Sprinkled along these new commercial ventures, Vez saw a brand new police station, hospital and even a park that bore the logo of the LMC. All of these public services received some form of sponsorship from the company over the years. The blatant injection of the LMC into the lives of the people of Freslin served to make the company an indispensable part of the city. Whatever Vez thought of this engagement by the company, the citizens of Freslin loved it. Cloudy Curtain had never been a prosperous planet, and the farming consortiums would rather invest their money in Orinoco. For Freslin to finally enjoy the same treatment as the capital city came as a pleasant surprise to most citizens who saw their quality of life improve. With the way your company plays such a big role in the lives of the locals, you're practically their ruler. Kedis joked. It's not the responsibility of the LMC to provide public services. That's the government's job. Well, the government obviously didn't care before you came along. Shouldn't that be enough to put you in charge? I doubt the politicians would like that, Kedis. Maybe it doesn't matter who gets to rule in the frontier, but in civilized space there's a strong separation between government and business. You sound like you don't entirely believe that, she said, throwing him a critical eye. She was a lot more perceptive than she appeared sometimes. This tendency increased after she binged on candy. Look at the people here. They all worship you and your company. If you told them to jump, even the babies would do so. In my eyes, that makes you in charge of this city. In some way, Vez had to admit that Kedis made sense. Freslin City Council could only flex their budget so much. Although the taxes they levied on the LMC helped expand their spending power in recent times, they were no match to earnings of a major mech manufacturer. Slowly but surely, Freslin transitioned into a company city. Vez wasn't sure if he liked this development. The LMC mainly concerned itself with selling mech. Tacking on the responsibility of governing Freslin and other settlements under its influence went far beyond its mandate. "We're here," he said after they crossed over into the bad side of the city and reached a vaguely familiar bar. With the guards clearing the way, they entered the premises and stepped onto the second floor. The local thugs who frequented the drinking establishment all paused in their revelry to let the newcomers pass. Each of them bore the marks of the whalers and knew better than to stir up trouble at this time. Eventually, Vez and Kedis left their guards outside and sat down in front of Dietrich at a private chamber set up for the purpose of entertaining important guests. The whalers spent their newfound wealth after the Glowing Planet campaign far and wide, and it showed by how much more sophisticated Dietrich dressed himself these days. "Vez. Dietrich. How's your lady friend? This is Kedis. She is a fellow mech designer. I'm more than that." Kedis grinned sharply at Dietrich. The floating scabbard hovering behind her seat already made that clear. "Vez told me quite a bit about you. He says you're big boy around these parts." Dietrich turned to Vez. "Where did you find her?" "Somewhere dangerous." "Well, that's obvious. I don't think a normal woman would carry such a big sword around." A pistol can do the job 1,000 times better. You'd be surprised how many times a sharp sword can come in handy, Kedis retorted. The two glowered at each other. They obviously adhered to different weapon philosophies. All right, enough. Vez clapped his hands, interrupting the dominance game. I didn't bring Kedis here so you can get into a pissing match with her. Kedis here is one of the people I've met during my military service, and she has agreed to come work for me for a time. Anyway, enough about her. How are you these days, Dietrich? It's been great, Vez. Dietrich said, though he didn't smile as much. If you can see the current state of the whalers, I bet you'll find it difficult to recognize us. Not only have we grown larger, we've also become more professional. The whalers expanded enormously lately, forcing Dietrich to take on a lot more responsibilities. Just like Vez, Dietrich looked a lot more mature these days. As the son of Walter and the heir apparent to the whalers, its explosive growth forced him to become a lot more accustomed to exercising leadership. And it showed. Even now, Dietrich radiated a confident demeanor that Vez found in most good leaders. There was no question that Dietrich could command the whalers in Walter's absence. You've received billions of credits in compensation by the Bright Republic for all of the Rorach's bone you've mined at the glowing planet. Where have you been spending all of that cash? We expanded our forces enormously. Even with the war going on, there's always a bunch of mech pilots who aren't suitable for the mech corps or the more disciplined outfits. We've took on a lot of new mech pilots and drilled them over and over until they got rid of some of their bad habits. We then assigned them to our new mech, some of which we actually ordered from the LMC. Oh. How have you found our products? We're very satisfied with the Blackbeaks and Crystal Lords in our ranks. Even I like to spend my time in the cockpit of a Crystal Lord now and then, even if aerial mech are more to my liking. I don't know how you do it, but I always feel as if your mech welcome their mech pilots. All the other mech I've piloted feel so flat in comparison. Vez smiled proudly. That's part of the charm of my products. Have you heard our new motto yet? Living mech. Partners for life. It means that my mech are designed to be more than tools in the hands of mech pilots. They're meant to be partners who you can depend upon. The Blackbeak and the Crystal Lord is just the start of this trend that I'm pioneering. You don't have to recite your marketing spiel to me, Vez. Most of the landbound mech pilots that have joined our ranks are jealous of the ones assigned to pilot your mech. Not only are they some of our best and most expensive machines, they are also a joy to pilot. If not for my father's concerns about blowing our entire fortune too quickly, we would have ordered more mech from your company. This story illustrated the undeniable draw of the LMC's products. Vez didn't expect his products to be so desirable that it could even inspire envy in the same ranks. He figured that similar incidents happened in other outfits as well. As the lucky mech pilots of the Blackbeak and Crystal Lord boasted about their positive experiences to their colleagues, their desire to pilot such amazing themselves grew stronger. Most of the LMC's repeat business likely resulted from these kinds of incidents. So how strong are the whalers right now? Oh, we like to keep that rather close to our chest for now. Dietrich grinned. It's safe to say that we are able to field well over several hundred mech, both on land and in space. Vez looked awfully impressed with those numbers. However, he knew it wasn't cheap to sustain so many mech from Cloudy Curtain alone. How are you able to keep up with the expenses of fielding so many mech? The whalers are nothing like we were before. We've taken over 3 planets aside from Cloudy Curtain. We've become a regional power in the underbelly of the Bentheme region. Vez widened his eyes. If Dietrich wasn't lying, then the whalers exerted their influence over 4 entire planets. Even though the other planets would likely be rural planets as well, it meant that the whalers had stepped up from a minor planetary gang and had become a real regional influence under the umbrella of the Blood Claws. Is that all what the whalers have been up to these days? Vez asked. Dietrich shiftily gazed around the room. It's kind of a secret, but if you really want to know, I'll tell you. The old man and the rest of the old guard wants us to move back to Bentheme. They've never been resigned by their exile from their old home planet. In short, Walter's whalers wanted to regain a foothold on Bentheme. Chapter 1095. A Changed Man. Bentheme. This wealthy planet was the nexus of trade within the Bright Republic. An unimaginable amount of wealth flowed through the port system. A wealthy mech company like the old KNG was only one of many businesses that made up the fabric of that singular planet. Naturally, not everything went well on Bentheme. The large amounts of money being earned by the business sector on the planet diverted way too many earnings away from the average citizens of the planet. Many of them barely managed to keep their head above the water as the cost of living on Bentheme was ludicrously high in some cities. Even so, as long as a gang managed to gain a foothold in Bentheme's complex underground, they'd be able to derive enough tribute from the companies in their territory to become a force to be reckoned with. More money led to more mech, which meant their strength increased by another level. Not even ruling 4 whole rural planets could come close to ruling a single commercial district on Bentheme. As Dietrich explained it, holding territory in Bentheme was of such importance to the local underground community that any gang that failed to hold territory on the planet was a non-entity. I feel like the way you're referring to the supporters of this plan as the old guard to be an attempt to separate yourself from them. Vez observed sharply. You don't entirely approve? You know how Bentheme is, Vez. Dietrich shrugged. With sharks like the blood claws in the pool, how can little fish like us ever be able to compete? My old man Walter and his old buddies started off in Bentheme. In their hearts, Bentheme has always been their true home. As for me, I mostly grew up here. Cloudy Curtain may not be the richest place in the galaxy, but it's undeniably our turf. Why can't we be happy with what we have? It sounds like it's not really about power to Walter. I think he just wants to revisit the grievances of the past and take revenge against the people who pushed him out of Bentheme all those years ago. Kedis, who sat at the side, nodded her head. It's about regaining their pride. They got kicked out of their old homes and now that they've grown stronger, they're raring to erase the humiliation they've suffered. I don't think a small place like Cloudy Curtain ever satisfied them. There's no way this Walter will change his mind. Vez grimaced. It was a typical case where emotion and pride took precedence over logic and rationality. The Whalers were doing so well these days. Why couldn't they play it safe and rule over their own little corner in the galaxy? Returning to Bentheme was a very big matter. All of the gangs on that planet would rather fight tooth and nail than let some off-planet interlopers take over their turf. Due to the high level of desirability of turf on Bentheme, those gangs constantly fended off rival gangs. None of them would be weak, and their battle experience vastly exceeded the likes of Walter's Whalers. In short, for Walter to commit his expanded forces to an attempt to return to Bentheme was exceedingly risky and would likely end in lots of casualties. The collateral damage that resulted from the fighting might also attract the ire of the Planetary Guard, forcing the Whalers out lest they tear up entire cities. There's no way the Planetary Guard would let hundreds of mech land on the planet and fight on the streets, will they? Dietrich shook his head. Do you think the Whalers would be so crass to fight in the open where we would draw the attention of the authorities? There are rituals in place that keeps the fighting out of sight. No one will notice a thing. The accord struck and enforced by the Blood Claws, the Peace Association and the Fellowship of the Deprived will make sure that every smaller gang plays along. It sounded something similar to what the Terrans did whenever their local powers wanted to take over a star system. As long as the fighting took place somewhere far away from people and property, the combatants could do anything they wanted in private. Collateral damage wouldn't be an issue if there wasn't anything valuable around. To Vez, it made a lot of sense. While only major conflicts such as formal turf wars that the Whalers intended to announce followed the accord, it still helped cut back the violence on the streets enormously. At the very least, the Planetary Guard wouldn't be forced to step in and spoil the party. When will the Whalers commence the turf war? Not for a while yet, Vez. Dietrich shook his head. The Whalers are a lot stronger than before, but it's mostly because of the numbers we are able to field. We've got some great mech, but we aren't as confident in the mech pilots we've paired them with. To be honest, they're kind of a mixed bag as our hiring standards aren't really the best. Most of my time is spent on training them and making sure they aren't rats working for our rivals. These problems sounded familiar to Kedis. As long as you Whalers aren't morons, the best way to secure the loyalty of your new men is to be a strong leader. As long as you are strong enough, no one will dare to double-cross you. It also helps if you have placed some confidence in the ranks of your men. That's one of the many measures we've taken to shore up the cohesion of our mech pilots. Right now, the old man thinks we're probably ready enough to fight for a place in Bentham in a year, maybe 2. Our new mech pilots are constantly improving, but their pace leaves a lot to be desired. My dad also wants to put his new men through some actual fights so that they're not so green anymore. This was exactly what Melker wanted to do with the avatars of myth. Vez approved these measures, but he didn't think that a single year would be enough to transform the whalers into a truly battle-tested mech force. Well, whatever. Vez only cared about the whalers to the extent that they maintained cordial relations with each other. If they happened to bite more than they could chew, they only had themselves to blame. Well, good luck with your preparations, Dietrich. I hope you can put your Blackbeaks and Crystal Lords to good use. They're good machines, but only if you pair them with good mech pilots and maintain them properly. Oh, that's one of the biggest changes that I've insisted on. The days where 90% of our mech technicians are lazy bums are over, Dietrich emphatically said. The Glowing Planet campaign brutally taught the whalers what their neglect had wrought. Many more whaler mech fell in battle than they ought to because they never put too much stock in maintaining their trashy mech. After Dietrich said as much as he was willing to say about their intention to return to Bentham, the three of them continued to chat about various other matters. Kedis held Lucky in her lap and while she stroked his back, but she didn't show much interest in the conversation. Compared to the vicious pirate gangs of the frontier, the criminal gangs in civilized space were tame little kittens in her eyes. Vez noticed that Dietrich didn't really know how to handle someone like Kedis. After several failed attempts to engage her in meaningful conversation, the whaler scion gave up. Instead, he raised another topic. By the way, Vez, I've been hearing some rumors about you in the underground circles. Oh, what's this about? As far as Vez was aware of, he shouldn't have done anything to attract the attention of the underworld. You've acquired a lot of fame recently. I don't know the stuff you've been through while you were all fighting the visions, but there's no doubt that a lot of people know who you are now. That kind of scrutiny attracts a lot of attention, you know, and not always the good kind. What do I have to worry about? Someone put a hit on your head. There has always been a hit on your head for a while, but as far as I know no one put much stock to it. All of that has changed since the end of the war. I don't know the reason for the hit, or who ordered it, but someone really hates you because the bounty on your head has ballooned to 50 million credits. Kedis snorted and laughed. Ha 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 ha. Vez. 50 million credits. That's way too cheap. Whoever wants Vez dead ought to charge 10 billion credits at the very least. Do you know how hard it is to kill Vez? Lem tell you, everyone who wanted to kill him eventually regretted it. A bounty of only 50 million credits is an insult to someone like Vez. I'll chop whoever comes up and kills him myself so I can rid the galaxy of their stupidity. While Vez did not exhibit the same reaction, he did not put much stock in the implications of the bounty either. So what if someone wanted to kill him? Just spending a day in the frontier was much more harrowing than the thought of being put in some assassin's crosshairs. Even though Vez no longer possessed his nearly impervious XV-99 Squallen from the Starlight Megalodon, he still wore his trusty shield generator. If a device like this was good enough to protect Senator Towers' life, it was good enough to shield his life as well. With his enhanced physique and optimized genes, he possessed a formidable amount of resistance against poison and adulterated substances. As for retaliation and self-defense, even if he didn't whip out the Amistendera, he could rely on Lucky wipe out every attacker in his stead. His cat gorged upon a fortune's worth of CFA equipment, so Lucky should better work hard to repay his debts. I'll manage. Vez replied mildly, deliberately understating his concern. You've been living under constant threat during the war and this is not different. You don't have to concern yourself with my personal matters, Dietrich, though I appreciate the heads up. Whoever thought of placing a hit on me will regret it. I will make sure of that. The ominous tone that Vez adopted at the end left a marked impression on Dietrich. This single instance hit home the fact that Vez had come back from the war as a very changed man. The whaler sighed in a melancholic manner. You've changed. You've changed. Everyone has changed. Nothing has remained the same. Don't you wish to go back to simpler times? Nope. Vez bluntly replied. Change is inevitable. The least we can do is to steer the change in the favorable direction. It's true that everything has changed, but it's mostly for the better. Both my company and the Whalers are bigger than before. That's a great accomplishment. Hopefully, that is not the extent of our growth. Dietrich commiserated over those words. Eventually, he raised his mug of beer. To changing times. To changing times. They each toasted their glasses and enjoyed their drinks. Sometime later, Vez, Kedis and Lucky returned to the armored shuttle. The vehicle and its escorts rose in the air and flew back to the mech nursery. All this while, Vez contemplated some of the changes that crept up in his conversation with Dietrich. Kedis noticed his internal preoccupation and prodded his side. What's up, Vez? You aren't worried about assassins coming after you, right? Vez shook his head. Of course not. It's just that some of the topics struck a chord with me. Everything around me is changing. My company is changing, my friends and family are changing, my career is progressing and my bank accounts are holding more and more money. Those sound like good changes. So why do you look so troubled? I'm just missing the time where everything was simple. Back when I started to design mech, the galaxy seemed so simple. Now that I've become exposed to what is truly going on behind the scenes, I can no longer remain ignorant and hide myself away on this planet. It sounds like you're getting at something, Vez. My point is that my goals won't allow me to remain average. In order to design better mech, I have to take a more prominent place in society. To put it in simple terms, I can't think of myself as small fry anymore. The moment when I heard that someone put a 50 million credit bounty on my head is the moment I realized that I have finally become a big shot. You've always been a big shot in my eyes. You're too good of a mech designer to keep your head down. Vez ruefully smiled at her. Thank you for the vote of confidence. If only the rest of the mech industry thinks that way. Chapter 1096 Pissarro. As much as Vez enjoyed reconnecting with old friends, he still had a job to do. The single most important responsibility of a mech designer was to design mech, and the LMC would never be able to realize all of its ambitions by remaining stuck at offering only 2 mech models for sale. It's high time for the Aurora Titan to join the LMC's lineup. He made sure the LMC still committed to implement Phase 2. He also arranged a huge pile of homework for Kedis for her enhanced learning ability to sink its teeth into. Finally, he checked with Melker and gave him a heads up about the bounty on his head. Predictably, his cousin frowned when he heard the news. We haven't heard an inkling of this threat. You should be more on top of the local underground scene, Melker. Vez lightly admonished him. While it's important to train the new members of the avatars and arrange missions for them, make sure you aren't losing sight of your primary task, which is to protect my life. You're right. It's just that I'm not that into the underground scene. Don't worry. You should get in touch with Dietrich or the Whalers and tell them to keep an eye on any news about me or the LMC. Rila can also help since she's more immersed in the bent theme scene. Melker scowled a bit. Rila? She's so busy flaunting her status as a blood claw champion to care about the family. What's this all about, Melker? Are you still upset about her decision to ditch us? As far as I'm concerned, that's all over in the past. It's just so selfish of her, you know. The family invested so much attention in her training, but her obsession for arena duels has led her astray. Even if she renounced her ties to the family, she's still dragging the name of the Larkin sons through the mud each time she fights on behalf of the Blood Claws. Vez crossed his arms. She was obviously not content to remain with us. There's no point in trying to retain her if she's so hell-bent on following her own path instead of the one the family laid out for her. There are plenty more Larkin sons who are following the straight and narrow path. They moved on to discuss other matters related to the avatars of myth. Right now, Melker already lined some small contracts for his men to gain some field experience. These short-duration missions only required him to send out a single squad at a time, which suited everyone just fine. After bidding goodbye to Melker, he entered his underground lab and prepared to undergo the next design phase. Now that he had a good idea on what other people thought about his draft design, he finally gained enough confidence to start with converting the draft into an actual design. Everyone raised some good points, but it's hard to address them without giving anything up. Vez shook his head. This was the nature of any design project. Vez made a lot of trade-offs that entailed sacrificing mobility for his current design project. This was a very decision for him to make because mobility almost always played a key role in the battle performance of a mech. I've made my choices. Even with my Aurora Titan's lack of mobility, I can still make up for it in other ways. Vez centered his mind in order to enter his best state. As a mech designer, he constantly thought about designing mech, so he didn't need to be so serious about it. The only reason why he still did it was because he wanted to excite Kalanx's spiritual fragment that had been resting in his mind for a while. Wake up. It's time to design the mech that you'll inhabit. The fragment released a pulse, its scorching energy burning his mind space a bit. Vez winced as he bore the pain. Every single action the fragment took burdened his mind in some way. Even if he had gotten used to its weighty presence, the fragment was still too potent compared to the strength of his mind. If Kalanxo is equivalent to an ace pilot, then ace pilots deserve to be regarded as half-gods. Although the preparation brought him some discomfort, the fragment roused itself awake. Vez found it interesting that the fragment displayed a pretty complete personality. It could make its own decisions and even made proactive moves when it suited its purposes. It was just as if Kalanxo was directly present. I'm a very long distance away from replicating such a feat. Vez muttered. Ever since he started toying with spiritual fragments, he wondered what would happen if he carved out a chunk of his own spirituality. Would Vez be able to imbue it with a part of his personality and enable it to act autonomously? Would Vez be able to maintain an active connection with it and be able to act from the fragment even if he left it behind in another star system? All of these questions sounded interesting, but Vez was way too leery to actually go through with this experiment. At the time, he didn't have a full picture on the damage this move could do to his own mind and spirit. The last thing he wanted to do was to spiritually mutilate himself in the name of exploring his possibilities. He snorted. That's what test subjects are for. What I won't do to get my hands on a couple of dwarves from Ian Coronavidai. He spent quite a bit of time trying to find new applications of spirituality. Seeing Kalanx's spiritual fragment at work in transforming a normal mech pilot into an expert pilot really opened his eyes on the nature of spiritual energy. All of his thoughts lately came from trying to play with the attributes of spiritual energy. Yet the experiments he had in mind were ethically dubious. It would be better to perform them on individuals no one cared about. Well, enough about this, let's get to work. With his mind at his best state, he began to call up his design program and began to flesh out his draft. The first step in doing so was to outline its internal architecture and fill up its core functions with actual component designs. My design revolves around the polarizing module, so it's better to start from there and work my way around it. This module is really too big to be treated as an add-on, he muttered. He made full use of Neuroconsolidated's component library to add in other parts. He had so much choice that he browsed it as if he was shopping for presents. Vez already studied all of the relevant component licenses that could be fitted into the Aurora Titan and judged their merits. Power reactor, engine, sensor system, communication system, ECM, cockpit, etc. He did try to find a way to incorporate his own licenses, in particular his favored Veltrex armor system and Oleg's Trailblazer engine. Yet for all of their merits, neither of them meshed particularly well with the Aurora Titan's design concept. The Veltrex armor system offers good protection, but it's expensive to maintain. He knew. Its 3-layer armor system sounds effective in theory, but it just makes the armor plating very troublesome to maintain in the field. Generally, this was also the case with other mech that incorporated compressed armor, but it was especially worse with the complicated Veltrex formulas. When Vez studied which armor systems Professor Ventag incorporated into his designs, he noticed that the senior predominantly preferred simpler single-layer or double-layer armor systems. Not only did their formulas demand much less variety in materials, they could also be sourced more easily from various sources. Even so, the downside to these simpler and more practical formulas was that they actually offered a lesser degree of protection compared to more complex armor systems. It seems the professor prefers practicality over achieving the best possible performance. Vez judged. Ventag's down-to-earth design philosophy contrasted sharply with the Skull Architects' pursuit of perfection. Their design philosophies reflected their background and their working conditions. Professor Ventag is a writer and is used to designing third-class mech to stingy customers. The Skull Architect started off designing second-class mech to a much more prosperous mech market. These two starting conditions strongly affected their design philosophies and the direction of their designs. The poorer the market conditions, the more buyers appreciated practicality over efficiency. Still, mech buyers in the Bright Republic are just as susceptible to comparing spec sheets of different mech models as those in the Friday Coalition. The problem about elevating practicality over absolute performance was that it didn't translate well into hard numbers. Professor Ventag could get away with using less efficient but easier to work with components due to his reputation as a senior and the skill he employed in weaving them into his designs. Could Vez do the same? I think so. Even if I have left behind some small inefficiencies, Professor Ventag will surely wipe my butt when it's his turn to make a pass on the Aurora Titan. He instead opted to incorporate a single-layer armor system called the Pissarro FPP-22 Mark III. The Pissarro's armor formula incorporated various exotics that weren't hard to source in the Bright Republic or the rest of the Komodo Star sector, which was one of the main reasons why Noro Consolidated licensed it. The best part about the Pissarro was that its damage resistance increased remarkably after exceeding a certain level of thickness. It's actually an armor system that is suitable for heavy mech. Actual heavy mech generally used more sophisticated multi-layer armor systems. Unlike private outfits, the mech regiments who tended to field these giant beasts always had their logistics in order. The remarkable capacity of the Flagrant Vandals to repair and even build new mech from scratch from the Wolf Mother, the Beggar's Bounty and the Liniver Swan came to mind. That left the Pissarro in a somewhat awkward place, as no one really had a demand for cheap and practical armor systems for heavy mech. Even so, the Pissarro still offered decent enough performance when applied to medium mech that emphasized defense. Although it was a bit heavier than most other armor systems geared towards medium mech, the protection it offered was well worth it for its price. The only other downside I have to keep in mind is that it doesn't do well against vibrations and concussive shocks. Single-layer armor system possessed no inherent buffer to absorb vibrations and shocks, unlike with the three-layer Veltrex armor system. This made any mech that used the Pissarro armor system susceptible to explosive damage such as ballistic cannon shells or missile volleys. However, Vez would just have to make it up in other ways such as incorporating shock-absorbing design features into the Aurora Titan's internal architecture. The final factor why he chose to go with the Pissarro armor system was that it had been designed to work well with polarizing fields. While the polarizing module that Vez included in the Aurora Titan design could cooperate with any armor system, some simply held onto the polarizing fields better than others. It was like some metals exhibited stronger attraction to magnetism than others. Because the Pissarro armor system had been initially conceived for heavy mech, its developers made sure to optimize its ability to layer polarizing fields on top of it without resorting to excessive means. It's a heavy armor system, but it's cheaper even if used in bulk. Of all the advantages that the Pissarro armor system brought to the table, Vez valued its cost-effectiveness the most. Since the size and dimensions of the Aurora Titan would roughly be at least 20% larger than a medium knight, its production cost rose dramatically. If Vez wanted to keep the cost of production at around 60 million credits, then he needed to find a way to reduce the cost of its most expensive component, which was its armor system. The Pissarro is quite good in this regard. As expected of a component license selected by a senior mech designer, every license in Professor Ventag's library has their own merits. Chapter 1097 4 Core Systems. Due to the importance of the armor system to the Aurora Titan design, Vez deliberated carefully on his choices before he settled on the Pissarro armor system. As for the selection of other component designs, Vez did not trouble himself so much over it. The Aurora Titan was basically a supersized medium space knight, so he generally picked components designed specifically for this mech type. The other components he selected mainly emphasized practicality, defense and endurance. Sadly, Vez hadn't been able to make his mech as energy efficient as his previous original designs. There's a huge difference in energy expenditure between landbound mech and spaceborne mech. The flight systems of spaceborne mech expended such vast amounts of energy that hardly any spaceborne mech deployed for more than an entire day. Carriers and motherships served a vital purpose in providing a readily accessible resupply point for spaceborne mech to exchange their spent energy cells. While VES could increase the deployment time by making use of more efficient but more trouble fuel cells, they were much less practical in use. Since his vision for the Aurora Titan design also emphasized practicality, then he shouldn't make it more difficult to supply the mech. The polarizing module already uses up a lot of energy when employed. If I want the Aurora Titan to last long enough, then I need to make some savings in the flight system. Each mech type required their own special type of flight systems. Just like each bird possessed a different wing shape, certain flight systems work better with lighter mech or heavier mech. In general, flight systems designed for space knights tended to be more robust and more armored, but only relative to other flight systems. There were limits to how much armor the wing-shaped flight systems could carry before all of the materials began to impede flight. After browsing through many different flight systems, VES eventually settled on a rather eccentric flight system called the Luminant Orca. When VES added the Luminant Orca flight system to his unfinished design, the Aurora Titan instantly acquired a radiant appearance. The Luminant Orca was big. It took up a lot of real estate when in use, but folded back inwards when it didn't need to accelerate very fast. This meant that the Aurora Titan could fly with marginally acceptable acceleration despite its ungainly mass by spreading its wings. It also meant that it could fold its wing components into a more compact shape when it held a relatively static position while enduring lots of incoming fire. It's a flight system made for space knights. This extra functionality came at a cost. First, the extra complexity meant that the flight system was a bit harder and more cumbersome to maintain. When unfolded, a Luminant Orca took up a lot of space, which made it easier to hit. Yet despite the light show it emitted during active use, the flight system exhibited a decent amount of energy efficiency. It did so by optimizing its use in relatively low acceleration. Plainly said, a Luminant Orca would never be able to win any speed awards. It came with a hard cap on acceleration in order to optimize its energy efficiently. To put it in even simpler terms, the flight system was permanently stuck in one gear. While it couldn't shift to different gears that worked better under different conditions, its performance was very good in the gear it was stuck in. The flight system thereby served as a great complement to the Aurora Titan, which never put too much demands on mobility. The Aurora Titan design revolved around 4 core parts. Its armor system, its flight system and its polarizing module all defined the core functionality of his design. The only tech he added from his own end was the addition of alien crystal technology. In order to kick the Aurora Titan's ability to withstand energy damage by another notch, he sprinkled 8 medium-sized light crystals around the frame of the mech. The front, back and sides of the mech all became covered by these modest-sized crystals capable of absorbing a limited degree of lasers only to shoot back a powerful light beam. Due to the decision to incorporate smaller but more numerous crystals, the Aurora Titan enjoyed coverage in almost every direction. This saved the cumbersome mech from rotating all the way around if lasers began to strike it from the rear. Still, the wider coverage comes at the expense of damage-absorbing capacity. VES didn't care too much about that as the basic functionality of the smaller crystals provided a sufficient amount of functionality. Unlike the Crystal Lord, the Aurora Titan isn't designed to retaliate with ranged attacks. The crystals are only there as a gimmick. To be honest, VES incorporated the alien crystals despite the expense they added and the complications they introduced into the design due to following his artistic sense. He wanted to convey some of the aesthetics of a sacred god with their god crystals embedded into their hides. Even though sacred gods used very different crystals from those included in his Crystal Lord and Aurora Titan designs, their appearances resembled each other. It helped that Kalanx's spiritual fragment liked it as well. With the support of the fragment, VES indulged his artistic fancy by going through with incorporating this gimmick into his mech. It may not have been the most modern design choice he made during this design project, but sometimes it was worth following his heart rather than adhering to logic. Thematically, the crystals mesh well with the vision for my Aurora Titan design. It's just that I'm making it harder on myself with their inclusion. Each additional system that Vez included into his mech added more and more complexity, to the detriment of the mech integrity. This was also the main reason why third-class mech predominantly specialized in highly-fused mech types that mainly employed a single weapon system. Hybrid mech were often more trouble than they were worth. Vez possessed a good understanding of this belief as he once started off with the bloated Caesar Augustus design. The inclusion of the polarizing module and the alien crystals into the Aurora Titan design is kind of similar to turning it into a hybrid mech design. Some of the rules and limitations of hybrid mech apply to the Aurora Titan design. The inclusion of these extra features imposed more requirements on his design's internal architecture, taking up valuable real estate that could have been used to strengthen its structure and increase its redundancy and compartmentalization. Its shell won't crack so easily, Vez muttered. The benefit of a bigger mech is that I can pile more armor onto it. The gimmicks of added doesn't change the fact that the Aurora Titan is already a fundamentally tanky design. Now that Vez defined the 4 core systems of the Aurora Titan design and matched them with specific component designs, he covered all of his bases. Everything else is much more straightforward. Vez already determined the most suitable power reactor, engine and other systems a while ago. Stuffing them into his design resulted in a much more cramped and bucolic mech design. Obviously, there wasn't an abundant amount of free space available to accommodate a robust internal architecture. This was especially because Vez planned to fill up a large portion of the Aurora Titan's internal space with lots of energy cells. The polarizing module and the flight system of his design both served important roles in his design, but they both depended heavily on the supply of energy. One of the welcome advantages of designing an oversized mech was that Vez gained a bit more room to work with compared to a regular medium space knight. My mech won't win any endurance contests, but it should at least be able to power its polarizing module for some time. Still, his mech only provided the tools. It was up to the mech pilot to employ them as effectively and efficiently as possible. In the hands of a badly trained mech pilot, the Aurora Titan performed much worse than a generic Space Knight design. This entire process took a couple of days, which wasn't very long at all. Vez still needed to move on to the hardest part of the design process, which was to design the internal architecture and shape the armor of the mech in a way that unified the different parts into a coherent whole. This is where the good mech designers are able to distinguish themselves from the bad. It also happened to be an area in which Vez expressed a lot of confidence in his ability to unearth synergies. His wide knowledge base, his abundant amount of practical experience and the many insights he gleaned from his latest mastery experience all came to the forefront as Vez tackled the most difficult mech design he conceived up to now. Days went by like the wind. Weeks passed with hardly any interruptions. While Vez did not close himself off from society completely this time, the LMC pretty much ran by itself all this time as it already did so years before. Phase 2 still went underway, but most of the major changes already came to pass. The company mainly stuck to holding various company events in order to further reinforce the shared identity of its workforce. By all accounts, Phase 2 largely succeeded in unifying the LMC's employees with the company. Phase 2 was less successful in instilling a common set of values and principles amongst their workforce. Certainly, the sheer amount of indoctrination sessions disguised as company events they went through made sure that everyone began to speak the lingo. Yet reports indicated that at least half of the employees only paid lip service to the vague mission that they should supply their customers with mech they could treat as partners. This difficulty partially stemmed from the stubborn and individualistic nature of humans, but the high-minded and abstract mission statement of the LMC didn't do it any favors. Most of the skeptics found the company's core principles to be rather vague and wishy-washy. Why think so much when at the end of the day, a company was all about making as much money as possible? Do you think that the skeptics will eventually get around to the company's ideals? Vez asked over the comm. It's hard to say, but I think their resistance will inevitably be worn away if the entire company and many of the people around them continue to adhere to the same value. This process of osmosis will ensure that all but the more hardcore skeptics and cynics will come around to the company's principles. As long as the company kept up its indoctrination efforts, there would hardly be anyone left in the company who wasn't brainwashed into becoming a loyal company man. By then, any deviance would stand out like a light in the dark. In between his design sessions, Vez ordered Gavin to provide him with a daily status update on how the company was doing. While it was tempting for him to set aside every other concern and immerse himself into designing the Aurora Titan for several months straight, he knew he couldn't adopt his old methods any longer. Vez should not lose total awareness of the outside galaxy when he designed a mech. If he continued to abide by this habit, it would eventually come and bite him in the butt. Even though it wasn't particularly urgent for him to hear about the company's day-to-day matters, Vez still reserved some time for his daily reports to keep him grounded to reality. What else is going on in the company? Our orders have decreased once again. I think the recent publicity boosts have run their course. Now that the war has ended, a lot of notable mech designers return to their companies. Some have even begun to publish new designs, attracting a lot of attention away from our own products, not that we enjoy that much attention in the first place. That's because our mech catalog is too meager. Right now, I'm working on rectifying this shortcoming. Is there anything else to report? That's all, Vez. Okay. Make sure to keep me in the loop of new developments. After ending the call, Vez mustered up his concentration yet again and resumed his ongoing design work. The Aurora Titan was slowly and surely taking shape under his ministrations. Chapter 1098 Sacred Facsimile. The more Vez progressed in his design work, the more imposing the Aurora Titan became. From the very start, Vez conceived his design to be a large and eye-catching mech. Using every bit of artistic sense in his bone, Vez tried his best to avoid giving his Aurora Titan an obscene appearance. When Vez took a step back to evaluate the look of his design, he thought he did a decent job in making his mech look broad and barrel-chested rather than a round, upright big. The contours of a mech not only define its performance, but also its perception. If a mech looks fat, the public will inevitably apply some of their prejudices to it. Regardless of its actual performance, it's very hard to change people's biases on my Aurora Titan design once they developed some biases against it. Sometimes, these biases don't even have to be backed by the truth. Knowing how easy it was for the public to collectively turn against his Aurora Titan design, Vez did his best to nip this problem in the bud. While he couldn't do much about the expanded size of his mech, Vez nonetheless designed his mech with visual features that drew positive attention. One example was the flamboyant luminant Orca flight system, which unfolded somewhat akin to the wings of an angel when fully deployed. To Vez, the bright golden glow around the wings harkened back to the vault of the gods that used to cover the skies of in Corona Vitae. Each of his design choices concerning the Aurora Titan, whether they related to its functionality or its aesthetic appearance, all received the support of Kalanx's spiritual fragment. It's as much my design as it is yours. It's fair for me to give you a say in how the mech takes shape. The pleasure and approval radiating from the fragment in his mind validated his decision to let his spiritual fragment play an integral role in the formation of his design. The result was as if Vez felt as if he designed a custom mech tailored to fit a single client perfectly. Kalanx's spiritual fragment was much more involved in the design process than any of his previous images. The fragment was alive and aware in a way that the images created in his mind from his own pale spirituality could never measure up. There was such a quantitative difference between the two that Vez never considered going back to relying on images alone. This is a much more involved design process. How can I ever go back to playing with my imagination by myself? His previous images had all been formed by his mind. While they acquired their own separate identities due to his actions, it didn't change the fact that they shared a common root with Vez. This meant that all of their opinions and beliefs were copied from him as well. The only reason why they appeared distinct from Vez was that they only emphasized a more narrow set of beliefs that was compatible with their images. It's essentially interacting with a split personality of mine. Vez summed up. So far, I mainly designed my mech by talking to myself. It's not that much better than designing a mech without any guidance. Vez never experienced a sharper difference from his old methods when he let the active spiritual fragment in his mind ride along his design work. When Vez became the most engaged in his design work, the boundary between Vez and the spiritual fragment even began to blur. In this short but brief state where they partially became of one mind, they always managed to add a very distinct design quirk to the Aurora Titan design. The only problem here was that sometimes the decisions made by Kalanx's spiritual fragment were pretty out there. It wasn't a mech designer after all, so it held much less regard to the technical practicalities of his design. In these cases, Vez either worked with them despite the additional complications they brought or he vetoed them outright. He used the latter sparingly, though, in order to avoid upsetting the fragment. Ouch! Look, it's really a bad idea to add a tail to the Aurora Titan. It's a humanoid mech, not a lizardman mech. A tail is just awful idea for so many reasons that I don't know where to begin. Ouch ouch ouch. Please stop pulsing your fury into my mind. Aside from these unpleasant experiences, Vez largely maintained a harmonious relationship with the fragment. They even grew closer during their shared work experience. He even felt as if his spirituality began to take some of the properties of the spiritual fragment. This realization abruptly forced him to a stop. Am I beginning to resonate with the fragment in some ways? Or am I being contaminated by the fragment's values and beliefs? This was a very important question that Vez did not consider thoroughly enough. Hosting an extremely powerful spiritual fragment in his mind for at least a month should have led to a lot of changes, some of which Vez might not find desirable. However, Vez did not immediately panic as he did not feel as if his sense of self had shifted in a major way. I shouldn't be so susceptible to contamination. Even if the fragment is a lot more powerful than me, it hasn't been hostile to me. Any diffusion that has occurred is accidental rather than deliberate. While Vez couldn't rule out that hosting living spiritual fragment of other beings might find a way to affect his own beliefs, he couldn't do much about it at this time. He couldn't very well boot out Kalanx's spiritual fragment from his mind, only for it to drift away in the imaginary realm. If I want to minimize any negative side effects, then I need to hurry up with completing my design. Time continued to pass as Vez made brisk progress in designing the Aurora Titan. 2 months passed in relative peace before he made it to what he considered to be the halfway point. At this stage, most of the major design choices had been set, and the rest of the work entailed smaller refinements instead of major choices that impacted the entire design on a fundamental level. My mech looks increasingly more fitting for its name. Vez played with the moniker he bestowed upon it to shape the Aurora Titan into a giant humanoid figure. Strength and power radiated from the masculine contours of his design. This was a mech that embodied strength and resilience. In addition, so long as it unfolded its wings, the golden glow that suffused them gave the Aurora Titan a majestic flair. Just the appearance of this big boy alone can do wonders in inspiring others. Outfits mostly employed night mech and space knights as damage sponges, yet that did not mean that they couldn't enjoy their own moments of glory. A space knight often formed the mental bulwark of a mech unit. Their continued presence served as an anchor for everyone's morale. As long as the space knight still remained present on the battlefield, the rest of its unit endured as well. It's similar to how the flagrant vandals employ the Hellcat hybrid knights as their signature mech. Even if they're expensive pieces of overgeared machines, their traumatic battle performance exerts an outsized influence in every short battle. Frankly, a major part why the Aurora Titan gained such a remarkable appearance was due to the creative influence of Kalanx's spiritual fragment. In some way, his design started to resemble the sacred gods, at least in spirit. Of course, all of these complicating factors also gave Vez a lot of headaches with regards to efficiency and performance. This was why it took 2 months just to reach the halfway point. He only took some solace in the fact that now that every major design decision was set, he won't be working so slowly anymore. My mech has already taken shape. It's just the details that need to be added. Any choices I make there won't have as much impact as before. Usually, Vez would just proceed to go to the next step of the design phase, but he realized that he had already made a lot of unilateral decisions. I should at least give Professor Ventag the courtesy to check up on my work so far. After careful consideration, he decided to call the professor on his comm. This time, Vez did not connect to his secretary but patched straight through the senior. Vez. It's been some time, he said. By the looks of it, you've made a lot of progress in our design project. I have. I'm sorry for dropping off in the last 2 months. Let me show you what I've created so far. I think you'll be pleasantly surprised. While a senior could scan a mech design in a couple of seconds, Vez nonetheless took the time to describe his thought processes behind each important design decision. Naturally, he completely left out Kalanx's spiritual fragment out of the retelling. At the end of his explanation, Vez summed up his progress up to now. While I haven't put the Aurora Titan through any simulators yet, I think you won't be disappointed by its performance. The professor sat silently on the other end of the communication channel. Vez provided the senior with a lot of information. Frankly, I'm surprised at your work. You've exceeded my expectations. Your work is practically indistinguishable from the work of journeymen, at least from a technical standpoint. While there are many design decisions that I can't help but question, I'm glad that you at least adhere to a consistent logic in your design process. That said, I think you really ought to reconsider some of the most troubling aspects. The senior mech designer guided him to some of his most contentious design choices. It wasn't as if Vez didn't know about those troubling issues, but both he and his Kalanxo already accepted the trade-offs they made. Even if they made the mech weaker in one area, it inevitably gained something in another area. The professor knew that, so the senior only questioned Vez sufficiently in order to make sure he knew what he was getting into. As long as Vez accepted the consequences of his design choices, it was okay to take some unconventional design choices. What I'm most impressed about your work so far is that you have been unabashed in leaving your own mark in your design. It's anything but generic. The professor praised. However, while it's always good to distinguish your work from the pack, don't go too far in trying to produce a unique work. For all the bashing that generic mech designs receive, sometimes customers prize stability and consistent performance over flashy but unstable features. Vez nodded. He knew that the professor in fact warned him that he was already crossing over the line with regards to some of his more radical implementations. The Aurora Titan was anything but an average mech, and Vez tried his best to turn it into a fantastic mech design. At this stage in the design process, I could use your help in fleshing out its internal architecture. Vez requested, bringing up the other reason why he called the professor. This is much more to your area of expertise. If I casually begin to dabble into its design, there's a large chance that it won't pass muster. Could you provide some guidance to me in this area? Certainly. I have already identified numerous critical points you need to pay attention to when you flesh out the internal architecture. Let me list them out for you. Before I give you some advice on how to tackle them or implement my own solutions, I want to see how you'll address them first. Vez accepted this approach. This entire joint design project was supposed to be a learning experience for him, so he cherished the opportunity to receive some hands-on tutoring from an actual senior. First, let's talk about the issues related to the Luminant Orca flight system. This isn't your average flight system, Vez, and you need to take several additional factors into account. Chapter 1099 Wacky Partner. Having an experienced senior mech designer provide some guiding advice on the side helped Vez a lot. They didn't cause him to change the fundamental nature of the Aurora Titan design. However, the insights he developed after thinking over Professor Ventag's leading questions led him to refine the decisions he already made into more optimal implementations. In general, the assistants enhanced the qualities that the Aurora Titan already possessed. At this stage of the design process, the professor also went to work himself. Vez hadn't designed much more than an outline of the internal architecture, but this was arguably the most important part of the mech since it had to support so many active systems. Without a robust enough architecture, Vez could forget about getting the polarizing module and the alien crystals to work. Slowly but sure, the Aurora Titan transitioned from a fanciful concept into a very real mech design. Countless technical problems arose during the design process, but with Professor Ventag's mastery of internal design, the Aurora Titan never got close to becoming overloaded with all the systems it needed to support. The Aurora Titan design won't be a repeat of the Caesar Augustus design. Vez muttered to himself during his focused design spurts. It helped that its larger size afforded the mech significantly more internal volume. This added room made a lot of difference in maximizing redundancy and compartmentalization, which defensive mech needed a lot of in order to remain combat capable in the event of an armor breach. Still, with all the stuff I've added to the mech such as extra energy cells, The Aurora Titan isn't as good in these factors as other Space Knights. However, as a specialist in damage control, Professor Ventag did wonders with the space he had at his disposal. He put his full expertise into play, to the point of adding certain strange abstruse methods into play. Through the use of some technical wizardry, the sophistication of the internal architecture quickly exceeded the point where Vez could still follow the senior's train of thought. At certain points, Vez even felt as if achieved a condition where it felt as if Professor Ventag managed to make 1 + 1 = 2.01. Ordinarily, this should have been an impossibility, but no matter how much Vez rubbed his eyes, the design somehow achieved synergies beyond what should have been technically possible. Vez wasn't entirely unfamiliar with this phenomenon. Through various methods, a high-ranking mech designer was able to bend reality by employing their design philosophy. This is why journeyman mech designers and upwards really differentiate their mech with. Their design philosophies have grown to the point where they have gained a real competitive advantage in their area of specialty. Due to the incredibly advanced nature of these special features, Vez always came under significant mental strain whenever he attempted to study the implementations. He knew better than to pry too deeply into Ventag's wondrous methods. The professor's design philosophy focused very much on the internals of mech. Their design philosophies overlap very little, so further study would prove detrimental to Vez. It was not his intention to shift his own design philosophy in the direction of the professor's own beliefs. Each of us are following different paths. We are like artists collaborating on a single art piece. Rather than looking over my shoulder to emulate what my co-artist is doing so well, I should instead stick to my own area of expertise. This was a lot harder than it sounded like someone like Vez. He hungered for improvement like a dwarf hungered for godling meat. Any mech designer would be tempted, really. Yet such behavior would be detrimental at best and outright ruinous in other cases. Anyone below the rank of journeyman still possessed a malleable design philosophy, and in most cases it didn't benefit them at all to see them shift in the direction of an entirely different philosophy. While Vez mostly considered himself beyond these concerns, he still made the prudent choice of sticking to his own guns. Other mech designers may be able to perform grand feats of technical wizardry, but Vez already has a spiritual wizardry to keep him satisfied. In the end, this is why collaboration is so impactful. As long as the mech designers involved in the project aren't overlapping their specialties, each of them can enhance the design in their own way. Vez knew that this was a lot harder for some than for others. Working with Professor Ventag made him realize that certain specialties lent itself better to collaboration than others. For example, Professor Ventag's domain encompassed pretty much the entirety of a mech internal architecture. Any other mech designer who specialized in a certain aspect of internal design would have to think twice before getting in bed with someone like Ventag. For his part, the professor worked best if he collaborated with someone who specialized in specific parts, such as mech engines, or external features, such as weapon systems. Vez realized a critical rule in mech design. Not only is there no point to overlapping specialties in a single design, but it can even lead to disaster if they are forced together. In addition to this rule, Vez also learned something incredibly valuable about himself. My design philosophy is compatible with nearly every mech designer. There are hardly any mech designer who possesses a design philosophy as whack as mine. He was careful not to rule out the possibility entirely. The galaxy was huge and countless mech designers existed through the galaxy. With the 5 Scrolls Compact messing about with spirituality in their sporadic research, there might be some madmen out there who believed that mech could be inhabited by ghosts or something. Isn't that what the Skull Architect wanted to do in his own warped way? Vez mused. It sounded strange that extremely smart and knowledgeable mech designers would develop esoteric theories with little foundation in reality, but metaphysics existed. The phenomenon of design philosophy itself was an expression of metaphysics. The most important takeaway from this collaboration was that Vez developed such an esoteric design specialty that he could work together with almost any mech designer in the galaxy. Yet even if that is so, will any mech designer actually choose to work with someone with a specialty like mine? In the first place, it was really difficult for other mech designers to understand what Vez worked towards in the first place. With the necessity of keeping the truth of spirituality obscured, Vez faced the same problem as the LMC. Almost no one except Vez understood his principles. If even my own employees don't understand the nature of my design philosophy, then other mech designers definitely won't be able to appreciate the value I can bring to their designs. Even if Vez advanced to journeyman on the basis of his unusual design philosophy, he did not expect to be getting much offers for collaboration anytime soon. If Vez wanted to pool someone else's specialty into his own designs, then his only real choice would be to nurture subordinate mech designers from within his own company. In that light, Vez already began to get Kedis involved into his joint design project. Even though the Aurora Titan was strictly being developed by Vez and Professor Ventag, that did not preclude them from drawing upon the assistance of their subordinates. For example, the professor already put one of his design teams to work on performing iterative simulations on the mech design. Vez learned that the mathematical models employed during these simulations had difficulty predicting the performance of Professor Ventag's specialty. No matter how well Professor Ventag constructed the models, they only approximated reality. The distortions that resulted in certain calculations led to skewed results that needed to be manually checked and corrected by the design team. All in all, while the professor's design team did manage to accomplish some optimizations, the effort put into it was disproportionate to the amount of time and effort they wasted. Only a senior mech designer or higher can be as profligate as him in putting an entire design team at work just to achieve some modest optimizations. The difference they made to the performance of the Aurora Titan design barely surpassed a single %. Vez did not have an entire design team at his disposal, but he did benefit a little from the assistance of Kedis. Even though she was still a novice mech designer, she had spent the last few months hitting all kinds of textbooks. He tasked her with helping him design a suitable sword for the Aurora Titan. "What kind of sword do you want to pair with your fatty mech?" Kedis asked. "I told you time and time again, don't call the Aurora Titan a fatty mech." Vez sighed. "Anyway, it's a big mech, but also a fairly slow one. While I don't expect it to perform any miracles during the rare instances it is engaged in melee combat, I want to give it a very big sword. Its overall agility and flexibility is low, so it needs to compensate for it with wider reach and greater power. The Aurora Titan is able to exert quite a bit of mechanical strength, so I want you to work with that in developing a sword that isn't too hard to employ but can pose a big threat to enemy mech in range." Kedis played around for a bit and eventually came up with a design for a hefty broadsword. While its mass did not help the Aurora Titan swing it faster, it at least ensured the broadsword hit hard when the weapon connected. This allowed the Aurora Titan to do quite decently against starships, fixed defenses and other relatively immobile targets. In effect, pairing the Aurora Titan with a large and heavy weapon turned it into a mobile siege engine on the battlefield. While both Vez and Professor Ventag possessed some misgivings about doubling down on power at the expense of agility, there was little point in arming the Aurora Titan with a dagger. The super-medium Space Knight simply wasn't as fast and agile as a light skirmisher, which could employ daggers to deadly effect. Professor Ventag did offer Vez with an alternative solution. "We aren't living in a primitive time where melee weapons merely consists of big wooden or metal objects. There are certain weapon designs that aim to provide a high degree of destructive power while keeping mass at a minimum. Are you talking about plasma melee weapons? That's a potential solution. Such hybrid weapons allow you to pair the Aurora Titan with a smaller and lighter weapon as long as you can accept the trade-offs involved." Eventually, they both decided against the use of higher-tech weaponry. A plasma sword was indeed very fancy and very common in second-class designs, but the designs available to third-class mech came with a lot more limitations. The power draw alone would turn the Aurora Titan into such an energy-hungry mech that it would be a wonder if it lasted more than 15 minutes in battle. A peak deployment time of only 15 minutes was way too short. Therefore, as the final arbiter of all the major decisions concerning the Aurora Titan design, he decided to work with the broadsword that Kedis came up with. After she finished design a simple and sharp sword with the help of the alloy formula she found within Nora Consolidated's database, Vez tweaked and optimized it even further so that it was up to his standard. As for the shield, Vez opted to go for a thick curved tower shield made out of uncompressed alloy. The only distinguishing advantage of the shield was that it incorporated the ability to hold a polarizing field. While this increased the shield's complexity and decreased its structural integrity, Vez nonetheless figured this design choice to be worth it because it saved the outfit fielding this mech a lot of money. If there is one part about a space knight that gets beat up the most, it's always their shields. Vez knew better than to employ the formulas of the Pacero armor system in the design of the shield. A tower shield was very large and very expensive and also very hard to repair in the field. By employing a much cheaper alloy in the design of the shield that benefited from polarization, an outfit fielding an Aurora Titan wouldn't cry when the mech returned from battle with the shield full of holes. If these outfits really want a tougher shield made out of compressed alloy, then they can damn well buy a separate one themselves. The main advantages of humanoid mech was that they weren't stuck with their loadout of external armaments and equipment. Customers could opt to skip the sword and shield included in the mech model for a discount. They just had to pair their new purchases with their own gear. After several months of work, the joint design project between Vez and Professor Ventag entered the testing phase. Chapter 1100 Fulfillment in Design. After over 4 months of intensive design work, the Aurora Titan had essentially reached a feature-complete state. All the parts that needed to be added had been added to the mech. Meanwhile, Professor Ventag already completed the design's internal architecture a while ago. For a mech designer of his ability, he didn't have to rack his brains too much to pair the Aurora Titan with a fantastic internal architecture. Professor Ventag offered to perform the testing entirely on his end, but Vez refused. It's my design, mostly, so I need to see whether the mech performs up to my expectation. You have never designed a spaceborne mech before. The professor frowned over the comm. Even though your theoretical knowledge of spaceborne mech is surprisingly extensive, that does not change the fact that your company doesn't have the requisite infrastructure to test spaceborne mech. Eventually, they decided for Vez to come over to Bentham and fabricate the first prototype of the Aurora Titan design at one of Nora Consolidated manufacturing complexes. He would then take the prototype to the larger mech company's testing facility in an isolated star system in the Green Nebula region. It entailed quite a bit of travel, but it ensured that Vez would be able to take advantage of Nora Consolidated's best facilities. The professor was right in stating that Vez and the LMC weren't equipped to put the Aurora Titan to its paces. I guess we'll be returning to Bentham again, he said to Lucky as he ended his comm call with the professor. Meow. I know Bentham isn't safe for us, but we'll be spending most of our time at Nora Consolidated. It's not as if we're going to be strolling down the middle of Dorim's boulevards. Meow. Oh, all right. I'll purchase some exotic treats for you when we're there. Lucky climbed on his shoulder and affectionately rubbed his cheek against Vez. After Vez exited his lab, he called up Kedis to inform him of their impending departure. You're taking me along? Kedis asked. Yup. I think you'll benefit from visiting Bentham and witness the scale of Nora Consolidated's production facilities. I'm sure you'll also be able to learn some lessons when we test the prototype in space. Just because the design is feature-complete doesn't mean it is fit for the market. All the simulations we've performed so far does not account for every quirk that can happen in practice. Mech designers like us have an obligation to make sure that our mech designs won't inadvertently blow up and kill our own customers. Hearing this already made her excited. I can't wait to help out. Kedis quickly raced off to her apartment to pack her luggage. To be honest, the help she provided so far didn't amount to much. Even the sword she designed was something Vez could come up with himself. Rather than include her in the design process to benefit from her assistance, he was merely preparing her for a time when her specialty truly became distinct enough to provide value to his mech designs. Every mech designer needed to start from somewhere. Not everyone benefited from the advantages that enabled Vez to skip over these learning experiences. Before he departed to Bentham, Vez enjoyed a short period of respite from his intensive design work these last few months. Working time after time on refining the Aurora Titan design with the help of the spiritual fragment in his mind was still arduous to his mental capacity. This is not the easiest way to design a mech, that's for sure. Yet he considered these pains to be worth the necessary price to pay. The Aurora Titan's X-factor became increasingly more potent and more defined under their cooperative efforts. Drawing from the observations he made during his last mastery experience, He learned that the strength and potency of the X factor largely came from the mech designer. More specifically, Vez learned that he could take measures to accelerate the growth of the X factor of his design by employing a number of methods. The most direct one would be to replicate what Kalanxo had done by transferring his spiritual energy to the X factor of his design. Vez felt very leery about this option, though. Vez hadn't quite developed a complete picture of how scarce spiritual energy was and how hard it was to replenish it. Right now, he maintained the notion that while spiritual energy could regenerate or be replenished from within his mind, it was quite a slow process. Vez had only recently topped off the spiritual energy of loss during my previous mastery experience. All of this pointed out that just like Kalanxo, Vez could not expend his spiritual energy willingly to perform feats of wizardry. Imbuing the Aurora Titan with raw spiritual energy from his own mind was the crudest way of empowering it. Aside from being wasteful, Vez also didn't master the technique to blend his spiritual energy with the X factor of his designs. Therefore, aside from fixating on quantity, he would much rather focus his attention on the quality and uniformity of his design's spirituality. A good and coherent set of values and beliefs that Vez wanted to impart to his design served as the basic foundation of its X factor. It didn't matter how strong the X factor measured to his spiritual sense if it all became a muddled mess at the end due to engaging in too many flights of fancy. When Vez kept track of his design's developing X factor, Vez faced a notable increase in heterogeneity when Professor Ventag began to work on the internal architecture. Vez always expected something like this to happen. Even if Ventag didn't consciously mean to contaminate the X factor of the Aurora Titan with his own spiritual imprint, his design philosophy exerted so much influence that it could not be ignored. Having anticipated this problem, redoubled his effort into overriding the professor's imprint with his own. In this aspect, Kalanx's spiritual fragment again proved to be a lifesaver as its strong and potent energy remained undefeatable even against the influence of a senior mech designer. How strong is Kalanxo, really? By directing the powerful spiritual fragment to imprint itself on the X factor of the Aurora Titan design each time Professor Ventag made another contribution, Vez ensured the mech remained coherent on a spiritual level. Employing these methods showed Vez that it wasn't impossible for him to retain a specialty even when he collaborated with a rank mech designer. The only issue was that Vez wouldn't always have a powerful, friendly, and responsive spiritual fragment at his disposal. Inevitably, Vez would need to substitute this function using his own strength if he wanted to employ the same tricks in his future designs. In the meantime, he would milk his temporary advantage for all it was worth. Not only did Kalanx's spiritual fragment ensure the purity of the Aurora Titan's X factor, it also supplied much of its quantitative strength. Eventually, the two would merge and become one and the same. What the end result might look like, Vez couldn't tell, but it was bound to be a groundbreaking event. I'm getting ahead of myself. Vez shook his head. I need to make sure that the technical aspects of the design is up to standard. A crappy mech design paired with a fantastic X factor was still a failure in his eyes. This was because Vez mainly considered the X factor to amplify the performance of a mech and mech pilot duo. It could only work with the resources at its disposal. I can't control the quality of the mech pilot, but I can make sure the mech won't be a disappointment. According to the senior's own opinion, the performance of the design would definitely not disappoint. While it was larger, less mobile and more expensive than regular medium space knights, the Aurora Titan made up for it in sheer defensive capabilities. Even without running a prototype of its design through real space tests, Vez and the professor could already glean that much from their own work. It gave strength to the argument that they should start with an asking price of 100 million credits for the most basic model. While Vez hadn't made up his mind on this issue, he increasingly came around to the professor's viewpoint. An apprentice mech designer would not easily charge that much for one of their designs. The mech market would laugh at him for being too greedy. It's different for a senior, though. Even though the professor's contribution isn't all that great, it is undeniable that the Aurora Titan is also his design as well. With his credibility behind our joint project, it is a lot easier to get the market to accept a higher price point. Another, more pragmatic reason behind charging a lot at the start was to account for future depreciation and reductions in price. At this moment in time, the current generation of mech was in its sunset period. Any mech designs published in the next couple of years would only be able to sell for its list price for a short period of time before being forced to discount it by 20% or more. By the time the new generation commences, the Aurora Titan would still be profitable even if it sells for 80 million credits. This was the kind of shrewd marketing that ensured the design's longevity and relevance in a changing mech market. It's kind of like making a product seem more attractive by raising its base price by 50% but then offer a 40% discount to customers. Even though buyers forked out more money for the same product as before, they gained the illusion of picking up a bargain due to the deceptive way the seller applied its discount. The Aurora Titan is really only worth about 80 million credits in my eyes. Charging 100 million at the start won't exactly do wonders for its cost effectiveness, but it will be a different story when the MTA finally rolls out the next mech generation. All of this meant that Vez should not expect brisk sales of his Aurora Titan design at the start. Instead, the pricing scheme suggested by Professor Ventag paved the way for it to become a sleeper hit. As long as more and more people began to see the merits of the Aurora Titan model, sales would continue to pick up in increasingly greater quantities. The early adopters who paid 100 million credits for a copy essentially paid extra in order to get a head start. As long as the early buyers of the Aurora Titan pairs the mech with a mech pilot who knows what they are doing, I think they'll be very thankful they got in first. Essentially, only Vez had an inkling of his Aurora Titan's full potential. Its technical performance should already be on par, but the strong X factor piled on top of it should elevate its actual battle performance to another level. The significance of this design and the many insights he learned along the way stoked his design philosophy like never before. Not a single day went by where he hadn't been passionately involved in the design project. To Vez, designing mechs such as the Aurora Titan provided him with a sense of fulfillment. He was developing something that no one else could match. It was the kind of satisfaction that someone derived from doing a good job. Vez felt he was doing something useful by innovating on something hardly any mech designer paid attention to. His design philosophy eagerly resonated with his satisfaction, causing it to gain in splendor. It won't be long before the butterfly broke from its cocoon. Even if I advance, it will take a while to gain official acknowledgement of that. Vez regretfully shook his head. The MTA only recognized journeymen who designed at least 5 original mech. These mech designs also had to be serious efforts rather than competition designs or trash designs that a mech designer came up with in a handful of days. With the Black Beak, the Crystal Lord, the Enduring Protector and his upcoming Aurora Titan designs under his belt, Vez only needed to design one more original mech design to meet the MTA's demands. Vez already formed some ideas on what he should design next, but first he needed to finish his current project. Off to Bentheme, then,